The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It was Oscar Wilde who wrote, in a surprisingly gentle and almost naive tone, "Death must be so beautiful, to lie and listen to silence, to have no yesterday and no tomorrow, to forget time, to forgive life, to stay at peace. The trouble is, not all the dead will stay quietly asleep. That's why we have ghost stories." Our mystery drama, The Ghostly Private Eye, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Larry Haynes. Whenever the argument about the oldest of professions arises, along with the prostitute, the actor, the moneylender, and others, certainly we must include that of the private eye. Sometimes honorable beyond belief, as in the case of Cain and Abel when Jehovah himself solved the murder. Many more times, not the most prized member of society, still a figure to be reckoned with. Of all the modern ones, no one is more special than the parapsychologist, the man who deals in the explanation of that vast middle world of clairvoyance, extrasensory perception, and psychic phenomena. The explainer of the inexplicable, such a man as the singular Mr. Flaxman Lowe.
Hello?
Mr. Flaxman Lowe?
Yes, the same.
This is George Blackburton. You know, we've seen each other casually at the club.
Oh, yes, of course, Sir George.
I feel like the devil bothering you like this, but you were pointed out to me as someone who, well, was more or less an expert in the occult and supernatural.
Well, I have made a good deal of investigation, yes, but,
I'm in desperate need of help. Could you come right down to my place in Surrey? We have something that even my wife can't cope with.
Something?
Perhaps it's an old curse. I don't know, but there is a thing that is trying to crowd us out of the house that you can actually taste and smell. Disgusting and terrifying. I need help.
Well, I don't know about immediately. I'm expecting a guest from France whom I must pick up shortly.
By all means, bring him with you. Let him be our guest, too, for the weekend. If you don't help us, I'm afraid I'll go stark, staring mad.
Oh, very well. I think it might be arranged.
Monsieur Lowe, I recognize you from your photograph.
Oh, my dear boy, you must be Professor Jean Thierry.
I am.
Well, you look young enough to be my son, and with such a formidable academic background.
As I come to meet you, I am a child at the feet of the master.
Oh, now you make me feel like the all-wise spirit.
Well, are you not the king of ghost killers, the master of the spirit world?
Oh, scarcely. I'm a child in the wilderness of the afterworld. And, at the moment, an embarrassed host.
Oh, why?
Well, what would you say if instead of taking you home to my comfortable fire, as I'd planned to, I whisked you off instead into the depths of Kent for a weekend at a haunted house far beyond your belief and which even stretches mine?
What would I say? What am I here for?
Well, so we stay right here in the station and catch the next train for Yand Manor House.
We had corresponded for years, the Dr. Flaxman and I, and the quality of his mind was such that I had been most eager to meet him, to argue vis-à-vis our contrasting belief on the matter of life after death. So what matter that our first conversation was on a train headed for this house with a strange name, Yand Manor House. this house that you have been asked to investigate, it has a ghost?
Oh, most definitely, yes.
Is it an especially convincing ghost?
Well, I think you'll find that it is.
Then you are promising me an exceptional adventure.
One not without a great deal of danger.
Well, I can't judge that, though, without trying, can I?
Well, that's the nature of contact with the world beyond.
But first you must prove it to me. I simply do not believe in ghosts. Or spirit manifestation, occult phenomena, whatever is the rubbish bin into which most people throw any belief they cannot understand.
Well, this rubbish heap is what I spend my life investigating.
Chacun a son goût.
Well, to each his own. And yet, are we all so sure and secure about what we think we know? I realize that you're aware of I've had some considerable success searching through the trash that most people discount.
Well, what can I answer? That I rebel against the whole idea? After all, I have no experience in these matters, except vicariously through studying and reading.
Very well. And now you're about to have some first-hand direct experience, which I hope you will not come to regret.
We went straight to Yand Manor House, certainly on my part totally unaware of the terror that was to face us, and of a gaping world of swirling doubt, bottomless, and as insecure as that dreadful dream of falling from incalculable heights to impossible depths, a dream beyond belief that was to haunt me the rest of my days. We were met at the train by Sir George and quickly transferred to a large and luxurious landau with a magnificent pair of horses. I had been prepared for something quite magnificent when we approached Yand Manor House, but actually it was not so impressive compared to the property that surrounded it. A square brick house, notable only for a strangely out-of-character building at the end of the garden that was unmistakably a mausoleum. But our hosts I found quite charming.
Your rooms are comfortable, I hope, Mr. Lowe, Professor Thierry?
Oh, I find mine even better than that. Cozy.
Oh, yes, mine too. I feel quite at home.
And you need have no worries. I swept them myself.
What Cynthia means is that she has, not literally swept them for dust, but for any sign or evidence of supernatural occupation or presence.
I assure you they're quite clean. In fact, I've combed the whole house, and there's not a jot of evidence that any spirit forces or spectral emanations exist. Save for, of course, the den. I'm a psychic, too, you know, Mr. Lowe.
Oh, well, you flatter me, Lady Blackburn. I don't consider myself one, only an investigator of psychic phenomena.
You do not believe in the spirit world?
Ah, that's a different matter.
I think you will find, madame, that he is a true believer. I am the fly in the ointment.
Well, monsieur, before you leave Yand House, I can promise we will have made a true believer of you.
Well, you sound almost as though you enjoyed this ghost, which so concerns your husband.
Oh, no. No, this is something malignant, destructive. It must be exorcised. I tried to reach it through spiritualism, but without success. I only hope that with your help, perhaps we can.
May I ask when we're to see the room?
We're waiting only for my nephew, who'll be joining us for dinner.
We will be 5, the Pentateuch, the perfect number for a seance. One reason why we were delighted when you asked if you could bring a guest, Dr. Lowe.
I only hope, madame, that I will not be a limiting factor.
We ask only for your cooperation. I feel quite sure we'll end up by winning your belief.
Ah, that'll be Charles now. Don't you think, my dear, it might be a good idea for us all to go straight into dinner?
I think perhaps it would. Gentlemen, will you join me?
There had been a curious little family byplay between Sir George and his wife, which was soon explained to me after I met Charles Volney. He was a large, heavy young man with an athletic build. I can't say I found him an attractive personality, but what was most noticeable about him was that he was already on his way to another evening, which could only lead to a hangover in the morning.
And so, Aunt Cynthia, we're to have another table-tapping session?
Charles, I won't have you talk to your aunt that way.
Well, good Lord, Uncle George, has she really got you believing in all this twaddle?
The strange things that happen in that room can't be taken lightly.
He doesn't really take them lightly at all, George. The bravado is just to cover up his own fear.
Rubbish, Auntie. Some wind blowing down the chimney, rustling the ivy and swinging something loose against a window, or the creaks and groans of this drafty old house. Nonsense. Are you seriously interested in all this balderdash, Dr. Lowe?
Yes. After all, I have made it my life work.
Yes, of course, but to expose frauds and to show up fakers.
In part, yes, that is a byproduct.
Now, you're not going to tell me you actually believe in bits of ectoplasm bumbling about, droning and clanking chains.
May I quote you from Hamlet? There are more things under heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamed of.
Oh, Lord, I'm in a nest of nuts.
No, not quite. You have another skeptic at the table.
Ah, Professor Thierry, huh?
Yes, you see, we're a good balance. 2 for, 2 against, and Sir George somewhere in the middle.
Well, I'm not so sure anymore, Flaxman. Not after the last experience. The one that sent me scurrying to you for help.
Now, my information about the room, we're about to, what's the best word? Shall we settle for invade? Is still sketchy.
Naturally, Dr. Lowe. It has to be all the things you can't question, only interpret. The wind blowing, a shutter clacking. You know, it's so easy if you can't see anything face to face.
Yes, sir, look, if you'll excuse me, Charles, I think there have been other manifestations. Am I wrong?
Far from it. Hearing and seeing are not the only senses. One can actually feel the presence.
Oh, it's all in the mind.
It's a lot more than that, damn it. I tell you, one can smell it.
Smell it?
The fetid odor of death, the grave and decay. It's not only smell, but taste. If it runs true to form, after a certain hour, none of us will be able to remain in the room.
Why?
Because, my dear nephew, we shall be crowded out.
But why would this presence, or whatever it is, want to, your strange phrase, crowd anyone out?
It's an experience one can't describe, that one has to live, Professor Thierry. As if, somewhere in one's daily life, one closed one's eyes for a second and suddenly realized he was standing at the verge of a gaping hole that plunged into such terrifying darkness and eternal damnation that a bile of terror rises in the throat and threatens to suffocate you.
There's an enemy in that room at such times who presses against you so massively that you feel as if you're being trampled under a multitude, helpless against a torrent. A stifling, a force that you must move from or be smothered to death. Oh, forgive me. This is not exactly after-dinner conversation, but it is a reality in George's and my life that we must face or run from if we can. We've decided to face it. Will you chance it with us?
We have gotten ourselves involved in something this time around, haven't we? I don't know where each of you stands on the power of the spirit world, extension after death, or belief in ghosts. But I do hope you'll stay to do a little more research with me and Mr. Lowe on the nature of it, the possibility of it, and exactly what effects it can have on us. I shall return shortly with Act 2. People sit in the shadow of the great carved chimney piece which rises above the mantel to the high ceiling. About a dark table of fumed oak, they hold hands. 4 of them watch Cynthia go into trance and wait for the manifestations from beyond. The room is dark and brooding enough to raise Satan himself. The lamps smoke and cloud the atmosphere as if the air pressure is heavy beyond nature. But nothing happens.
Whoever you are, wherever you are, we are trying to reach you. Can you not answer? Answer. No. Not tonight. Tonight I can't do it, George. There are forces against me. I don't know what it is. Break the circle. Bring up the lights.
I will, Cynthia, my dear. And rest. Relax. Cynthia, you extend yourself too much.
I'm all right, George, dear. But I must rest now. If you'll excuse me,
Well, we may not have raised any wandering spirits inside, but we seem to have created some outside.
If you'll excuse me, I think I'd best see Cynthia up to bed.
Please give my apologies to our guests.
Hush, Cynthia. Don't worry about
I
it.
worry about what I must. Did you ride over, Charles?
Oh, yes, sir.
I don't want you to go back in the storm like this. You must stay. Any one of the rooms in the West Wing, they're all made up.
Now, don't you worry about me.
But I do.
Very well, Auntie. I promise.
Come along, Cynthia. Charles, since I'll not be down again tonight, will you see to our guest needs?
I also promise to be an excellent host, Uncle George. Good night.
Good night, Lady Blackbird and Sir George.
Bonne nuit.
Well, gentlemen, what should it be? Whiskey, gin, brandy?
No. For me, nothing. It was a long journey from Paris, and this afternoon's trip has finished the job. I am exhausted.
No, I don't think I want any either. Why don't we all just go up to bed? Huh?
Ah, yes, bed, sleep. Those I welcome. But, I'm not going upstairs.
Well, you're not going to ride home in weather like this.
No, Mr. Lowe. I'm going to spend the night, right here.
You mean in this room?
That's right. Either I will sleep the sleep of the unrighteous, or if I'm wrong and my aunt's right, I'll have some company. Now, I mean to put an end to all this nonsense about ghosts and ghouls.
Then I shall sit up with you.
Oh, perish the thought, Mr. Lowe. With your reputation, I'm sure any self-respecting member of the other world would give you a wide berth. Well, are you still sure you won't join me in a brandy? Very well.
Mr. Volney, may I ask you to be serious for a moment?
You may ask me.
I don't think you should take your aunt's warning lightly. Even though there's been no physical evidence tonight, apparently some malignant and dangerous force considers this room its province.
Then if it does, I intend to disabuse it of the idea. More than that, I'd want it off my turf. You see, this house will be mine one day, very soon, if my aunt and uncle decide to return to traveling. And I want it, whoever or whatever it might be, and mark you, I don't believe it exists. I want it to know that when I take over, there'll only be room for one of us.
And no amount of discussion would persuade this headstrong young man to change his mind. Personally, I couldn't help agreeing with his point of view. The idea of anything supernatural daring to intrude in this temple of the normal and the everyday seemed ludicrous. So, Flaxman and I went upstairs.
John,
Yes.
I am concerned.
About me?
Actually, I must admit my concern was more for that young man downstairs.
I should not worry about him. One more drink and the wine will put him straight to sleep.
Well, I'm not worried about anything that may threaten him in this world. I left my practical French friend and went to my own room. The storm was still whistling and moaning about Yand Manor House, but it was a perfectly natural phenomenon, and there was certainly no cause for alarm. I must have been sleeping lightly, for a grandfather clock striking the 3/4 hour somewhere in the house woke me up. I glanced at my watch and saw that it was 1/4 to midnight. I shrugged into my robe and slippers and stole downstairs. The house was silent, save for the moan of the wind and the steady drum of the rain outside. The door to the den was closed, and I opened it, filled with a nameless apprehension. I could have saved myself my uneasiness. Stretched out comfortably on the couch, a still unemptied glass in his hand, lay Charles Volney, snoring contentedly and looking to my middle-aged envy, the picture of health in spite of all his drinking. I removed the glass and set it aside. For a moment I considered getting him out of there. But he was so soundly in his cups and such a heavy young man, the effort was beyond me. Besides, I was getting cold. So I stoked up the fire and left him. To my eternal regret, as it turned out.
Dr. Lowe. Dr. Lowe.
Yes, just a moment. Be right there. Oh, come in. The door is open.
I'm sorry to disturb you so early in the morning.
No, it's quite all right. What time is it?
The sun isn't even up, I'm afraid. 5:30. But something dreadful's occurred. Oh, forgive my almost whispering, but I don't want Cynthia to know yet.
All right, what is it?
It's Charles.
Hello, forgive me. I thought I heard an urgent knocking. Do I intrude?
Quite all right, Professor. Everyone must know sooner or later. My nephew Charles is dead.
What? Oh, quel mauvais fortune.
How?
That's the terrifying thing. I want you to come and see for yourself and answer me that question.
I followed Dr. Lowe and Sir George downstairs to that terrible room. Except that the fire had burned out, it looked much as it did when we all had left the night before. Except for Charles Volney. If I can refer to the caricature of him that we saw. He was braced in the corner between the window recess and where the chimney jutted out, as if he had tried to escape and been glued there by some giant force that literally crushed him. His face was suffused with blood, his eyes starting from his head. He was quite dead. He must have been dead for several hours.
What do you think, Dr. Lowe? Frightened to death?
No, more than that. He was smothered, asphyxiated. I don't quite know how to describe it. Pressed to death almost.
Yes, once during the war I had a friend in a building that was bombed. He was not injured directly. Only the force of the blast within a confined space drove him against the wall and somehow flattened him. He was spread wide.
Good Lord. It's not natural.
No, my friend Sir George, it is, I'm afraid, supernatural. Yes, he should have listened to your wife, and I should have listened to my own misgivings.
Alas, I feel at fault there.
No, Jean. I came down last night again, just before midnight. He'd passed out on the couch, and I couldn't move him.
It's no one's fault but mine. I should never have come back to this accursed house. And I'll call Mr. Bunbury. He's our local superintendent of police.
So, I'll save you for the last, Mr. Lowe, knowing your reputation and all.
Well, I don't know whether that's a plus or a minus.
Oh, now, sir, plus, of course. And not that I understand some of your investigations, but you stand very high at Scotland Yard, very high.
Thank you.
Now, I've checked out the servants, and they can all alibi each other for one reason or another. On the other hand, I can't seriously imagine a suspect among all of you in the main house here, even admitting that Sir George, and particularly his lady, are a bit of a rum-go, both of them. Oh, but particularly her.
Are you referring to her belief in spiritualism, Superintendent?
That'd be it, sir. And then, a couple of things Sir George told me.
Oh, may I ask what?
Oh, my intention is to tell you. That's why I brought it up. First off, he said he came down here by candlelight and found the deceased.
Mm-hmm.
But before he did, passing the mantelpiece, the candle went out, just as something like, well, in his own words, something spectral brushed across my cheek, and I saw in front of my face 2 barred eyes looking at me.
Barred eyes. Now, what does that mean?
Oh, that's exactly what I asked, sir. And he replied, eyes that looked at me as though through the bars of a cage. And then I was conscious of a strange flat taste in my mouth and the odor of damp and decay. And I lit the candle and saw poor Charles. Now, what do you make of that, sir?
Well, you've seen the corpse. What do you make of it, Superintendent?
Why don't you? That's why I'm asking you.
You don't believe in ghosts, I take it.
Well, I haven't. I know you've been in on many investigations, however, where it seemed to be something like that, only, wasn't.
Well, can you think of any other explanation for this death?
Meaning that you think it was something, supernatural?
Well, I don't see any other explanation for the moment.
Oh, I wouldn't think that would quite satisfy my superiors. I mean, it's quite clear the chap couldn't have killed himself, you see. So someone else has to be guilty. And I hope for everyone's sake we can find out just who.
It was sheer inadvertence that I happened to be in the solarium right off the porch where this interview took place. Or was it? Because as soon as it was over and the sergeant had left, Flaxman came out to join me.
John, you heard that?
Yes, I'm beginning to wonder if I was meant to.
Wasn't quite deliberate on my part, but since I knew you were here, I thought you might just as well because of tonight.
Tonight? What is tonight?
I don't know how much it'll help with the police, but it might lead to ultimate proof for me to win an argument with you that has stretched out over many years of correspondence.
I am still in the dark.
Well, as I or we may very well find ourselves tonight.
Where?
In the room where Charles died. I intend to spend a night there as he did. Do you want to share my vigil against the total powers of darkness?
And as Professor Thierry regards his brilliant but strange friend and intellectual enemy, remembering the horrible death he has seen one man suffer, but pondering the challenge of ultimate proof on a basic principle, I must leave them, and you, till I return with Act 3. It has been a long and difficult day at Yand Manor House. The comings and goings, police, photographers, inevitably the newspapers. Finally, the undertaker and the removal of what is left of Charles Volney's terrestrial presence. Sir George and his wife have naturally been totally involved in this, and it is not until evening that their guests, who have tactfully tried to stay out from underfoot, have been able to exchange more than a few words with either of them. Now, Mrs. Blackburton has at last been able to find a moment alone with Flaxman Lowe, walking in the garden.
It's all my fault, you see.
No, I don't see.
I was the one who talked George into coming back to Yand Manor after all these years.
Oh, Lady Blackburton has a bench right here. Would you like to sit down?
Oh, beside the mausoleum? Why not? It's strangely appropriate.
Why? What is this building?
Well, that's part of it all. Yand Manor has been in George's family since a sort of granduncle willed it to his grandfather, with a specific reservation.
And that was?
That in perpetuity, till the last of the Blackburton heirs, Yand House must remain in the family's hands, and that if the family didn't occupy it, it couldn't be rented.
Well, now, I doubt if that would hold up in any legal court.
Possibly not, but beyond that, there was the curse.
The curse?
That anyone who broke the promise or the letter of it would die a horrible death.
Oh, I see. And, Sir George believed this?
George is such a decent man, Dr. Lowe. It wouldn't have had to go that far. He would have just lived up to a family promise as his father and he had in their own way and kept Yand House without living in it. But you see, I was the one who forced the issue.
You decided that as long as you were back in England, it was silly not to live in a house you already owned.
Yes. Plus, by now, my my dedication to spiritualism, my new venture into the occult. So I'm the author and the instrument of this tragedy. I feel as if I'd actually murdered my nephew, Charles.
Now, Lady Blackburn, I don't understand that.
Because having forced George to return here against his will, he'd rebelled. He didn't like all these supernatural manifestations. And it was only at my insistence, at my plea, that he brought you down here. If they couldn't be stopped or explained, he determined to sell the property and destroy this mausoleum.
I see.
As soon as it was legally possible.
And may I ask who rests here?
That uncle of George's grandfather who started this whole thing.
His body is actually in that tomb?
Yes. Locked in a strange lead casket.
A lead casket?
This uncle was a strange man with an inordinate fear of death.
Oh.
It's said that he predicted his own death and arranged to have a doctor in attendance. I mean, he died very suddenly and unexpectedly.
I see. Lady Blackburn, you're asking for my help, aren't you?
I had no right to, but yes. I feel that my hobbies have inadvertently led my husband and his family into a terrible peril. The only one I know who might save them is you.
I see. Then may I have your husband's and your permission to spend tonight in the den as your nephew did last night?
Well, I don't want to risk your life.
Well, I won't deny it may be risk, but first of all, I know what I'm doing, which your nephew did not. And second, I shall not be alone.
And so it was we came to that fateful night. My friend Flaxman Lowe and I entered that fearful room, closed the door behind us, and settled down to challenge whatever malevolent spirit he thought still occupied it. I was still skeptical and remaining to be convinced. This is the account of that evening.
It was very different from the night before. No wind was stirring. It had been a beautiful sunset. There was no need for a fire. And for some time, after long discussion, Jean, Thierry, and I were sitting quietly. All of a sudden, he rose.
I'm thirsty. Would you like a drink?
No, thank you, Jean. I want to have all my senses alert.
I meant only plain water.
No, thank you.
Oh, what an abominable taste.
What, the water?
No, I haven't touched it yet. It is as if some horrible fly has flown into my mouth. It is disgusting.
Yes, like a fungus growth.
Yes, repulsive like that.
Yeah, I ask only because I feel the same. Well, I think you're about to be convinced.
You don't mean that... Why did you put out the lamp?
I didn't. Light the candle beside you on the table.
Very well. Tonnerre, give me your matches, Dr. Lowe. Mine are damp.
Where are you?
I'm here. Oh, it is as dark as Egypt. I am coming. It is so hard to get along.
Hard to get along?
Yes, I am unable to move. I am suffocating. Where are you? I am here by the door.
The air in the room had become palpable to the touch. Heavy, clogging, repulsive, with a sensation of smothering, cold human flesh. I fought against it, gasping for breath, the clammy flesh crowding over me, smothering me like some fat, nauseating humanoid jellyfish. And then, across my cheek, there was a stinging, raking pain. With my last strength, I fled the terror. There was a crash of glass, a wild rush of air, and I knew no more. When I came to, I saw the dawn was breaking to the east, and I was lying on the lawn of Yand Manor House. Above me was a shattered lattice window swinging in the wind, and clutched in my hand was something dark in color, slender and twisted. It might have been the skin of an adder, a piece of bark rolling itself up like a parchment scroll, or the desiccated claw of some unimaginable beast from hell. I hurried into the house, barely conscious of the smarting pain in my left cheek, fearful only for my friend Jean. I found him unconscious just outside the door to that baleful room, but thank God, alive.
Flaxman.
Yes, just take it easy, Jean. All right, now, can you stand? Are you all right?
Yes.
Huh?
I think so.
All right. You have a bruise on your forehead. Are you dizzy?
No, not anymore.
What happened to you?
I don't know. I was literally crowded out of the room by that infernal thing. What was it? With its damp, swelling flesh. I was buried in that stifling pulp. It pushed and swelled against me, driving me away from you in the dark to the door. I called out, but I could hear no answer. What was that ghastly presence?
Well, I think I can answer that now.
It was what killed the young man, no?
Yes, the very same. And I hope I can convince the inspector of that.
Well, you have made a convert of me. Why not him?
Well, we shall see. First of all, Sir George, the spectral hand that seemed to brush across your face as you told Superintendent Bumbry.
Yes?
You were by the fireplace at the time, passing the ornamental foremantle that rises above it.
Yes.
You see all those figures carved there, in particular the griffin, and hanging from the sharp point of its beak, these...
Human hairs.
Yes, human hairs, black. Now, whose would you say they were? Both Professor Thierry and myself are gray. You're light-haired, and your nephew was fair. Sir George is sandy. Now, who else frequents this room?
No one. Except the maid, who is also graying. But these are a woman's hair.
Why? Why? Because they're long?
Well, yes.
Uh-huh. And this?
What is that? Could I see?
Sure.
A long, thin object, half brown, half yellow, and twisted like the blade of a corkscrew. Oh, I have no idea.
Well, suppose I suggest it's a human nail, which time and neglect has allowed to grow to superhuman proportions.
Mon Dieu, it would have to be 12 inches long. Nobody but an ancient Chinese mandarin could grow such a monstrosity.
Or a corpse who refused to die.
I don't quite get that last.
Mr. Superintendent, let me project something. This uncle who left Yand Manor House to your grandfather, Sir George, was he dark and hirsute? Was he a recluse? Did he build a mausoleum in the garden? And did he have an inordinate fear of death?
Yes, to all counts.
And is it not true that both you and the nephew who might have been your heir were ready to take all steps to get rid of this mausoleum and or Yand Manor House, particularly your nephew?
I suppose so.
Then, Superintendent, I can categorically tell you that your murderer lies in the casket in that mausoleum, and the murderer of anyone who tries to oust him from this property as long as he shall live.
Are you suggesting that a man dead over a century is still in some sense alive?
Unless it sustains injury itself. The brain is the last to die. In fact, it's the only measure of finite death. Now open the coffin, and you'll see what I mean.
It was complicated, of course, with all the necessary red tape. But on a certain day, the coffin, which took 10 men to move out into the sunlight and sealed as tight as a drum, was opened.
Fool.
Perhaps, Lady Blackburton. But you see, the urge, the dream, the thirst for immortality persists. His own special coffin, sealed airtight, so confining that when his soul stirred beyond his finite body, he must have had an illimitable desire to expand and choke out anyone who stood in his way.
But after 100 years, the flesh, the form, still undisturbed.
Except for the hair and the nails and the eyelashes. Look at the length of them. All of them must have kept growing since he was locked in the coffin.
Are you suggesting this man was, or is, still alive?
In a sense, yes, Superintendent. You see, he seems to have mastered some ancient formula whereby the body is saved from complete disintegration. And you can see that evidence before you. So that closes your case for you, Mr. Superintendent. Now you know how young Mr. Volney met his death.
And what about us, Dr. Lowe?
Oh, I think you'll have little reason for fear being haunted anymore. You see, in the sunlight, the body already is beginning to disintegrate. By the end of the day, there'll be nothing left but a fleshless skeleton.
How can I thank you for what you've accomplished?
Now, don't thank me. It's fate and the proper relationship of things. God and the world have a way of reestablishing those. And have I convinced you, Professor, that at least there is something beyond your pragmatic values?
My dear Dr. Lowe, you have convinced me that you will add another branch to our sciences. But I must admit, you establish your facts too well for my total peace of mind.
The remarkable Flaxman Lowe, parapsychic private eye, has been and continues to be a dominating figure in the field of parapsychology and in unraveling its mysteries, or at least illuminating them. If this is a field which interests you, perhaps I shall bring you other cases in the future. The remains of that ominous and ancient ancestor have long been transferred to a normal burying place, and the mausoleum torn down. Sir George and his wife stay on at Yand Manor House. Cynthia Blackburton has long since given up spiritualism and assorted interests in favor of feminism. Of course, since she is still in the 19th century, you might not recognize it for what it is today. But her spirit lingers on through the women's suffragette movement, through memories of Emma Goldman and her sister standard-bearers, who were the progenitors of women's lib. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Paul Hecht, Betty Winkler, Guy Sorrell, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Beautiful music. This is KIXI, Seattle.
News is next. The time now, 11 p.m.
CBS News. Jimmy Carter sharpens his campaign against President Ford, Monday making references to reports the president went on golfing weekends as a congressman with a U.S. Steel lobbyist. I'm David Jackson reporting on the CBS Radio Network. Correspondent Sharon Lovejoy is following the Carter campaign and has this report.
On the campaign trail in Oregon, Jimmy Carter stepped up his attacks on the Republican administration and his opponent, President Ford, needling the president in a speech before a group of labor leaders. When asked if he was sorry about his interview with Playboy magazine and the reaction to his statements that he had lusted after women many times in his heart, Carter said he'd rather run an open campaign and run the risk of making a mistake every now and then than isolate himself from the American people and hide in the White House Rose Garden for 8 weeks as the president has done. Later, at a rally in Portland, Portland, Carter told a crowd of 5,000 that the political leadership in this country has been bogged down in Washington for the last 25 to 30 years, deriving its advice and counsel from lobbyists and special interest groups. Carter promised, as he always does, to turn the government back to the people if elected, and the large friendly crowd responded with applause and cheers. Carter is encouraged by post-debate polls which show him doing well in Oregon, and his staff feels his assurances can only add to his growing support here. Sharon Lovejoy, CBS News, with the Carter campaign.
President Ford returned to the White House Monday evening, aides saying he was pleased with his 3-day campaign trip through the South. In Miami earlier Monday, Mr. Ford outlined a crime control plan to a convention of police chiefs. Mr. Ford called for tougher penalties for professional criminals, saying it's time to give the streets back to law-abiding citizens. Rebelling inmates at a prison near Vancouver, British Columbia, are holding hostages there. Rick Hunt has a report.
6 to 10 convicts at the British Columbia Penitentiary in New Westminster are holding 2 guards hostage at knife point in the prison's kitchen. The Deputy Regional Director of Security at the prison, Herb Bennett, says that no list of demands has been presented to authorities. He also says he's been able to communicate with the hostages and has received their assurances they have not been harmed. The hostage incident took place at the same time as about 200 inmates in the east wing of the prison went on a rampage, and they are refusing to enter their cells. Instead, they are milling about, wrecking railings and other objects. The block has been sealed off, and guards are keeping a close watch on both it and the hostage situation. New Westminster police have been called in, as well as all off-duty prison personnel, and ambulances are standing by at the prison. Rick Hunt for CBS News, Vancouver.
A House Senate Conference Committee worked late into the night and came to agreement on a bill providing more than $25 billion in federal revenue-sharing money for states, cities, and counties through 1980. The legislation is expected to get final approval in the House and Senate later this week. Union and company negotiators in Detroit are said to be making some progress towards settling the 2-week-old United Auto Workers strike against Ford Motor Company, but a union source cautions agreement on a new contract may not come until next week at the earliest. Now this.
The Wonderful World of Baseball. Do you remember Mickey Owen on the pass ball episode in the 1941 series? Well, we're going to relive that great moment and dozens more the weekend of October 2nd and 3rd on The Wonderful World of Baseball. I'm Win Elliott, CBS Radio Sports, and through the weekend I'm going to bring you 17 memory and action-packed broadcasts of the greatest moments from past World Series. The Wonderful World of Baseball, October 2nd and 3rd, the CBS Radio Network.
In Albuquerque, New Mexico, the Anti-Obscenity Board keeps a file of pornographic material, a file that's open to the public. Anyone can come in to look through it. City Clerk Mary Lou Cooper says some of the people who come in have good reasons, such as lawyers working on pornography cases. Others just browse. The worst offenders, she says, are city workers and reporters. Then there's that last magazine that was banned by the board. Clerk Cooper says a lot of citizens have been in to see that one, so they'll know just what is considered obscene. David Jackson, CBS News.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Ever read this sort of advertisement in the real estate section of the newspaper or the personal columns of a magazine? Young Austrian couple, no children, no pets, would like to exchange their gemütlich Alpine chalet for New York apartment, 2 to 3 months. Please write, etc., etc., etc. If you had read that, would you be tempted to try it? Don't. It could work out nicely, but then again...
What is it?
I don't know, Moira. I think something flew into the room.
Something? What?
A bird. Like a huge gray owl.
We shouldn't have left the window open.
I'm glad we did. It flew right out. Again.
Our mystery drama, The Ghost Gray Bat, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Don Scardino and Jennifer Harmon. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The advertisement I began to read to you was the actual one that Alec and Maura Grant answered. Maura was interested because Alec was exhausted from overwork, and she felt he needed a long vacation. Alec, because they had recently been married, and so far had been denied a honeymoon. Outside of these two small concerns, they had nothing in the world to worry them. They were blissfully happy. The gods were good to them. How fortunate. Except it was Byron who said, "Whom the gods love, die young."
Professor Grant.
You don't have to be formal. It's just me.
Oh, who's me?
Your wife.
Oh, that
Darling, the most marvelous thing just happened. It came.
Well, that's nice. What came?
The letter from Frau Gottschalk in Austria. She's charming. There's a picture of her and her husband, and they look like dear people. And the house is a dream, and they want to exchange. Only they don't own a car. But couldn't we just rent one there and...
Hey, honey, slow down, will you?
Oh, when are you coming home?
I'm just finishing up. I had to empty the drawers and get all this junk out of poor Murray's way.
Well, you're only going to be away from the university for a year. It's still your office.
Not while I'm on sabbatical leave. But it's all done. I should be home within the hour.
Oh, hurry, darling. I'm just bursting with all the news about Austria.
I'm Dr. Alec Grant, and my sabbatical leave began at the beginning of the summer. I hold a full chair in philosophy at Gotham University, and my intention was to spend my sabbatical year finishing a book. When Murray Sprague got in a bind and asked me to take over a summer course he was teaching in comparative theology, I would have turned him down, except that it was he who was covering my courses while I was on leave. It was a stroke of luck that I said I would. First, because during the course, I learned more than I wanted to know about demonology, but mainly because I met Moira and we got married.
There's only one hitch, Alec, provided you think the house sounds right.
Moira, it sounds too good to be true. I mean, right on its own lake, isolated but only 10 miles by road from Wintersbad, ski trails everywhere, and enough peace and quiet for me to finish my book. So what's the hitch?
We won't be alone.
I knew it was too good to be true. What are we stuck with? An ancient dachshund?
Oh, no, just a housekeeper. But we don't have to pay for her.
That's bad?
I think it's good.
What's she like?
She's sort of an old family retainer, but Gretel says she cooks like an angel and disappears right after dinner every night, and you never hear from her till you're ready for breakfast in the morning.
Gretel?
That's Frau Gottschalk's name. Her husband is Hans. Oh, isn't it too much? Hansel and Gretel in this divine gingerbread house waiting for us.
Plus a built-in witch?
Oh, now that's unfair to Frau Zauber. Gretel says she's a dear old thing and will take care of us like we were her own children.
Well, I don't need anyone to take care of me but you.
Oh, and you know how totally I want to possess you, surround you, make you all my own.
Well, you don't have to try. You got me.
So we are off for the Austrian Tyrol?
Well, aren't there arrangements to be made? How do you know they'll like this old dump of ours? Mine.
That's all settled. I've described it and sent pictures.
When do they plan to arrive?
A week from Saturday, the morning of the day we leave. We'll have a whole day to show them everything and help them get settled.
Well, I hope they don't miss their plane.
Oh, stop trying to put the hex on all this, Alex. Anyway, your child bride was smart enough to cover that.
How?
Well, if by any chance things get crossed up and they don't arrive before we leave, Betty Sprague has the keys and she'll settle them in.
And they know about that?
Of course.
I mean, you've heard from them since you wrote them?
Natch, worrywart.
I don't mean to sound that way. It's just that, well, why didn't we just get them on the phone and work out all the last-minute details?
Well, that's the one thing I didn't mention. They don't have a phone.
They don't?
Well, who needs it? We can shut out the rest of the world. Oh, isn't it heaven?
Well, as long as I share it with you. The idea of being that isolated was heaven to me. I couldn't put my finger on what niggling little thought kept sputtering in my brain like a loose electrical connection. And in the face of Moira's enthusiasm and shining expectation of our projected trip, I didn't have the heart to allow anything to spoil it. I never dreamed my random hunch would turn out to be true.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Grant.
Is that the Gottschalks?
Shh. What? A cablegram from Frankfurt, Germany? Right. No, please, read it to me. If you got a pencil, darling.
Right here.
That's correct. Just read the message. Missed connections here. We arrive New York a day late. Sorry we will miss you, but please not to delay your departure. Frau Zauber expects you. We will contact your Mrs. Sprague, and all will be well. Auf Wiedersehen, Hans and Gretel Gottschalk. Yes, thank you, operator. I have it. No, a copy will not be necessary.
They missed the plane?
Or maybe you ought to take up fortune-telling.
I'm sorry, darling.
Oh, I didn't mean to bite at you. I'm just disappointed. I would have liked to have met them.
Well, do you want to cancel our flight?
Are you kidding? That's a special excursion deal that saves us a fortune. Besides, we have to pick up our car in Munich. We don't want anything to go wrong with that.
Okay. And we'll let Betty Sprague handle our German cousins.
Austrian.
Oh, my apologies to the Grand Duke or whoever.
I think it's the Chancellor. Anyway, we're going on a honeymoon in Austria, darling, and we're going to love every minute of it.
It's so easy to be prophetic in hindsight. But some chill tremor, even then, closed around my shoulders like a shawl. I shrugged it off because Moira was sizzling with delighted anticipation. The plane flight across the Atlantic was uneventful, except for Moira's constant happy chatter about the new life we were headed for. By the time we got to Munich, she had me decked out in rose-colored glasses, too. And all my doubts had evaporated. We picked up the car at Munich in the early morning, and by shortly after lunch, we found ourselves arriving at the end of our journey.
Oh, it's all so green and so beautiful. It's like driving on the floor of a still green lake.
It's breathtakingly lovely. An enchanted forest. Oh, but doesn't it ever end?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. Up ahead. See?
Oh, that's the lake. And the trees are starting to thin.
Oh, there it is, Alec. Oh, it is a gingerbread cottage.
Well, it's a bit larger than a cottage, but it's a real Hansel and Gretel house, all right. With a witch waiting for us, broom in hand.
Oh, stop it, Alec. She looks like a dear little old lady. Willkommen in Schlossfreihaus. Ich bin Frau Zauber.
Wir sind Herr und Frau Grant, aber wir haben keine Deutsche sprechen.
Ach so, it is no matter. I have English pretty good. Have you come with a nice trip? Oh, yes. The countryside is gorgeous. Oh, from Munich, you are arriving?
Yes, we flew in this morning and drove straight here.
Oh, I have been waiting, though. With a broom, I sweep the doorstep again and again, so you will see the house at its best. But you must be tired. Kommen Sie bitte. I show you your house of dreams.
We entered the chalet, our shadows streaming before us from the sun at our backs. Something revived that vague, uneasy feeling I had forgotten during our journey. But the tour of the house was too fascinating to allow me to dwell on it. I might never have thought of it again if it hadn't been for what happened that night. What's that?
Alec!
Hey,
what is it, darling?
Nothing. We shouldn't have left the window so wide open. I think something flew in here.
Something? What?
Oh, a bird. A sort of gray owl. Oh, don't worry. It flew right out again.
Where are you going?
I just want to have a look-see. Sounds like a storm brewing. I think I ought to close the windows.
Oh, yes, it's gotten cold. Oh, hurry back to bed. Come on, darling, close them.
Huh? Oh, yes, right. Oh, here I come.
Oh, you have cold feet.
Warm heart.
Oh, don't I know it? Oh, Alec, I love it here. The house is a dream, and I've never been so happy. I love you. Good night.
And I love you. Good night. She was back to sleep in a second, like a child. I wasn't so lucky. Was it only a wind-driven puff of gray cloud I had just seen crossing the moon? Or could it have been what it seemed to be? A monstrous, ghost gray bat. I put it out of my mind. What nonsense. And then I remembered what it was I had forgotten when we entered this dream house. 3 of us, the sun behind us, our shadows dancing before us. But it didn't seem to me there were 3 shadows. Only 2.
This doesn't appear the pleasant little story it started out to be, does it? Of course, Alec has been working very hard, and he seems prey to strange premonitions, perhaps even delusions. Maybe with morning they will all have passed away, except I wouldn't count on it. I shall return shortly with Act 2. An ancient legend has it that those who became proficient in the black arts were chased by the devil himself through subterranean halls. If he caught only their shadow, they became first-rate magicians or witches, but lost their shadows forever. The question here, so far, is twofold. Is there a shadow missing at all? And if there is, whose is it? Mora? Frau Zauber? Or Alec himself? Well, it's the following day. Let's see if that question is resolved.
Would you like already some more coffee, Herr Grant?
No, thanks.
Frau Grant?
No. But it was wonderful, Frau Zauber. So was breakfast. And dinner last night was superb.
Dankeschön. It makes me very happy you like it. So, I clear away everything.
Thank you so much, Frau Zauber, for making us feel so much at home.
Aber it is your home while you are here. I go make you a picnic lunch. Don't worry, the mist will burn off, and it will still be a beautiful day.
Oh, isn't she an angel?
Yes. What's this about a picnic lunch, Mora?
Well, it was Frau Zauber's idea. She thought we might like to spend the day exploring. She's told me about a wonderful spot which will give us a view of the whole lake. Oh, doesn't it sound like fun?
I don't know.
What's the matter, darling?
I was just wondering about the Gottschalks. I didn't realize how much I'd miss a phone. I would like to have run down to Wintersbad and given them a ring to see if everything was all right.
Darling, you're forgetting the time difference. It's still the middle of last night at home.
Oh, that's right.
Excuse me, please.
Oh, I didn't hear you, Frau Zauber.
You were talking. I didn't want to interrupt. I have here the picnic, all in the basket. You want it now?
Oh, well, not quite yet. I want to get dressed. I won't be long, Alec. Oh, Frau Zauberg, you're so kind. You're making us very happy.
But of course I must. You are very, I don't know how to say, precious to me.
Frau Zauber, do you have any bats around here?
Bat?
Fledermaus.
Das Fledermaus. Oh, nein, no bats. Nothing like that in this place. Why do you ask?
Well, we were disturbed last night. We had the window wide open, and I woke up thinking a bird was in the room. When I went to close the window, I saw something like a great gray bat flying across the moon.
Oh, and the Liebchen? She saw this too?
Oh, no. Fortunately, Moira was asleep. I didn't tell her what I thought I saw. I didn't want to upset her.
Oh, very wise, mein Herr. This holiday means so much to her. You must not disturb her. Or yourself.
Here I am. Ready to go, Alec?
Ready, willing, and champing at the bit.
Then let's get the picnic started.
It was everything a picnic ought to be. We ate in a meadow floating above the Emerald Lake. The food was sublime, and walking home over the pine needles, we were both floating on a cloud.
Oh, what a day this has been.
I think you're a little high, my pet.
I am. On clear air and the scent of pine and the quiet. Oh, the lovely quiet.
And a bottle of sparkling Rhine wine.
Well, I only finished it because you were being such a teetotaler.
It was making me sleepy. My arm was about her waist, her head on my shoulder. I was tired myself and full of sun and fresh pine-scented wind and peace as heavy as a drug. We floated down the hills back to the chalet to find Frau Zauber waiting for us, fussing over us like children.
Ah, you are both so tired. Oh, I am a foolish old woman to send you so far on your first day.
Oh, I'm fine. I'm just, so sleepy. I've got to have a nap before dinner.
I go up right away and turn down the bed. You will join her also, Herr Grant?
No, I'm not that sleepy. I'll see Moira upstairs. Perhaps you'll make a cup of coffee for me?
Yeah, but...
Oh, you don't have to come up, Alec.
Well, I want to see you tucked in. I'll be right down, Frau Zauber. Thanks for the coffee, Frau Zauber.
Max nicht.
I needed it. I'm quite sleepy myself.
You should be resting with the little one.
Nope. This is a good chance to make a quick trip to town and make that phone call.
Why don't you wait till tomorrow?
It's only 10 miles, 15, 16 kilometers to Wintersbad. I'll be back within the hour.
Oh, I think maybe you should not drive. You look very tired.
I'd like to set my mind at rest. You just keep your eye on...
Oh, what is los, mein Herr? Something wrong?
Oh, no, not a thing in the world. Just a flat tire. Wait a minute. Both front tires are flat. I'll be damned.
Oh, is it something bad?
It's not good, Frau Zauber. Until those tires are fixed. One I could handle, but two... Is there a mechanic near here?
In Wintersbad, yeah.
Well, that's great. How do I get in touch with him without a phone?
Oh, Fritz comes with the milk. I could tell him to let the garage know.
When's that? Tomorrow morning?
Nein. Tomorrow's Thursday. He'll be here again on Friday.
Oh, no.
Pardon. Not even Friday. That's All Saints' Day. It's a holiday. It will not be until Saturday.
I guess that fixes that. Without wheels, I'll just have to use Shank's mirror.
Excuse me?
Walk.
Oh, 15 kilometers?
Well, not tonight, anyway. I guess my phone call to the Gottschalks can keep. Oh, maybe I'll join my wife in that nap.
But supper?
Why don't you leave us some sandwiches?
Yeah, I will make a tray. And some wine. And the coffee all ready to brew. Will there be anything else?
No. If I want you, where will you be?
I sleep in the cellar. It would be too difficult for you to find me.
Well, it doesn't matter. We both probably will sleep until morning. I went to bed with the sun still high on the horizon, never having felt more tired in my life. Moira was dead to the world, and as soon as I pulled the covers over me, so was I.
No!
What is it? Moira, what is it?
Oh, I thought something was biting my neck.
What? Let me see.
No, it was just a dream. There's nothing there. Oh, Alec, I'm so tired. I've got to sleep. Just sleep. It's all right with you here. With you here.
She was asleep again. I turned the light on, but it didn't disturb her. I examined her carefully, and on the right side of her throat, just under the jawline, I saw 2 marks, side by side, as though they might have been made by a hypodermic. In a sudden panic, I rolled out of bed and shut the windows fast. I came back to Moira. She was breathing as evenly as I was gasping with fright. I went through the house calling for Frau Zauber. I found the door to the cellar and went down into a rabbit warren of halls and compartments with the damp earth under them smelling of decay. All were closed, frozen shut with rusted locks, save one, which gave easily as I thrust against it. I stumbled through, clawing in the dark, down a long, twisting passage, dank and odorous, till suddenly instinct stopped me short. I took out my lighter, thumbing the wheel, and gasped at what the small flicker of its flame revealed. I was on the edge of a vast cave covered with bats. Bats everywhere, hanging upside down, gazing at me inscrutably, accusingly. The most horrible of all was a huge worm-gray one hanging by the hooks on its wing elbows, its unwinking upside-down eyes driving a dreadful hate through me like nails pinning me against the wall. Then as I raised my lighter, with a sudden powerful swing, it somersaulted upright, and spreading its enormous wings, it launched itself at me with a banshee wail. The next thing I remembered was waking out of utter blackness to find myself lying on the bed with Moira shaking me gently.
Alec? Alec?
What? Yes?
What are you doing, lying outside the bedclothes?
I must have fallen asleep.
Without getting into bed?
Well, I was up because of whatever bit you. I wanted to close the windows and...
Bit me? What do you mean?
Well, don't you remember? You woke up suddenly, and you thought there was something in the room, and...
Alec, darling, I haven't been awake since I went to bed.
Oh, no, Moira. Well, just let me take a look at where...
Oh, what is it?
They're gone. The bite marks are gone.
Oh, Alec, my darling, what's wrong? There never were any bite marks. Nothing bit me. Oh, you must have had a bad dream.
Moira, let's get dressed and get out of this place. Now.
I can't leave now. I'm just beginning to relax. I have to sleep.
You can't, Moira. You've been asleep for over 14 hours. It's morning. The sun is up.
I must sleep.
Why? What is it, darling?
I have to be ready.
Ready? For what?
Ready for the moment when... For the moment when...
Moira. Moira! You've got to wake up. Oh, heaven help me. What am I going to do? I've got to have a doctor. And I can't leave her alone.
A terrible dilemma for Alec. What strange sickness is drawing the life from his wife's body? He must find help for her. On the other hand, stark and terrible is the memory of that awful cavern, peopled by the obscene and monstrous bats. Or were they only a figment of his imagination? Does he need a doctor as desperately as his wife? I shall return shortly with Act 3. If there's anything that makes my blood run cold, it's a bat. Oh, somewhere there may be a bat lovers society who wish to protect the dear little furry things with their 2 canine teeth as sharp as hypodermic needles. Not me, nor Alec Grant. But which was the greater danger? Mora's strange and unaccustomed lassitude, or those horrendous bats, which might live only in his imagination? Only he could make the choice.
I listened to Moira's heart. It was steady, far steadier than my own. Her pulse was strong and normal. She breathed easily. But she was in a profound sleep that was dangerously close to coma. I had to get to a doctor.
Guten Morgen, Herr Grant. Did you sleep well?
No, I didn't, Frau Zauber.
Oh, but why?
I thought you told me there were no bats in this part of the country.
Yeah? Why do you think there are?
Because I believe one bit my wife last night.
Oh, poor Liebchen.
I came down to the cellar after my wife was bitten, looking for you. I called, but you didn't hear.
Oh, I am the very sound sleeper.
Yes, I couldn't find your room, but what I did find was one door that could be opened. What do you think I found behind that door, Frau Zauber?
Oh, I have the trouble with the English. I don't...
I found a long corridor, and at the end of it, a cave full of enormous bats. Bats, Frau Zauber.
Herr Grant, I think you are having eine böse Traum, a nightmare. There's nothing like that in the cellar.
I tell you, I saw it.
Then come. You show me.
There it is. That's the door.
Oh, but that's the door to my room. No, I show you.
I couldn't believe my eyes. Beyond the door was not the twisting, shadowed corridor of the night, but a bright, neat bedroom. The walls covered with pictures, the bed neatly made and covered by a handmade counterpane. The furniture, a comfortable armchair, an inlaid chest of drawers, a huge and magnificent armoire.
Herr Grant, you look so shocked.
I am.
Oh, you should have the doctor.
You say there is one in Wintersbad?
Yeah, the Herr Dr. König. But how can you get to him?
Well, I can walk.
Ach, no, so far. 15 kilometers.
It should take me less than 3 hours.
I will not let you go.
Why not?
You trust the rheumatism in my old bones. We are to have a storm. When the snow comes, driving with the wind, you could lose your way.
I'll have to take my chances. With any luck, I'll get there before it breaks. The 5 kilometers to the main road were a nightmare of slipping, sliding stone under my feet. And above, the sky was becoming ominously black as the temperature dropped. As I reached the main road, I had a piece of luck. A farmer with a load of feed hay in a cart drawn by a small donkey was passing. Hey, Achtung, bitte.
Was willen Sie?
Do you speak English? Sprechen Sie Englisch?
Nein. Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Oh, no. I want to go to Wintersbad.
Wintersbad? Ja.
Ich gehen mit eins?
Im Wintersbad?
Ja.
Ja, kommen Sie.
Dankeschön. Ich möchte einen Doktor, Dr. König.
Oh ja, Herr Dr. König. Zurück. Wir müssen gehen.
I climbed aboard among the sweet-smelling hay. I was shivering and glad to pull its warmth around me. The farmer let me off at the doctor's house. The doctor was out on a house call, but his wife let me in to wait for him. She was also kind enough to let me make a phone call on my credit card.
Hello?
Betty Sprague?
Alec?
Yes.
For heaven's sakes, where are you? In Austria?
Yes.
Oh, isn't this lucky? I've been racking my brains trying to get in touch with you.
Oh, why?
Well, those people, your tenants, you know the Gottschalks?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've been on pins and needles, Alec. They haven't arrived yet. Now, I don't mean to worry you, but...
Well, that's all right, Betty. Matter of fact, that's the reason I called. I had a hunch maybe they wouldn't.
Is something wrong, Alec? What can I do?
Nothing, Betty. I'll have to handle it from this end.
You don't sound like yourself. Are you sick?
I don't know.
Well, is Moira all right?
I have to hang up now, Betty. You'll be seeing us very soon. Tomorrow, if I can arrange it.
Alec, you're scaring me. What is it? What's wrong?
I was scaring myself because once again I was blacking out. That's the way the doctor found me when he returned, and I don't know what garbled story I blurted out. It was only after I found myself gulping some scalding black coffee that I gathered my wits enough to return to normal.
Very well. That is better. The eyes begin to focus now. You know me?
Yes, but...
I am Dr. Franz König. You are in my consulting room.
Have I told you why I am here?
Oh, you have told me a great deal. You came to me under the influence of drugs, Mr. Grant. Some form of hallucinogen plus deep sedation. And you have told me a most exceptional story.
My wife, Moira. You've got to come and see her, Doctor. I'm afraid.
Yeah, I too am afraid for her. That is why, if you feel well enough now, I suggest we get into my automobile and drive quickly before the storm breaks to bring your wife away from that evil house.
What do you mean?
I try to explain that to you as we drive.
You mean that Frau Zauber has been systematically drugging us?
If what you tell me about your wife is true, who else?
But why?
First of all, because she is not Frau Zauber.
Well, who is she then?
I cannot give you the whole answer to that. I can tell you that her real name is Gretel Gottschalk.
But her husband?
Hans has been dead for the last 20 years. I wrote his death certificate myself.
But the Gottschalks were young people, my age, younger.
2 generations ago, yeah. How old do you think Gretel is now?
Gretel? Oh, you mean the woman I know as Frau Zauber?
Yeah.
I don't know. Nearly 80, I would think.
You would be wrong. By the records of my grandfather, who was also a doctor, she was born in 1871.
109? But why would she pretend to be younger? Why all this masquerade about dragging us over here and pretending to exchange homes?
Because she does not want to die. Gretel, or the woman you call Frau Zauber, has been shunned for the last 20 years. People are afraid of her. They believe, at the very least, that she is a witch.
At the very least? What else? A vampire?
There is a legend here that witches possess human bodies. And having lived out the term of the human they invade, must find a new one to violate.
And she wants to invade my wife's body and steal it for her own.
I say the real danger is that she believes she can.
Then for pity's sake, let's get there.
I'm driving as fast as I can in this weather.
What is it?
The motor. I can't believe it.
We're not out of gas. We can't be. If we get stuck in this blizzard, we'll be buried in an hour.
I don't see how it is possible. But we are out of petrol.
Well, now what do we do?
No one will be traveling this road on a night like tonight. We must walk.
What, back to Wintersbach?
It's too far. If we are to save your wife, we go on to the Gottschalk house.
The wind is built up, driving the snow before it into our faces, blinding us. It was an endless journey to the chalet, and by the time we reached it, we were exhausted. Inside the house, there was light, but there was nothing else. No Frau Zauber, or whoever she was, but more important, no Moira. Moira! Moira!
Yeah, you wouldn't find her by calling for her. We must do the finding.
How?
We can start by looking for the witch. Where's her home? Have you the flashlight, Herr Grant?
It's almost burnt out. Wait a minute, there's a light. Here.
Yeah. As you described it. Yet the night before you thought this door led to the tunnel and the cave of bats?
Yes.
This armoire. Right opposite the door. Let's see. Just a clothes closet. The back is solid. But wait. There is a mark on the floor. See?
From the casters on the legs. It must be hinged to swing open.
Yeah. There's a hinge on this side.
That means there must be some sort of a catch or a lock on my side. Yes, I have it.
It's opening.
And right behind it is the passage I went down that leads to... Wait. Listen.
So there are bats.
Yes. And that proves she's a witch.
And also you may be right. A vampire.
She's got Moira. Come on. I tore recklessly down the twisting, tortuous passageway. The doctor followed more slowly. As I ran, I could hear words, chanted in Frau Zauber's cracked old voice. Words that chilled my blood.
Oh, thou art my own king and emperor of the northern parts. I call, invoke, and exorcise thee to lend me all your awesome power to enter this young nation, that I may live my new life cycle as a witch of the inner circle.
I had reached the entrance to the cavern. On a slab of stone, like a rough altar, Moira lay, unmoving. Behind her, a step higher, that ghost-gray bat was poised, the words I had heard issuing from its mouth. And behind it, obscenely, a crucifix turned upside down.
I feel your presence. I feel your power.
What is it, Herr Grant?
A filthy, pagan rite, huh? All the forces of evil and the legions of hell.
But the moment
what do we do?
We call on him and ask him to lend us his strength.
In your name, I will be reborn. As I drink her blood, thy will be done.
No! Stop!
You are too late, Herr Grant. She is mine! Mine for all days!
As she bared her fangs and bent to sink them in Moira's throat, I went berserk. Seizing the torch from the shaken doctor's hand, I shone it directly in her face. As she recoiled from the light, I lunged and drove the heavy oaken alpenstock with its steel-tipped end through the loathsome, furry body, driving it back to pin it to that obscene, inverted crucifix. I took Moira up in my arms, rushing through the mist, gasping for breath, dodging flames which were beginning to sprout from the earth. I reached the safety of the passageway none too soon, for suddenly, behind us in the cave, the floor exploded with a roar of flame and hissing steam. Doctor, is Moira all right?
Yeah, she is fine. Oh, she was very heavily drugged, more so than you. But she is young and will shake them off.
What happened last night, Doctor?
Herr Grant, this whole countryside around here sits on a subterranean lake of boiling sulfur springs. It happens now and then. There was an explosion. Too much pressure. It blew off like a volcano.
Did you see everything I saw?
Oh, the light was poor, and my eyes are not what they were. The mist of steam created strange illusions. That cavern is gone forever, buried under tons of earth and stone. You need fear nothing anymore. You are free of her forever.
There's nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so, as Hamlet remarked to Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Are there such things as witches and vampires? I can only answer with another quote. We are what we believe. I might add that, as you have seen, Lord Byron was mistaken about the Grants. They did not die young. But then, on reflection, after all they had to go through, perhaps the gods didn't love them so much. Maybe that's the trouble with quotations, that they tend to be only half true, that we should never accept anything as the ultimate answer to life. It has a lovely way of going on, no matter what happens or what the poets say. Our cast included Don Scardino, Jennifer Harmon, Joan Shea, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Most of us have read or at least heard of The Scarlet Letter by Nathaniel Hawthorne. But by the time it appeared in 1850, its author, then 46 years old, had been writing and publishing since his graduation from college collections of short stories. It is one of these that we are about to bring you, written long before The Scarlet Letter, and titled The Birthmark. Our mystery drama, The Birthmark, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Tony Roberts and Gordon Heath. In the latter part of the 18th century, when this country was being born and the recent discovery of electricity and kindred mysteries of nature seemed to open paths into the region of miracle, it was not uncommon for the love of science to rival the love of woman. This is the story of one such rivalry.
The great man is late again. Late yesterday, late today, and probably late tomorrow. The laboratory awaits him. The distiller bubbles and waits. The retorts, the tubes, the cylinders, the crucibles, all are immaculate and sparkling, and waiting for him. Soon the glow of the furnace will be red as rubies. All attend upon the appearance of the great man. And where is he?
Good morning, Aminadab.
A fine morning to you, Master.
I'm a trifle late.
A new bridegroom is permitted a little tardiness. And how is the bride?
Georgiana is... Do you know her, Aminadab?
How should such a one as I know such a one as she?
Have you ever seen her?
From a distance only.
Ah.
I know what I hear. That she is adored by men, envied by women.
That's true.
In short, perfection.
That's not quite true.
Oh?
Did you not know that the beautiful, the exquisite Georgiana has a birthmark?
I may have heard something.
In the center of her cheek, her left cheek. A peculiar mark, woven deep, you might say, into the texture and substance of her face. The mark is shaped like a hand, a tiny hand.
They say many an enamored swain would have risked his life to press his lips to that hand.
I suppose that's true.
Conversely, some ladies call it the bloody hand. They go so far as to say that it quite destroys the effect of her beauty, even renders her hideous. Of course, it is the ladies who say that. But the gentlemen, if their admiration is not actually heightened by the little flaw, they simply wish it would go away, so that this imperfect world might possess one living specimen of ideal loveliness. They say that is the feeling of some.
It's beginning to be my own.
Oh?
Before we were married, I gave it no thought. So caught up was I with her incomparable loveliness. But now...
Your feeling has changed?
In the usual state of her complexion, which is a healthy though delicate bloom, the birthmark wears only a tint of deeper crimson, imperfectly defining its pygmy hand shaped amid the surrounding rosiness. When Georgiana blushes, as she so often does, it becomes more and more indistinct, and finally vanishes amid the triumphant rush of blood that bathes her whole cheek with its brilliant glow.
Then...
But if any shifting motion causes her to turn pale, there is the mark again. A crimson stain upon the virgin snow. If only she were less beautiful, I could forgive it. She is otherwise so perfect.
The birthmark disturbs you.
I find it intolerable.
Intolerable?
And more so with each passing moment.
The fatal flaw which nature stamps ineffaceably on all her productions.
Why must it be so? I will not accept it. It sucks at the very heart of her beauty. It crushes my love for her. It poisons my marriage. I will not accept it. No, never.
What can you do, Master, but accept it?
Remove it.
Remove it?
I'm convinced it can be done.
That you can do it?
Would I entrust my beloved to the coarse, indifferent hands of another?
Have you suggested this possibility to your wife?
Shortly after we were married, yes.
And what was her response?
At first she smiled. Then she saw that I was serious. She blushed and said that her birthmark had often been considered one of her charms, and that she herself had been simple enough to imagine it might well be.
And so it might.
On another face than hers, it might indeed. But not on yours, I told her. You came so nearly perfect from the hand of nature, I said, that the slightest possible defect shocks me as being the visible mark of earthly imperfection.
That you should be shocked by her imperfection? Oh, my.
Yes, shocked. That was the word that did it. She burst into tears and said I could not possibly love what shocked me. Better we had never married, she said. But try as I might, I could not retract my words. God help me. God help us both. They were true.
With that, the great man turns away from me. To hide tears, perhaps. Who knows? and he applies himself to a study of the notes for his current experiment. I dare not presume further upon our relationship by pursuing the topic, but the demeanor of the great man continues downcast through the next days.
Nothing goes right. Nothing.
Master, consider resting from your efforts for a brief span.
Very well. And you'll rest from yours.
Agreed.
We'll smoke a pipe together and try to cleanse our minds. Sit down.
Thank you, Master. You remember what we talked of a few days back? Your wife, her birthmark, the possibility of removing it.
Yes, I remember too well.
It occurs to me that things may be going poorly for you here in the laboratory because your mind is still occupied with that problem.
My mind is obsessed with it. Consumed by it. You cannot believe how it has taken over my thoughts. I am destroyed by my obsession with my beloved's birthmark and how to be rid of it.
Have you spoken of it further? To her?
I cannot help it. I mean not to speak of it. Wrench my thoughts and my words away from it, firmly, purposefully. But no matter what my intent, what my effort, I revert inevitably to the subject of the birthmark. Aminadab, it has become the central point of my existence. With the morning light, I open my eyes to my wife's face and see immediately the sign of imperfection. When we sit together at the evening hearth, my eyes wander stealthily to her cheek and behold, flickering with the blaze of the wood fire, the spectral hand.
And is your young wife aware of your furtive spying?
Unhappily, she is. Now she shudders at my gaze.
My poor master.
The other night, I had a dream. You know, Aminadab, that I place great store by dreams and their meaning. Georgiana woke me and told me that I had cried out in my sleep, that I had shouted. It is in her heart now. We must have it out. She asked me, did I have any recollection of the dream that had caused me to utter those horrendous words.
And did you?
I told her no, and it was true. I had no remembrance whatsoever, though I might understandably have had a dream about the birthmark since before I fell asleep it had taken a firm hold on my musings.
And you cannot remember the dream?
No. And yet...
Yes? And yet?
Speaking with you here, now, relaxed the way we are.
Yes.
There's a spark. There's a glimmer.
Yes, Master?
You were in my dream, Aminadab.
I, Master?
Yes. You and I were together. We were attempting an operation for the removal of the Crimson Hand.
Oh, Master.
But the deeper went the knife, the deeper sank the little hand, until, at length, its tiny grasp caught hold upon her heart.
Master, for the love of God.
But even then, I was resolved, inexorably resolved, to cut it out or wrench it away.
Oh, Master, what's to be done?
I must tell Georgiana the dream.
Must you?
Truth finds its way to the mind, close muffled in robes of sleep. Until now, I had not known of the absolute tyranny this one idea has had over my mind. Until now, I have not known the lengths I might go to give myself peace.
Then you are determined.
I am a scientist, Aminadab. I cannot think of myself as anything else. And science demands that we follow every scrap of revealed truth, no matter where it leads.
The great man sits by the stove. His notebooks have not been opened. The tubes and retorts have not been touched. The chemicals sit upon the shelf. I move quietly about the laboratory. He seems not to know I am here. Master.
Oh, Aminadab.
You're not disposed to continue the experiment we started some weeks past?
Oh, I cannot even remember.
Oh, Master.
Aminadab, I have told Georgiana the dream.
And what did she respond, if I may ask?
She said, Aylmer, I know not what may be the cost to rid me of this fatal birthmark. Perhaps its removal may cause cureless deformity, or it may be that the stain goes deep as life itself. Besides, do we know that a possibility even exists of unclasping the grip of this little hand which was laid upon me before I came into the world?
All true. What could you say?
I said what I believe, that I'm convinced of the perfect practicability of its removal. And then she said, Aylmer, let the attempt be made. Danger is nothing to me. Life is a burden, while this hateful mark makes me the object of your horror and disgust. Aylmer, she said, remove this dreadful hand, or take my wretched life.
Brave woman.
Spare me not, Aylmer, though you should find the birthmark in my heart. And so I kissed her on the cheek, her right cheek, not the cheek that bore the impress of the crimson hand.
I tremble for my master. I tremble for his bride. I think I tremble for myself, for I am not of Aylmer's stature. I am but a poor clod, meant to serve, never to command, meant to assist, never to initiate. Yet, where he leads, I must follow.
Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediment. Love is not love that alters when it alteration finds. Shakespeare wrote that in a sonnet. What would he say of a birthmark in the shape of a tiny hand, and the alteration necessary to remove it, and the insistent desire to do away with it? We'll return shortly with Act Two. No sooner had the great scientist married the most beautiful of women than his critical eye fastened upon a flaw in her beauty. A tiny birthmark in the shape of a hand, which glowed fiery red against the pallor of one cheek. Haunted by the desire to erase the slight blemish, he has attained her consent to attempt the erasure himself, no matter what the consequence.
All work on our current experiments has been suspended for a full 2 weeks. We are in a fever of remodeling and refurbishing. You must understand that before he married the lovely Georgiana, my master had occupied certain extensive inner chambers connected to his laboratory. Here he had lived during his toilsome youth, while he made those discoveries that had roused the admiration of all the learned societies in Europe. Now he proposed to use these apartments for another purpose.
It's a perfect plan, Aminadab. It will give me the opportunity for the intense thought and constant watchfulness the coming operation will require. And Georgiana will enjoy the perfect repose essential to its success.
You will bring her here?
We will live in the inner chambers together, seclude ourselves there. She will not enter the working laboratory until the crucial day. But the adjacent rooms will be a sort of private paradise. I want the walls hung with the most gorgeous curtains. I shall select them myself, since you are scarcely capable.
Quite so.
It will be all grandeur and grace. The draperies will fall from ceiling to floor in rich and ponderous folds, concealing all angles and straight lines. The sunshine will be excluded, lest it interfere with my chemical processes. But there will be, instead, the most beautiful perfumed lamps, emitting flames of various hues, uniting all in a soft, impurpled radiance. You follow me?
Yes, master.
Those smoky, dingy, somber rooms will change to an exquisite abode for the loveliest of women.
I can scarce contain my excitement. My palms sweat. My breath comes rapidly. My eyes are glazed with anticipation, for soon the door will open, and the fabled Georgiana will walk through it. I shall see her. Yes, I, the stunted, the ugly, the hairy, the grimy, the earthy, shall see her. I shall see her close.
Enter, my love. What do you think of your new abode?
Exquisite.
My dear, you're trembling.
It can't be helped.
noblest, dearest, tenderest wife, do not doubt my power. I have given this matter the deepest thought.
I know.
Then why do you tremble? Why are you so cold? Why so pale? You're white as a ghost, my love. Am I? And let me reassure you, dear heart. Come into my arms.
Oh, Elmer.
There now. No.
Oh, do not turn away. Elmer.
Aminadab, I'm right here, master. Take her to the boudoir. As Elmer moved close to take her in his arms, the birthmark glowed scarlet on her white cheek, and even as he tried to embrace her, so intense was the glow that he could not hold back a strong convulsive shudder. Seeing the revulsion on her husband's face, Georgiana had cried out and fainted. Now I pick up her still form, cradle it gently in my strong arms, and gently carry it to the boudoir. At last, I stare down into that ineffably lovely face. It is closer to mine than it will ever be again, and I drink in its beauty as I muse to myself, were she my wife, I should never part with that birthmark. Never. I have hardly left her bedside. Aylmer has been working feverishly in the laboratory proper, only summoning me when he needed my brute strength or my delicate accuracy. His slender finger and pale intellectual face bend over his notes, while I, bulky, ungainly, grimed with the vapors of the furnace, crouch in a corner of her boudoir. That is where I am when she wakes from her faint.
Elmer. Oh, Elmer.
Mistress. Don't be frightened, mistress.
Where's my husband?
In his laboratory. Hard at work.
Oh, yes. The operation to remove this.
Oh, mistress, fear not.
Who are you?
His servant, Aminadab. Privileged to be his assistant from time to time when he needs my mechanical readiness.
But you must have more than that, Aminadab.
I have a skill, an ability to execute the details of my master's experiments. But I assure you, mistress, I have not the wit to comprehend the slightest details of any of those experiments.
But what do you think of this latest of his experiments?
The removal of the little hand, you mean, that rests upon your cheek?
And gives him no rest until he exorcises it. Well, tell me. I really want to know.
Mistress, there is a truth which all seekers stumble upon sooner or later.
And what is that?
Our great creative mother, while she amuses us by apparently working in the broadest sunshine, is yet severely careful to keep her own secrets, and despite her pretended openness, shows us nothing but results. She permits us to mar, but seldom to mend, and on no account to make. I cannot tell if my words have meaning for her. Indeed, I do not know myself the precise significance of what I say. The days drag on, and I am living in a fever of dread and anticipation. I am living within the hearts of both my master and my mistress. In the intervals of study and experiment, he comes to her, flushed and exhausted, and speaks glowingly of the resources of his art. This small vial contains a gentle but powerful fragrance which can impregnate all the breezes that blow across a kingdom.
And this gold-colored liquid in the crystal vial?
Oh, that is the most precious poison ever concocted. By its aid, I could apportion the lifetime of any mortal at whom you might point your finger. The strength of the dose would determine whether he were to linger out years or drop dead in the midst of a breath.
Elmer, you chill me to the marrow of my bones. Why do you keep such a fearful drug?
Trust me, my beloved, trust me.
I do trust you, but why do you...
Here is a powerful cosmetic. With a few drops in a vase of water, freckles may be washed away as easily as the hands are cleansed. A stronger infusion would take the blood out of the cheek and leave the rosiest beauty a pale ghost.
Is it with this lotion that you intend to bathe my cheek?
Oh, no, my darling. No, this is only superficial. Your case demands a remedy that shall go deeper. Far deeper, my sweet girl. Far, far deeper. He has been locked in his laboratory for a full week now, absorbed in his labors. I am crouched in the corner of her boudoir, as I always am when not actively assisting him. She is reading. Beside her bed are ponderous volumes. I recognize them as coming from his scientific library. I dare to approach her where she lies. Have you finished with these books, mistress?
Those? Oh, yes.
Shall I return them to the shelves?
If you like.
Albertus Magnus, Cornelius Agrippa. You have been reading the antique naturalists.
Paracelsus and the rest.
Paracelsus, the great Swiss physician and philosopher of the 16th century. He who speaks of the portals of man's deep within.
When one is conquered or thrown off the thraldom of matter in his own body.
You have studied him well, mistress.
But this, the volume I am perusing now, this is my favorite.
Why, it is the master's own folio.
He gave it to me to read.
Oh, it is a rare privilege, mistress, to read in that folio. He has recorded there every experiment of his scientific career, its original aim, the methods for its development, and its final success or failure.
It is the history and emblem of his life.
She reads on. I return to my corner. She grows more and more absorbed in the folio. The color comes and goes in her face. The birthmark appears and disappears as her cheek alternately flushes and pales. Then, all at once...
A minute up.
Yes, mistress.
You know that each time he has been with me here, he has inquired as to my sensations, whether the confinement of the room and the temperature of the atmosphere agree with me.
Yes, mistress.
I've begun to think that I'm being subjected to certain influences, that I have been for some time.
What influences?
I'm not sure. Nor am I sure how they are brought to bear, whether breathed in with the fragrant air or taken with my food.
Merely your fancy, perhaps?
Perhaps. But if so, then I have another fancy.
And what is that?
That there is a stirring in my system, a strange, indefinite sensation creeping through my veins, tingling, half painfully, half pleasurably, at my heart.
Oh, mistress.
Still, when I dare to look into the mirror, there I behold myself, pale as a white rose, still with the crimson birthmark stamped upon my cheek. And I hate it. I hate it. Not even my husband now hates it so much as I.
Mistress, sweet mistress.
And another thing, something I've told no one, not even Elmer.
Yes, mistress.
These past few hours, 2 or 3 perhaps, I've noticed a sensation in the awful birthmark itself.
Is it painful?
No, not painful. But it induces a certain restlessness throughout my system, a stirring, craving, a desire to... I'm going to venture into the laboratory where my husband works.
Wait.
Don't try to stop me.
Don't interrupt him.
I must.
Through the open door, I can see him, pale as death, anxious and absorbed as he hangs over the distiller, as though it depended upon his utmost watchfulness whether or not the liquid within would be the draught of immortal happiness or eternal despair.
The world of science is one I know little of. The reasoning and the deductions of great scientists are beyond my comprehension. But this I do know. All their arduous journeys to logical deductions, all their fevered experiments along the way, all these descend directly from the ancient, fervid belief in magic. We shall return to you presently with the concluding act. Aylmer has installed his young wife, Georgiana, in the inner chambers adjoining his laboratory. When, attempting to reassure her, he leaned to embrace her, he was struck afresh with horror at the sight of the little red birthmark that tainted the perfection of her cheek. Seeing his revulsion, Georgiana fainted, and it was Aylmer's servant Aminadab who carried her to the sumptuous boudoir so lovingly prepared for her. Since that moment, Aminadab has spent every free moment with Georgiana, until, at last...
Aminadab, I'm venturing into the laboratory.
Wait, mistress.
Don't try to stop me.
Don't interrupt him.
I'm... Elmer.
What? Who dared? Georgiana, why have you come here?
It was necessary.
Have you no trust in your husband?
Oh, Elmer.
Would you throw the blight of that fateful birthmark over my labors?
Elmer, no, never.
Go, woman, go!
I implore you, tell me all the risk we run.
No, Georgiana.
Fear not that I shall shrink. My share in it is far less than your own.
I can conceal nothing from you, nor will I.
I asked no more than that, nor ever did.
Know, then, that this crimson hand upon your cheek, superficial as it seems, has clutched its grasp into your being with a strength of which I had no previous conception. I have already administered agents powerful enough to do everything but change your entire physical system. Only one thing remains to be tried.
Only one?
If that fails us, we are ruined.
But why did you hesitate to tell me this?
Because, Georgiana, there is danger.
Danger? There is but one danger. That this horrible stigma shall be left upon my cheek. Remove it. Whatever the cost, remove it, or we shall both go mad.
Heaven knows your words are true. Now, my dear one, return to your boudoir. In a short while, all will be tested. All this I watch from the door of the boudoir. Now he conducts her to her bed, and I watch this too. He takes leave of her with a solemn tenderness which speaks far more than words. How much is now at stake?
Aminadab. Aminadab, are you here?
I am here, mistress.
What is this that hangs over my head?
A mirror, mistress.
But it is a scant meter from my face.
It is a mirror, mistress. The master bade me place it there.
Oh, I see now. I see my face, and I see the despicable birthmark as well.
Do not dwell upon it.
No. I shall muse upon more easeful things. My husband, for example.
A great man.
His character. His love for me.
He does indeed love you.
I never knew till now how much he loves me. My heart is exalted, Aminadab, even though it trembles, at the purity, the loftiness of his love. It will accept nothing less than perfection.
Oh, mistress.
With my whole soul, I pray that for a single moment I may satisfy his highest and deepest conception. Longer than a moment I know it not possible to be, for his spirit is ever on the march, ever ascending, each instant requiring something that lies beyond the scope of the instant before.
Georgiana. My dear.
Elmer?
The concoction of the draft has been perfect. Unless all my science has deceived me, it cannot fail.
Were it not for you, my dearest husband, I might wish to put off my birthmark of mortality by relinquishing mortality itself. Life is a sad possession to those who have attained the degree of moral advancement at which I stand. Were I weaker and blinder, it might be happiness. Were I stronger, it might be endured. But being what I find myself to be, methinks I am of all mortals the most fit to to die.
Why do we speak of dying? The draft cannot fail.
Give me the goblet.
Georgiana.
I joyfully stake all upon your word.
Drink, then. Drink.
The liquid is like water from a heavenly fountain. Now, my dearest, let me sleep. My earthly senses are closing over my spirit like the leaves around the heart of a rose at sunset.
Aminadab. Yes, master. Oh, there you are. Come here. Yes, master. Fetch me my folio volume. It is right there, master, by her bed. She was reading in it. You will inscribe in it what I dictate. I shall watch her for symptoms and relay them to you. Yes, master. I am ready. Her cheeks are flushed. Cheeks flushed. Be sure to note down the precise time of each entry. Yes, master. Breath is slightly irregular. Slightly irregular breath. Left eyelid quivers. Left eyelid. A tremor barely perceptible, but a tremor through the frame. All the while, the great man fails not to gaze at the fatal crimson hand, and not without a shudder of disgust. Aminadab, do my eyes deceive me? Is the crimson hand more faintly outlined? It has faded a trifle, master. Yet she is pale as ever. But the birthmark is less distinct. I shall conquer. I shall conquer. I know it. I shall conquer. The presence of the scarlet hand has been awful, God knows. But its departure is more awful still. Watch the stain of a rainbow fade out of the sky, and you will know of the passing of the birthmark. By heaven, it is well nigh gone. I can scarcely trace it now. Success! Success! Yes, success. Now it is like the faintest rose color. The lightest flush of blood across her cheek would overcome it. But she is so pale. Draw the window curtain. Suffer the light of natural day to fall into the room and rest upon her cheek. Yes, master. Aminadab, you served me well. You and I, matter and spirit, earth and heaven, both have done their part in this. Laugh, you thing of the senses. You have earned the right to laugh, and so have I. Success is ours, yours and mine. His wild exclamations break her sleep. Slowly she uncloses her eyes and gazes into the mirror above her face, which he has arranged for and I have set up. A faint smile flits over her lips when she recognizes how barely perceptible is now the crimson hand which had once blazed forth with such disastrous brilliance as to frighten away their happiness. But now her eyes seek his face with a look of trouble and anxiety.
My poor Aylmer.
Poor? Nay, richest, happiest, most favored.
Dear love.
My peerless bride, it is successful.
Dearest husband.
You are perfect.
You have aimed loftily. You have done nobly.
Georgiana, my precious wife.
Oh, Aylmer. Dearest Aylmer. I am dying.
Alas, it is too true. The fatal hand has grappled with the mystery of life, had been the bond by which an angelic spirit kept itself in union with a mortal frame. The last crimson tint of the birthmark, that sole token of human imperfection, fades from her cheek. My master stares with eyes that seem to see nothing save the spot where it had been and is no more. He is still staring down into her face when something causes me to glance upward to a spot just above her recumbent form. A puff of smoke, a fragment of cloud vapor. What is it that seems to rise from her body,
linger a moment near him, then take its flight toward heaven. She's dead. She's lost to me forever. Where did I fail? Where did I go astray? How can you laugh? You lump of earth. You mass of clay.
Oh, man of intellect. Oh, great man of science. Oh, eminent philosopher who seeks to penetrate every secret of our great mother. You see before you the last result of your impudence. Thus, ever, does the gross fatality of earth exult in its invariable triumph over the immortal essence.
I only tried.
Had you, oh great man, reached a profounder wisdom, you need not thus have flung away the happiness which would have woven your mortal life of the self-same texture with the celestial.
I only wish...
A momentary circumstance was too strong for you. You did not look beyond the shadowy scope of time, and living once and for all in eternity, you failed to find the perfect future in the present. I pity you, great man, from the depths of my soul.
You loved her. You loved her. You.
I loved her. Yes. Just as she was, I loved her. Just as God sent her into this world, I loved her. And would have loved her all my days.
What have I done? What have I done?
What men of your stamp must inevitably do. You have pursued your dream, followed your star. That is what you have done, master. Given what you are, that is what you must always do.
The story of the birthmark was written over 100 years ago, at a time when the worship of science was sweeping over the world. In the last century, this worship has grown to a frenzy. We bow before its power. We refuse to believe that it cannot resolve all our woes. When will we learn that science is not a god? That it was never meant to be worshipped? That it is our servant only, never our master? I'll be back shortly. Though Nathaniel Hawthorne lived in relative obscurity until the Scarlet Letter made him famous, he was never ignored by his fellow writers. Longfellow admired him hugely, and so did Herman Melville. And Edgar Allan Poe called him the example par excellence of the privately admired and publicly unappreciated man of genius. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Gordon Heath, and Marion Seldes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sounds of suspense. to the fear you can hear. Relax and listen to the strange tale of a strange man, though no more strange than anyone who has suffered what you might call a mutilation of the soul. And who of us has not, at one time or another, suffered such a mutilation? What means did we use to restore ourselves? How quickly did we recover? How well did we heal? The answers vary even as we vary. One man's answers are revealed, we trust, in the story which follows. Our mystery drama, The Deadly Hour, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Norman Rose. A person who seems strange, we call grotesque, incredible, not to be believed. We make a feeble effort to deny that he could exist. But he does exist. There he is before our eyes in all his strangeness. We do not believe in him because we do not know him, because once we know, we will have to believe. And this can be a long and painful process. Listen now to the story of Martin Jerome. See if you can believe it.
Mr. Jerome, I only consented to see you because your letter sounded quite desperate. As a rule, I only see patients on referral. But your letter, may I read it to you? Perhaps it will help us to get started. Last night, I heard you being interviewed on a radio program. In the dark of my room, in the darkest hour of the night, I thought, here is a man who can help me to solve the awful predicament in which I find myself. I enclose a stamped, addressed envelope for your reply, since I have no phone. I am counting on you. Sincerely, Martin C. Jerome. Well, Mr. Jerome, the hour is passing, and I don't want you to waste your money. Take your time. Take your time if you have difficulty in talking. I'll wait. Doctor. Did you say something, Mr. Jerome? Doctor, you... Yes.
You are the first person I have spoken to in 25 years.
You said 25 years?
Yes.
I begin to understand your silence. Can you tell me what drove you into this silence?
I married a woman.
Yes.
The most desirable woman in the world. My Helen. My adored one. I never thought that an insignificant man like myself could even aspire to possess such a woman. And the day she said those words to me, I could scarcely believe my ears.
You're a dear, Martin, and I'd love to marry you.
Helen, I can't think why you'd want a man like me.
Because you're sweet. Let's get married right away. What about next week?
The world changed completely for me. Everything became important, immediate. The sun shone just to keep me warm, and the breeze blew to make me cool. Me, Martin Jerome, me. I had been so blessed. Yes, it was a beautiful wedding. Helen had a great deal of money, and I was fairly well off. Many people came to the church, and even more to the reception. People of prominence. I knew them all. All but one. He was tall. Unusually tall. As I am unusually short. He was handsome. As I am not. He was charming, self-assured, very much at his ease. All of which I have never been. You couldn't help noticing him. Helen, who's that very tall man talking to your mother? The pale man with the black mustache?
I've no notion, love. It's probably someone Mother invited.
Good looking, isn't he?
Sort of. Come on. Time to cut the cake.
We sailed for Europe. My head was swimming with visions of the life I had embarked on. The good life, the beautiful life. One night on the ship, we were at dinner. Helen, look over there. To your right, against the wall, sitting by himself. Isn't that the man who was at our wedding?
500 people at our wedding, love.
He's getting up from the table. The tall man, black mustache. Your mother must have invited him, you said.
Well, then I guess she did.
After dinner, we danced for a while. Then Helen said she had a headache, but I should stay and enjoy myself. Well, I tried, but I couldn't enjoy myself without her. I was too much in love for that. I watched the dancers for a while, drank a brandy. I managed to kill an hour, and then I went down to our stateroom. Helen wasn't there. When I stepped back out into the corridor, there she was, coming out of another stateroom about 6 doors from ours.
Darling.
You weren't in our room. I didn't know what to think. You said that you had a headache.
I've been doing a little detective work. You were so anxious to know who the tall man was. Well, I found out. He's not precisely a friend. His mother came to the wedding and dragged him along.
Helen, you were in his stateroom.
I ran into him in the corridor, and he said to come in for a nightcap. Let's go to bed. Our stateroom is much nicer than his, by the way.
We went to Paris. And then because she loved to ski, we went to St. Moritz. She was very good on skis, effortless as a bird flying. I watched and watched and never got tired of watching. And then, one day, there he was again, the tall man.
I've got to catch the ski tow. Wait for me.
Helen, he's here.
Who's here?
The man from the wedding, the man from the ship.
Oh, is he here? Oh, so he is. Well, I'm off. Wait for me.
After St. Moritz, we came back to the city and moved into an apartment. I went to work. We made friends. Helen grew lovelier every day, and she was her loveliest the day she told me that we would have a child.
Tell me about that.
Well, Helen was very, very light-hearted, very casual about the prospect, but I...
Yes. How did you feel?
Well, it's hard to tell you, Doctor. Oh, I know every man is what, excited, happy, I don't know, but I felt bowed down, Doctor, actually crushed by my own good fortune. That a man like myself, so petty, so pitiable, should be given a child by a woman like Helen.
Have you always thought of yourself as petty and pitiable?
I have.
Why?
Because I am.
Go on, please.
I could scarcely concentrate on my work once I'd heard the good news. Helen was on my mind all the time. And one day, I suddenly couldn't bear being in the office, couldn't bear being anywhere except where she was. And I rushed home. I suppose you know what I found.
I think you'd best tell me.
I hurried to the bedroom, looking for her. I burst through the door. And in the bed, our bed, there he was.
The man from the wedding.
From the wedding, from the ship, from the ski tow. He looked at me, standing in the doorway. He said not a word, but his red lips smiled. And then the bathroom door opened, and Helen took a step into the room. Helen, all scrubbed and fragrant. She was wearing something pink. I think it was made of lace. And Doctor, she smiled too. While I stood in the doorway, she smiled. And then she said, "Well, love, now you know." And the world rocked, and I felt as though I had died, but I hadn't. I was still standing there. Doctor, I've never told what I just told you to anyone before.
Not to anyone?
No. It wasn't simply grief that I felt. It was my pride that had been destroyed. My marriage to Helen had built up a sort of pride. I thought, if she loves me, then I must be something. Oh, it is not a good thing, Doctor, to build your pride on what other people think of you. Or seem to think.
No, it isn't.
So I cleared out. That was 25 years ago. And I have not said a word to anyone until today.
How have you lived?
Well, I had a business, import and export. I kept the business, but I dismissed my staff. I had the phone removed and made arrangements to conduct my affairs by mail. I took a one-room flat with a little kitchen, a bed, a chest of drawers, an easy chair with an ottoman. And to one side of the chair, my hi-fi stereo set and my records. To the other side, my books. After my work, I'd sit in my easy chair with my feet on the ottoman, listen to my records and read. Only writers who are dead, however. I'd read till about 10 o'clock, eat a little something, and go to bed. The next morning, go to work all day, and do the same thing all over again.
No relaxation of any kind? No enjoyment?
Well, vacation in the summer. I shut down the office for 2 weeks and take my vacation.
Where do you go?
I take a train. 2 trains, actually, and a bus to a little town on the coast called Marsh Hills. You probably never heard of it.
I'm afraid I haven't.
No one has. And there's no reason why anyone should.
And you spend your 2 weeks in Marsh Hills?
Oh, no. No, I merely stable my horse there.
You have a horse?
About 15 miles from Marsh Hills, Doctor, close to the sea. There's a cave hollowed out of the rock by the waves. And when I get to Marsh Hills, I arrive every year on the same day. They have my horse ready for me, and I ride the 15 miles to the cave, and there I spend my vacation.
In a cave? For 2 weeks?
I walk. I canter my horse on the beach. I gather what edible herbs there are growing in the rocks. I boil them. They're very tasty, really. And at the end of 2 weeks, I return my horse to the stable and take my bus and the 2 trains back to the city.
And you've lived this way for 25 years.
Oh, yes. But, Doctor, last summer something happened. I arrived in Marsh Hills as always. My horse was waiting for me, as always. And we started off at a walk for the cave by the sea. There is always a certain excitement when I begin to smell the sea. And I know that soon I shall be out of sight and sound of any human being. There will be only the sea, the sun, the wind, and my cave. It is the most thrilling moment of the year for me. I suppose it's the only one. Soon I will have my solitude. At last, I'm on the sand. My horse feels the excitement as I do. I feel him extend himself. And as we round the last bend in the shoreline, I see it. I see it, my cave, my refuge. But last summer, yes, I pulled my horse up at the entrance to the cave. I sat listening to the rhythms of the ocean. And then, all at once, I heard a sound. A sound that I'd never heard before in that deserted spot. And the sound, Doctor, was coming from inside my cave. Never had I felt such anger. I was faint with hatred. I dismounted and I crept to the side of the cave where I knew it sloped to the ground. Quietly climbed to the roof. I found a tiny chink in the stone, no more than 1/8 of an inch wide. I put my ear to it. Beneath me I heard laughter. Laughter and tender words and all the sticky, silly sounds that lovers make.
Are you my girl?
Oh, so much, your girl.
How much?
This much.
I can't hardly see how much is this much. It's too dark in this place.
Then come here. Oh, darling, darling love.
They were kissing. They were using my sacred sanctuary for lovemaking. I almost fell from the roof of the cave. I struggled to stay where I was, and my feet dislodged a shower of stones.
What was that?
Sounds like a rock slide.
Yes, some rocks in front of the entrance. Lots of them.
Hey, maybe we better move them.
Oh, we can still get out. Let's stay a little longer. I love this place.
All right.
I climbed down. My brain was on fire. My whole body was on fire. I had never felt such hatred as I felt then. Not since... Well, Doctor, you know when, I've told you. I took hold of a big boulder. Yes, these skinny arms went round it. This puny body pushed it. pushed and shoved till it stood against the mouth of the cave, was tight against the mouth of the cave. I heard the voices of the lovers, fainter now from inside.
George, it's really dark. Darker than before.
Marion, there's no light at all.
I had sealed them in.
What is darkness? It is the state from which we emerge, and it is the condition to which we return. We come from the darkness of the womb. We leave for the darkness of the tomb. In between is light and life. I'll be back shortly with Act Two. Marvin Jerome, 50 years old, has not uttered a single word to a living soul in 25 years. But now, in the office of an attentive psychiatrist, it seems the dear man can't stop talking.
After I had pushed and shoved the big rock into the entrance to the cave, Doctor, I stood for a few seconds, panting from the exertion and oppressed by the silence. There was only the sound of the wind and the water. I thought of the lovers locked inside. What were they doing? What were they saying? I felt that I must hear their voices again, as though their words, which had driven me near to madness, were essential now to keep me sane. I scrambled back to the roof of the cave and put my ear once again to the narrow crack through which I could hear them.
George, there was a little light before, now there's none.
More rocks must have fallen.
I didn't hear them. I heard something that didn't sound like rocks falling.
Come on, we've got to clear the entrance.
Come where? I don't know where the entrance is anymore. It's so dark.
Well, take my hand. I think I know which direction.
I can't even see your hand. Don't you have a match?
I may have, boy. Yeah, I have a few.
Well, light one.
I will.
Oh, went out.
Anna, don't panic.
Light another. We've got to get out of here.
Just don't panic.
All right, now, careful. Be careful.
I am being careful.
Oh, darling.
Huh?
Now, I found the one that went out. It was right by my foot. Let me light it from yours.
Yeah, good girl.
All right, George. There's the entrance.
Don't let your match go out.
Don't you let yours.
Hey, look, see? Just a whole bunch of stones. Come on, let's start clearing them away.
Oh, both matches went out.
That's all right. Now, we know where we are. We're right by the entrance. Come on, let's get started.
George.
What, darling?
We will get out, won't we?
Of course we'll get out. Now, keep working. Don't stop.
At my listening post atop the cave, I heard them, so kindly toward each other, so reassuring, so united in their purpose. I pressed my ear closer to the crack in the cave's roof. I was frantic to hear every word.
George, it isn't getting any lighter. Shouldn't it start to get lighter?
Yes, it should.
Oh, why doesn't it?
How should I know why? I'm sorry, darling.
Oh, that's all right.
Marion.
What, darling?
We've cleared all the stones away.
But there's no light.
No. None.
Why not? Why isn't there?
Because there's something huge. A big boulder, I think, up against the entrance.
Oh, move it.
I will. It's heavy. It must be huge.
Well, how did it get there?
It fell from someplace, Lord knows where.
Can't you move it?
I'm trying.
Let me help.
Put your shoulder up against it.
That's what I'm doing. Can't you see?
No, I can't see. Do you think I could? Can you see?
I'm sorry. Forgive me.
All right, let's try together now. 1, 2, 3. Jump!
I don't think we moved it at all.
No, not a centimeter.
Darling, you know what the trouble is? We're tired, that's all. Clearing away all the stones just took our strength. I haven't had anything to eat since this morning. We need to rest for a little while. Then we'll be able to move it.
Oh, you're probably right.
So let's lie down right here by the entrance so we know where we are.
First, I want to light a match.
Why do you want to do that?
I want to look at your face.
Oh. Light it.
This is the face I love.
This is the face I love.
It's dark again.
No matter. When we wake up, we'll find our way into the light. Sleep now, my darling.
The thought of them lying there. No, the vision of them, for I could see them. The image was so strong. The two of them pressed close, their arms entwined, their hands clasped. The two young bodies fitted so tightly together against the dark and the cold. The nameless memory crowded in on me, and I knew what it was I remembered and would not name. And it was love. Love. It was love that I remember. I'm sorry, Doctor.
For what?
For crying like this.
If there is anything to be sorry for, it's that it took you so long to cry.
All I really know is that when that word came into my head...
What word?
The word love. I shrank from it as though it was tainted, poison.
Yes. And then?
Then, Doctor, I climbed down, I got on my horse and rode back to Marsh Hills. I took the bus and the 2 trains back to the city.
You what?
I opened up my office. I took the dust covers off the furniture in my flat, and I resumed my old routine.
Didn't you ever think of them?
I'd shut them out of my mind, just as I'd shut them in the cave.
You didn't worry about them or anything?
Well, they had each other.
Mr. Jerome, I have to tell you, I can't help being shocked. Forgive me. Go on.
Well, after a while, the old feeling of loneliness came back. You see, I missed them.
Missed them?
Yes, it may sound strange.
Indeed it does.
I began imagining what they might be saying to each other. I couldn't know for sure, of course, but I imagined.
I'm cold.
So am I.
I'm hungry.
I can't find you. Keep talking. Keep talking.
I'm here.
I can't. Oh, there you are.
Oh, darling, don't let go.
Oh, never. Never.
I invented their conversations, of course, but I was fairly sure my inventions were accurate, or nearly so.
You simply left them there.
For 2 weeks. And then I was suddenly seized with the desire to hear their voices once more, before they were silent forever. I closed the office, closed the flat, took the 2 trains and the bus to Marsh Hills. They were surprised at the stable to see me back again so soon, of course, but they saddled my horse and I set off for the cave. The old excitement came back when I started to smell the salt air. There was the familiar thrill which I had looked forward to each summer for 25 years, till they had invaded my kingdom by the sea. Such a tiny kingdom, a cave no bigger than a tool shed, with no comforts, no conveniences, and they had taken it away from me. On the sand at last, we round the last bend, and I see it. My cave, my refuge. And even from a distance, I can see that the big boulder still stands wedged into the entrance.
What did you do then, Mr. Jerome?
I dismounted. I climbed to the roof of the cave. After all, I had made the long and rather arduous trip to hear their voices once more, if I could. I crouched down. I put my ear to the narrow crack.
And were they still alive?
Oh, yes. Yes. Weak, of course, but alive. Oh, yes, they were still alive.
Are you all right, George?
Yes. Are you?
I'm all right. If we only had something to eat. Anything.
Don't think about it.
You think there's any use trying to move that big rock again?
No.
I guess you're right.
Oh, we've got about a third of the energy we had to start with. We gotta save whatever we've got.
Save it for what, George?
I don't know.
I know. For when somebody finds us, it's possible, isn't it, for somebody to find us?
Of course.
Oh, George, I'm thirsty.
Can you find the place where that trickle of water runs down the side?
I think so.
Feel along the cave wall to your right.
It's so black in here.
You should be there by now.
Light the match.
No, it's the only one we have.
George, wasn't there sort of a ridge, an indentation where the water trickled down in some moss?
That's right.
And I think I found it.
Oh, good.
There's no water.
There must be.
There isn't.
Then you're in the wrong place.
Then you find it. You're so smart.
I know exactly where. It's about here. I remember this. It ought to be right here.
Yes, it ought to be, but it isn't. It ought to be, but it isn't.
Marion, shh.
There's no food. Now there's no water.
Doctor, I wanted to call to them. I wanted to say, wait for rain, because as soon as a good rain came, the water would start to trickle down the cave wall again. But I couldn't speak. I don't know why I couldn't. Do you?
I have some notion, yes.
Why couldn't I?
I'd rather you told me the rest of the story first.
All right, Doctor, if you say so. Well, they must have gone to sleep after that. I think they probably slept a lot. I know that I didn't hear anything more after that until much later.
I wonder what day it is.
Well, it was Saturday when we came down here, wasn't it?
Yes.
Well, then it must be, I don't know.
We've been here a week, I think.
More than that.
Much more?
About a week and a half.
Oh. You think it's Wednesday? Or?
I think so.
If it's Wednesday, then we've been here 11 days.
Something like that. What difference does it make?
I'd just like to know, that's all. Oh, don't be angry, darling.
Doctor, I had the craziest impulse to whisper to them, it's Tuesday. I almost laughed. Why do these ludicrous ideas come into our heads at the weirdest moments of our lives?
Perhaps it wasn't as ludicrous as you thought.
Well, of course it was. I was there to watch these people die. Listen to them die is more like it. And I still wanted to tell them what day of the week it was. If that's not ludicrous, I don't know what is.
Tell me, what happened next?
Well, I went to sleep on the roof of the cave. After the sun came up in the morning, I got a sandwich out of my saddlebag and a flask of brandy and sat on the sand for a while, watching the ocean. And then I went back to my listening post.
George.
Yes?
I'm going to try walking around a little. Oh, Lord. This darkness is driving me mad.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Let me have a match.
No.
Oh, give it to me.
I won't.
What was that?
I heard something.
I stumbled over something.
Well, look for it. Fish
That's
around.
what I'm doing. Got it.
Well, what is it?
Feels like a little sort of a pan.
Pan?
Well, about 4 or 5 inches wide.
What?
Enamel, I think. Feels like enamel. It's a little pan to cook things in, the sort of thing campers might use.
Wait. That means somebody's been here before.
And that means whoever was here could come back.
Well, somebody else could. I mean, this cave is a place people come to. We're not the only ones. We're not the first. Other people have...
They'd stumbled across the little enamel pan I had used to boil my herbs in. I couldn't bring myself to speak to them, but I took a packet of matches, the cardboard kind, and I wrote on it, I am here. Just that. I am here. And I slipped it through the crack in the roof of the cave.
3 little words. I am here. I suppose the most cherished trio of words in our language consists of I love you. But surely there are times of trouble when I am here is even more welcome. It is the disease of not listening, the malady of not marking, that I am troubled withal. So said Henry IV, according to William Shakespeare. But the disease that troubles Martin Jerome is listening too closely, and his malady is marking too well.
I pushed the packet of matches with its absurd message down through the crack in the cave with a little stick. I heard it drop. I knew it had reached them even before I heard Marion speak.
George. Huh? Something just dropped onto my shoulder. George, light the match.
Marion, it's our last match.
I don't care, light it. I have to know what fell on my shoulder.
I don't like to use
George,
up our last...
please, if you don't...
All right. All right. Take it easy. Did you see anything?
It hit my shoulder, and then it... Here it is. George!
Well,
it's matches. It's a whole folder of matches.
You're kidding.
I'm not. There's something written on it here, George. Wait a minute. It says, I am here.
Who? Who's here?
I don't know.
Oh, my God, that's the end of the match. I held it till I burned my fingers. I'm sorry, I couldn't.
It's all right. What? We have matches now. Can you see?
It isn't signed at all. It just says, I am here. That's all.
But who's here?
Doesn't matter, does it? Somebody's here. That's what counts.
Why doesn't he say something? Call out to us or something. Tell us that everything will be all right.
Maybe he's gone for help.
Oh, yes, that must be it.
Yes, that is it. It's all right now. It's all right as long as somebody's here.
I couldn't stand their joy over my simple-minded message. They seemed like silly children, as silly as I felt myself. For I hadn't the faintest notion what I was going to do once I had made this strange contact with them. I climbed down and sat on the beach staring at the water until I fell asleep. I must have slept the rest of that day and all night because it was the sun coming up behind the horizon that woke me. I went back to the cave, climbed to the roof, and put my ear to the crack.
George, I can't stand it. Where is he?
How should I know? Stop asking me.
He wouldn't give us a message like that. He wouldn't write, I am here on a package of matches and then just go away, would he?
How do I know? You keep asking me as though I had an answer.
Oh, I'm not hungry anymore.
I haven't been hungry for a long time.
I just feel terribly weak.
Damn it, I know. Now, will you shut up? Just shut up.
We'll die here, George.
Be quiet.
No water. No food.
We'll die here. I said, shut up. Whoever wrote that note must have been a madman. Wherever he was, he's gone away. Yes. And we'll die in this cave. I don't intend to die in this cave. Oh. And just what do you think you'll do about it? Something. Nothing you can do. I'm just not going to die. Yeah. Not yet. Yeah, you are. Make up your mind to it.
What are you doing now?
I'm going to light a match.
Matches? We have matches. No food, no water, just matches. George, what?
I'm not going to die. Not yet. Not me.
George!
Not me.
I felt as though the world had stopped. Actually, I had stopped. All at once, I knew what I must do. I didn't want to go completely out of my mind. I clambered down from the roof. I ran to the cave entrance. I tried to move the big boulder that blocked it. I knew even before I tried that I wouldn't be able to do it. But my mind was working brilliantly. I ran to where my horse's saddle and bridle lay on the sand. And after taking it all apart, I began working to put it together again for a new purpose. Oh, I used everything. The girth, the reins, the stirrup leathers. And in an hour, I had fashioned a crude device. I led my horse to the cave entrance. Somehow, I wrapped the girth around the boulder and made it firm. The reins circled my horse's shoulders. And then I stood back and gave him a sharp rap on the flank. He moved. And the boulder moved. The boulder moved away from the entrance to the cave. There was room for me to squeeze through. Just inside, I found them. She lay there in a faint. He lay across her. And his teeth were sunk in her breast.
Mr. Jerome, would you like to wait till another time to tell me?
No. I must tell it to you now. I carried their bodies out, and I put them on the back of my horse. I threw a halter over his head and led him the 15 miles to Marsh Hills. It took all day because I stopped every hour to be sure that they were both breathing. There's a doctor in Marsh Hills, and I left them on his doorstep. I rang his bell and fled. The next day, I waited outside the doctor's house until I saw an ambulance drive up and take the young couple away. They were able to walk, so I knew they were all right, or soon would be. I went back to the city, but not before I had memorized the name of the hospital, which was printed on the ambulance. And from the city, I wrote to the hospital. I pretended to be a concerned relative. They answered me. They said that the girl, Marion, had already been discharged, but that they were keeping the young man for a few days more. They would let me know when he could go home. And they did let me know. I remember it was on a Sunday. And as he walked out of the hospital, I was waiting for him. He didn't seem at all surprised to see me. I took his hand. He came with me quietly. We boarded the bus. We took the 2 trains, no trouble at all. And when we got to the city, we went to my flat. He undressed, bathed, and got into my bed. And he went to sleep. That was, 6 months ago, Doctor. And he's been there with me ever since.
He's all right?
Oh, he's very well. I sleep on the floor now. He sleeps in the bed. I cook his breakfast, come home from the office and cook his lunch. And, of course, I make dinner for us both at night. And, we listen to music. I read a book, but he just listens to the music. Oh, yes, he's in good health.
Mr. Jerome, the hour is up.
You want me to leave?
Not quite yet. You've told me an amazing story. As amazing a story as I've ever heard. But tell me, just what is it you expect of me? What do you want me to do for you?
Huh? Oh, why, nothing, Doctor.
Nothing. Nothing at all.
I don't want help for myself, Doctor. I want help for the young man. You see, in the 6 months he's been staying with me, he hasn't uttered a word. Not one word.
Go see the doctor, young man. Yes, George. He can help you to unburden yourself. He will make the words pour out in full confession, and you'll feel the better for it. Why, look. Look what he has just done for Martin Jerome. As the deadly hour passed. You've heard of the 7 wonders of the world? The Grand Canyon, the Taj Mahal, Niagara Falls, and I forget the other 4. No matter. Because they are simple things compared to the human mind in all its deviousness, all its twists and drifts. Why, I could sit in wonder at the human mind for the rest of my life. Our cast included Norman Rose, Marion Seldes, John Barragray, and Jack Grimes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense. To the fear you can hear, to the world of terrifying imagination. They say, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. And perhaps it's true. But the question is, how long can that fury endure? How long can the passions burn? Our mystery drama, A Dream of Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Michael Tolan. Sometimes a few notes of an incomplete melody may steal through your head. It isn't like any tune you know, and yet you've heard it before. For no reason, a name, a noise, an aroma may evoke a dim and distant memory. A memory of a place you cannot clearly remember, but it's a place you cannot completely forget. A great poet said, life is a dream, and even dreams are dreams. Perhaps. But sooner or later, there must be an awakening for every dream. And for Rexford Patterson, there was the rudest awakening of all.
Hey, Patterson, wake up. Your lawyer's here.
Huh? What?
Your lawyer's here.
Lawyer? Why? What do I want a lawyer for? Where am I?
You're in a jailhouse.
Jailhouse? How did I get... I demand to see a lawyer.
Mister, no sooner said than done. He's all yours, Counselor.
All right, Sheriff, if you would leave us.
Bang on the door when you want out, Counselor.
Who are you? Why am I in here?
My name is Peter Evans. I'm an attorney. I was retained by the university on your behalf.
Why do I need a lawyer?
Why? Well, you're going to be tried for murder.
Who is?
You are.
But that's impossible.
You don't remember?
Murder?
Murder.
No.
Well, according to the sheriff, you were found unconscious on the floor of your study and she'd been shot.
Who?
Your fiancée.
Charity? I killed Charity?
No. Madeline Betty, your fiancée, Madeline Betty Powers. Who's Charity?
Charity Youngblood. She was my fiancée.
You had two of them? Look, we know you were engaged to Madeline Betty Powers. Now you say you were also engaged to a Miss Charity Youngblood?
Yes.
Well, what happened to that engagement?
I broke it.
Was the parting amicable?
No.
How did Miss Youngblood take it?
She was hurt, angry. She was violent.
What do you mean, violent?
She swore she would make me regret it. She swore she would have a revenge.
Can you prove any of this?
Oh, yes.
How?
I have it in writing.
Well, now, this may throw a new light on the case. When did you break your engagement to Miss Youngblood?
When? About 200 years ago.
Good. You see, if we can produce written evidence... When did you say you broke this engagement?
I was killed at the Battle of Monmouth in 78. And 3 years before that would be, the early spring of 1775.
Allow me to suggest the only plea that will save you. Insanity.
No, I will insist that we plead the truth.
Well, what is the truth?
Self-defense. I killed Charity Youngblood in self-defense.
All right. Look. Now, you may have killed Miss Youngblood in self-defense 200 years ago, but it's over. It's gone. It's done with. Nobody wants you for that. You're going to be tried for the murder of Madeline Betty Powers.
Exactly. Charity Youngblood is Madeline Betty Powers.
Professor Patterson.
You're my attorney. I have to tell you the truth.
But I can't believe it.
But I can prove it. Look, go to my apartment. In the middle drawer of my desk, there's a book. An old book, an old leather notebook. Bring it here. You'll see. You'll see for yourself. Proof. You read the book?
Yes. It's a diary kept by a girl named Charity Youngblood, daughter of a Connecticut gunsmith during the Revolutionary War. She was jilted by a young officer named Eli Wallington. Naturally, she was quite upset about it. But where is the proof you promised me?
I was that young officer. I was Eli Wallington.
Oh, look, Professor Patterson, if I'm to represent you, you'll simply have to tell me...
The truth. I know the truth. But I tell you the truth and you refuse to believe me.
It's impossible to believe you.
Impossible. That's the key word. Well, today's commonplace was yesterday's impossibility. People said it was impossible to transplant a heart, impossible to walk on the moon.
You're talking about reincarnation.
Last summer, I stopped at an antique shop in central Connecticut. Heaped high on a counter was a pile of old pictures, letters, books. I picked up that little notebook, the one you're now holding. I read that name, that hand-lettered name, Charity Youngblood. And suddenly I felt as if I'd been stabbed through the heart. I knew that name. I knew that name.
Please, Professor Patterson.
No, don't tell me to be calm. Don't humor me. Just listen to me. I knew that name. I knew the girl. I knew the time. I knew the place. Here, turn to the page where she describes how he proposed to her.
Just don't see how
Just
all of...
do it.
All right. This is what you want? Monday. Eli proposed marriage to me this morning.
I read the name Eli. An electric shock ran through my system. I knew I was Eli. And the entire scene ran through my mind. Exactly as she wrote it in her diary. Exactly. Good morning, Charity.
Oh, it's the high and mighty Lieutenant Eli Wallington. Come to see my father? Well, that pistol of yours isn't ready.
I've come to see you, Charity. I've been foolish.
It doesn't interest me.
Charity, I love you.
Oh, yes, you love me.
Believe me.
Oh, I believe you. You love me here. You love me now. But tomorrow you'll be somewhere else. You'll see someone else. You'll love someone else.
Men are fools. We don't realize at first how important it is to have a woman who really loves us. And you love me.
Please go.
Marry me, Charity.
Eli?
We'll have the banns on Sunday and marry the week after. Now, come, close the shop. We'll go riding this morning.
But I promised Father...
Let's be together this morning. Come with me.
Oh, Eli, you're a scoundrel.
Yes, Charity. But I'm your scoundrel.
You must never forget that, Eli. Never forget that.
What are you trying to tell me, Professor Patterson?
Don't you see, as Eli Wallington, I had lived through that scene. I knew how I felt. I loved her.
How do you know you were Eli Wallington?
How do we know you're Peter Evans? You just know, that's all.
None of this is proof in a court of law.
You can read in her diary. Yes, Sunday. This morning, the banns were read in the church. But Eli never married her. Do you know why? Because Charity was right. The very next week, Eli was somewhere else. He saw someone else. He loved someone else. He never saw Charity again. And 3 years later, he was dead at Monmouth. Turn to Charity's diary. See what she wrote when she heard the news of Eli's death. Here's the evidence you need to defend me in court. Read it.
All right. Now, Friday. This morning, the Reverend Fallowfield came into the shop with news.
Charity, I am told that Eli Wallington has fallen at Monmouth. I thought you might wish to know.
Thank you, Reverend.
He died bravely for his country. And I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him.
I will not forgive him.
Charity.
On that Sunday, that awful Sunday, I swore I'd kill him.
But the boy is already dead.
He'll live again. I'll live again. I'll find him and kill him.
Give up this frightful hatred before it destroys you.
He won't escape.
If only I could help you, Charity.
No one can help me. And no one can help Eli. Somewhere, somehow, someday, I'll have my revenge.
And when I picked up that diary in the antique shop, Mr. Evans, I was almost frozen with terror. I knew I had come back. Why shouldn't she? But you know something? After a while, I began to laugh at myself.
Why?
Well, for the same reason you're probably laughing at me. After all, we live in the modern, rational 20th century. Every night, I'd sit alone at home and wait for Charity to come and kill me. And nothing happened.
She didn't show up.
No. And you can't maintain an emotional pitch forever. And so soon, I stopped thinking about it. And then one afternoon, I was sitting in my study. Come in, it's not locked.
Good afternoon, Professor Patterson.
Yes. Let me see, you're Miss...
Powers. Madeline Betty Powers. I'm scheduled for a conference at exactly 1500 hours.
1500 hours?
3 p.m. We use this terminology at the engineering school.
Oh, I see. You're an engineering major, Miss Powers?
Have you any objections?
Oh, no, certainly not.
Professor, I require 3 credits in the humanities for my degree. I chose your American history course.
I am flattered.
It was the only one open.
You shouldn't have said that.
Oh, I have no interest in the dead past, only in the dynamic present. How can I survive your course?
First, show up for class, occasionally. Second, don't snore too loudly at my lectures. Third, write me a term paper.
On what subject?
Oh, any subject related to the Revolutionary War.
I know what I'll do. I'll write a novel.
Miss Powers, what are you saying?
Yes, a novel. A novel about a girl.
But, Miss Powers, you ask for an easy way out. A novel is the most difficult project.
You know what gave me the idea for it, Professor? This antique pistol on your desk.
What? Broken down, rusty old relic?
It just came to me by just looking at it. I'll write about a girl whose father was a gunsmith.
What did you say?
In one of the 13 colonies, Connecticut.
But, Miss Powers, do you know anything about Connecticut during the Revolution?
No, I'll make it up. After all, it's a novel.
Have you ever been to Connecticut?
No, never in my life. Now, the girl, the heroine of my novel, will be beautiful, sexy. I can see her. I can just see what she looks like. And her name, I even know her name.
What is it?
I think I have a good one. Her name...
No, don't tell me. Write it down on a piece of paper. But don't let me see what you're writing.
But why?
Please do as I ask, Miss Powers.
All right.
You've written her name?
Yes, Professor.
Her name is Charity. Charity Youngblood.
Professor Patterson. How did you know?
How does he know? Funny how these things work out, no? You can never tell who you'll come back as. Devil-may-care adventurer Eli Wallington becomes a serious, sober professor of history. Sexy Charity returns as a budding lady scientist. But she still has a mission. Murder. We'll return shortly with Act 2. Professor Patterson, a quiet teacher of history, is in jail, accused of killing his fiancée. He doesn't deny it. What he's desperately trying to prove is that he killed the one he had 200 years ago.
Where, Miss Powers, have you heard that name, Charity Youngblood, before?
Nowhere. I made it up.
You made it up?
Well, Charity sounds like a name a girl might have had 200 years ago. And Youngblood has a kind of colonial quality to it. Charity Youngblood. It just sort of popped into my head.
And everything just came to you, the whole idea for the novel, the heroine, her name, it all occurred to you just now?
Yes, that's right, Professor Patterson. I simply can't account for it. It has no scientific basis. But suddenly, I have feelings that I've never experienced before.
What sort of feelings?
I can't describe them. Vague ideas, hazy pictures.
Of what?
But this woman, this girl, this Charity Youngblood, she's a creature of my own imagination. I only conjured her up a few moments ago, and yet she seems to be alive.
Give it up, Miss Powers. You know, sometimes when you write fiction, the character takes over, and unless you're a skilled professional author, this can be dangerous. Just attend class, look intelligent, and you'll pass the course.
Well, Professor, that wouldn't be ethical.
Miss Powers, we'll just let that be our secret. Hello.
Professor Patterson, this is Miss Powers.
What? Miss Powers?
Madeline Betty Powers. at once. Please.
Well,
Important.
Where?
Well, I'm calling from the all-night cafeteria at the Student Union building.
I'll be there.
Oh, thank you, Professor.
I had to see you. And I didn't think it would be proper for me to go to your apartment at this hour.
Well, what seems to be the problem, Miss Powers?
The story.
The story?
The story of Charity Youngblood.
Well, I thought we decided to drop it.
But that's the problem. I can't seem to get it out of my mind.
Well, I'm sure you...
It's taken over. I can't think of anything else. Well, I'm obsessed by it. This girl, Charity Youngblood. I know her so well, I sometimes think... No, you'll laugh.
No, tell me.
I sometimes think she's me.
Well, of course she's you.
What are you saying?
Well, when you write fiction, every character has to be yourself in one form or another.
No, it's more than that. It's a feeling in my bones. I seem to have an urge to do something.
What?
I don't know. But I keep writing. Now, I've written 20 pages so far, and most of the time it doesn't even seem that I'm the one who's doing the writing. I get the feeling that I'm just holding the pen, and my hand is being guided. I'd like you to read what I've written so far. Please.
Miss Powers, you've been working too hard.
No, I just feel that something is happening to me. I seem to feel I have some sort of mission.
What kind of mission?
Well, I don't know. But every day I feel it's becoming clearer. But I still have no idea of what it is.
And every day, Mr. Evans, she would hand me a chapter of her novel. And that novel will win me acquittal in court.
Why?
Because each chapter is word for word a day in Charity Youngblood's original diary. In Madeline Betty's own handwriting.
Where's that novel now?
In my desk. I did everything I could to get her to stop writing, hoping that somehow I could get her mind off it. But of course that was useless. After all, if she really was Charity Youngblood, and there was no doubt in my mind about it, nothing would stop her from finding it out. And every day she was getting closer. Not just to Charity, but to me.
Professor, I decided to give Charity a love interest. We're about to have the war, and I've created a young cavalry officer of the Connecticut Brigade. I have a name for him, Eli Wallington.
Eli Wallington?
Yes.
Miss Powers, you've already written more than enough to earn a good grade. It's already longer than the average term paper.
Oh, but I have to finish.
Why? This whole thing started as a term project.
Yes, it may have started that way, but now it's something that belongs to me, and I can't help it. I have to keep writing until... Until something happens.
What? What is supposed to happen?
I don't know. But I'm afraid. I'm very much afraid.
I was afraid too, Mr. Evans. Afraid that at any time she would suddenly realize that she wanted to kill me.
But surely you realize...
What? You mean I had nothing to be afraid of? Suppose someone's determined to kill you, and you know it. You tell me.
You know what I think? Although it's academic now. I think you should have gone to a psychiatrist.
I did. I went to the top. I went to the head of the Department of Psychiatry at the University Hospital.
All right. Now, let us see if we can delve into the core of these hallucinations.
No, let's not, Dr. Laufer. You see, these are not hallucinations.
No?
No. These are matters of fact. I know them to be true.
You're talking about reincarnation.
Yes. And you obviously don't believe in it.
That's hardly the point. It may exist, for all I know. However, if it does, then we have no way of knowing who we were in a past lifetime.
Perhaps we had no way of knowing. Perhaps today, with heightened powers of communication, perhaps our modern scientific technology has upset certain natural balances. Whatever. The fact is, I know.
If you know, you know. What do you want me to do?
Suggest a way I can live with it.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Look, if a man was an alcoholic or a drug addict or a gambler, and he said to you, this is what's wrong with me, how do I live with it? What would you tell him?
You are oversimplifying.
I am I'll coin the word. Reincarnate. How do I live with it? Especially since my life is in danger.
Very well. Why is your life in danger?
I told you. Charity Youngblood wants her revenge. And she's here in the person of Madeline Betty Powers to exact it.
Don't you see what you must do?
No.
This is all within the framework you yourself have created. If you remove the motive, you can prevent the crime.
I still don't know what you mean.
If she wants to kill you because you jilted her, well, all you have to do is give her satisfaction.
How?
Marry her.
Marry her? Marry Madeline Betty? She's hardly my type.
You're 32 years old. You're not married. Are you going with anyone?
No. But marry her? How do I know she'll have me?
Were you once Eli Wallington?
Yes.
Was she once Charity Youngblood?
Yes.
She'll have you.
Oh, Professor Patterson, you really didn't have to take me to dinner.
Well, our conference ran late. We have to eat.
Well, I mean, to a place like this.
Well, this is a very nice place. Or so I thought.
Oh.
Would you care to dance?
Oh, no, thank you. I dance rather poorly.
Oh, I can't believe that.
Why can't you believe it?
Because you're so charming.
I don't think so. At least no one ever told me that.
But I think so.
Do you? Why?
Well, it's a subjective thing.
I lied to you just now. I said I dance poorly. The truth is, I don't dance at all.
Now, how is that possible?
Girls who don't get asked usually don't bother to learn. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that since the day I met you, I started thinking it. I don't know how to describe it.
Well, what were you thinking?
Oh, crazy things. That is, for me. I suddenly wanted to write a book. Why, I'll never know. And I began thinking of a girl who lived hundreds of years ago in a place I'd never heard of. I can't understand it.
Madeline Betty, maybe I can help you.
Would you, Professor Patterson?
Rex. Go on, say it. Call me Rex.
Rex.
I've also felt something since the time you walked into my study for conference. And I've been trying to analyze it. And I finally discovered what it is. It's love.
Professor Patterson.
Rex. And so I'm asking you, I hope that you will marry me.
If you're going along with what Rex believes, they're playing the scene again. Rex and Madeline Betty have now reached the point where Eli proposed to Charity. Charity said yes, but will Madeline Betty? Yes or no will be the first word you will hear when we return shortly with Act 3. Eliminate the motive, and you prevent the crime. Excellent advice. And Rexford Patterson has taken it. He has just proposed to Madeline Betty Powers because it's the only way he can think of to keep her from killing him. And now, she looks at him and says,
Yes, Professor Patterson. Yes.
You can't agree to marry a man and call him Professor Patterson.
Rex.
I know it's sudden, Madeline Betty. We can get married after you graduate.
Oh, I'll marry you anytime you say, Rex. I love you.
I love you, too.
I fell in love with you. Must have been at first sight.
Why?
Why? Because you're handsome.
I was hoping I had other qualities.
Oh, you do. You do. But being handsome's part of it. Why did you fall in love with me?
Because you're beautiful.
Oh.
No, you don't believe it.
No, Well, I feel beautiful. You make me feel beautiful. Oh, Rex. I can't believe this is happening to me.
It's happening. It's happening to both of us.
And I'll be such a good wife for you.
What is it?
Oh, my head.
What's the matter?
Suddenly feels so light, so clear.
Well, that's good.
And different.
Different?
Yes, different.
How?
The book. You know the novel that I'm writing for the course?
Yes?
All of a sudden, I don't want to write it anymore.
Why not?
I don't know how it came into my head in the first place. Just as suddenly as it came, it's gone out.
Gone out?
That girl, Charity?
Oh, yes, Charity, the heroine of your book.
Yes, that's her name. Yes, I seem to remember. Well, she's gone from my mind, too. I simply can't understand how it happened.
Well, why bother?
Yes, that's right. Why bother about anything except us? Except you and me.
So you proposed to her professor and you were accepted. She seemed happy. Apparently you were reconciled. What was the problem?
The problem was, Mr. Evans, I didn't really love her. Just as Eli didn't really love Charity.
But within the theory you'd set up...
Don't call it a theory. It's a fact.
Oh, whatever, but this is what you had to do. You had to marry the girl.
And I tried hard. But she made it impossible. She was...
What did she do?
Nothing, really. She was just so grateful to me. You pay attention to a wallflower, and what you create for yourself is a clinging vine. A vine that can strangle and suffocate you. And besides...
Yes?
Besides, there was Susan Miller. Come in, Madeline Betty.
I'm not Madeline Betty, but I came in anyhow.
Well, how do you do?
Professor Patterson?
Yes?
I'm Susan Miller, of the English department.
You're new here.
Oh, I received my teaching appointment last week. Early American Lit.
A favorite field of mine.
Well, that's the scoop on campus. Anything early American, see Rex Patterson. I just thought we'd chat.
Fix you a drink?
A soft one.
Naturally.
Diet, if you have it. I'm watching my weight.
Why? I think it's most attractive the way it is.
Well, if you think so, I'll keep it that way. Did you know that General Burgoyne wrote a play?
Yes, it was called Maid of the Oaks.
And it was produced in New York during the Revolution.
Yes, and I'll tell you who was in the cast. And that's how it all started, Mr. Evans. Easy, relaxed, delightful. There is such a thing as love at first sight. And it was there for both of us.
But Madeline Betty.
Madeline Betty. Well, I knew I had to do something about her.
Yeah, exactly. So you killed her.
No, that's not the reason.
You wanted to marry Susan Miller.
It never reached that point. I mean, we didn't get that far.
But the prosecution will know about Susan Miller.
No, they don't have to. No one really knew.
No one?
No one. Except Susan, myself, and Madeline Betty.
Hello?
Hello. Is Rex, Professor Patterson there?
Oh, who's calling?
This is Susan. Miss Susan Miller.
Rex, it's for you, Miss Susan Miller.
Oh, thank you, Madeline. Yes, Susan?
Rex, how about a drive in the country?
I have considerable work to do.
But I thought you had nothing to do all weekend.
So did I, but I have this research project.
I see. Did your project answer the phone?
No. No, it's nothing like that.
Well, maybe we can get together tomorrow.
Sure thing. Goodbye.
Bye.
And who is Susan Miller?
She teaches here.
I'll bet. What does she teach?
English. You could look it up in the catalog.
I'm sorry. I'm so jealous. Forgive me.
You're forgiven.
I just can't believe my good luck, that's all. Rex, you said you'd marry me any time I chose.
Well, yes.
Well, I choose now.
Now?
Well, next month. I want Mother and Dad and my sisters, and I have some cousins. I'd like to see the looks on their faces. The first Sunday next month. That's almost 4 weeks from now. Is that all right?
Well,
You haven't changed your mind, have you?
But I had changed my mind, Doctor.
I see.
I wish I knew what doctors meant when they say, I see.
Patterson, you are the one who set up the ground rules. You said she was Charity Youngblood, reincarnated to have her revenge.
I know. I know.
And using that, I suggested marriage. It was your only chance.
I realize that, but you see, I really don't believe that anymore.
You don't?
I should have listened to you when you called it an hallucination.
You agree with that now?
I think I do.
What caused this radical change?
I'm in love.
With whom?
A woman.
A woman?
Yes, a woman. Not a girl, not an immature, neurotic girl, but a woman. A woman who is beautiful, intelligent, who has everything in common with me, who has something to offer me, just as I have something to offer her.
And what of Madeline Betty or Charity Youngblood?
Charity Youngblood was an adolescent delusion.
You're hardly an adolescent.
In many respects, I was. I fell in love with the idea of Charity Youngblood, this voluptuous creature, but...
Yes.
You grow up when you meet a real woman.
As I said before, you're hardly a boy.
It takes some of us longer than others.
And Madeline Betty? What of her?
She'll have to grow up, too.
Somehow, all this, it doesn't seem fair to her.
Life itself is unfair, Doctor.
You make everything seem very neat. Somehow, I don't think you'll be able to unwrap the package as easily as you think.
Why?
I told you, Madeline Betty. I told you.
You said you loved me.
I thought I did.
No.
Oh, please, Madeline Betty, don't make this difficult for both of us.
Oh, Rex, please, marry me.
No, it wouldn't be right.
I told everyone, my parents, my sister, my friends. Oh, Rex, what can I tell them now?
Would you want us to live a lie?
I don't care. Rex, why did you do this to me?
These things happen.
You loved because I was here. You went somewhere else. You saw someone else. Now you love someone else.
What are you saying?
I don't know what I'm saying.
Look, you'll find someone else, too.
I'm sorry, Rex. I've been speaking to you like a fool. You want to break our engagement?
Only because it would be best for both of us.
For whatever reason. I won't stand in your way.
Excuse me. Hello?
Rex?
Could you...
She doesn't have to call back. I'm leaving. But before I go, Rex, I'd like to have a memento of us. I'll leave you what I wrote about Charity Youngblood, and, could I have...
Anything, Madeline Betty.
That...
Anything.
Pistol, that old broken antique pistol?
Well, certainly, of course.
Well, goodbye, Eli.
What did you say?
Nothing.
What did you call me?
I called you by your name. Goodbye.
night, Mr. Evans, she left the college. Her roommate called me and said Madeline Betty had disappeared.
Didn't you feel that perhaps you should investigate?
No. Well, to tell you the truth, I felt relieved. I thought she was embarrassed and had decided to go somewhere, and I forgot all about her.
You forgot? How could you forget?
Maybe I wanted to forget. Anyway, about a week later, I came home. It was late at night.
Good evening.
What are you doing here?
I have a key, remember?
Look, what can I do for you?
Nothing. Ask me what I can do for you.
What?
I can kill you.
What do you say?
Yes. I can kill you very easily. And I'm going to.
Madeline Betty,
Who are you talking to? My name is Charity.
Charity?
Yes, Eli. Charity. Remember Charity?
No, you're Madeline Betty.
It's taken me such a long time to find you, Eli. Such a long time.
Listen to me. I'm not Eli. I'm Rex Patterson, and you're not Charity. You're Madeline Betty Towers.
Sweet talk, Eli. You always could do it, but it doesn't go with me anymore.
Look, Madeline Betty, I'll have to ask you to leave.
Oh, I will. After I kill you.
No, you can't kill me.
I can. With this.
What are you talking about? With that rusty old antique pistol?
No, not anymore. I brought it home to Father, to Isaiah Youngblood's gun shop, and I said, Father, fix this pistol. And he did, you see, how he cleaned it and oiled it. See how it shines now.
Madeline
Don't
Betty.
move any closer, not one step closer. See how it sparkles. He gave it a new frammer and a fresh flint, fitted a new flash pan, and then primed it. Poured in the powder, rammed home the ball, and now it's ready to fire.
Charity, no.
Get away from me. Take your hands off.
No.
Get away from
Drop it.
Let go of me, Eli.
Charity,
Eli.
drop it. We struggled for the gun, and at the last second, the barrel must have turned toward her, and she pulled the trigger.
And that's your defense?
That's my defense.
You want me to plead that defense?
I want you to tell the jury exactly what happened, why it happened, and the way it happened. Show them the written proof.
You're sure that's what you want me to do?
Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure because it's the truth.
Well, I hope the jury buys it.
Would you have bought Professor Patterson's story? You would. A pity you weren't on the jury. Because 12 good men and true, actually 6 of them were women, deliberated for a full week and decided that Rex would have to pay the price. Not just the price for Madeline Betty, but also, as it turned out, the price for Charity. I'll be back shortly. Can a desire for revenge span the centuries? Not a comforting thought, exactly. It's all most of us can do to hew to the straight and narrow during one lifetime. If we're going to have to pay for the sins of other incarnations and existences, well, who has the price? But there is no price for our next meeting, when we shall enjoy another suspenseful experience. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Marion Seldes, E.V. Juster, Ira Lewis, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It's been said that you can always recognize a werewolf simply by shaking hands. If the handshaker has hair on the inside of his palms, QED, a werewolf. Of course, this is an old wives' tale. As for me, I'm perfectly willing to accept the fact that the whole idea of werewolves was absurdly exaggerated by the superstitious during the Middle Ages. However, I would like some explanation of the concept everyone recognizes today, of the subconscious, something inside a person which can take over and utterly control a person's mind and actions, particularly under great stress. Our mystery drama, Night of the Howling Dog, was especially adapted from the classic by Algernon Blackwood for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett, and stars Mason Adams and Norman Rose. The pages of fiction are filled with surrogates passionately pleading the causes of other lovers to beautiful ladies. The characters of Cyrano de Bergerac, John Alden courting Patricia for Miles Standish, and the devil himself serenading the beautiful Margarita on behalf of Faust. These are only a few examples that come immediately to mind. However, I had never heard of a lover deputizing an animal to forward his suit until now. And to bring you this amazing story, I introduce an eyewitness.
It's strange that as I approach the end of my years, I now find more people willing to believe the stories of my adventures with my employer, the famed psychologist of the occult, Duane Carter. When I was working so closely with Duane and writing down these excursions into the dark recesses of men's soul and minds, I found nothing but skeptics. Today, perhaps since we know more, we now realize there are still things we don't know. At any rate, let me start at the beginning of this incredible phenomenon. It all began when Duane and I said goodbye at London's Waterloo Station on a hot July day in 1912.
Now, Ernie, we've got a full fall schedule, so you be sure and get plenty of rest. I want you to be raring to go when we meet in Stockholm on August 15th. Unless, of course, you should send for me sooner.
Send for you? If I'm going to need you, Duane, then I'm hardly going to have a restful vacation.
Nonsense. Both of us know the strange effects a stay in the wilderness can have on people who wear the trappings of civilization the rest of the year.
Well, you were the one who prescribed getting back to nature as the prescription that straightened out Timothy Manning's life. If he hadn't come to consult you, he'd still be preaching in a pulpit, making his wife and daughter's lives miserable.
But Timmy isn't the only member of your little party.
Are you trying to sound a warning? If so, you'll have to be more specific.
Well, I have nothing specific in mind. Just a feeling that will very probably turn out to be wrong. You go ahead and enjoy yourself, Ernie. And forget what I said.
Duane must have known. The one thing I could not do was forget what he said. Duane Carter's whole reputation as a scientist was based on his uncanny sixth sense, an intuition that enabled him to handle cases too bizarre for other psychiatrists. So I was more than ordinarily alert as our boat approached the shore of the small island we'd chosen for our camp.
Easy there, Ernie. Peter, lend Ernie a hand and we'll pull the cutter further up the beach. Then unload, and the ladies will see to the tents and other supplies. This is the life. Room for body and mind. Just the place for a man to refuel his soul.
And how does a man go about doing that, Reverend?
I'll let Peter Sangre answer that. Peter, here's a perfect opportunity for you to show Ernie how much you've learned since you started studying with me.
There'll be time enough for theology lessons later, Dad.
Right now, Peter could be very useful in giving Mother and me a hand with some of these supplies.
Oh, I'll be happy to, any time at all. I'm always very happy to help you, Miss Manning.
Peter Sangre was a young Canadian studying for the ministry under the Reverend Manning's tutelage. He'd been staying with the family back in New York, and it was obvious that he'd been smitten by the laughing eyes of Joan Manning. So obvious that it was sometimes embarrassing to watch the depth of yearning in his eyes. This was painfully evident the first night when Peter, Joan, and I joined forces exploring our island. Well, I never realized the Baltic Sea had this many small islands so close to shore.
It's so beautiful. The water's so calm. I wish we had the canoe. We could paddle to the other islands while we still have the northern lights.
Good idea. You and Peter wait here, and I'll go across and fetch you.
No, let Peter get the canoe. You and I will wait here.
Oh, you bet. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Well, Joni, what was that all about?
You found me rude.
Let's say very definite about not wanting to be alone with Peter.
Oh, dear. It's very obvious then. I'm sure he noticed.
I wouldn't worry about him, Joan. Surely you know he's madly in love with you, and you shouldn't feel upset if you don't like him.
I don't dislike him. It's just that I see his eyes on me, seeking, even demanding, and I'm afraid he might do or say something that would lead to unpleasantness.
You, Joan Manning, the fearless, frightened?
Listen, I'm serious. There's something about Peter that makes me feel creepy. Something I don't think he knows himself. I'll confess it draws me, attracts me, but at the same time it makes me afraid.
Joan, I don't know whether you're trying to tell me you're afraid of Sangre or something in you.
My heart tells me there's something in Peter Sangre. Something buried deep inside him. Something dark and perhaps even dangerous. And I'm desperately afraid and desperately curious.
How long has Peter been studying for the ministry with your dad?
Almost a year.
This is the first time that you've had this feeling about him?
Yes. It only happened since we came here, away from New York and civilization. It seems almost what he's been waiting for. What we've both been waiting for.
The business of setting up camp for the first few days relegated that strange conversation to the back of my mind. But the Reverend Timmy brought it back sharply with a strange prayer one night.
We give thanks to you, O Lord, for our safe arrival. We also give thanks for our excellent health and pray this may continue for all of us. And the weather be fair, the fish be plentiful, and that nothing from the kingdom of darkness nor any evil thing disturb our nighttime tranquility.
Daddy, what brought that on?
Just a thought, Joan. It came into my mind, and I let the Lord know of it.
Reverend, I don't think we should put thoughts like that in the Lord's mind.
I think I can explain, Mr. Simpson.
Well, you, Peter?
Yes, sir. You see, I don't know if any of the others felt it. But I know that I sense something. Some presence here on the island with us.
But that's impossible. Our exploration showed there were two things lacking on our little island. Fresh water and animals.
I didn't say anything about an animal, Joan. I said a presence.
Now, come, children. Perhaps my prayer was out of place. Let's all be off to our tents and a good night's rest.
Who's that? Who's there? Whoever it is, let's not play tricks. I know someone's trying to frighten me. I'm coming out and see whoever it is that's playing this childish game.
Joan, I'm really sorry about that prayer last night. It obviously upset you and made you dream about some animal or other growling around your tent.
I tell you, I distinctly heard the howling of a dog. Didn't anyone else hear it?
Of course not. No one else heard it because you dreamed it.
Because of the lack of water, there's not an animal of any size on the whole island. You know we have to fetch our water from that little island across the way.
I know what I heard. And it wasn't a dream.
Well, there's nothing to prevent some animal from swimming over. A deer, for instance, might easily land in the night and decide to take a look around.
Oh, look, Mr. Simpson, I'd like you and the other men to come along with me. Mother, you stay here. You've already seen the tracks. And then I want Daddy to apologize to me and admit that I'm not having bad dreams. All right, now. There, look. Look at those marks on the outside of the tent. Are you going to tell me that they're not animal tracks?
Certainly they are. These tracks appear to have been made by some type of fairly large animal.
I apologize. I'm sorry I doubted you, darling.
Oh, Daddy, I'm so frightened. I'm just plain scared.
Mr. Simpson, look here. Look at these marks. That brute must have been scratching around my tent, too.
Certainly looks that way. These are the same marks. Did you hear anything?
Not me. Since I've come here, I sleep like a log.
Reverend, would you come over here to Peter's tent for a minute?
Coming, Simpson.
It's really strange. I wonder if Mrs. Manning heard anything. After all, her tent is right next to Jones. Timmy, what do you make of those tracks?
Looks like an animal, right enough. Tell you what I'd appreciate, Simpson, if you don't mind.
Well, I'm here to help.
Why don't you take Joan out for the day? On a hike or in the canoe and see if you can calm her down.
I thank you for taking me on this canoe trip today. But I know Dad suggested it.
That's right.
But I thank you anyway. It's kind of you.
Have you noticed any change in our friend Peter Sangre?
You mean his attitude towards me?
Good Lord, no. If anything, his devotion has become even more obvious.
What do you mean, changed?
Well, he seems much more self-reliant. Almost as if I don't know how to put it, but almost as if this is where he belongs.
So you sense something strange about him, too?
No, not strange. It's just that he seems to fit in better here than when I first met him. He's more confident. He's surer of himself.
Yes, I've felt that. And the more confident he gets, the more frightened I get.
For the next few days and nights, there was no excitement. And our camp life seemed to have settled into a routine. Until one night, the quiet was shattered by screams coming from very
Tony! Hang on, Tony, we're coming! Joan! Are you all right?
Something touched me! Something touched me! I felt it through the tent.
What's she saying, Ernest?
Daddy. The same growling and scratching as before. And there was a great tearing blow, and the tent was ripped open right next to my face.
Oh, your tent? No doubt about that, Reverend. You can see the gap where the thing or whatever it is ripped right through.
That dog again. We must do something.
First thing to do is to get over to the stockade and get a fire going.
What's going on? I brought my rifle. If it's that animal again, let me have it.
Now, come on, Peter. Help me start a fire.
What in the world do you think it is, Mr. Simpson? It surely can't be a dog.
It can't be very far away. We'll organize a hunt at once, this very minute.
Now, slow down, Reverend.
Action, Ernie. Any action to stop panic.
We've gone over every inch of this island, and there's no living creature on it besides ourselves.
Peter's right, Reverend. Not even a squirrel could have gotten by us.
All right. I know what it was. A dog from one of the farms on the larger island. A dog that's turned wild. It was attracted by our fires and the smell of food, and now it's gone back to where it came from. That's what it was.
Oh, Daddy, you don't really believe what you just said? You can't believe that. You just can't.
Occultists insist that events have souls. Souls given to them by the emotion and thoughts of those concerned with them. This in itself is a terrifying concept, because I can think of the souls of some events that must have shriveled with terror and agony that's indescribable. I'll be back with Act 2 and the very strange events on the Baltic Island in a moment.
On WABC.
The virtues of life and vacations in the untrammeled wilderness have long been extolled in song and story. We've all longed for the starry nights with the wind sighing softly through the friendly branches of the protecting trees. But nature also has a savage side, and sometimes a trip to the wilderness can bring out whatever primitive savage lurks within us.
I hate the rain, especially when I'm in the woods.
I thought you could use today to catch up on your studying, Peter.
Reverend says I'll pass my exams with flying colors and become a full-fledged minister in the fall.
Well, Timmy should know.
He should know more about his own daughter, too.
What? What does that mean?
Oh, nothing. I guess we're all upset by what's happened with Joan.
Well, of course we are, but I don't understand what you meant about Joan's father.
Forget it. I'm sorry I said it. I just wish one of us would be able to track down that dog, or whatever it is, that's gotten Joan in such a state.
She should be all right with her mother. You know that she's moved into Mrs. Manning's tent now, and there should be no more nonsense.
Nonsense? Is that what you think is so frightening for Joan? Maybe you should join forces with her father.
I had no trouble going to sleep after my rather strange conversation with young Sangree, but suddenly I found myself wide awake. I jumped from dead sleep to absolute wakefulness in a single instant. The rain had stopped. I went outside and sniffed the delicious clean air. A pallid half-moon just sinking into the sea threw a spectral light between the trees. And then, just 20 feet away across the paths, I saw a head thrust round the edge of Peter Sangree's tent. The head of an animal. An animal that had the appearance of no animal I'd ever seen before. Terror struck me. I knew it was the animal. And as I watched, riveted to the spot, the thing turned, slipped between the trees, and vanished. Wake up, Peter! Wake up!
Well...
Peter, come on!
What is it?
Peter, come on. The beast... The beast has been here in your tent. I swear it was about to leap at your throat.
What are you saying?
Let's not waste time. Quick, get your gun before Joan is attacked.
Joan? Oh, yes, all right. Yes, let's get over there. I'm with you. Yes, I see the tracks. It's a wolf. That's what it is. A wolf lost among the islands and starving to death. Desperate.
I don't think so. It was unlike any animal I've ever seen.
Whatever it is, it must be killed. Joan must be protected. I'll sleep all day and sit up all night and shoot the beast the minute I see it.
No, I don't think this is anything that we can deal with. I have a better plan. I'm going to send for the one man I know who can help. Dwayne Carter. He will know what to do.
Dwayne Carter? The psychic doctor?
Yes.
Then you think, it's something of that sort?
I am certain of it. Although nothing Dwayne Carter ever did took me completely by surprise. I was astonished to find a letter care of general delivery in the Wax Home post office. It was from Carter, giving a Stockholm address and stating that a phone call would bring him to Wax Home that same day. And so that night, Dwayne Carter joined us on the island. And after dinner, with Peter also sitting in, I told him of the strange events.
You did well to send for me, Ernie. What we have to deal with here is a werewolf.
A werewolf? Oh, surely these things are...
Rare enough, I'm happy to say, Mr. Sangree. Now, you say that no one has been injured so far.
No, surely there can't be any question of this poor, starved beast injuring anybody, can there?
I hope not. But what makes you think the creature is starved?
What? I can't tell you. Except that I felt from the beginning it was in pain and starved. Although why I feel this never occurred to me until you asked.
You really know very little about it, then?
I really know nothing at all. Nothing.
Help! Help! Get it off me! Keep it away! Oh, please!
There it is! Let me take a shot at it. No, don't shoot, Reverend. Help your wife take care of your daughter, and then meet Ernie and me at the stockade. How is Joan?
Oh, the beast tore her arm. Thank the Lord my wife woke up and the thing ran off. But it's not serious.
Well, that's something to be thankful for.
Here's your coffee. Thanks. This will be our last breakfast on this cursed island. We'll strike camp and get away today.
I think, Reverend, for the safety of all concerned, it would be better not to leave the island just now.
Both Mrs. Manning and I are grateful for your presence, Dr. Carter. But I can't help thinking that perhaps all of our problems would have been solved if you hadn't stopped me when I had the brute in my gun sights.
Had you fired, and had you killed the thing, you would have committed murder.
Murder? Well, now you've got me completely confounded. How can killing this thing possibly be murder?
Well, this thing, as you refer to it, Reverend, is a man. One of this camping party. A man gone savage.
Well, I saw the thing. That was no man. That was a dog or a wolf.
Of course. You see, this is a case of modern lycanthropy.
Lycanthropy? Werewolves? Those superstitions of the Middle Ages can have no actual significance today.
We are face to face with a modern example of what I believe has always been a profound fact.
Fact? Oh, come now, Dr. Carter.
You've heard of the astral body, or as I prefer to describe it, the fluidic body. It has the power, under certain conditions, of projecting itself and becoming visible to others.
Well, aren't you talking about two different things altogether, Doctor? An astral body is something people can accept because it's a human form, not an animal.
Yes, that's true. But the fluidic body can assume forms other than human, and such forms will be determined by the dominating thought and wish of the owner.
You've lost me.
You've never really understood the effect of this primitive camping life upon all the members of your party. Old instincts, deeply buried in the subconscious. Instincts no one ever dreamed they had, suddenly come forth in a primitive setting.
Well, I'm honestly trying to follow you, Doctor, but ancient instincts and atavism are terms which hardly explain a roaming animal with teeth, claws, and a thirst for blood.
That last is your term, not mine. But it's a very exact one. I would say that what we have here is an animal that's impelled to bathe in the very heart's blood of the one it desires.
And if I didn't know your reputation, I'd say you have a very strange way of reassuring people.
Fear is rooted in ignorance. Reverend, let's suppose that an extremely sensitive young man has fallen very deeply in love with your daughter. Back in New York, this moonstruck young fellow isn't taken very seriously by Joan, and he knows it. Nevertheless, he loves, and he knows that, too.
Does he know what you're trying to tell me?
If you're asking if he's conscious of the change that comes over him, no.
Oh, but I still refuse.
Reverend, surely you don't question the violence that's in all mankind. It lurks underneath the surface. And here, on this island, where we shed the trappings of civilization, he feels strong and free. And the feelings of love he's been suppressing back in New York batter at his consciousness, determined to force their way to the surface. And at night, when he sleeps and his mind is relaxed, he dreams.
The beast that ripped Joan's arm was no dream.
Granted, but this wild force within him becomes fierce and savage when he sleeps, and his frustration turns into half devotion, half beast. And that is the form that his astral body might well assume.
Well, if I grant these wild assumptions,
Why should I feel easier in my mind?
Well, if you realize that this transformation isn't deliberate, then you can also understand that, well, that it is not necessarily evil.
You say that to me after seeing Joan's arm?
I tell you that this werewolf is no more than the passionate and fierce instincts of a man, frustrated by day, looking by night for his mate.
That night we built the largest campfire we'd ever had. And all of us retired early. However, Reverend Timothy, Duane, and I had agreed to meet in Duane's tent.
I'm going to open the tent flap now. Keep your voices down and strike no matches. Reverend, is the camp asleep?
Well, Peter is. I can't answer for the women. I think they're sitting up.
That may be for the best.
Could you fill me in on what we're supposed to be watching for? Is it an animal?
Report the least sound to me, and do nothing on your own. Nothing. You understand?
Right. All right. Shh. Something out there?
I'm not sure. Now listen, you stay here. I'll let you know.
Timmy and I sat alone for a few minutes, but the good Reverend was restless. I don't much care for this waiting game with you and Carter, but he wouldn't hear of me staying with my family. He said it might prevent something happening. He knows. You must trust him. Well, it's either this astral body or double business, as he calls it, or else it's possession, as described in the Bible. But I'm sure of one thing. Whatever it is, it's bad. And I brought my rifle. You brought your rifle, but Duane said... And my Bible.
Well, one is useless in this situation, and the other is dangerous. The only way we can win in this game is to do what Duane tells us. That's the safest way, believe me.
I'm warning you, Ernie. If anything happens to Joan tonight, I'll shoot first and pray afterwards. Now, what the devil is Carter up to? Sneaking around Peter's tent and making gestures. He looks weird, disappearing in and out of the fog. I think
Wait, as he told us. Remember, he has the knowledge that we both lack.
Well, he seems to be coming back now. Yes, he's heading this way.
Peter is in a very deep sleep. His condition is almost cataleptic.
Which means, Doctor?
The fluidic body may be released at any moment. Now, I've taken steps to imprison it in the tent. It can't get out until I permit it. Be alert for any signs of movement now.
I'd better hold on to my rifle.
Reverend, I told you there is to be no shooting unless you want a murder. Anything done to the double acts by repercussion on the physical body of the man himself. Now, you better take the cartridges out of that rifle now.
All right, Doctor. But I hope and pray you know what you're doing.
It was with poor grace that Timmy slipped the cartridges out of his rifle. And then all three of us sat and waited for whatever was to come. It seemed hours, but in reality it was only a few minutes before we heard it.
That's Peter's tent shaking like that, Doctor. It's trying to get out. I hear it.
All right, Reverend. Quickly, the women's tent.
All right. I'll take my rifle just in case. I can always use it as a club.
I urge you, Reverend, to be careful what you do, because I told you this case is complicated, and it's my belief that your daughter and Peter are made for each other, and I think she knows it every bit as much as he does.
Men in love have been known to do foolish things. An English monarch gave up a throne for love, and we've heard of men who turned themselves inside out just to please their beloved. But for me, at any rate, this is the first time I've heard of a lover turning himself into a werewolf. Statistically, there are more people who claim to have sighted UFOs than there are those who claim to have seen ghosts. But the lowest of all in number are those who claim to have experienced the numbing terror of having come face to face with a werewolf. Come along with me now as we share that experience with one of the few who have seen and dealt
with that dread creature.
From where Duane and I stood, it was less than 20 feet to Peter Sangre's tent. And although the wind had freshened considerably, it wasn't the wind that was making the canvas of his tent swell and shake. That shaking was caused by something inside the tent trying to get out. The hair on the nape of my neck rose. As we approached the tent, Duane held up his hand.
Ernie, I want you to see it before I release it, so that if anything untoward should happen, you may be able to deal with it without me.
But Duane, you reassured the Reverend. You said that if
Ernie, you know that we're dealing with tremendous forces that are still only partially understood.
What do you want me to do?
Well, as we approach the tent, I want you to kneel down and tell me what you see when I hold the flap back.
All right. There's something in there, all right.
But you must be able to see it and describe it before I'll chance releasing it.
As my eyes became accustomed to the dim interior of the tent, I could make out Sangre's form lying under the blankets, while over him and around him flew a dark mass. All I could make out was a pointed muzzle and sharp ears plainly visible against the sides of the tent, and I also caught an occasional gleam of fiery eyes and white fangs.
There's nothing to fear. I told you that before.
How are you holding that thing there?
There are some things I don't think you should know, Ernie. But I'll only tell you that it has to do with electrical impulses from the mind. You see, we all emanate a certain amount of electricity. And, well, just think of it as brain waves. Now step back a little now, because I'm going to release it.
What'll it do?
Hopefully it will listen to me, and I will be able to guide it.
And if it doesn't?
We'll cross that bridge if and when we come to it. Now step back. Keep your eyes fixed on the tent flap. Ernie, watch closely.
And then I saw it. An animal, neck and muzzle thrust forward. An animal about the size of a calf, leaner than a mastiff. And yet, Peter was easily recognizable. It was the head of an animal, but the face, it was Peter Sangre.
Sangre, it is werewolf double.
What do we do now?
Well, I'll try to speak with him. Sangre, Peter Sangre, do you recognize me? Do you realize what it is that you really desire when you assume this form? Sangre, you must listen to me.
Good Lord, Duane, can that be?
Of course. A mating call. You shouldn't be surprised. It is probably Joan. You must remember she practically told you that she was afraid of something deep down in her.
But she's not.
The only salvation for both Joan and Peter is for me to lead Sangre's double to the object for which it yearns. Listen, that's coming from across the lagoon.
Duane, Peter's double, a werewolf. He's gone. Although my eyes had been fixed upon the animal in front of the tent, somehow it disappeared. One moment it was there, muzzle lifted, sniffing the wind, and then it was gone, like a thing of the wind and a trick of vision.
Quickly, Ernie, start following through the trees.
Where will you be?
I must check out Peter's tent.
Why? What for?
To make sure that his werewolf double cannot return until I permit it. I'll join you in a few moments.
After circling Peter's tent, Duane caught up to me and we ran at full speed through the woods, always guided by the now fairly loud howling. And then suddenly the trees fell away and we were on the edge of the lagoon. And there, sharply defined against sea and sky, Joan!
Stand still and remain quiet.
But there's something wrong with her. She looks half asleep.
She is fully asleep, and we must not wake her.
What are you saying?
She's sleepwalking. If we wake her, the shock might injure her permanently.
But the werewolf, what will...
She's on her way to meet him. You see, she's been irresistibly drawn to him from the beginning.
Well, then how do you explain the torn tent the other night and the wounds on her arm? Wasn't she asleep then?
Not deeply enough. She awoke and was terrified instead of pleased. Now, however, she's in a deep enough sleep to throw off the conventional shackles of civilization that have bound her, and admit this man is her mate.
Then she really loves Peter?
Yes, profoundly.
The canoe just coming around the point, isn't that Reverend Timothy?
Yes, it is.
What's he doing here?
Probably following Joan. At least he had the sense to take the canoe and not wake her.
Well, what will he do when he...
Ernie, you're right. We're going to have to warn him.
That's too late. There goes Peter's double.
Quick, get to Joan. The Reverend's got a gun.
But you made him unload it.
He's got hold of a pistol.
Stand aside, Joan. Out of my line of fire.
Put that gun down, you fool. Put it...
Oh, idiot.
Ernie, get to Joan. Help her.
What are all of you doing here? Where's Peter? Where is he?
Oh, thank the Lord. Joni, you're all right.
Where'd Peter go? He disappeared so suddenly. He cried out that he was hurt.
We hope that he wasn't hurt seriously.
I hope the brute's dead.
Don't ever say that, Reverend. Unless you want murder on your soul.
Murder? Why do you use that word? If anyone's done anything to him, then he's done it to me, too. Because Peter is...
I know, my dear. He's your love. And I think we can bring him to you. Or perhaps you to him. But we must go to your tent and wait for me. Now, Ernie, take care of her until I get back. Reverend, you better come with me.
While Duane and the Reverend went off together, I helped Joan back to her tent.
You must let me go to him, Mr. Simpson. I know he needs me.
You heard Duane. He said we should wait for him.
I didn't know until tonight.
That you love Peter.
Yes.
Duane knew that days ago. That's why we were there watching tonight and hoping that everything would go as we thought. And I think it would have, but for...
Go on. But for what?
But for an unfortunate happening.
It was my father, wasn't it?
Now, Joan, I think you should stay calm.
It was Dad. He did something that... Something that hurt Peter. Hurt him badly. And now he's lost, and so am I.
You mustn't despair. Everything will be different when Duane gets here.
Oh, where is he?
I think he's with your father, and I believe that they're both looking for Peter.
Oh, we should be helping him.
Sometimes,
Please.
Joan, we help best by doing nothing.
Oh.
Trust me, Joan. Trust Duane. I'm sure that he'll be able to handle this.
Reverend, pray that we're in time to help Peter's double return to Peter's physical body.
Will that help, Joan?
I think so. Now, hold it.
Now what?
He hasn't been back to the tent. Excuse me just a moment.
What are you doing?
Arranging it so that if Peter's double does make it back here, he can get into the tent and back into Peter's body.
More of your mumbo-jumbo.
I'm trying to save a life you almost snuffed out.
I saved my daughter's life.
Her life was never in danger.
I saw that beast throw itself at my Joan. If I hadn't fired when I did...
You would have seen a miracle. A transformation in that beast and in your daughter.
Dr. Carter, I know your reputation,
Reverend,
but...
I think we should stop quarreling. Both of us want the same thing. And this isn't doing either Joan or Peter any good. Now, I'm going to need your help.
Well, you know I'll do anything I can.
All right. But what I'm going to ask you to do, Reverend, will go against your every instinct. I'm going to ask for your belief, Reverend.
In what?
In the fact that the double you saw, the werewolf, if you like, meant your daughter no harm. And above all, the fact that he must return to Peter's physical body.
Why do you need my help for that?
Because you shot him. And although I know he meant Joan no harm, I also know that Sangri must possess other instincts of the wolf, and those instincts will be crying for revenge.
Are you telling me that
I'm not telling you anything, Reverend. I'm asking you to serve as a stalking horse, to bring Peter within reach. And then, to believe that I can handle it. Now, Reverend, you're not going to have any second thoughts about being unarmed.
I gave you my word, Carter. Let's get on with it. You go fetch Ernest. I'll be all right in that short time. I'm sure the Lord is watching over me.
Let's hope he's watching over all of us. Ernie, come on out.
Did find Sangre?
Not yet. How is Joan?
She's restless. She's unhappy, but I think under control.
Oh, good. Now, I think Peter knows the Reverend fired the shot that hurt him and is trailing him to get revenge. I've got the Reverend standing on a promontory over there. If the werewolf comes, I think I can gain control over him and get him back into Peter's body.
I hope so. For all our sakes, I hope so.
Peter! Oh, Peter, where are you?
Joan, come back here.
Let her go. We'll follow her. She'll lead us to him.
Carter, did you hear it?
We're coming, Reverend. Hold on.
No! Peter! Oh, Peter! Peter, I love you! I love you.
There it goes into Peter's tent.
Let's hope it's in time.
What about the Reverend?
Joan will take care of him. Peter's the important one now.
He's alive.
Yes, but look.
Those marks on his face. Are they gunshot wounds?
They are. The Reverend aimed well. The shots went through his cheeks. Oh, he'll carry the scars for the rest of his life.
It was Joan who stopped him.
Joan's voice and his love for her. I'm not sure that I would have been able to head him off.
I've been hurt. My face. It burns.
You're going to be just fine. Peter, my love.
Joan, you're not frightened of me?
Of course not. At first I was. I didn't really understand. But now I know that I belong with you. And I'll be with you, always.
My face. Don't touch it. Joan, you bathe the wounds with clean water, and they'll heal naturally.
Of course. And, Dr. Carter, thank you.
Ernest, I think we're superfluous around here now. Right, Joan?
That's right. Dr. Carter, my father has more need of you now than either Peter or I.
And Joan's words proved to be true and not true. As Duane and I came close to Timmy's tent, we heard a voice, the voice of a man praying fervently, praying to his God for forgiveness.
So, this tale of a man who unconsciously used a werewolf to further his love's ambitions ended happily. And I no longer flaunt my skepticism. However, I must in all truth say that it's not really the recommended way to go courting, even in today's permissive atmosphere. I'll be back shortly. Magicians are well aware that people love illusion. They want to be fooled. I wonder if any of the great magicians ever wondered why there's such a universal love for magical tricks that seem utterly beyond belief. It's my fancy that we love illusion because we live in hopes that someday something magical will happen to all of us. Our cast included Mason Adams, Norman Rose, Marion Seldes, Christopher Tabori, and Guy Sorrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
WABC, New York.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall with another tale of the macabre. Macabre suggests a dance of death. Death is a skeleton who leads others to the grave. In this story, a respected middle-aged man, Philip Chambers, becomes an agent for death because death placed in his hands a temptation he could not resist. Avarice, one of the 7 mortal sins. In the short space of 3 days, avarice, an almost physical greed for wealth, brought terror and disaster to this man and to his family. Our mystery drama, The Root of All Evil, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Norman Rose and Ann Shepard. Philip Chambers and wife Laura live in a small colonial house in Morris Manor, a village 30 minutes from New York. Its streets are tree-lined and quiet. Families take pride in their homes and land. It's a wealthy village, and most families have gardeners. Not Philip Chambers. He's an organic gardener who enjoys grinding up all kinds of refuse for his compost heap and then returning it to the soil of his acre of land. That's where the trouble began. One Sunday morning at breakfast in their kitchen...
Now, Phil, please don't run that shredder of yours before 9 o'clock. Some people like to sleep on Sunday morning.
I know.
I'll slick up the kitchen, and you'll be back in time to clean up for church. You want the eggshells?
Certainly. What have you done with the scraps?
Oh, they're in the plastic bag. All the week's stuff. I put the bag in the garbage bin last night. It was beginning to perfume the back porch. Get rid of it.
My dear Laura, it will be ground to shreds within half an hour.
And don't get your fingers caught in that fool machine.
Beautiful morning. Let me see. Yep. There's a pretty large bag full of garbage. Better get the wheel back. What the devil? Money. Packs of money. What? There must be thousands of dollars at the bottom of the bin. What? It's a fortune. It's a fortune. Where did it come from? What do I do with it? Somebody hid the money there. But why? And whose is it?
Phil?
Yes.
Joan Shelton just telephoned. It's in the news. I'm going to go across to read the article.
Well, what's in the news?
The robbery. You were asleep when all the excitement happened. I'll bring back the newspaper clipping, and I'll tell you all about it. I'll be right back.
The robbery?
I'll be right back.
Robbery? What robbery? I must get to the basement. Good Lord. I've never held so much real money in my hands in all my life. Packs of $100 bills, 50 in a pack. Let's see, 10 of those. Oh, I can't believe it. $50,000 and $1,000 bills. 30 of them. $80,000. Oh, I'm rich. I'm rich. No more scrimping. No more fawning over persons for whom I have contempt. Begging work as a freelance copywriter. People who don't know as much as I've forgotten. This money means I am free. Oh, it's got to be hidden. Whoever left that fortune in the garbage bin will try to get it back. Laura said there was a robbery. Maybe the thief hid the money. Let's see. Where'll I put it? Small box. First, I'll place the money in this plastic bag, and then into that box the iris bulbs came in. Let's see, and then where? Let me see. Yeah. Behind the basement window, under the porch. The siding runs to the ground. $80,000. And it's mine. And I won't give it up.
Phil?
Yes, Laura.
Can you come up here for a minute?
Oh, why, certainly.
Come on out on the porch. I have that article.
Laura, there was a robbery.
Read.
2 a.m. Grove City Police. Raced after 3 men in a... crashed when they made a sharp turn at McKinley Street and Highland Avenue in Morris Manor. Why, Laura, that's our corner.
And you slept right through the whole thing.
Yeah, I must have.
The sound could have wakened the dead. The police car was blasting its siren. Then there was a terrible crash when the robber's car hit old Mrs. Morris's elm tree and turned upside down. And one of the men was dead.
Huh. And the other 2, you said there were 3.
Must have got away. All of us had run outside, Dr. Shelton and Joan and I and the Moores and the McLeods, but the police told us to get back to our houses. They had their guns out, and they were searching for the missing men.
How much did they get away with?
Thousands of dollars. As much as 75 or 80,000. They tied up the night watchman and broke into the Grove City Federal Bank. Some alarm went off, so the police reached the bank just as the robbers jumped into their car, and they came tearing along this way. The police were right after them.
You know, that was a nice elm tree of Mrs. Moore's.
Is that all you've got to say? That was a nice elm tree of Mrs. Moore's? This is the most exciting thing we've had around here since the Hurricane Esther, and you're worried about Mrs. Moore's elm tree. You've got no adventure in your soul, Phil. That's all right. You did have. Now the 2 of us are staid old middle-agers getting by and letting the world go by.
I suppose so, Laura.
Oh, you're not offended, Phil.
No, of course not. My future's behind me, I'm afraid.
No, it's not. You've done so much. You've written so many great advertising campaigns. Your skill hasn't worn away. You'll see. I'm certain it'll go well tomorrow.
I hope so. But, Laura, face it, I'm 55. My lunch date and interview tomorrow is with a 26-year-old girl, almost fresh out of college. Laura, I'm old enough to be her father. Why would she want to employ me? I'd be an embarrassment to her because I know too much.
I don't see why. Well, you have to finish with your shredding, and I've got to dress for church.
Well, I decided not to use the shredder this morning.
Oh, not enough garbage and refuse?
Oh, no. All the excitement about last night has unnerved me. I'll get to the shredder next week.
I'll be out of the shower in a few minutes.
Well, don't hurry. I have some things to do in the basement.
Oh, look, I've asked Dr. Shelton and Joan to come by at 6 for cocktails on the porch. All right?
Huh? Oh, sure, it's fine. Look a gift horse in the face. There's an old chestnut. When someone makes you a present, don't look too minutely into its intrinsic value. $80,000. Oh, that's some gift horse. Or is it? No, it's stolen money, which I propose to steal. I hope it's safe behind that basement window. I better lock the garage, put that bag of garbage back in the bin, and then church.
Paul, glass is empty, Doctor.
Oh, 2 is my limit on a Sunday night, Laura.
Joan?
Oh, all right. I'm not operating at 7 in the morning.
Phil? Phil?
Oh, yes, dear.
Joan would like a refill. Your mind's a million miles away.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. Now, that was with water, right?
Please.
Paul, what do you think, really? I mean, about that robbery and the disappearance of the 2 men.
Well, after looking at the car, Laura, I wonder how they came out of the accident alive.
But they did. It's remarkable. And they disappeared with all that money. Almost $100,000.
Oh, not quite that much, but a small fortune. How could they have escaped the police? Maybe they're still hiding right in this neighborhood.
Here's your drink, John.
Thank you. They could be in hiding. Don't you think so, Paul?
I can't imagine where.
Someone's basement or attic. The Waynes are away for the month. Yes, they're at Candlestick Lake for a month.
Well, surely they notified the police that they'd be away. Are there other vacant houses in the neighborhood, you know?
Yeah. The Murrays went away for the weekend to visit their son at camp.
So it's possible that the thieves could be hiding right around here.
Well, my guess is that they stole somebody's car and got themselves lost in the city.
With $80,000 of hard-earned money.
Well, insurance will cover the bank's loss. Joan, my dear, I'm afraid it's time for the doctor to get to bed.
What time? Oh, my dear, it's late. It's 10 o'clock. We came over here for cocktails. We stayed for salad and rolls.
I'm delighted you did. Phil's been fidgety all day long. Your visit took his mind off his problems, didn't it, Phil?
Oh, yes. Very happy that you came over.
Don't work so hard, Phil. You have seemed preoccupied. Relax. Or has the chatter about the mysterious robbers upset you?
Oh, heavens, no.
Sure this is the house? Yeah. Hold the light. When I get the cover off, stick the light inside the can, way in. And then turn it on. Okay. Creepy out here. Flash the light in the bottom of the can. See anything? No. Scrounge around. It's not there. It's gotta be there. Somebody beat us to it. What dirty stuff. Shut up. Mike dead and 80 grand gone. Someone's got it. Maybe the garbage. Don't be stupid. There's no garbage pickup on Sunday. Well, maybe the people in the house seen it and called the fuzz. Maybe. Or maybe they kept it. You get kind of a surprise. You open a garbage can and find 80 grand. Right on. I wonder who lives here. We gotta find out. If he's got the money, we'll sweat it out of him. But if he gave it to the cops? That we find out first. You crazy? We walk in and ask if they found the money, we'd be in the can in 5 seconds. You ever heard of the telephone? That's how we find out. And when we know, we come back. Now put the light away. I'll put the cover back on the can. Right. Then let's get out of here. Them bugs that go croak give me the shakes.
Phil? Phil, is that you?
What is it, Laura?
Are you still awake? What's the matter? Can't you sleep? Is it cold on the porch? I'll get you another blanket.
No, I'm all right. Go back to bed, Laura.
Your voice is shaking. Let me turn on the light.
No, please.
Come into the bedroom. Phil, I'll turn on the light. Phil. You're soaked with perspiration. What is it? Let me get your robe. Where do you feel ill? What is stomach? But your head? Sit down in the rocker. You look ghastly.
Laura, maybe if I had a brandy.
Yeah, I'll telephone Paul.
No, please. He's operating at 7. I've just got a chill or something.
You wipe your face with a wet cloth and I'll be right up.
I heard them. Every word. They're coming back. Killers. Oh, what should I do? Is it too late to call the police and turn in the money? Maybe not. But give up $80,000 because I'm afraid of a pair of hoodlums? What have I got to be afraid of? Say they confront me. I tell them that I haven't got the money. Would they risk shooting me? No, I won't give up that money. I won't.
Here's the brandy, sweetheart.
Oh, thanks. That helps.
Phil, when I walked through the living room to the bar on the porch...
Yes?
2 men were staring from behind the front hedge through the living room window. Phil, I'm afraid.
Long after all other sins are old, avarice remains young. A very old French proverb. Chance has allowed avarice to place temptation before Philip Chambers. He is already a harried man. Will his sense of moral values be strong enough to overcome temptation? Or will he persist in holding on to the stolen money? We'll find out when I return with Act Two. Philip Chambers and his wife Laura somehow got through the remainder of the night. After Laura's fright about seeing two men stare through her living room windows, Philip, in a brave display, turned on the front lights and walked outside defiantly, a fireplace poker in his hand. That assured Laura. She insisted on telephoning the police and reporting what she had seen. Captain Ron said he'd have a squad car prowl the property. Then the Chambers went to bed and to a fitful sleep. The next morning, over coffee...
You all right, Phil? You look pretty ragged.
Yeah, I'm all right. I'd better be. I'm seeing that girl at noon and going to lunch.
Mm-hmm. You taking the train?
The 10:05.
Darling, you're a bundle of nerves. Phil, why?
You keep telling me that, Laura, and that hardly helps. Look, I wish you'd just forget about me. I've got a lot on my mind now, if you'll excuse me.
I'm sorry, Phil. I'm sorry, but you worry me. Is something bothering you that I don't know about?
Survival.
Survival? We're not that bad off. We're doing all right.
Look, I'll be in the basement.
Well, I'll drive you to the train.
Don't bother. I'll call a cab.
But that's foolish. 1 minute you're talking about survival. The next minute you're throwing away money out on a cab.
Laura, just stop talking, will you, please?
So strange. Let's come over here. Let's speak to Dr. Shelton. Maybe he can find out. 5, 4, 5, 7.
Dr. Shelton's residence.
Hi, Joni.
Laura.
Yo, look, when does Paul get home from the hospital?
Well, this is Monday, and he operated early. I say, ought to be home by 4. Why? Something wrong?
I think so. But I don't know. It's Phil. Joni, tell you what. He's taking the 10:05 to the city. Can you come over at 10:30? I'll be back then, and I've got to talk this out.
Of course. You sound serious.
I am. Will you come over?
Of course. I'll see you at 10:30.
That ought to be safe. Who'd think of looking behind a basement window and under the porch? Oh, I got the shakes. Why don't I take the money with me into the city? I could leave it in a locker at Grand Central. If the police find the money in my possession... Oh, no, I've got to bluff my way out of this. $80,000 dropped into my hands. I can't give it up. Now, look, I mustn't be afraid. Oh, my stomach keeps turning. I still have that lunch meeting.
You look as if you hadn't slept a wink last night, Laura.
I didn't. At about 3 o'clock, Phil was awake. He came up late and slept on the upstairs porch. I heard him stirring. So I checked on him. He was covered with perspiration, shaking like a leaf.
And how was he this morning?
Well, he looked exhausted, but he didn't have the shakes. He was all right when I dropped him at the train.
Well, he has that important lunch today, doesn't he? Could that be it?
It could be, but I don't think so. Phil's had summit meetings before. No, it's something else. I can't find out what it is. Maybe Paul can.
Maybe. Paul's not a psychiatrist.
Yes, I know, but he's a doctor, and Phil might confide in him. Besides, Paul's his best friend.
But Phil wouldn't say what was bothering him.
No. When I persisted in my questions, he said survival.
That's odd. What did he mean? Continuing to live, to stay alive?
I think it has something to do with the robbery of the Grove City Bank.
Oh, Laura, for heaven's sake,
Yes.
why? What's that got to do with Phil?
Well, ever since I mentioned the robbery to him, Phil seemed distracted. When he read the article in the news, he grew tense. He began to perspire. I didn't think anything of it at the time. But since what's happened, I've been trying to reconstruct Phil's behavior. I think it springs somehow from the robbery. I've never been so frightened in my life.
Laura?
I went down for brandy when he felt so badly. I didn't switch on the lights. I walked down the stairs from the bedroom and across the living room toward the porch. And that's when I almost screamed.
Good heavens, what happened?
2 men standing behind the hedge in front of the living room windows and looking in.
What, looking through your windows? You think that the stolen money was or is somewhere around your property?
I don't know what to think.
Have you told the police?
I telephoned them last night, and they sent a prowl car to snoop around.
Well, did you mention your theory to the police? I mean, about the money being hidden somewhere around your house?
No. First, it sounds far-fetched. Second, I've got a feeling that somehow it concerns Phil.
How could it concern Phil? You mean, he may know where the money is hidden?
I don't know what I mean, Joan.
Talk about imagination. Laura, you're as bad as Phil with his talk about survival. He has a bad case of nerves and... Survival? He said he was worried about survival. Now, isn't that the word you said?
Yes, that's the word he used. I thought he meant our survival. But what if he meant he was afraid, literally, of his own survival? That would mean he knows something about the robbery that he's not telling.
But you don't believe that he found the money, do you?
I don't know.
But if he did, knowing Phil, the kind of man he is, he'd just have called the police.
No question about it. And he would have told me. Oh, excuse me. Back doorbell. I'll be right back, Joan.
Take your time. I'll be out on the porch.
Morning. I'd like to read the water meter.
Oh, down the steps to the basement. And watch your head. The ceiling's low.
The garden looks wonderful, Laura.
Yes, it does. Phil takes such great pride in it.
Laura, if Phil meant he's afraid about his own survival, then I think he knows something. Either he saw the men who stole the money and can identify them, or he knows where the money is hidden.
That I can't believe. If Phil knew that, I'd know it. And you just said Phil, being the kind of man he's always been, would return it.
Yes. Well, maybe Paul can drag it out of him. Whatever it might be.
I'm worried sick. I have a premonition of danger or tragedy. Something in the air. A sense of impending evil. Hello?
Laura, something's occurred to me.
What, Joan?
I was on your porch at 10:30 and the doorbell rang. Who was it?
Well, the man who reads the water meter. Why?
Well, he didn't come to my house. And when a man comes from the water department, he reads the meters at all the houses in the neighborhood.
Yes, he does.
And another thing. I went shopping at noon, and as I drove out of my driveway, a man walked out from the back of your house. Did someone else call on you?
No. You mean that the man who read the meter was in my basement from 10:30 until noon?
Some man was, but he wasn't a man from the water department.
Well, then we're right. The stolen money's around here someplace, and the man was one of the thieves.
That's what I think. Has Phil returned from New York?
No, and it's after 5.
Well, you shouldn't be in that house alone until we get to the bottom of this strange situation. Paul got stuck with another emergency operation. He won't be home until quite late.
Oh.
But I'll send him by after I tell him everything we think.
Oh, but the poor man will be exhausted.
No,
Why
not
don't...
that exhausted. He'll be
by to see Phil. And then you come across to see me, all right?
Yeah. Thank you, Joan. Oh, there's the front door. Phil?
Here I am, all in one piece.
It's Phil. He sounds a little tipsy. I'll see you later, Joan.
Goodbye.
I'm on the porch, honey. You'll excuse me for having had one more than I should have had. After lunch,
Well, you don't have to explain, darling. I take it you didn't get the assignment?
How did you know that? You got second sight or something?
Or something. Was it unpleasant?
No, about as I expected. Nice girl. Young enough to be my daughter. She had white wine, and I had a few martinis.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, oh, dear.
So you proceeded to lord it over the young woman who sips white wine?
Lord it over? No, that's not so. We got talking about what I'd be doing as a consultant in copy. Now, I know something about copy, Laura.
Yes, you do.
Me begging for a job. I used to run that joint before that kid was out of Dr. Denton's. Can't be 26. I was about 30 when she was born.
Let me fix you a cup of coffee.
I don't want any coffee. You say that I'm bummed, Laura? Well, I'm not. I never felt better. I just had lots of things on my mind.
Including the robbery of the Grove City Bank?
Robbery?
Do you know who the men are who robbed the bank, Phil?
Me? Well, how would I know? I never saw them in my life. Say, what is all this?
Remember the two men I saw looking in through the living room window this morning at 3 a.m.?
Yeah?
What were two men doing looking through the window, Phil?
Well, search me.
We think they had hidden the stolen money and were looking for it.
We? Laura, who is we?
Joan and me.
Have you been talking this over with Joan?
Why not? She's my best friend and Paul is yours.
You and Joan turned amateur detectives, huh? Haven't the two of you got anything better to talk about than that robbery?
Frankly, no. Because ever since you heard about it, you haven't been Philip Chambers.
Oh, and who have I been?
A nervous wreck. And you're making a nervous wreck out of me. Tell me honestly, Phil. Do you know anything about the men who committed the robbery? Do you know who they are? Do they hide the money on our property? Are you in danger of survival?
Lots of questions.
Give me some answers, Phil.
What are you so worked up about, Laura? This is a police matter. Just leave it to the police.
I've notified the police.
What? Last night?
And again today. A man came to the house and said he wanted to read the water meter. He wasn't from the water company. He was in our basement for almost an hour and a half.
Oh, I see.
What? What do you see?
Well, maybe you're right. I don't know anything about any of this, but you just might be right. Maybe the thieves did hide that money around here. I better check.
Let's have the police do the checking.
Now, don't you worry about me. I'll just look around.
Phil, are you in danger?
Now, nothing's going to happen to me. It's getting dark outside. It's starting to rain.
I'll be across the street with Joan.
Hello, Mr. Chambers.
What? Who are you?
Where have you got it, Mr. Chambers?
What are you doing in my basement? How did you get in here?
Let's have it, Mr. Chambers. You don't want to get hurt, do you? This is a real gun. I've used it before. I know how to use it.
Let him have it, Nick. Let's get out of here.
Not until he turns it over to us. Now, how about it, Mr. Chambers?
What is it you want?
The money, 80 grand. It's ours, and you have it someplace down here. Now, turn it over, or I'll blow your head off.
Avarice is like quicksand. Once you've taken the first risky step, you cannot save yourself from its grasp. Philip Chambers may lose his life unless he gives up what is not rightly his. He has everything to lose, nothing to gain. Or has greed so infected his mind that he will look down the barrel of a revolver and believe that he can stop a bullet with his beautiful dream of a fortune and the security it will give him. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Chambers found $80,000 at the bottom of his garbage bin at the back of his nice colonial house in exclusive Morris Manor, 30-some minutes from Broadway. Despite a lifetime of ethical exactitude, Mr. Chambers didn't hesitate a minute before deciding that fate had dropped a rich token of her affection into his deserving hands. He'd keep the money stolen from the bank in Grove City. But the thieves, there were 3, but one was killed when the escape car crashed, also want the money.
I'm waiting, Mr. Chambers.
I don't know what you're talking about, and I want you out of here.
He's gonna be tough, Stud.
You want me to soften him up?
Not yet. Stud here is pretty good at making a guy talk, Mr. Chambers. Now, we don't want to hurt you, so just turn over the money and we'll run along.
I haven't got your money.
We're wasting time, Nick.
You got it all right. We hid it in the garbage can last Saturday night. You found it Sunday morning and hid it, because when we came back for it, it was gone. Now, where have you got it?
If you think that there's money down here, you're crazy. If there were, why didn't you find it? You were down here for an hour and a half this morning.
I'm getting impatient, Mr. Chambers. If you don't turn over that money in 1 minute, Stud will go to work on you.
You wouldn't get away with it. You think I'm going to stand here and do nothing while that gorilla comes at me? Now, look, I've got a pair of pretty good fists, and I'll yell my head off.
Oh, let me get at this guy,
Hold it,
Nick.
hold it. I have a better idea. We'll kill his wife. How'd you like that, Mr. Chambers?
Are you dirty?
I wouldn't mind killing you. We don't care about you, but we care about the money. And with you dead, we still haven't got it. But we intend to get it because you're going to give it to us. Now, you have it for us by midnight. And leave it next to the garbage bin. We'll pick it up, and then Mrs. Chambers will be all right, and you'll be all right. Otherwise, you'll have only yourself to blame.
Uh-huh. Well, what's to prevent me from calling the police?
You won't do that, Mr. Chambers. If you don't have the money outside by midnight, I'll tell the police you have the money.
You think they'd believe you? Your tip against my word and my reputation?
We got confidence in the police, ain't we, Nick?
That's right. Well, they'll break you down, Mr. Chambers. We have our way, they have theirs, and you'll slip up. Maybe not right away, but soon. But it won't get to the police. You know why? Because if the money isn't there tonight, we take care of your wife tomorrow.
You ain't kidding, mister.
So why don't you give us the money now and save all the sweat?
If I had the money that you're talking about, I would see you in hell before I gave it to you.
Stud. You're still pretty fast, Stud, my boy.
He was wide open. Now, let's get out of here.
And we'll watch the house. It might be an interesting few hours. Good night, Mr. Chambers.
Laura, it's inconceivable to me that Phil might have all that money. Phil. My impression is that Phil's the kind who always returns the change if a waiter's made a mistake.
He is. But, Joan, imagine having not change, but $80,000 in your hands. No, Phil's always been scrupulously honest, but he thinks about money all the time. The expenses. Where's the money coming from to pay them? He reviews our situation almost every day.
Well, that's fear.
Sure, of course it is. But he's only 55. We have money. Not much, but enough to get by on. So once in a while, Phil manages to relax. Not for long. There's always an unexpected expense. It throws his calculations out the window, and then he starts to fret. And when he frets, he begins to feel sorry for himself.
I never realized he was that upset.
Well, he'd never show it to his friends. He's too proud for that. Imagine what he must have felt when a fortune drops into his hands.
You've convinced yourself that Phil does have that money, haven't you?
But it's the only explanation I can give for his weird behavior. If anything happened to Phil...
I know. Wait a minute. I think I hear the car. If it's Paul, we'll send him across the street to Phil right away.
Oh, give the poor doctor a few minutes to relax.
He can relax after he questions Phil. Then maybe all of us will be able to relax.
Tell me about it, Phil.
I'd rather not, Paul.
I find your front door open. I walk in and call hello. No answer. I find you in the basement, sitting with your head in your hands, covered with perspiration, shaking as if you had a fever, and you won't tell me about it. After all, I am a doctor, Phil.
I just can't.
Your face is swollen. You've been crying. But that doesn't entirely account for the swollen face, does it?
No.
Did you fall down? Or walk into something?
Paul, I got knocked out.
Ah. Interesting. Ready to spill the beans?
I don't know how I can bring myself to it, Paul.
I'm a good listener. Mind if I fix myself a drink?
No, of course not. Forgive me for not offering you one.
You want one?
Yeah, a small one. I had enough at lunch and this afternoon to shrivel my liver to the size of a raisin.
Mm-hmm. And what was your excuse?
Well, I didn't get that consultant's job.
Here you are.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, that's hardly the end of the world, Phil.
No, it isn't. Imagine being interviewed or approved of by a 26-year-old girl with stringy hair and no brassiere. Gee, I felt like a captive of the youth army.
So it wasn't the lunch and the unpleasant interview that put you into a stew?
Oh, no, it wasn't unpleasant, just stupid.
So your annoyance drove you from lunch. Where? Biltmore Bar? Your club?
Yeah, the club. I sat at the bar, and the bartender listened.
Ah, poor man. Here's to all bartenders, the unlicensed psychiatrists or priests to an unending line of confessors. All right, my friend. Stop beating around the bush. Do you have that stolen money?
Yes.
We thought so.
I found it. Sunday morning in the garbage bin. I was going to use my shredder, so I went to the garbage bin and, well, there it was.
And you decided to keep it?
$80,000. Paul, you don't know what that could mean to me and Laura.
Sure I do. Fear, guilt, self-destruction. Look what's happened to you, Paul, in just 24 hours. You're a bundle of nerves. You lost the possibility of a good job, and you've been knocked on your can by a hoodlum who probably wouldn't hesitate to shoot you down like a mad dog.
Oh, they mean business, Paul.
I don't doubt it. Where is the money?
Well, it's in a box, wrapped in a plastic bag, behind that basement window that opens out onto the porch.
Get it for me.
What?
Bring me the box of money.
You?
Me. I want it, and I want it now. I'll get my car and turn the money into the police.
Oh, but Paul, what'll they think? You see, I've held out on them. Laura will be disgraced. I can't face my friends after they hear that I held the money for 2 days.
I'm your friend, and you faced me. The others don't need to know. I found the money in my garage.
Oh, I don't know, Paul. These are tough guys. They may try something on you.
You mean mug me?
Or worse. They said they'd be back for the money at midnight. If it wasn't outside by the garbage bin, they'd get Laura.
Dirty thugs.
Oh, look, maybe I should do what they asked.
And let Berman like that get away with an $80,000 theft? Never. That money belongs in the hands of the police and then the bank. You get the box. I'll get my car. And don't dawdle.
It's Paul. He's not coming to the door. Where's he going?
The driveway. What in the world is it?
He's backing out his... What's going on? He's parking in front of the house and walking to the door.
Laura, you don't suppose...
I don't know what's going on. If Phil has the money, maybe he'll give it to Paul and... Don't look. Phil's handing Paul some kind of package. That must be it. And Paul's returning to his car.
Laura, 2 men have come out from behind your hedge. Look. They're sneaking up on Paul. One of them has a gun. Oh, no. Paul! No! They're going to shoot Paul!
Get the package, Studs.
Okay.
Keys in his hand. Come on.
I'm in. Get going, Nick. That dame's going to wake the whole town.
Phil! Phil! Where are you?
I'm on the back porch. What's all the excitement?
Phil, 2 men. One of them shot Paul.
What?
Paul's been shot. He's lying in the street.
Oh,
Phil, wake up. Can't you get it through your head? A man shot Paul. They stole his car and got away. Do something. Call the police.
Oh. Shot. He was here. We had a good talk. Paul's my friend. My best friend. He's a good doctor, too. Nobody shoots a good doctor. Nobody shoots a doctor. Paul. Shot.
Darling, you look so odd. Your eyes, they're blank like those of a statue. Don't. He's lost his mind. Phil, sit down.
What?
Phil, what was in the package?
Package?
I know what was in it, but I don't want to know. It may have left one man dead, and my husband worse off than dead.
In 1732, Thomas Fuller wrote that there is no vice like avarice. Honesty, no matter how shop-worn the old adage, really is the best policy. It may not lead you to untold riches, but it's a safeguard for a respectable and safe life. What finally happened to these four friends? I'll tell you when I return shortly. The phrase, the root of all evil, has echoed down the corridor of time because this man covets what another man has, and civilization has never been able entirely to constrain greed. Philip Chambers almost cost his best friend his life. Almost. Dr. Shelton had been shot in the back, but he survived. Phil became an instant vegetable, and weeds overgrew his mind, choking out any hope of a return to normal life. When so well-respected, educated, and intelligent a man as Philip Chambers can succumb to greed, beware. Our cast included Norman Rose, Ann Shepard, Elliot Reed, Marion Seldes, and George Petrie. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS News. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the founder and president of the troubled 4-year-old country of Bangladesh, has been overthrown and reportedly killed. I'm Jerry Landay reporting on the CBS radio network. Early word of the coup was received here from the American Embassy in Islamabad, Pakistan, where Information Officer Frank Giancone told CBS News,
Our embassy, U.S. Embassy in Dhaka, has reported to us that a coup is taking place in Bangladesh. Its information is from the Bangladesh radio stations. And we understand that Sheikh Mujab has been killed. That would have happened early this morning. And that the armed forces have taken over in Dhaka. This report is based on radio reports from Bangladesh.
Diplomatic sources report military units went into action just before dawn in Dhaka, arresting Sheikh Mujib, then installing in his place a former close associate and cabinet minister, Kundar Mushtaq Ahmed. Bangladesh, formerly East Pakistan, was born after months of civil conflict led to war between India and Pakistan in 1971. Sheikh Mujib began the Bangladeshi freedom movement in the late 50s and had been idolized as the father of his country. A Superior Court judge in Los Angeles has ordered a test firing of the gun that killed presidential candidate Robert Kennedy in June of 1968. The order effectively means the reopening of the investigation into Kennedy's assassination, specifically to determine whether Sirhan had an accomplice. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger has warned the Soviet Union that any interference in the troubled affairs of Portugal would abrogate the European Security Agreement signed only 2 weeks ago. There have been reports of Russian financial aid and guidance for the small Communist Party of Portugal and thus indirectly for the pro-communist military leadership. Of the continuing anti-communist demonstrations in Portugal, Kissinger said,
80% of the Portuguese people have declared unmistakably their desire for a democratic system and democratic parties. The attempt by an anti-democratic and doctrinaire minority to thwart this desire is meeting inevitable and growing popular resistance.
Kissinger also said volunteer American electronic technicians might be sent to police a Sinai peace accord between Israel and Egypt, but with congressional approval. The Democratic governor of Alabama, George Wallace, apparently plans one of the most ambitious drives for the presidency in history. Wallace's campaign manager, Charles Snyder, says Wallace plans to run in each of the more than 30 state presidential primaries, with the lone exception of New Hampshire. The Detroit Free Press says it's confirmed that a reputed mafia leader and friend of the missing James Hoffa, Anthony Tony Jack Giacalone, arranged a luncheon meeting with Hoffa the day he disappeared. Giacalone has steadfastly denied such a meeting has ever been planned. There's a report from Moscow that political prisoners in a number of labor camps southeast of the Russian capital have staged hunger strikes in a campaign for more humane treatment. The Associated Press dispatch quotes dissident sources in Moscow. Scientists at Cape Canaveral, Florida, racing against time and a series of technical delays, have revived hopes that the U.S. might place the first unmanned spacecraft on the surface of the planet Mars on the country's 200th birthday, July 4th next. The disabled Viking to be replaced with a duplicate that was to have been used in a later flight. Officials say they're now hopeful the new Viking can be made ready for launch a week from Friday. I'm Jerry Landay, CBS News.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Let's say it's a bright summer day with the sky high and blue, and you are half dozing in the shade of a tree out in the country or on your patio. A dense, dark shadow passes over you, and for the briefest moment, you shudder to the marrow of your bones with such intense cold that, for that moment, heart, breathing, feeling, life stops dead. You open your eyes and look up, but there is nothing in the clear sky. Then you will know that over you has passed one of the ghost planes. Our mystery drama, The Ghost Plane, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Richard Crenna and Janet Waldo. For all intents and purposes, the plane in which we are traveling is not different from any normal jet, a 707 or perhaps a DC-9, with two exceptions, perhaps. There is no first class, as if it were a charter plane. And it carries only 2 lone passengers, both of them apparently asleep. There are many other differences in this plane, but I leave you to discover those for yourself. Wake up, Jenny. Wake up, Jenny. Wake up, Jenny. Wake up, Jenny.
Where am I? A plane? I wasn't going on a plane, was I? Or was I? If I am, where to? What for? I can't be awake. It doesn't feel... And yet I'm not asleep, I know that. I can hear the engines, feel the vibration. Oh, there's a stewardess. Except she looks so old. I never saw an old stewardess on a plane before. But at least I can ask her. Oh, why did she have to stop by him? I hope they don't talk too long.
Herb Moss, wake up. Herb Moss, wake up. Herb Moss, wake up.
I must have fallen asleep. It's funny, I don't feel tired. I can't remember. Chicago? St. Louis? No, I didn't have an out-of-town trip this week. Did I? Wasn't I up at the lake? Well, then, how... Oh, stewardess!
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
The seatbelt light is out, so I guess it's safe to smoke?
In the rear of the plane, it is permitted to smoke.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, how about rustling me up a double martini, real dry, to go with that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Moss. There are no drinks served on this plane.
Not even a little wine with dinner?
No meals are served either.
No. That's the way it is with charter flights, huh?
You could call this a charter flight. Yes, sir.
It's not a through flight, I guess. There'll be some set-downs.
That's correct, sir.
Well, I hope for your sake business wasn't all that bad. Just 2 of us. How many are you expecting at the next stop?
I don't know that yet. Excuse me. I think I want it up front, Mr. Moss. May I be of assistance, Miss Wallace?
I know you're going to think this is real dumb of me, but I fell asleep, and waking up, I'm so spaced out, I can't remember. I mean, where are we going?
I'm sorry, dear. I'm not allowed to tell you that.
You mean I'm some sort of prisoner?
Oh, no, not at all. You can go anywhere in the plane you like, except the cockpit, of course. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think perhaps the captain wants to talk to me.
Well, no, wait, please. Oh, just a minute. There's so many things I want to ask you.
It really wouldn't do any good. I wouldn't be able to answer.
Well, just one thing. Is this some sort of a hospital plane or something?
I've told you all I can tell you.
Oh, Lord, what is it? Some awful dream. Oh, I'm scared. Oh, Mom, Pop. Someone, please. I'm so scared.
Oh, excuse me, miss.
Oh. Hi.
Hello. Well, there are only 2 of us on the whole plane, so, well, to tell you the truth, I could use some company.
So could I. Oh, wait a minute. I'll slide over so you can sit down.
Oh, thank you. My name is, just a minute. I should have it's my business card. Herbert Moss. I'm with Troy, Train, and Kenward. That's an advertising firm. Well, as long as we're talking together, I think I should ask your name.
Me? Oh, it's Jenny. Jenny, she called me. Oh, wait a minute. Let me look in my bag. There ought to be... Yeah, here. My ident card. Jenny Wallace. That's me. Lousy picture, huh?
No, not at all. Nobody your age takes a bad picture. You also didn't seem to be sure of your name, Ginny. Ginny, right? But don't look so scared, dear. You have company. Why do you think I went groping for my business card? I wasn't sure of mine either.
No kidding. You weren't? Honest?
Honest. I'll tell you more than that. I don't know how I got on this plane. Do you?
No.
And I can bet you something else. You probably don't know where this plane is headed for, do you?
No, I don't. And the stewardess wouldn't tell me.
Or me. Another thing. I've looked through all my pockets and I can't find any carbon copy of my ticket, luggage checks, anything like that.
I feel so scared. You don't think it's like one of those skyjack things, and where the hostage is like, I mean, well, I could figure you, but why me?
Skyjack. No, I don't know it's possible, except...
Except what?
Well, why don't we know who we are? Remember where we're going. Let's try some questions. Do you have any brothers or sisters?
Sure. 2 sisters and a brother.
How old are they?
Younger than me. Mary's 14, Margaret's 11, and Tommy's only 7.
Yeah. And your mother and father?
Pop died a while back. Mom's alive.
You live with the family?
No, I was going to say I didn't anymore, but, well, it's going sort of blank again.
All right, now let's not push it. Or you. All right, let's think about me.
Well, we know you work at an advertising agency. What do you do there?
I'm an account executive, vice president in charge of Magnum Brands.
Well, I bet you live outside the city and travel in commuter trains with bar cars and all like that. And I bet you're married, right? With kids near my age?
Yes. Brian's at college already, and Adrienne is... Yes, of course I'm married, and I live in Greenridge. Wait a minute. There's a picture of the kids a couple of years ago, and it's my wife, Nina. Here's some other pictures of the kids. And that's the house. And this one, too.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, whoops. Oh, you dropped one. Who's this?
Oh, that's my secretary, Barbara. Oh, good Lord.
What is it, Mr. Moss?
Well, nothing. No, it's nothing. I forgot to leave her some instructions about a meeting. What day is this?
I don't know. I don't even know the date.
I have a feeling it's terribly important for us to know just what this day means. To both of us.
Oh.
Jenny, what is it?
Oh, just the way you said it. You gave me goosebumps all over.
I know the feeling. I don't like anything about this. Look, on a plane like this, there should be more than one hostess. I'm going up front to get some information about where this plane is going. Why don't you go aft and see if there isn't another hostess in the galley?
You mean like in the back?
Yes, I'm going to check the pilot.
Okay, Mr. Moss.
Pilot? Pilot or somebody. I want to talk to you. I demand that you open this door.
This is your captain. Will all passengers please notice that the no smoking lights are on and that seat belts be fastened. Please resume your seats immediately. We are preparing to land. Passengers will resume their seats immediately and buckle their seat belts. Please put out all cigarettes. We are preparing to land.
Oh, we're falling, Mr. Moss. The plane is falling.
You know, it's all right, Jenny. We're just diving a bit deeply, that's all.
I feel kind of sick to my stomach.
Now, slide in and sit down. Sit down.
Oh.
That's the girl. Now, keep your mouth open and swallow. And fasten your seatbelt. Pull it up tight. Now, listen to me. I don't know what you plan to do, but when we land, whatever it is, I'm getting off this plane. I'd advise you to do the same.
I don't know. I mean, I've only got a couple of dollars.
Don't worry about that. I've got money and credit cards. You want to get off with me?
Oh, yes.
And the moment I tell you to, snap open your seatbelt and head with me for the exit.
This is your captain. We are about to land. Remain in your seats, as this will be a short stop. Do not unfasten your seatbelts on landing. We shall be taking off immediately.
The pig's eye, Skipper.
What's that?
Oh, we're down. That's funny. I never heard him drop that landing gear.
Are we all right?
Now, as soon as we come to a halt, snap open your seatbelt and follow me.
Oh, yes, Mr. Moss.
Okay, now.
I can't. The buckle won't open.
As soon as I get mine. Oh, damn. Oh, I knew something was up. I sure would like to know what the devil is going on.
What is it, Mr. Moss?
These damn belts are gimmicked somehow. We're trapped in our seats. Whoever they are, they're not going to let us get off.
Who are they?
I don't know, Ginny. I'm afraid even to think.
Still, it is a good question. Who are they? Where is this strange plane headed with its cargo of only 2 passengers? Why is the hostess an elderly woman? And what is the rest of the crew like? And why have they stopped at, wherever they have stopped? And who else or what else is coming aboard? I'll return shortly with Act 2. The strange plane rests on the ground, its engines idling easily, and nothing happens. In their seats, Ginny Wallace and Herb Ross have given up struggling with the seat belts, which refuse to unclasp, pinning them helplessly in their seats. The cockpit door remains closed. The sense of unimaginable and pending action is so palpable that both have dropped their voices almost to a whisper.
Can you see where we are out the window?
Nothing.
Now rub the window off. I can't reach.
I did, but it's just that white mist, sort of like a cloud. I mean, outside.
No lights? No movement you can see?
No. What's going to happen to us?
I don't know.
What's that?
Shh. Bring them on board.
Who is it? I can't see over the back of the seat.
I don't know about the passengers, but it's the stewardess who was up front.
How did she get to the rear of the plane?
I don't know.
Shh. That's it. Mr. Schaefer in K1. Strap him in and...
Stewardess!
In a moment, Mr. Moss. Miss Newman in S1 and Mr. Downing in S2. Make them secure.
Stewardess, I demand to be released and let off at this stop.
Thank you, boys. As soon as you're out, we'll button up and take off.
Stewardess! Do you hear me?
Didn't you hear? Why won't you listen?
We are in the takeoff run. Please do not smoke and make sure that all safety belts are fastened. Do not release until a light goes on.
Do not release. It's for laughs. Who has a chance?
Can't you stop it, Mr. Moss? Some way?
Yes, I can't, Jenny. I think you must be beginning to realize that as well as I do.
Wake up, Danny Schaefer. Wake up, Danny Schaefer. Wake up, Danny Schaefer. Wake up.
Where am I? What is this? A plane?
Are you quite comfortable, Mr. Schaefer?
Who the devil are you?
The stewardess.
You've got to be kidding. An old dame like you? Hey, what kind of an airline is this, anyhow?
At the proper time, you'll know. Excuse me, I have other passengers to attend to.
Wake up, Carol Newman. Carol Newman. Carol Newman. Carol Newman.
I don't want to wake up. I don't ever want to wake up. I took care about that. What am I doing on a plane? Who's this guy next to me? I don't fly tourist. Wait a minute. Let me think.
Wake up, Bruce Downing. Wake up, Bruce Dowling.
No. Oh, no, I couldn't. Not now. Not now. I made the big chance. I can't blow it. I can't. Only I have. I know it. Damn motor is still running. It's still... What? I'm not under the car. I'm on a plane. It's all right. It must be all right.
Quite all right, Mr. Downing.
Yeah?
I say for the moment, it's quite all right.
Where are we headed?
On the passage you booked. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to make quite a few preparations.
Hey, wait a minute. Damn. What's the matter with this buckle?
He's messing around with it. I tried. Some new safety gimmick, I suppose. Won't release till the seatbelt light goes off.
Oh, well. What's the difference? You mind if I smoke?
No. If you have a stick, I'll join you.
Oh, no grass, ma'am. I mean, I'm strictly keep off the grass these days. Just straight old filter tip.
Did I ask for anything more?
You didn't have to. We're two of a kind, right?
And what does that mean?
We've been down a lot of the same roads.
Yeah. I've been down the same roads, I guess. Just a few more of them than you, Sonny.
You weather pretty well. And a couple of years doesn't give you any right to that Sonny. You can call me Bruce. Bruce will do. I'm Carol. I've got a case of the who the hell am I, how did I get here blues, too. I was hoping you could clue me in.
About what, for example?
This flight. Where we're going. How I got here.
You think I'd be much help? You notice what I'm wearing?
Yeah. It's nice. Sort of. Yeah, I see what you mean. No use asking you if you've got a ticket.
Scarcely. In a negligee, you can pretty well tell everything I've got. I get a blanket from the hostess. Do you have a ticket?
Not that I can find.
And you have no idea how or why you're here?
No. Well, kind of hazy. But, no. Oh, damn. If we could only get out of these seat belts.
What for?
You see that couple sitting down front? The older man and the chick in the jeans?
Yeah.
I've got a crazy notion they were already on the plane before it landed. Or anyway, before it picked us up. Maybe they have some answer.
What about the mean-looking kid with the frizzy up ahead? One with a knife he's trying to cut the belt with.
I don't think I want to tangle with that character. He's riding the edge of something.
This is your captain. We have now reached our cruising altitude. And for a brief period, till our next stop, we suggest you loosen your seatbelts if you so desire, and stretch out a little. Smoking is permitted in the rear half of the plane.
Mr. Moss?
Yes, Jenny?
What did you mean about me beginning to realize what's happening as well as you do?
Aren't you beginning to remember things?
I'm not sure. It's like a bad dream. Things that couldn't really happen have happened to me, only... And the worst of all is... I don't know how to say it. How to explain.
You don't have to, Jenny. I know. I feel the same way. Sooner or later, we're going to have to face it.
No.
Jenny, my poor, dear little girl.
Excuse me for breaking up the love scene, but I'm looking for a couple of answers, man.
There's no smoking in this section of the plane.
You gotta be putting me on, man. There's 5 of us here. That's all there are. Who cares? Them other 2 are lit up.
In the proper section. And the lady beside me doesn't smoke.
Oh, you mean love child here? Don't let her give you no runaround, Dad. She not only smokes, turns on, but but she's a user, I can tell.
Put that cigarette out, punk, or I'll run you aft and stick your head down one of the bowls.
Tough guy, huh? Still feel so tough?
A knife? Oh, Mr. Moss!
Take it easy, Jenny. I don't think he wants to try to use it. It's just supposed to scare me and try to prove what a big man he is.
Hey, now, don't ever kid yourself. I got nothing to lose. Now, let's answer me a couple of questions.
Such as?
Where's this plane headed for?
I don't know.
Now, don't give me that. You were here before we got... Before... Or however we got here, you must know something.
Don't you know why you're here?
Hey, man, would I be asking you if I did? Hold it. What do you two want?
The same thing you do, apparently. Information.
Our seat belts. Mr. Moss, we can loosen them now.
Yes, Jenny. I already have.
Come on. Let's start cluing us in. What is this, a prison ship or something?
And why would you think that?
Will you lay out... Hey, what's the idea to get up you're wearing?
I don't know. It's what I had on when I woke up here on the plane.
You mean you two were shacking up and he brought you aboard in your fancy nightshirt?
No, she doesn't mean that. The first time I met this lady was on this plane. I don't even know how I got here myself. And why don't you put that knife away?
And why don't you cool it? I ain't letting this out of my hand till I get a slant on what this whole gig is, see?
My name is Herbert Moss. This is Ginny Wallace.
Who cares about names?
We should get acquainted since we're all in the same fix.
Well, all right. I'm Danny. Danny... I don't know. Somebody must have slipped me a Mickey or something before I got carted on here. I can't think.
Jenny and I had trouble remembering who we were. How about you two?
A kind of a voice whispered my name to me.
Yeah, me too.
That's how I knew my name.
Yeah, right on. Same with me. Like I was coming to. Wake up, Danny. Yeah, the old bag in the uniform. She said, Schaefer. That's it. Danny Schaefer.
Downing. Bruce Downing. That's me.
And the voice said Carol Newman. Newman!
Oh, well, great. Now we're all buddies, okay? But look, I'm asking you, Dad, what's going on? What do you know?
I told you nothing.
Don't give me that. I heard you say something to the love chick here when I came up. Something about face it. Face what?
Doesn't anybody know? Or guess?
It's all just bits, pieces, things that won't go together. I can't remember it straight.
Yeah, it's like that for me, too.
Mr. Downing?
Yeah. That's about the size of it. One thing I do... it doesn't tie in right away.
How about you, Dad?
Well, I'm beginning to remember a lot more than I want to.
All right, now what does that mean?
Now, answer me a question first. Do you remember anything?
Yeah. I remember plenty. I've held up stores, run numbers, lifted, hoisted cars, you name it, ever since I was 14 years old. But only to put something in my stomach. The last thing I do remember is I finally went for the big one. Murder one. I was robbing a store and a cop tried to jump me, and before I could think, I had the shiv in him and I knew he'd bought it. So that's to clear the air. I don't really care about none of the rest of you. All I want to know is what am I doing in this bleeping plane, and where are we headed, and how do we get off of here? And this time I expect an answer, Dad. Because I think you know.
I don't know exactly. I'm only guessing. For two reasons.
Spill them.
First, you all heard Danny. He's done plenty to be ashamed of, even if he wouldn't admit it. I think the first part of that statement is what all of us have in common. We're all deeply ashamed of something or things we've done. That's number one.
What would I be ashamed of?
Or me. I didn't do anything wrong.
Shut up! What's the other thing we got in common?
Take a look at your windbreaker, Danny.
Yeah, what about it?
There's a hole in the front.
So what?
Unzip it. Look at your shirt underneath. Or pull up your shirt and look at your chest.
Hey, come on. What are you trying to pull?
I'm trying to answer your questions for you. And for all of us.
Okay. Hey. Come on, blood. What happened?
I'm guessing that police officer you knifed had a partner and that he shot you. Right through the heart.
I got a hole in my chest. Big slug, at least a 38. Jeez, a hit like that, I must be... Oh, no, I can't be.
I'm afraid you are, Danny. I'm afraid all of us are.
You mean we're dead?
This is your captain. Will you please be sure that you are seated and have fastened your seatbelts? Please extinguish all cigarettes. We are coming in for a landing now. Thank you.
Better fasten up, everyone.
What for? Not me. I'm getting off this plane when it lands, understand?
They won't allow you to. You might as well follow orders. If he increases the pitch anymore, you'll be rolling all over the floor. You could break your neck.
What difference does it make if I'm dead?
I don't know that for sure. I'm only guessing because I think I remember that I am dead.
Has Herb guessed the truth? And if he has, what are the passengers who ride this strange plane headed for at this next landing? That is, supposing the pilot can pull the plane out of the screaming dive that has sent Dan scrambling for a seat and, for the moment, the welcome restraint of the seatbelt. I'll be back in a moment with Act 3. Again, the great plane lies earthbound, or at least not in the act of flying. Again, swirling mists mask whatever may lie outside the cabin where 5 people sit imprisoned now. And again, the motherly but elusive stewardess superintends the boarding of new passengers. This time, only one, who is seated in the very rear. And now, with his arrival, there is a new surprise.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
Hey, look, I want to talk to you. I want to get off.
Please, quiet.
Please help us. We want to get off.
Be quiet and listen to me, please. I have something to explain. This will be the last stop before your destination. The passenger who has just come on board is the Reverend Dr. Pell. He will join you as soon as you are airborne. I will not be with you for the rest of the flight. May I wish you all goodbye and good luck.
Wake up, Morgan Bell. Wake up, Morgan Bell. Wake up, Morgan Bell.
Oh, my beloved father, I do remember that article of the Acts of Religion which does concern the wicked, and such be void of a lively faith. Must I then be denied the partaking of the body of Christ in the use of the Lord's Supper?
What happened?
Nothing. We just stopped climbing and leveled off.
Then that means the seatbelt light should be going on any minute, and then the horn will tell us that we can get off and get out of here, right?
I suppose so, for all that means.
Hey, look, we ain't dead. I ain't buying any of that bull, understand? Now, I gotta get to a dock and fix me up.
Won't do any good. Too late.
How do you know? I mean, what makes you so sure?
Because I have a hole in my chest to match yours. Look.
Your shirt is covered with blood. Oh.
I had everything. A loving wife, 5 children, successful career. I'm 48 years old. And my secretary was 22. I took advantage of her. Made her my mistress. promised her a marriage I knew I had no intention of going through with. I was just leaving her apartment when the young man she should have married, emotionally insane, shot me. The last thing I remember was the bullet tearing into my chest. And then the blackness. That's why I know I am dead, and why I am on this plane. Why all of us are.
Why? Why me?
He said it before. We all have something to be ashamed of.
What was your scene, man?
Mention anything an actor can do to claw his way to the top, and I've tried it. I won't embarrass little Jenny by naming him. I wouldn't want to hurt a lady's feelings.
I once thought I had talent as a designer, but I had another talent that men were more interested in. It was with quite a lot of money, I found. It was after I'd been married and my husband walked out on me when I had a kid. I'm not excusing myself, but I did have to bring up my baby till she died. And by that time, as you can see, I wasn't all that young anymore, so much in demand, and what was there left to live for? I had uppers, downers, everything, so instead of my usual 2 before going to bed alone, I emptied the bottle. Excuse the hearts and flowers. But it seems to be let's take our hair down time. But I thought you'd broken out of the trap.
I had. At the expense of my best friend.
Yahoo!
An actor friend who was playing the part in Uranus, who got me the job as understudy. His first break, too. I slipped him a Mickey before the opening night performance. That's how I went on and got all the reviews. I thought I was a big star already, had it made. Bought myself a sports job and became a party boy. Invited now instead of hired. I turned that car upside down trying to make a right-angle curve at 90. Damn right I'm dead, and I know it. And maybe I'm glad.
I killed my baby. I deserve to die.
Hush, Jenny. Jenny, hush. Has it been that bad?
I loved him so. I wanted to be married, but Mom wouldn't give her consent. She thought he was too old for me. I thought if I was having his baby, Mom would have to agree about marriage. I waited till after 3 months, and I told her. Only he walked out on me, and it was too late. Too late for the hospitals to take care of me. So I didn't want his baby anymore. And I went to not even a doctor. Oh, it was murder. I deserve to die. We all do. And Mr. Moss is right. That's why we're here. And that's where we're all going. Straight to hell.
Oh, no. No, sir, not me.
Now, what do you think you're going to do?
I've been looking. The door to the cockpit is open. The shiv's enough. I'm going in there and skyjack this plane. I'm going to make that pilot turn back.
The belts are open. Come on, Bruce. We better get him.
Do you think there's a chance?
I don't want that crazy kid to... What is it, Danny? Danny, what's the matter?
There's no one in there. No one. There's no one flying the plane.
Good Lord.
I'm afraid not, Miss Newman. Not yours or any of ours.
What do you mean, Father?
I'm not a father.
But you're still a minister. You could help us.
I wish I could, my dear. I wish that with all my heart, but you see, I am one of you. I've been listening to all of you, and I know now that's why I'm here. I no longer have any right to the name of a minister.
What brought you here to join us, sir?
The greatest sin of all. I renounced my God. I spent the last 4 years in Vietnam. I saw such suffering and misery without reason that... But I was too busy then to think of the scars it left on the mind. It was only returning to the United States, wanting to pray for those poor people I'd known and for the agony of our country and all the world that suddenly I found there were no more words. There was no more belief. Everything had been wrung from me. And my faith was gone.
How did you die?
By God's hand. I was passing a crowd, lost in my own thoughts and the struggle in my mind, and a policeman came to me and said there was a boy on a ledge, threatening to kill himself unless they found him a minister. I went up to that high place and out on that ledge, and I asked him to come in. And he said to me, "Father, why should I come back to a world where there is no God? Tell me, convince me that there is one, and I will come in." Where were the words of comfort that can only be spoken from the soul? I, who had picked this mission to devote my life to, had none to offer. And the blackness hit me. I felt myself reeling, and like Lucifer, I fell headlong into eternal damnation.
I wonder whose is the greatest sin. And does it matter after all? I'd guess that religion has touched me less than any one of you. But I still have hope.
Hey, man, what are you talking about? You're the one put the whammy on us from the beginning. You're the one first put us all behind the 8 ball.
Whatever all of us did, we were human. Human, born to make mistakes. Big or little. If we didn't, we'd be God. Or gods. Each of us carries our private hell within us. I cannot conceive of anything beyond that as punishment. The whole idea of God surely means compassion.
What's that?
We're landing.
Without any approach? In midair?
What does it mean? Hey, help me.
Hey, knock it off, Danny.
Hey, ain't you scared?
Sure. But not so much after what Mr. Moss said.
Plane's coming to a halt.
Bruce, you said we were 2 of a kind.
Yeah.
Then can I hang on to you? I'm terrified.
Sit down, everyone. Let's not waste time.
Who are you?
Traffic control, of course.
Are we in hell?
Not yet.
May I ask where we are?
This is sort of a halfway station. We have your dossiers. You have all made mistakes of greater or lesser value. That's neither here nor there. You have reached what is usually called the point of no return. That is, the point on a journey where you are exactly halfway. And so you have a choice. Do you wish to continue, or would you like to go back to where you were before the moment of finite death?
You mean we are not condemned everlastingly?
No one has judged you as yet, but yourselves. None of you returns to face an easy life, but if you want to, you may.
You mean there is a God who offers us a second chance?
Of course. Everyone deserves that, don't you think?
I wonder if the memory of this tale will haunt you. And if, perhaps, as it does, that mistake
that hurtful or even vicious action you may have taken may give you a moment's pause to reconsider and perhaps to try to repair the damage. For all of us, there is a second chance. At least once. I'll be back shortly. A girl named Ginny Wallace had a fine baby girl. Carol Newman works in a center for retarded children. Bruce Newman is a successful star. Danny is serving a sentence for robbery, but is soon to be paroled. The Reverend Morgan Pell has gone back to Vietnam. We have no record of what happened to him there. And Herb Ross broke off his relationship with Barbara, who returned to her old love, while Herb wisely never troubled his wife or children with his own indiscretion. It is enough that he suffers with it in his conscience. Our cast included Richard Crenna, Janet Waldo, Casey Kasem, Virginia Gregg, and Sam Edwards. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sounds of suspense. Justice, the noblest creation and the highest ideal of man, the foundation of all religion and the cornerstone of every law. Justice, the birthright of every human being on the face of the earth. Justice, we're brought up to believe in it, to expect it. But what about those people who suddenly discover that for them, there isn't any justice? Our mystery drama, Only the Dead Remember, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts and Mandel Kramer. For a long time, ever since he came home from one of our wars, Eddie Benson has been looking for someone. Those vital years of his life that might have been invested in a career, devoted to a family, have instead been devoured by an all-consuming search as Eddie Benson roamed the length and breadth of America, supporting himself by his nimble and sensitive fingers, playing the piano, in grimy saloons, in sophisticated night spots, but always looking, always listening, ever alert for a clue that could lead to his quarry. Well, now, tonight, suddenly the manhunt will come to an end in a cocktail lounge in a northwestern city just a few minutes before midnight. Odd how a search so intense could be climaxed by a discovery so casual. How so serious and deadly a crusade can be capped with a laugh. That laugh. Eddie Benson hasn't heard that laugh in years. That laugh. He would recognize it anywhere. It could only belong to one person. And now Eddie's fingers slide softly and swiftly over the keyboard and find a melody. A pretty little melody that has a special meaning for certain people. Especially for that comfortable-looking man at the corner table. The man with that laugh.
So I said to her, my dear, if I were to get married again, it'd be the triumph of hope over experience.
Yeah. Yes, sir, Mr. Jackson. That's a good one, all right. Oh, what's the matter, Mr. Jackson?
The matter?
You okay? You got a funny look on your face all of a sudden.
Hey, Millie.
Man, you didn't get sick or something.
Who's that? Who's that playing the piano tonight?
Oh, there's some guy filling in for Woody. You know him?
No. For a minute, though, I thought he may have looked familiar. That's just my imagination. Millie?
What is it, Mr. Jackson?
Ask him if he'll,
You got a request, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, I have. Ask him to quit playing that song.
You don't like it? It's kind of a catchy tune.
Just give him this. Tell him to play something else.
Eddie.
You've got a request.
Request in reverse. Customer says to take this $10 and quit playing what you're playing now.
What's this character's name?
Jackson. R.J. Jackson.
I see. R.J. Jackson. Does he, live around here?
Oh, up on the hill. All kinds of money.
Figures.
Huh?
It's funny, Millie. How it ends. Where it ends. There were times I thought it would never end. All these years, it kind of took over, you know. It became a way of life.
Look, I wish I knew what you were talking about.
No, you don't, Millie. I think I'll split.
You mean walk out? You can't just walk out on
How'd you like to make $10?
All depends.
You keep the 10 spot, and as soon as I'm out of here, you go up to him, good old R.J. Jackson, see, and you say to him, Mother Hennessy's chickens are coming home to roost.
You're kidding.
Say it. You're $10 ahead.
Yeah, but you can't just quit in the middle of playing.
Remember the chickens, Millie. See you around.
Yeah. Oh, boy. The more I get to know musicians. Huh. Now, how'd that go? Mother Hennessy's chickens. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, the piano player, he wanted me to tell you something.
Yeah? I bet it's thanks. That's the easiest $10 he ever made.
Well, what he wanted to tell you was...
Yep. Well...
Well, he said, let's see, Mother Hennessy's chickens are coming home to roost.
What's that?
I'm sure that's what he said. Mother Hennessy's chickens are coming...
No.
Mr. Jackson. Hey, somebody, give me a hand, quick, he's fainted.
Oh. What? Oh, go away. All right. I'm up. Yeah. Hello?
Tom Wilson?
Yeah, that's Tom Wilson. You know what time it is? It happens...
I got a message for you, Tom. Mother Hennessy's chickens are coming home to roost.
What? What did you say? Who is this? Hello?
Hello?
Is Bill Traynor at home?
No, but I expect him. Who's calling?
Is this his wife?
Yes, I'm Liz Traynor.
Will you take a message?
Well, of course.
Tell him Mother Hennessy's chickens are coming home to roost.
Yes?
That's all.
You're joking. Hello? Hello? Oh, well.
Hi, darling.
Oh, Bill. You just missed a phone call?
Oh, never mind that. What'd the doctor say?
Oh, things are just fine. He'll be born on schedule.
You mean you won't take it, girl?
Darling, I'll take whatever we can get.
I can't believe it, honey. After all this time, everything is going our way. You know, Tom worked out the contract.
Oh, Bill. Oh, I'm so happy.
We're going to be rich, honey. We're going to own a business, and we're going to be parents. What were you saying about a phone call?
Oh, well, a man just called. Very mysterious.
Hmm?
He said to tell you that, let me see, Mother Hennessy's chickens are coming home to roost.
He said what?
Well, that's what he said. And he hung up. Can it mean anything?
Oh, no, nothing at all. Just forget it.
What about dinner? Bill, dinner?
Did the man say anything else?
Bill, you're so pale.
Honey, believe me, this is really nothing that should concern you.
The key is the name Hennessy.
Where should we go to dinner?
Darling, you're trying to distract me. Hennessy, we don't own any Hennessy.
Look, honey, I've just been going at a very fast pace, and
Hennessy's chickens. That combination is familiar.
Darling, I'm really very hungry.
I've got it. Oh, I've got it. Your old army outfit is holding a reunion.
What do you know about my old army outfit?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all, except you and Tom Wilson were in it together. You were in Korea. You were prisoners, and you refused to talk about it. Even to me.
Why do you say we're having a reunion?
Hennessy. What? Last year when we moved into this house, I was putting a lot of your old stuff away. There was an army picture of you and Tom Wilson. Well, you must have been all of 18, and 2 other young soldiers. And in the middle, an older man, a sergeant. And underneath it, you had written, Mother Hennessy's chickens. It just clicked in my mind. That sergeant, that older man.
He was all of 26.
Well, his name was Hennessy, wasn't it?
Yes.
And he looked after all of you like a mother hen.
Yes.
And now you're having a reunion. Oh, Bill, what a wonderful person that Sergeant Hennessy. I want to meet him.
No, you can't.
Why?
He's dead.
Oh. Well, was he killed in the war?
In the prison camp.
Bill, that music, that piano. Don't you hear it? It's coming from the living room. Someone's playing the piano. I didn't hear anyone ring the bell. Well, let's go see.
No.
But someone's in the apartment.
Liz, stay here.
Bill.
I want you to stay in the bedroom.
Yes, but why?
Liz, in all the years we've been married, I never asked you to do anything just because I said so. But I'm asking you now, please.
All right, Bill.
Just for a while. Hello, Eddie.
Front door was open. I just walked in.
Well, you're welcome, Eddie. Been a long time.
A lifetime. Nice layout.
Yeah. I've done well.
I'm sure you deserve it.
I went to school on the GI Bill, became an engineer.
I always said you had the stuff, Billy.
I'm going to own a good-sized electronics company.
That's nice.
Our old buddy Tom Wilson, remember him?
Who could ever forget Tom?
Well, he's drawing up the contract. He became a lawyer. What about yourself, Eddie?
Me?
Yeah, a fellow with your talent, the way you could write songs like this one for Hennessy. We all figured we'd hear you doing Broadway musicals, coming up with top hits.
Well, I've been too busy.
Doing what?
Looking for somebody. Looking for an old friend of ours.
Bill, I had a phone call. The craziest phone call.
Hello, Tommy.
Eddie. Hey, Eddie Benson. It could only have been you. Where you been hiding?
Tom? Billy? I got the greatest news in the world. I found him. I finally found him.
You finally found who?
The needle in the haystack. 1 grain of sand on the beach. It was such a long time. It was such a long search.
Eddie, who did you find?
Who do you think? Myers.
Myers?
R.J. Myers?
He doesn't call himself Myers anymore, but it's still R.J. Robert Joseph. Or, as Hennessy said, our own little Bobby Joe.
Well, that's incredible.
Except he's not so little anymore. He's a very portly gentleman these days.
You say you found him?
I found him.
What did you say to him, Eddie?
Nothing.
Well, how could you just say nothing?
Tom, you, Billy, and I, we've got nothing to say to Bobby Joe. I just made sure of where we could find him, and I came here to pick up you two guys.
Eddie.
I have a .45. What do you guys want to use?
Eddie, what are you saying?
I'm saying if we leave now, we can fly to where he is in less than 3 hours and kill him before midnight.
Kill. Into the pleasant, well-ordered, comfortable world of Bill Traynor and Tom Wilson, there suddenly intrudes a strange, terrifying, and ugly word. It's not a word of this world. It's a word that belongs to another world, a world of pain and horror, a world that they thought was dead and gone. We'll continue in that world when I return shortly with Act 2. When they were 19 years old, Eddie Benson, Bill Traynor, and Tom Wilson suffered and starved and froze in a prison camp in North Korea. Now it's a lifetime later, and to Tom and Bill, Korea is barely a dream. But Eddie Benson is still stuck deep in the nightmare, still determined to carry out a deadly promise they made to each other long ago.
I thought you two guys would be glad to see me. Now we can keep our promise.
What promise?
Tom, you're kidding, aren't you? Bill, you remember the promise the three of us made? Well, do you?
Yes.
It was more than a promise.
Eddie.
It was an oath.
Look, Eddie.
No, you look, Tom. You look back at a mound of dirt in that prison camp in Korea. You look back and see three guys, we three guys, were kneeling next to that mound of dirt because it's Hennessy's grave. Look back and hear us. Hear us swear never to rest, never to stop, never to know a moment's peace until we killed Robert Joseph Myers.
Eddie, how can we just kill him?
How? Simple. Blow his brains out.
You live in another world, whether you realize it or not. Now, you just don't go around killing people.
But there are people who have to be killed, Tom.
You're not in combat. The war's over.
Not yet.
Eddie, you're home. There's the law. Now, what do you tell the police?
The truth.
What's the truth?
You know the truth as well as I do, Tom. Myers turned rat in Korea. He gave away our escape plan, and he got Hennessy killed for it.
But can you be sure it was Myers?
We know it was Myers. We knew, didn't we? Bill?
I guess we did. All right, tell me this. If we were so sure, why didn't we denounce him 6 months later after we were freed?
Why? You know why, Tom. You were the law student. You said don't denounce him.
I said?
You said. We had no hard evidence. A smart defense lawyer could get him acquitted at a court-martial. That's what you said.
All I said was I wished we had more evidence.
You said we would have to get Myers by ourselves. That's what you said. We would find him, kill him, and announce it to the whole world. And that's what we swore we would do. Do you remember, Bill?
I remember.
Tom?
All right, Eddie, all right. But that was a long time ago.
That doesn't mean it didn't happen.
No, but it means it happened in another time, in another place, under different rules.
In other words, you're not willing to do it.
I can't do it. I'm an attorney, a member of the bar. I simply cannot be an accessory to a felony.
Okay. Bill,
What's your excuse?
I'm not aware that I need an excuse.
I spent my life looking for Bobby Joe so that justice could be done.
Eddie, we can only have justice through the law.
Okay. Tell me then. Will the law give us justice?
We have no evidence.
Okay. No justice from the law, then. Tell me. In that case, where and to whom can we go for justice? Well, does your silence mean there isn't going to be any justice?
Eddie.
Eddie what? Hennessy saved the lives of each of us more times than we can count. If it weren't for him, none of us would be around today. He was betrayed. He was murdered because of Robert Joseph Myers. Now, is that going to be the end of it?
Eddie, there are certain realities.
I know what you think, Tom. Bill, I want to hear you say something.
I wish I knew what to say. You've got nothing to lose, Eddie.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it comes down to, doesn't it? I'm just Crazy Eddie, the piano player. You guys, pillars of the community. Rich, respectable, gutless. Well, I'll do it alone.
Eddie, there must be another way out of this.
Tell me about it.
Look, I don't want him to go unpunished either. But Eddie, what's wrong? Eddie?
I don't know.
Hey, Eddie.
Get me a drink of water.
Tom, hold on, or he's going to pass out.
Let him sleep.
What's the matter with him, Doctor?
Well, I'd say this man's been living on his nerves for a long, long time.
Well, what can we do for him?
Let him sleep. For a week, if you can. And whatever you do, see that nothing excites him.
I'm afraid that's going to be difficult.
Why?
Oh, it's a long story.
He needs rest. Needs calm. Call me tomorrow.
Yes, Doctor.
Bill.
Try to get some sleep, Eddie.
I feel so tired. I'll just rest a while, okay?
Sure.
I never felt so tired, except when we were in Korea. Remember?
Yeah.
Remember how Hennessy would keep us awake while we were on guard?
Sure.
You were his favorite?
Oh, he didn't play favorites.
He liked you more than the rest of us because you were the best soldier.
Eddie, try to get some sleep.
I don't care about Tom, but you, especially you have to help me kill Myers.
Eddie, you need your sleep.
Yeah. I'll sleep a little, and then when I feel stronger, we'll go get him. You have to help me, Bill. After all, if it weren't for you, if it weren't for you...
If it weren't for me, what, Eddie? Eddie?
Help me, Sergeant. Sergeant Hennessy, get me out of here. Hennessy, help me. Please, don't leave me alone.
Bill.
What?
Bill.
I'm sorry. I was having a nightmare.
Oh, darling, look, you just can't keep torturing yourself.
Liz, what am I going to do?
It'll be all right.
No, Liz, whatever I do, it won't be all right. It won't.
Oh, surely you just can't.
Just can't what?
I better not say any more.
Why did Eddie have to show up now?
Darling, what are you going to do?
I don't know. But I just can't go and kill Myers. It would be throwing away my whole life. Yours as well. Liz, please help me.
I can't help you. No one can help you.
It's all set. We have the closing tomorrow. You'll own a factory, Bill, my friend. Yeah. Is Eddie better? Yeah. He's sitting up now. He's getting an appetite. In a couple of days, the doctor says he can be out of bed.
You know what we have to do, don't you?
We have to get word to Myers somehow. I don't like this any more than you do, but we have to warn him to keep out of sight for a while.
I suppose.
Has he told you where Myers is living?
No. He won't even tell me what name Myers is using.
Why?
I don't think he trusts us, Tom. He thinks we betrayed him and Hennessy.
Bill.
Look, Tom, what's the use? In a sense, we have betrayed Hennessy.
I know.
We've even betrayed ourselves.
It's all part of what you have to do to live. Now, we must find out where Myers is.
Eddie won't tell me.
He might tell me. I'll get it out of him somehow. We'll save him yet, in spite of himself.
Oh, I'm freezing. It's so cold. So cold.
Bill, darling, you're having a bad dream.
What?
Wake up.
Can we
Wake
build
up.
a fire? Why won't they let us build a fire?
Bill!
A fire.
Bill, please.
Why can't they let us have a fire?
Bill.
Eddie?
Yes, Eddie. We gotta break out of here tomorrow night. Hennessy said to tell you.
We won't have a chance. We better not.
We'll die if we stay here, Tom.
He's right, Tom.
You guys know where we have to meet?
Yeah, Tom and I know. Did you tell Myers?
No.
Why not?
Myers isn't going.
Why not?
Shut up, Bill.
You can't tell who's around.
Hennessy says Myers can't cut it.
But he's one of us. We can't leave him here.
Hennessy says we can't take a chance on him.
No.
No what?
Without Hennessy and us around to protect him, he'll die here. I'm going to talk to Hennessy. I'll convince him. I'll convince Hennessy that we have got to take Myers. I'll convince him.
Bill, wake up. Darling, you're dreaming again.
What? Yeah.
Oh, Bill, are you all right?
Yeah. I'm all right. Only sometimes I don't know which is the dream. This or Korea. Hi, darling.
Oh, hello, Bill. Tom's here.
Oh?
Yeah, he's inside talking to Eddie.
Yeah, I've got something to say to Eddie, too. Look, I almost forgot you saw the doctor today. Is there anything?
Oh, everything's just fine.
Oh, Liz, this should be the happiest part of my life.
I know, Bill.
I'll be right out. Well, how is everybody?
I want to thank you for everything, Bill.
Oh, it's nothing.
I'm leaving tonight.
Leaving? Where to?
There's a promise I have to keep.
See if you can talk him out of it, Bill. He won't listen to me. He won't tell me anything either.
I won't try to talk you out of anything, Eddie. I want to go with you.
Bill. What for? To help me or to stop me?
I don't know. I just feel that I have to face Myers with you. And then... Well, right now, I don't know.
Fellas, if this is the way the conversation is going, I have to leave. I can't be part of what happens.
Well, Eddie, where are we going?
I'll tell you when we get there.
What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
Are you going to try to save him?
I don't know what I'm going to do.
We're in this because you tried to save him the last time, you remember?
Yes, I remember. When are we leaving?
Tonight.
All right, I'll go pack.
You don't need much. Just a toothbrush, a razor, and a revolver.
The decisions have been made. Or have they? Tom stays, Bill goes. But what is it that Bill will do when he faces Myers? Right now, his emotions are those of a 19-year-old. But how long can those emotions sustain a man who is close to 40? We'll know when I return shortly with Act 3. Many of us spend our lives searching for the truth. But what is the truth?
Now, direct from CBS News, this Radio Net Alert Bulletin.
This is Richard Threlkeld in San Francisco. A federal warrant was issued tonight for Patricia Hearst, kidnapped daughter of publisher Randolph Hearst, as a material witness in today's $10,000 robbery of a San Francisco bank. Ms. Hearst, who announced in a communique last week that she has renounced her family to join her erstwhile captors, the Symbionese Liberation Army, was clearly visible in a security photo taken during the robbery holding a carbine in the bank teller area. Authorities said they wanted Miss Hurst, who has taken the revolutionary name Tanya, not for her arrest, but only as a witness, on the assumption she may have been forced to participate in the robbery, in which 2 bystanders were critically wounded. 3 other persons, all women, all known or suspected SLA members, were charged with the robberies. Authorities said they still do not have hard evidence that Patricia Hearst took willing part in the robbery. But as FBI agent in charge Charles Bates put it tonight, I am now convinced Patricia Hearst is alive and still with the SLA, unquote. This is Richard Threlkeld in San Francisco.
This Net Alert Bulletin has come to you from CBS News. We now resume the regular program schedule on this CBS Radio Net Alert station.
Many of us spend our lives searching for the truth. But what is the truth? When are we closest to the basic essence of our existence? Is it when we have the experience and wisdom of age, or the fire and idealism of youth? We keep asking, what is the truth? The answer is, each man must find his own truth.
Liz, Eddie's gone.
Yes, I know.
You know?
Well, I went to his room to see if he was up to having dinner, and he wasn't there.
But I was supposed to go with him.
I know that, too.
How did you know? I didn't tell you.
Darling, you didn't have to tell me.
Well, then how?
I have faith in you, Bill. I have faith that in the end you will do what's right.
Looks as if I'm not going to do anything with Eddie gone.
Well, do you really want to find him?
But how? How could I even begin to look?
I know where he went.
You know? How do you know?
Well, while he was sick, I sent his clothes to the cleaners, and in his pocket there was an airline return ticket.
A ticket to where?
Now, look, Bill, I won't tell you unless you take me with you.
And you can't go in your condition.
Bill, we have to do this together.
But it might be dangerous.
You're wasting our time, Bill. We should be getting the next plane for Central City.
Oh, boy, I didn't realize how hungry I was.
Well, we missed dinner last night.
Now, tell me something. How do we find Eddie in a city this size?
Where's the waitress? Oh, miss. Oh, could you bring us the morning paper, please?
How's the paper going to help us?
Well, the paper would carry ads for the night spots where he might have worked.
Hey, it's right. If he found Myers, it would probably be in a bar or a club.
Yes. Oh, thank you, miss.
All right, darling, you go through the ads. I'll just sit and finish this coffee. Then I'll start looking for Eddie.
Well, I intend to go with you.
Oh, no. No, you don't. It's miserable out. It's snowy. Now, you stay in the hotel. I can find him.
Bill. Oh, Bill, we won't find Eddie.
What do you mean?
Look at what it says. Here in the paper.
Let's see.
Yeah. Eddie is dead.
What? Musician found shot to death. Police puzzled by mysterious murder. Body discovered in hotel room. No apparent motive. Eddie dead? How can he be? Only yesterday.
Well, do the police have anything to go on?
No, it says here no leads, no clues. Liz, it had to happen last night. Someone was waiting for him. It has to be Myers.
Well, look, we'd better tell the police.
But Eddie said that's not the name Myers is using. We don't know who he is.
Liz, Bill.
Tom, what are you doing here?
I just got in. I checked the hotels and ran you down.
Then you know.
Yeah, I saw it in the paper. That's why I flew out here.
But, Tom.
What?
How could you...
Liz, what is it?
Oh, nothing.
Poor Eddie. You know what this means? We're both in trouble now, you and I.
Why?
Well, it's obvious Myers knew Eddie was after him, so he killed him.
Tom, we have no choice. We have got to find Myers.
But while we don't know who he is, he knows who we are. In this big city, who is Myers? He could kill us from ambush and get away with it.
Oh, Bill.
Of course, there's one thing we could do.
Yes?
Call it off.
How?
Take the next plane out of here. That would be our way of telling Myers it's all over.
Is that what you want to do?
I'm not saying it's what I want to do. I'm listing our options.
I think we have to find Myers, Tom. This time we can turn him over to justice. It's funny the way it worked out. Eddie had to die so that justice could settle accounts with Myers.
We have to find him first.
All right, we'll try all the music places. Liz, you stay here and stick close to the phones. If either of us gets a lead, we'll be in touch.
Hello?
Darling?
Oh, any luck?
No. Has Tom phoned in?
Not yet.
Well, let's hope we get lucky.
Bill, something bothers me. It must be my imagination again.
Why? What is it?
I don't know, but it has something to do with Tom.
What?
I can't put my finger on it. Just something that doesn't sound right.
Well, what, honey? What could be wrong about Tom?
Bill, now I know.
Wait a minute, darling. I'll call you later.
But Bill!
Miss?
Oh, yes, sir. Can't I order?
That tune. Would you ask the piano player where he learned it?
He learned it from me. I hum it all the time. You know, he says to me, "Hey, Millie, I like that." Now he plays it all the time.
I knew the man who wrote it. Eddie Benson.
Oh, you know Eddie?
Sure, we were good friends.
It's a shame what happened to him. He was, I don't know, somebody once told me a word. Mercurial. Yeah, he was a mercurial character.
That he was.
A guy like him. Oh, he got a lot of people sore at him. Well, at least he left a pretty tune to remember him by. I just can't get it out of my head. Everybody loves it. Well, almost everybody. I know one character who didn't.
That so?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know, it was Eddie's last night on the job. He was playing the tune. And then this guy, who he comes in here all the time, this guy wanted to give him $10 just to quit playing it.
You're kidding.
No, it's a fact.
Do you know the guy?
Oh, sure. He's a regular. Oh, he hasn't been in lately. Yeah. One thing I gotta say about old R.J. Jackson, he's got a tin ear.
R.J. Jackson. Tell me more about him.
Hello?
Liz, I found him.
How?
I'll tell you later. His name is R.J. Jackson. He has a place out in the country up in the mountains. I'm going there now.
Oh, Bill.
As soon as Tom checks in with you, tell him to take Route 603 to Mountain Lane. Turn right and go up the hill as far as he can. That's the place.
But, Bill, there's so much snow.
They keep the roads clear up there.
Bill, I must tell you. I know what bothers me about
Liz,
Tom.
I want to get started.
Look, how did Tom know to come to Central City? We didn't tell him where we were going.
He said he read about Eddie in the morning papers.
Yes, but Tom was already in Central City early this morning. How did he get
Darling,
here?
you're talking about Tom. No, I'm sure he... Look, honey, I have got to be on my way. Hi, Tom. Glad you made it.
Yeah. I guess this is as far as the car can take us. It's that house on the top of the hill.
Yeah.
I think we should have sent the police.
How? Once again, we don't have the evidence?
And what are we going up there for? To kill him ourselves?
No. I think we can get a confession out of him.
Oh, sure.
Now, look, he's human. He's got a guilty conscience. He'll break down. He has to. Now, come on. Boy, looks like Korea, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Miles and miles of nothing. You could just sink into the snow. It could just be the end of everything.
That's far enough.
What?
Stay where you are.
Look in the doorway. It's Myers.
He's got a rifle.
You're trespassing. Now get out of here, or I'll shoot.
You wouldn't shoot us, Myers.
My name isn't Myers. Now get out of here.
We have to talk with you, R.J. We're coming up.
I'm warning you.
Come on, R.J. You can't get away with it. Look out! Hit the ground.
Stay low, Tom. There's a line of trees leading up to the house. We'll work our way in.
Hell, this guy can kill both of us.
I don't think he wants to.
Are you crazy? This is the man who just killed Eddie last night.
Right now, he's scared. Come on.
Head for those trees. Keep away! Keep away! We'll try for that stone fence. Tom, why? Put your gun away. I'm not going to let him pick me off. He'll show himself in the doorway when he wants to shoot again. Don't. He's only trying to scare us off. I see him. Don't, Tom. I got him. I got him. Look. He's on the ground. Hurry up. Come on. RJ.
Don't kill me. Don't shoot again. Get me a doctor.
You'll get a doctor. But first, we'll get a confession. You sold us out in the prison camp. Confess.
No, I didn't tell.
Let him alone. He'll confess later. Let's bring him inside. No, he'll confess now. And when Eddie Benson found you, you shot him.
No, I didn't.
And who did?
I'm hurt bad. Get me to a doctor. Bill, you were always a good guy. Help me.
RJ, it was a long time ago. The world's forgotten. I don't even think you could be brought to trial for it. It's just among the three of us. Now, I want you to confess.
I didn't do it. Honest, I didn't do it.
You did, because you didn't show up. You stayed behind. You told the guard.
No.
What did they give you? Did you have to kill Eddie, too?
I didn't kill anybody.
Yes, you did. We can get the waitress to testify. She'll tell how you saw Eddie in the lounge, how you passed out.
Well, sure, I was scared. Because you guys always thought it was me. But it could have been anybody. You, Tom.
What?
Or you, Bill. Or even Eddie himself.
Let's drag him down to my car and bring him in.
Tom.
Now, please. Haven't I suffered enough?
No, it's not enough.
Tom, how did you know about the waitress? Huh? How did you know about the waitress?
What? You told me.
No, I didn't tell you anything about the waitress. I just left a message for you to meet me here.
Well, you must have said something about it to Liz.
But I didn't.
Well, then, how would I know?
How? Because Eddie told you.
Eddie? Why would Eddie tell me?
You said you could get it out of him. Did you tell him that I would never help him, but that you would? Is that how you got him to trust you?
Oh, come on. Why would I want to kill Eddie?
Because of that talk we had in my house. Maybe unconsciously, both Eddie and I started to think. Why were we always convinced that R.J. was the informer? Because you were the first one to accuse him. And who said not to denounce him to the army? You did, Tom. And who said let's hunt him down ourselves? You did. Why? Because you knew it would be impossible. You knew we would settle down in a civilian life and forget it.
Bill, you've got it wrong.
But you didn't figure on Eddie. You didn't figure one of us would spend his whole life.
Bill, you know me.
Everywhere you turn, it's you, Tom. You with all the shrewd answers. Why did you have to kill Eddie?
Because he was starting to talk just like you are. And then he figured it out. And he wanted to kill me. So I had to kill him. It was self-defense. I had to kill him. It was like it used to be. Back in combat. Kill or be killed.
You were the informer.
No, I informed, but I wasn't the informer. I just didn't do what Hennessy ordered. I didn't cover my tracks. That's why they found us.
What did they pay you?
Nothing. I wanted us to get caught.
You wanted it? Why?
Well, Hennessy was wrong. The only time in his life he was wrong. We could never have made it, Bill. All of us would have died in the snow. I was trying to save our lives. I tried to explain it to Hennessy. I tried, but he wouldn't listen. He would only say in that way of his, "Trust me, kid. It'll be okay." And I keep trying to explain to him. Believe me, I try. Every night for the last 20 years, I try to make him see it, but I can't find him. He's out there in the snow, and I can't find him.
All right, Tom, we better go back to town.
No, wait here. I'll find him. He can't have gone far. I'll find him. I'll explain why I did it. He'll forgive me. He'll understand.
Stop him, Bill. Stop him.
Understand.
He'll get lost out there. He'll freeze to death.
I can't leave you, RJ. I have to get you to a doctor. We'll come back for Tom. Later.
They found Tom Wilson later, much later, about the time of the spring thaw. The snow, the ice, had preserved the final expression on his face. It was one of peace and calm, as if he had actually found Hennessy, and Hennessy had forgiven him. Well, Hennessy would. He was that kind of man. The boy dreams. The man does. It's what we call the generation gap. And this is not the distance between parents and children. It is the unbridgeable abyss between what a man is today and what he wanted to be yesterday. But that's because you can only be young once. Something you can do more than once is listen. You can listen again and again to our Mystery Theater tales. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Mandel Kramer, George Petrie, Bryna Rayburn, and Lon Clark. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Friendly music station, KIXI, dial 91 AM, Seattle.
CBS News. Authorities in San Francisco are seeking kidnapped Patricia Hearst as a material witness in a bank robbery there yesterday. This is Ann Crosman reporting on the CBS radio network. 3 other women, known to be associated with the Symbionese Liberation Army, have been charged in the robbery. The SLA has claimed responsibility for the Hearst kidnapping. All 4 women were photographed during the holdup, along with 1 male suspect. But both the FBI and the U.S. Attorney in the district say that Miss Hearst may have been forced to take part, since the photos show 1 suspect training an automatic weapon in the direction of Miss Hearst. San Francisco Mayor Joseph Alioto describes the SLA as a band of killers and third-rate intellectuals with delusions of their own importance, and he put his position on the line.
We are now free to call these folks for what they are. And the first thing that we have to establish is put the mark of the outlaw on these folks who deserve it. They aren't great social revolutionaries. They aren't social revolutionaries. They are killers, they are murderers, they are kidnappers, they are extortionists.
Mayor Alioto was speaking to the Comstock Club in Sacramento. More in a minute. Former Attorney General John Mitchell faces more questioning today from the prosecution in his New York trial. Mitchell and former Commerce Secretary Maurice Stans are charged with obstructing an investigation by the Securities and Exchange Commission of Robert Vesco in exchange for Vesco's secret contribution to President Nixon's re-election campaign. Chris Kelly reports on yesterday's testimony.
In a firm voice, the former Attorney General declared he is absolutely not guilty of any of the charges against him. Testifying again in his own defense, Mitchell insisted there was nothing improper in accepting the campaign contribution of financier Robert Vesco. He said that after he and Maurice Stans discussed its propriety, they concluded it would be all right to accept the money. Mitchell did not change his story under a lengthy cross-examination by the prosecution. He said the whole matter of Vesco's contribution would have been discarded if he thought the financier was trying to buy a fix. As Mitchell put it, if Vesco thought he was going to get a favor, he would be looking for more than just a meeting with the chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Mitchell denied intervening on Vesco's behalf, claiming documents suggesting he did so were merely attempts by a Vesco associate to convince the financier that he, Mitchell, was doing something for him. Chris Kelly, CBS News, New York.
The Supreme Court has been told that some communities in the country are using the High Court's new rules against pornography to suppress legitimate artistic expression. CBS News legal correspondent Fred Graham reports from Washington.
At issue was the movie Carnal Knowledge, which won an Academy Award nomination for one of its stars, Anne Margaret, but brought an obscenity conviction to a theater owner who showed it in Albany, Georgia. Today, New York defense lawyer Louis Nizer told the justices this was cultural illiteracy, and he warned that unless it's overturned, filmmakers may become timid and unimaginative. Nizer asked the High Court to re-examine the landmark obscenity decision it handed down just last spring when the court said each community can enforce its own standard of candor in obscenity cases. Nizer said communities should not be permitted to suppress films unless they are hardcore pornography without any artistic merit. Jack Valini, president of the Motion Picture Association of America, said the film industry couldn't comply by simply cutting its film differently for different communities. The Supreme Court is expected to hand down its decision in June. Fred Graham, CBS News, Washington.
Back in a minute. Vice President Ford said on Monday night that he thinks members of Congress, candidates for Congress, and top government officials should expect to have their income tax returns audited. The vice president says these people believe the president and vice president should be prepared to undergo audits, and they should expect the same treatment. Ford was speaking at a news conference in Palm Springs, California, where he and his wife are vacationing this week. In Key Biscayne, the White House said that Mr. Nixon is heartened and moved by more than $40,000 he has received from Americans who want to help him pay back his back taxes. But the White House says the president will return the money to the senders and, in the case of anonymous donations, give them to the Red Cross to help victims of the recent tornado disasters. Mississippi Governor Bill Waller is asking Mr. Nixon to declare nearly half his state's counties as disaster areas following 4 days of rain and flooding. Damage is estimated at $50 million. 7 people are known dead. Thousands are homeless. Civil defense and Red Cross workers are caring for the evacuees. One of the hardest hit cities is Hattiesburg, as David Dick reports.
The floodwaters of the Leaf and Bowie rivers lap around the eaves of the houses in East Hattiesburg. Hundreds of residents driven from their homes stand on scattered bits of high ground, and they survey the heavy loss. Other homeowners wade aimlessly through the brown water, a woman with a frightened dog in her arms. A man piloting a boat alone, he waves as he passes down the street dotted with automobile roofs that poke above the water level. A man sloshing through the water saying he won't move away because it's home. And 2 men in a house refusing to come out at all. Standing waist-deep in water, they vow to stay no matter what. They took turns sleeping last night on a pool table in one of their rooms. David Dick, CBS News, Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
Back in a minute. A team of doctors in Johannesburg have injected an expectant mother with an experimental hormone they believe could double the IQ of her baby. The hormone is known to increase the efficiency of the placenta in the last 4 weeks of pregnancy, the same time when the brain cells of the fetus develop. A report from the African country of Niger says that the Army Chief of Staff says that he deposed the president to relieve what he calls the catastrophic situation in the poor country. This is Ann Crosman, CBS News.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. When we began these times together, many of the stories were what we call Gothic. This time, I'm returning to that vein with a story that does not depend on the immediate characters, but those whose roots are buried in the past. So don't be surprised if a ghost might raise its head. Our mystery drama, The Dead You Can't Bury, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Jada Rowland. I'll be back shortly with Act One. They used to call them lawn parties, or fetes, or galas. They've fallen out of fashion, for few people can afford them anymore. Even in 1899, when this story begins, they were the province of the rich. There'd be an orchestra for dancing, and picturesque tents dotting the lawn. Inside would be games of chance, a kiss lottery, a silhouette artist, and predictably and invariably, a fortune teller. Come, let's join this gala, as innocently and unaware as Amanda Harrow has done, at her brother's instigation.
Now admit it, Amanda. Aren't you glad you came?
Not really, Ralph. I'm not ready to go out in public yet.
Now, honey, you got to stop taking Father's death so hard.
I don't mean to. It's just, we were so close.
That don't make me feel any worse than I do, little sister. I'm guilty enough.
Why should you be guilty?
Well, I know how rough the last year's been on you, and I couldn't be around to help.
Not your fault, Ralph. You have a career to follow.
That takes me to the damnedest places.
Oh, not this time around. Don't you like Vienna?
Oh, who could not like Vienna, as long as it lasts?
What does that mean?
I have a kind of feeling I'm going to get my moving instructions again.
Oh, no. Where to?
Looks like the Far East. Japan, I'd guess. It's all a bit unsettled. Not the best time for making plans.
You mean you and Grace don't want me in Vienna?
Oh, don't be silly, honey. You always have a home with us. I got better dreams for you. That's why I coaxed you out to this gala today. I have someone I want you to meet.
Now, don't tell me you're turning matchmaker.
This happens to be about the best friend I have in the whole world. And he said he'd be here by lunchtime. Look, Amanda, it'd be easier for me to hunt through this crowd for him if I'm alone. So why don't you go over to Madame Lazonga's tent there and have your palm read while we're waiting?
No, thanks. I don't like people who forecast the future. Gives me cold shivers. I'll pass it up. I'll sit here on this bench and have a nice rest. Oh, I'm still not back to myself.
Well, if you'd rather, I wouldn't leave you.
Don't be silly. Go find your friend. I'm just going to shut my eyes for a moment against the glare of the sun.
I won't be long.
Madame Lazonga?
I have been expecting you.
Me? I don't even know you.
But I know you. Amanda Harrow.
How do you know my name?
It was given to me to know. Come, we have so little time. Extend your palms beneath the light. Ah, so. Can you read them?
No.
It is as well. Across the palm is the line of the head. Here is the line of the heart above it. Here is the line of fate. And here is the line of life. Beware. Beware.
Beware of what?
A man is about to enter your life. He will bring the threat of great danger.
What threat? What kind of danger?
He will bring you death.
Death?
If you marry him.
Who is he? What is his name?
His name is Andrew Trevelyan. If you marry him, your doom is sealed. You will be marked for death.
This incense is so thick and heavy. I'm dizzy. It is so hot in here. It's hard to breathe. Why?
Ask no questions. Run for your life.
Run? Where?
Away from him. From Andrew Trevelyan. Andrew.
Amanda? You must have fallen asleep. Wake up.
I didn't fall asleep. It was that incense. Oh, never mind. I'm all right now.
Amanda, I want you to meet one of my dearest friends, Andrew Trevelyan.
Well, the pleasure, it would seem, is all mine. I didn't mean to startle you. You look as though you'd seen a ghost.
Something wrong, Amanda?
No, Ralph. Not really. I just didn't realize how tired I am.
Amanda's been under a terrible strain for the last year.
Well, no one knows better than I how exhausting and debilitating a long, terminal illness can be.
See, Andy lost his wife a year ago.
And I'm very sorry about your father, Miss Harrow.
I'm sorry about your wife.
Thank you. Well, shall we push aside the cobwebs and enjoy this festive occasion? I've been looking forward to meeting you, Miss Harrow.
Do we have to be so formal? Can't we make it Amanda and Andrew?
Well, I'd be delighted. Amanda?
Of course. Andrew.
Well, now that makes it so much easier to invite you to be my guest for lunch.
You'll have to count me out. I have to get back to the embassy. There's a lot to do to get ready for my return to Vienna. But please, don't let me spoil the party.
It was a lovely lunch, Andrew.
If it was, you made it so, Amanda. Would you like to dance?
Why, yes. I think that might be nice.
Oh, you dance very well, Amanda.
So do you. Oh, I'm a little rusty.
So am I. We'll improve together.
I'm afraid we haven't much time.
We'll make it. Will you have dinner with me?
We haven't even finished lunch yet.
We haven't started to get to know each other yet.
There isn't much chance of that, Andrew.
Why not?
Because I have to leave for Vienna with Ralph next week.
I don't think so.
What does that mean?
It means I want you to stay on here in America as my wife.
I'm immensely flattered, Andrew, of course, but it's quite impossible.
You can't refuse me, Amanda. I need you. You need me. We need each other.
But we've just met.
We could very shortly be separated forever.
But we don't know anything about each other.
Well, that can be remedied. Now, first of all, let me say that I know a great deal about you.
You do?
I do. Well, you were born on the family plantation at Stanford, Maryland, in 1876 or 77. Your brother's a little vague about the date.
That's Ralph. It was 76.
Well, now I know even more about you. You have no other brothers and sisters. You love horses and to ride. And when you were 19, your mother died and you took over running the house. 2 or 3 years later, your father was stricken and you took over all the nursing chores. You stayed with him until his death 3 weeks ago. So you see, I do know quite a bit.
About me. But what do I know about you?
Oh, anything you want to. I'm 28. My father was thrown from his horse when I was 25, and well, he broke his neck instantly. I took over the family business, lumber, and shortly before his death, we'd all taken a trip to Mexico where I met a girl named Margarita Valdez. We fell in love and were married as decently after my father's burial as we could. Within a year, she contracted a wasting illness and died a little over 12 months ago. There were no children.
But you loved her.
Yes, I did. And since she died, I haven't thought about life as being much worth living till I met you. Oh, I kept up the pretense because of Mother and Jenny.
Jenny?
Yes, my little sister. I guess life has been harder on her than all of us. She was born and still is a deaf mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. For everything. For Margarita. Did you love her very much?
Yes, for the short time I was allowed to. But that's past and buried with it. Life must go on.
I've tried to tell myself that since Father died. But somehow, I didn't have much interest until...
Oh, say it. Go on, Amanda, say it.
Till I met you.
Oh, I knew it. I could see it in your eyes. Oh, whoa. Hold, boys, hold. Then will you marry me?
Oh, Andrew. Give a girl a chance.
No, not on your life. I'll keep after you till you say yes. And I'm not going back to Seattle without you as my bride.
I'll never believe it. You actually did it, you two.
Oh, thanks to you, Ralph.
My brother Cupid with the unerring name.
Well, I'll just run one more check on the luggage and give you two a chance to say goodbye.
Well, goodbye, sis.
Oh, Ralph. I am doing the right thing, aren't I? He is really as kind and sweet and gentle and loving as he has been this last week since he met me.
He's just as you find him, honey. You got nothing to be afraid of. You're not, are you?
Of course not. This is one bed I made that I don't mind lying in.
Sorry, darling. I didn't know you were asleep.
I wasn't. I mean, I didn't think.
Oh, I didn't mean to take so long. There was some trouble with our dinner reservations, but it's all straightened out. What is it? Amanda, what's wrong?
It's nothing.
Where do you go?
Beg pardon?
Where do you go on these little snoozes of yours? What demons do you meet there that send you back with such haunted eyes?
Oh, Andrew, please forgive me. It's so silly. I'm not like this usually. I'm just so worn out with all the excitement.
Of course you are. Dead tired. But it's a nice long trip to the West Coast. I'm going to make you forget all the bad things. You just put your life in my hands.
Now I wonder, can we take Andrew at face value? Was the gypsy fortune teller's warning just some sick joke? No, I don't think we can dismiss it that easily. If you remember, she named names. But then, was there a fortune teller at all? Or was it just the product of Amanda's imagination as she half dozed? I shall return shortly with Act 2. It's hard to imagine the magic of a cross-country train journey at the end of the last century. With all its inconveniences, it created a special world. The muted pungency of the coal smoke, the lulling rhythm of the wheels clicking on the track joints, the countryside flowing by endlessly, soothing the senses and pleasantly numbing the passenger in a delightful dream. By the time Amanda arrived in Seattle, after the close quarters of the last 7 days with her new husband, she had lost all doubts and fears.
That's Glenlewin.
The house my father built.
But it's enormous.
The Welsh tend to have dreams of grandeur, Amanda.
Oh, it's fantastic. With all the curlicues and ornate moldings, it looks like gingerbread.
San Francisco Victorian. The last word in its day.
What's that big square turret with the high roof and all the dormer windows?
Oh, that was my father's retreat, his sanctum sanctorum. Nobody uses it anymore.
It has a terrace around it. The view of Puget Sound must be magnificent from that... what is it they call it? A widow's walk.
We call it a captain's walk here. But the name is academic, since, as I say, no one uses it anymore. Well, that's enough about the house. Let's concentrate on all the people who live in it that you're about to meet.
Your mother. I hope she likes me.
How could she fail? And my sister Jenny.
I hope she will love me as much as I want to love her.
You'll be wonderful for Jenny. You're just her age. And don't let her handicap affect you. Jenny manages her own world quite well. Now remember, if you face her as you speak, she can read your lips.
I will remember that without fail. And who else will be there?
Oh, Higby, the butler. The autocrat of the house, the backbone of the family. It's very important to have him approve of you.
Are you implying that I won't measure up?
As if I'd ever. Let's see, who else? Oh, Mrs. Malone, the housekeeper. Oh, you'll love her. She's self-effacing. You won't know she's around half the time, but she runs the house like a top. And a whole bevy of maids whose names you'll know sooner than I will. And let's see, the outside staff. Old Tom, the gardener, Ned, who takes care of the horses, and the stable boys.
So many people. I feel like a queen.
You are. Oh, look. All your loyal subjects are lined up on the porch waiting for you. Let me be the first to welcome you, Your Majesty.
Mrs. Trevelyan has prepared... Oh, I beg your pardon.
Well, for what, Higby?
I was referring to the madam... that is, I mean Mrs. Trevelyan Sr., not your lovely bride.
Why, thank you, Higby. I shall treasure that compliment.
No more than the truth, Mrs. Trevelyan.
Well, to settle the business of names and protocol, Higby, you may inform the staff that my wife is now the madam. My mother is Mrs. Trevelyan Sr., and... what is it that she's done?
She has prepared a residence for you and your wife, sir, in the West Wing.
Well, what was the matter with the old quarters?
Well, I would imagine Mrs. Trevelyan Sr. felt that under the circumstances, you and Mrs. Trevelyan would feel more comfortable in fresh surroundings.
Well, it doesn't matter as long as Amanda and I are together. All right, Higby, you can... have our bags taken up to the new suite.
I will arrange for that immediately, sir.
Where are Mother and Jenny?
Well, your mother has had a slight cold, and it was thought better not to have her outside in the chill to greet you. They're waiting in the library, sir.
Come on, Amanda. Let's beard the old dragon in her den.
Oh, don't call her that. From all you've told me about her, it isn't true.
I know. She may breathe a little fire, but she doesn't bite.
Oh... I hope they like me and accept me.
Just be your own adorable self and all's well. Hello, Mother.
Andrew, it's so good to have you home.
It's good to be back. Hi, Jenny. How are you? Oh, my, what a bear hug. Yes, I know what you're saying. You miss me. I can read lips, too. Now, Mother, this is Amanda.
How do you do, Mrs. Trevelyan?
Why, child, you're beautiful. Quite amazingly lovely. Even more so than Margarita.
Mother, for heaven's sake. And Amanda, this is my little sister, Jenny.
Jenny, I've heard so much about you. I just have to give you a hug.
Well, I'm sorry, Andrew. I didn't mean to raise old ghosts.
And don't let them lie.
But Andrew didn't prepare me for how pretty you are.
We're delighted to have you here at Glenlewin. I hope you'll find happiness here. I trust you've had a good trip.
It was wonderful. Most of our country is new to me, and it was exciting to see it firsthand.
I suggest you take Amanda to her new home. Let her get settled and have a rest.
That would suit me. I need a bath.
I'd like to sort of get adjusted and freshen up.
Well, then, off you go. There's plenty of time to get acquainted in the days to... Come... Jenny, where are you going? No, child. They want to be alone.
Only till I get unpacked and get my bearings. Then as soon as you or Andrew teach me sign language, we'll have some long talks. Did she understand me, Andrew?
Oh, yes.
Well, then why does she look so unhappy?
Well, she gets a little moody at times. Let her alone. She'll come around. Come on, darling. Let's go upstairs. What are you looking at, Amanda?
Just the view. It's stunning. Overwhelming. How high are we?
Oh, 500 or 600 feet above the Sound. Right on the crest of the hill.
It makes me dizzy to look down.
I'm so used to it I didn't notice. Maybe it's better we're here on the terrace side. The front of the house is built right up to the edge. It's a sheer drop all the way down.
Andrew, you look ill suddenly.
No, just a ghost crossing my grave. Don't mind me. A couple of memories still to wash away. Oh, I wish we had time for a ride before dinner.
Oh, I'd love that.
Well, it's silly. Our clothes are still packed. I'd have to check the horses out. Not too late for today. We'll have to make it tomorrow.
Such a dreadful day for your first one here, Amanda.
Oh, I don't mind rain. It's exciting. I'm just sorry we couldn't have the ride we planned.
Oh, the rain's much too heavy for that. Are you a horsewoman?
Oh, yes. Ever since I was a child.
Do you jump? Ever ridden to hounds?
Since I was 12 years old.
Well, you make a fine companion for Andrew. Something he missed in his first marriage. Margarita didn't like horses. For that matter, Margarita didn't like it here at all, really. It is a lonely place. I wonder how you'll find it.
I suspect I'll like it very much. I want to be part of the family. I want to try to prove to you and Jenny that I belong.
But you don't have to prove anything to me, my dear. But Jenny is another story. Most of the time, she's lost in her own private world.
Hello, Jenny. Isn't it a lovely morning? The last 3 days I thought the rain was never going to stop. Did you understand what I said? Oh, good. Well, where have you been hiding yourself? I haven't seen you except at meals. What did you say? Oh, dear, I wish I could understand sign language. Oh, here comes Andrew. You can tell him and he'll tell me. Jenny, what did I say that was wrong?
Hey, Jenny, where are you off to? Jenny? What on earth did you say to her, Amanda?
Nothing, darling. I just asked her jokingly where she'd been hiding herself the last 3 days, and she took off like a startled deer.
Oh, well, you'll have to get used to her. She has her days when she disappears like a little animal and holds up somewhere. Well, come on, darling. The rain's over and the sun's out. Time to cheer up. How'd you like to go for that nice long ride?
That's just what I need to lift my spirits.
Ooh, easy, Bo, easy. He'll simmer down, Amanda, once we get going.
Oh, he's all right, aren't you, boy? He's just short on exercise.
Give you a leg up?
Oh, I'll manage.
Would you like to come along, Mother? You're dressed for it.
No. These are just old stable clothes. I've been carrying down my mare.
Well, maybe Jenny would like to come. I thought I saw her lurking by one of the horse stalls.
No, she's in one of her moods today. Better let well enough alone.
Andrew, I understand you've married a real horsewoman. Why don't you run her over the South Trail?
Oh, too many jumps, Mother, when she's not used to the horse.
Why, Bo and I are bosom pals already. Besides, after being cooped up in the house for 3 whole days, a few jumps are just what I need to work off my frustrations.
Okay, if you're game, we'll head straight between those 2 big sequoias.
All right. Catch me. We're going to have to take the hedge, Bo. Easy does it. Now duck and hop. Ow! Ow!
Amanda, are you all right?
Amanda.
Oh, I'm all right. Oh, I just sprained my ankle, I think.
What happened?
The stirrup leather broke just at the top of the jump. I was thrown and landed on my ankle. Oh, I hope I didn't break it.
You could have broken your neck taking a chance like that. Here, now, put your arm around my neck and we'll get you back to the house and call the doctor.
Where am I?
In your bed, safe at home.
Who are you?
I'm Dr. Wilson, the family physician.
Physician? Oh, yes. I took a tumble. My ankle. It doesn't hurt.
No, at least not for the moment. I've given you something to sedate you, but it's a bad sprain, going to keep you off your feet for quite a few days.
But it's not broken.
Oh, no. You're very fortunate after such a bad fall. Well, I think you should rest now. You've had a very bad shock.
I can't do anything else. I'm so sleepy. I can't keep my eyes open.
Why don't you listen to my warnings, Amanda? Don't you see what is planned for you? You nearly broke your neck, like mine. Don't you see? You have to be killed. You're going to die.
Curiouser and curiouser, as Alice in Wonderland liked to remark. Is someone trying to kill Amanda? If so, who? Andrew? Jenny the deaf mute? Or Mrs. Trevelyan? And why? Who is the mysterious warning voice? Or is it perhaps only a fevered product of a girl emotionally disturbed? I would hope that all of these questions can be answered when we return with Act 3. It was Francis Bacon who said, "The inquiring of truth, or the wooing of it, and the belief of truth, which is the enjoying of it, is the sovereign good of human nature." Now you, along with Amanda, are going to follow his statement and hope that in the revelation of it, it will have been worth the inquiry. Amanda has slept 3/4 of the clock around and finally awakes to find her husband pacing their bedroom anxiously.
Andrew?
Oh, you're awake at last, thank heaven.
Why? What's the matter?
I was afraid I wouldn't see you again.
Darling, I'm not that sick. Only a sprained ankle.
I didn't mean you wouldn't be here. I meant me.
What are you talking about?
I've got to leave you for a day or two.
Why?
It's an emergency. We have a big fire in one of our most valuable forests about 25 miles southeast of here.
After all that rain?
Well, I wish they'd had it instead of us. Every tree is tinder dry. I have to be there to help fight it.
But how long will you be there?
Until it burns itself out or we get more rain. Pray for both. You'll be all right while I'm gone?
Well, of course.
Dr. Wilson will be on hand to check your ankle. Higby and Mrs. Malone will run the house. And, of course, Mother and Jenny will be here to look after you while you're bedridden.
Of course.
You understand. I have to go.
Yes, darling.
You'll feel quite safe while I'm gone?
Why shouldn't I? Just tell me one thing before you go.
What, Amanda?
How did Margarita die?
What? Oh, why, I've told you. It was after a long illness.
That's what caused her death.
Of course. Well, now I have to go. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Till I see you again. Well, here comes Higby with your breakfast. He'll take care of you till I get back, won't you, Higby?
Oh, you may be sure of that, sir.
Back as soon as I can, darling.
Hurry.
Will you have the tray in bed, madam?
Oh, I'd rather sit up, but I do feel a little shaky still. I'd better have it in bed.
There you are, Mrs. Trevelyan.
Higby, maybe I have no right to ask this question. But would you tell me how the first Mrs. Trevelyan died? I mean, Andrew's first wife.
Hasn't Mr. Trevelyan told you himself?
He said of a long-wasting illness.
Was that all?
Yes.
I would rather you ask Dr. Wilson about that, madam. It's not really my business.
Well, the ankle's doing very nicely. Better than I expected. You haven't tried putting any weight on it?
Not yet, Dr. Wilson.
Well, it might be a good notion just to test it. Shall we try?
Of course, if you think so.
Well, I'll help you to stand up. There. Now, what's the verdict?
I'm not sure.
Pretty thin there.
Oh, yes.
And still, in a pinch, you might be able to move on it.
I suppose I could.
Yes, that's good.
Why would I want to?
I'm not prepared to answer that question quite yet.
Will you answer another one for me?
Well, if I can.
How did Andrew's first wife die?
Why do you ask me that?
Because no one else seems to want to answer it. Will you?
Yes. Well, the primary cause of death was multiple internal and external injuries due to a fall from a great height.
She didn't have a long illness?
Oh, yes, a protracted and very painful one. So painful that the court ruled she had committed suicide while of unsound mind by jumping off the captain's walk upon the turret there and plunging all the way to the rocky shore of Puget Sound.
How awful. So that's why the door to the staircase up there is locked and bolted.
Ah, is it? No, I didn't know, but I'm glad to hear it.
Why?
I wouldn't want to see another accident like that take over this family.
Dr. Wilson, are you trying to tell me something?
I don't know. I've served this family faithfully all my life as a doctor, and I now find myself troubled by what I'm afraid may be a very guilty conscience.
Why?
Higby gave me some very shocking information about your fall from the horse.
What?
The stirrup leather didn't break. It was unbuckled.
Huh. You think someone deliberately tried to kill me?
No, I didn't say that.
But it's what you meant. And I'm beginning to see what you're trying to tell me. That Andrew's first wife was being systematically poisoned, and when that didn't succeed, she was pushed to her death.
I'm not sure what I think. I have no proof.
Wasn't an autopsy performed?
The family was against it, and I didn't want to cause them any more concern at the time. I didn't insist. This time I intend to be more careful.
But who would want to kill... You don't mean my husband. Not Andrew.
He was the only person on the ride with you.
But why? Why would he want me dead?
It's common knowledge that the lumberyard and mill have been in trouble. Andrew's father was my friend, but he was a very poor businessman.
You're saying Andy killed his first wife for her money?
Margarita had no money.
So he had to kill her, so he would be free to come east and marry an heiress like me?
And he went east to raise a loan. I know that.
No. I won't believe it.
And somebody loosened that stirrup strap.
It could have been a careless groom.
You don't really believe that?
Well, it could have been Mrs. Trevelyan or Jenny. They were both at the stable before we left.
And Trevelyan? Well, that's incredible. Yes, but Jenny, it's hard to reach her and what she thinks.
I can't believe she'd hurt anyone.
The whole problem is you can't believe it of any of them. Now, tomorrow I will get a court order to exhume Margarita's remains. If any trace of arsenic is found, then we must get you out of this house.
Wake up, Amanda.
Who is it?
You know who it is by now.
Oh, yes. I suppose I knew it all along. You're Margarita.
Yes.
And you were the fortune teller, too, at the beginning. The one I didn't listen to.
If you only had, I could have rested easier in my grave.
Oh, please, tell me it wasn't Andrew that killed you. It was suicide, wasn't it?
In my faith, there would be no forgiveness for that.
Then who killed you? Tell me the truth.
It is not given to me to know all of that yet.
Then why are you here again tonight?
Because I was sent to reveal the truth at last. Listen.
What?
Get out of bed. Get your robe. Come with me.
Why?
She can't go up there. It's locked.
Not if you have a key. Look.
Why is she going up?
Give her time. Then we will follow and find out.
It's so dark.
We're on the landing now.
But there's another door.
Slightly ajar. Can you see in? Who's there?
Mrs. Trevelyan and Jenny.
Hush. Listen.
Did you hear me, Jenny? What are you doing here? Answer me. What are you clutching in your hand? Give it to me, you little brat. What have you got here? Your diary. So this is where you've been hiding it ever since. Give it to me. Now, just let me turn to that date and find out. No, don't move, or I'll strangle you. You understand? You can read my lips. Don't move. August 17th, 1898. She's still giving Margarita the white powder in things she eats and drinks. It hurts her stomach. I'm afraid to tell anyone. Mother would kill me as easily as a fly. I have a better way. I poured her white powder down the sink and replaced it with cornstarch. You little devil. That's why she wouldn't die.
It was Mrs. Trevelyan who was trying to kill you.
She finally succeeded. She was the one who pushed me off the widow's walk.
But why?
So, Jenny, I see from your last entry in your diary that you have concluded I am going to kill this wife, too. You are right. You are right about something else, too. I am also going to kill you. No use running, Jenny. You can't get away. Now I have you just where I want you.
They went through the door, out to the widow's walk.
Go quickly. There's no escape for the child from there.
Yes. Stop it, Mrs. Trevelyan. You can't get away with murder this time. You have a witness.
Oh, you. What are you doing here? No, stop her.
Run, Jenny, run. Get some help.
Let her go for help. I'll attend to her later. You have to come first.
Mrs. Trevelyan, get hold of yourself. I'm sure I'm much stronger than you.
Why didn't you break your neck this morning as you should have?
So it was you that unbuckled the stirrup. Why? Tell me. Why should you have wanted to kill both Margarita and me?
You don't have a son. You couldn't understand. Since his father died, he's all I have left. No one is going to take him away from me, steal his love from me. He is my son, and as long as I live, no other woman shall have his love. I'll kill you first.
No, Mrs. Trevelyan, you... Oh, no, don't. Help!
It's too late. There's nothing to stop me now.
I can.
Who are you?
Look on my face.
No! Margarita! No! You're dead.
The better to take you with me.
Oh, good Lord, no.
Madam, are you all right, madam?
Oh, yes. Oh, let me lean on you, Higgman, please.
Yes.
I turned my bad ankle and it gave way.
Yes, madam, yes. But where is Mrs. Trevelyan?
She went over the parapet. All that long way down.
I understand, madam. No fear. The secret will remain with me.
I didn't push her. She just fell.
Suicide?
Retribution.
Sleep in peace, Margarita. At last.
As I promised, I have brought you a ghost story. A sad and haunted ghost. Amanda is a lucky one. Andrew is all he seemed to be and need never know the true story of his mother's death. Memories will soon fade for Jenny, who will live in happiness with Amanda and Andrew. Amanda, too, will gradually forget in the joy of all her companionship. Only Margarita is left alone. Join Amanda to pray that she will rest in peace. I'll be back shortly. There's nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. If only we could all follow that simple precept, at least on the negative side, accept people as they are, not the way we would like to find them. But then, if everyone were that bland, there would be precious few stories to tell. And where would I be? Or you, dear audience? Our cast included Jada Rowland, Lloyd Bautista, Carol Teitel, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
And now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. This is E.G. Marshall. The doors of the mind can be opened into corridors of unlimited possibilities, where time and place have a way of melding into strange and provocative patterns. Most ghost stories take place in the dark of night, or when shadows are long and the moon is crossed by clouds. But we're about to meet a ghost at high noon, on a blistering hot day without a shadow in the sky. In the course of our story, the two women who are embarked upon a fateful journey find respite from the merciless sun when they are drawn toward a barn from which comes a very human sound. Our mystery drama, Ghost at High Noon, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elizabeth Pennell and stars Celeste Holm. Our story begins on a long, straight ribbon of highway in an arid section of the western United States. Marion Jeffries and Janet Marston are longtime friends who are returning home after having driven Marion's son to a summer camp.
What a lonely stretch of road. I don't like it.
Oh, come on, Marion. No road is lonely at 10 o'clock in the morning.
This one is. George was right when he said we should make this part of the trip either very early or late at night.
Well, neither of us ever gets up at dawn. And I don't think two women should travel the highways after dark.
Oh, I don't mind driving at night.
Well, then why didn't you say so yesterday? That motel we stayed in was certainly no prize.
Oh, not so bad. Anything to get away from home for a few days.
Not from my point of view.
Well, you can travel anywhere you want to at any time.
Sometimes I do it only to keep from being bored.
Nonsense. You don't know what being bored is like. I wanted to make this trip last longer. Really, Janet, it's an adventure for me.
Well, I've enjoyed it, too. It's given us a chance to catch up. But I must say, this stretch of highway is deadly dull.
Well, I wouldn't mind if it weren't so beastly hot. And there's not a car in sight.
Marion, I have an uncomfortable feeling that there are things ahead of us on the road.
Oh, I'm glad you're not driving.
But don't you see those wavy lines? Shapes rising up, coming closer, and then fading away?
Sure, heat haze.
And over there, look.
Nothing but bare, dry land and sagebrush.
I swear I see buffalo and Indians.
Oh, this terrible August heat has gone to your head. But I admit I'll be glad when we get to the next... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
We're losing speed. The accelerator isn't working.
Oh, please, let's not have a breakdown way out here.
Motor's dead.
But we're miles and miles from anywhere.
I know.
Well, let's do something. We can't just sit here.
I'm just running the battery down. Then we'll be in a worse mess.
Are you absolutely sure we have gas?
Well, of course I am. Look at the gauge. And you remember when we got it.
I'll look under the hood. Isn't that what you're supposed to do?
Well, if you know what you're looking for.
Good Lord, feel that blast of hot air.
You better get back in while I check the manual. It's here, somewhere in the glove compartment.
Marion, it must be 110 out here. Ouch!
What's the matter?
The hood. It's so hot I can't touch it.
Well, get back in the car while the air conditioning lasts. We just better let the motor cool off.
Cool off? In this blazing sun?
Hurry, close the door.
So now what do we do?
Oh, I feel so helpless not knowing about what makes a car run.
Or stop running.
George always says, oh, skip it. I'm going to study this manual and see what happens when a motor's overheated.
Maybe if I put on these gloves.
Gloves in this weather?
Well, then I could open the hood and look for a loose wire or something.
You stay here. We'll think of something.
I'm thinking very hard.
No barn, no tree.
Marion, what if we really are...
Take it easy, Janet. I said this trip was an adventure, so let's make the most of it.
Then I suggest that we get out and start walking.
Absolutely not. The best thing we can do is sit quietly here in the car.
That's not my idea of an adventure.
Someone's bound to come along. Janet?
What?
Look. Look over there. Is your window closed tight? Make sure. It's a dust storm heading straight for us.
That's not a storm.
It's someone coming.
But there's no road out there.
Nevertheless, someone is coming.
Well, they must be choking with dust. It's almost too thick to see us.
We'll flag them. We'll flag them down. I'll get out and wave this scarf. Only, oh, fantastic. It's horses. Janet, this is unbelievable. Look at what they're pulling.
It's a mirage. It must be a mirage.
No, they're real.
Marion, you said I was suffering from heat
Not
haze.
this time.
You do see what I see, don't you?
A covered wagon.
And a man who looks at least 150 years old.
Morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Who are you?
I'm usually called Old Timer, but my name is George.
That's my husband's name.
I do not have the pleasure of knowing your husband, Miss Jeffries.
How do you know me?
I've come to take you and Miss Marston to the village.
He knows my name, too.
Of course I know your names. And now, if you will both come...
You will fix the car for us, won't you?
Oh, I have no idea whatsoever how you propel these remarkable new conveyances.
But you knew we were here. You must have come to help us.
Oh, yes, I'm here to be of service. Come along, ladies. Mirado is expecting you.
Mirado?
Mirado is the town beyond the hill.
What hill?
Over that-a-way.
Well, it's perfectly flat.
You'll see the hill when we get to it.
But a hill can't just...
Please, ladies, step into my wagon.
But we don't want to step into your wagon. We would like to be on our way.
This is your way.
I don't think you understand. We're going in this direction, straight ahead, unless there's somewhere we can wait until help arrives.
I have to get home. I mean, my husband's expecting me.
Mr. Jeffries does not know what day this is.
Well, we know what day it is, and both of us have to get back.
We live quite a ways from here, but perhaps if I could call my husband...
Oh, he would never hear you if you called from here, Miss Jeffries.
Marion, I think this man is not quite right in the head.
We don't want to bother you, Mr. Oldtimer. What we really want is just to be on our way in my automobile.
Ladies, your automobile will never take you to where we're going.
But we're not going anywhere with you.
Mr. Oldtimer, I think it would be best if you'd be good enough to go back to your town and ask a mechanic.
Mechanic?
You know, a garage man. Someone who can fix an automobile.
Why, no one in Mirado knows anything about automobiles.
Marion, what are we going to do?
I don't know. But if there is a town, as he says, I can't believe
My orders
they don't...
are to take you to Mirado.
What do you mean, your orders?
Why, you have come to help us just as I'm here to help you.
Well, then help us, will you, please?
Aye, that's better. Come along. You cannot sit here in the sun.
Oh, he's right, Marion. And I'm getting terribly thirsty. At least we could get some water and find a telephone.
A telephone?
Don't tell me your town is that primitive.
I've never been privileged to see a telephone.
But you will send someone for help.
I will take you to Mirado. That is all I can do.
How strange to be riding in a covered wagon. It's not nearly as uncomfortable as I thought it would be.
That's your idea. At least the countryside is changing.
It sort of lulls you.
Why, look, Marion, there is a hill.
And we're climbing. But the horses seem so tired and old. I mean, you think we're going to make it?
We're almost there. Down in the valley. That's Mirado.
Incredible.
And Janet, look. There are houses. Houses.
That means there must be water.
We have a fine village pump.
And people who can help us.
But this town is not on the map. I've studied the map very carefully. It shows nothing.
Look down there, Miss Marston. See for yourself.
Not very big, is it? But you must have a restaurant.
We have a tavern, and a church, and a jail.
What's the population?
Well, that depends. Get along there, Jezebel.
The street, Janet. Janet, where are the people?
It looks deserted.
No one round at this time of day.
Why, Janet, it's a ghost town.
Yes, you could call it that.
But surely you don't live here alone.
Oh, no, indeed.
Now, will you please take us...
Oh, the hole! If you'll step down, ladies, you can get yourselves a drink at the town pump.
I can hardly wait.
Oh, this rusty old cup. But I'm thirsty enough to drink from anything.
I'd like to put my head under it. Feels wonderful on the hands and arms.
But it tastes so brackish.
Hasn't been used in a long time.
Now, where can we go for help?
I will show you the points of interest.
No sightseeing right now, please. But thank you. Do you have a telegraph office?
Oh, no, indeed, Miss Jeffries. Scouts used to take our messages, although there is now no reason to send a message.
No reason? Tell us right now how to find someone who will go to the next town.
Ladies, you are going to stay in Mirado.
Well, I suppose we're going to have to for an hour or two.
You have come home, Miss Jeffries.
Oh, stop making jokes, Mr. Oldtimer.
Mirado's a place where people stay forever.
Stay? In this deserted place? We'll soon see about that. Let's go to the mayor or to the police chief or someone, anyone in charge.
You won't find them now. Not a soul till a stroke of noon.
Why not? Someone must live in these houses. Where are the people?
Asleep, Miss Marston. They're sound asleep.
That store over there. Surely inside we'll find someone who...
No one there yet, Miss Jeffries.
Well, I'm going to look anyway. Will you come with me, Marion? Yes, but it's all so quiet and eerie. Not a sound.
Oh, you'll hear sound all right. In the barn, cross road, out in that field.
What sort of sound?
Find out for yourself.
You're not being very helpful. I don't like this place. Mr. Oldtimer, you have some explaining to do. You said we were expected.
You are, dear ladies, you are.
Who are you? How did you know our names?
It was destined that you were the ones to be chosen this time.
What are you talking about? Please, Mr. Oldtimer. Chosen for what?
On the hottest day of the year, when the heat haze spreads across the desert, Mirado comes back to life and claims two people from the modern world.
There may be no new thing under the sun, but a frightening prospect confronts Marion and Janet if Mirado really has a living past. It is possible that George is merely a foolish old man, touched in the head by too much heat. But on the eerie streets of a ghost town, you never know what sinister forces may be at work. The two distraught ladies seem to be getting further away from help with each passing moment. We'll return to them and the old-timer shortly. Stranded on a lonely stretch of road when their car broke down, Marion Jeffries and Janet Marston have been taken to the strange ghost town of Mirado. In vain, they have tried to persuade their ancient escort to help them get back to civilization. But he has an unsettling way of insisting that they have come home to Mirado, and that here they will stay. Their panic is growing with each new turn of events. Aside from the old man, there is no sign of life on the narrow streets.
And so you see, dear ladies, we are happy to welcome you.
We? You keep saying we. Where are the others?
Later, Miss Marston. You'll meet them later.
We really can't stay very long.
Miss Jeffries, I'll show you to your quarters.
My quarters? Truly, we are not planning to be here long.
Come with me, both of you. We need you, Miss Jeffries, in the tavern here. Come, we'll go inside.
Oh, I don't want to go in there.
Oh, nothing to be afraid of. Come along.
Janet, the pewter plates. Look. Look. And the glassware. Oh, my, I'd like to take these home. Maybe we are in luck after all. Marion, I didn't touch it. Honestly, I didn't. I just put my hand toward that goblet, and it shattered.
Follow me, ladies. The kitchen here is equipped in the best possible way.
Why, it's covered with dust.
That wood stove hasn't been touched for years.
I think you will find that it will soon be ready for use.
But who's going to use it?
It's not for you, Miss Marston. We have other plans. But we understand that Miss Jeffries is a very good cook.
What are you talking about?
This stove is for you, Miss Jeffries.
Marion, your reputation has really gotten around. Me? Cook on that?
Oh, I believe you'll get used to it.
Well, who, pray tell, is there to cook for?
You'll meet them all at high noon.
Marion, we have to get out of here.
Oh, yes, Miss Marston. I'll show you to the place we have for you.
For me? I'm leaving. We're both leaving.
We have real need of a school teacher.
And what makes you think that I know anything about teaching school?
We know a great many things about both of you.
But I haven't taught school
We know that you like teaching school. And this is a fine opportunity.
Stop it! I won't listen to any more. You said Janet, I hear something. A voice from the barn. A voice? Oh, please make it a human voice.
I'll be back at high noon, ladies. The bell on the church steeple will strike the hour. And then, at 1 o'clock, it will all be over.
Janet, I'm terrified. He's a madman. Listen. Oh, I hear it. Hurry. There's someone in that barn. It's a welcome sound with a crying baby. There must be a woman nearby. Help me. Help me to open the door. It's stuck. Well, we've got to open it. I think it's starting to move. This door hasn't been opened in years. But how could it... Pull harder. Oh, there. So dank and musty. What a place for a baby. The sound comes from over there. No, the sound comes from over here. Right here. The sound is right here. In the corner. Look in the corner. I don't see anything. It's so dark. It's a crib. Oh, what a lovely hand-carved crib. You're right. This is a crib. But Marion, I know. There's no baby in it. Marion, tell me you hear what I hear. A baby crying right here in this crib. But there is no baby. Are we losing our minds? Oh, Janet, be sensible. We both hear it. Well, there must be an explanation. Oh, I can't stand it. This spooky barn. Let's get out. Oh, we can't just walk out on a crying baby. You look on that side, I'll go over here. But, Marion, I'm frightened. I always was afraid of the dark. Janet, we've got to keep our heads. That baby must be here somewhere. It's weird. There's no sense to any of this. Now, come on. It must be something about the acoustics of this old barn. The crying has stopped. Oh, Marion, I'm scared to death. Listen to that bell. 6, 7, 8. The old man kept talking about something happening at 12 o'clock. Let's get back to town. I tell you, I'm afraid. Well, you're the one who doesn't like the dark. We can't stay in here. But the baby that was crying. But there's no crying now. There must be a reason. Come on, we've got to find out. Look, Marion, out on the road to town, people. Thank heaven. Those 2 men in the field. Let's go talk to them. How odd. They aren't moving. They look like statues. Or that painting. Yes. It's the Angelus. And that girl who's running. Only she isn't running. She's standing still. 12. 12 must be the magic number. That girl is moving now, and she's coming this way. Little girl? Little girl, can you tell her stop? Please stop. We want to ask you. She didn't hear us. She didn't even see us. Well, those two men. Let's talk to them. Sir, would you tell us, please? Please, we don't want you to stop your work, but we do need your help. I mean, where can... No use. They can't see us or hear us. This is impossible. They're here. Janet, you do see what I see, don't you? A man with a spade and a man with a hoe. Exactly. So I'm going to find out the way they're behaving. This can't be true. It can't be real. Nonsense. They're ghosts. I don't believe in ghosts. Now, I'm going to make this man talk to me. Look out. You'll be hurt. That hoe is sharp. This man is real. His hoe is real. Marion, don't go any closer. I'm going to touch him. No! Marion, no! You can't grab his arm. Mister, you have to listen to me. He stopped breathing. I'm not sure he ever was breathing. But he's standing there. His eyes. Look at his eyes. Let go of him. It can't be. It can't be. He's gone right back to work again. What about the other man? No use. It would be the same thing. We can try. No. Marion, I can see the look in his eyes, too. He's dead. Just like the other one. Let's get away from here. Honey, where can we go? Well, I'm coming around to your point of view. We must be very calm and think this whole thing out very sensibly. Let's move as far as possible away from these robots. How about that hillside over there? Well, maybe if we sit down in the shade of a tree, we'll come to our senses. It's peaceful here. But, Janet, we can't stay here. I'm getting hungry. Maybe that old man was right. What do you mean? Perhaps you do belong in the kitchen. What a terrible thing to say. Oh, I'm only kidding, Marion. But you were the one who wanted adventure. Enough is enough. Today will last me for a lifetime. That's what I mean. You're talking very strangely. I feel strange. I felt strange all day, ever since seeing those buffalo. What buffalo? Back on the road, when we were in the car. It all seems like such a long time ago. Oh, Janet, the heat haze, it's gotten to you again. Perhaps we're still back in that car. No, we're here, in Mirado. And that is the strangest part of all. Well, I agree that Mirado is a very unusual town. But now that it's 12 o'clock, if George was right, if we just go down to the center of things... Marion, do you really believe there is such a town as Mirado? But, Janet, you can see it from here, just as clearly as I do. Listen. I've heard that sound before, when the old man came. No, but this is different. The way they're traveling, this must be young men. And they're heading down the main street. There must be someone who can help us. Ghosts. They're all of them ghosts. Janet, snap out of it. Come on. Where are we going? Back into town. I don't think I can stand any more of these ghostly people. But the horses, Janet. Maybe we can get some horses and ride away from this frightening place. I haven't been on a horse in 1,000 years. Neither have I, but we can try. Oh, Janet, we can try. See? They all look so busy. What did I tell you? Siesta time is over. Everyone's awake now. They're far from awake, Marion. The blacksmith shop's over there. And that should be the place to find out about the horses.
Hello, ladies. How are you getting along?
It's the old-timer. Thank goodness, Mr. Old-timer. George, please, we can talk to you.
At your service, ladies.
You'd better be of more service than you were the last time. Well, I know it was you who brought us here, but you see, we simply don't understand.
It's all very simple, Miss Jeffries. You heard the clock strike 12?
Yes, we heard the clock, and we can see the people.
I had my orders. Everything will work out within the hour.
Good. Then you will take us back to civilization.
Nothing of the sort. As I told you before, you're staying here.
But we don't belong here. Those other people, they're ghosts.
I've told you over and over again. You have been selected.
But you said at 12 o'clock we would understand. And that everything would be all right.
It is, dear ladies, it is. We need you, both of you, to go with the others.
We'll pay you well, very well, for you to take us away from here. Anything you ask.
I do only what I'm supposed to do for Mirado.
There is no such place as Mirado.
Right before your eyes, Miss Marston. As you said yourself, it's a very busy town.
Oh, Janet, come on. We're going to the blacksmith shop. I wouldn't dare touch one of those horses.
Oh, they look gentle enough to me. That gray one, for instance.
I mean, are they real?
Of course they're real. And that white-haired blacksmith, he's not like those other men. Look at those rosy cheeks.
Most likely from all that heat. I must say the fire looks real enough.
Excuse me. Please stop for a moment. It's important. We want to hire 2 horses.
No use talking to old Sam. He's deaf and dumb.
They're all deaf and dumb, every one of them.
Ladies, you've spent enough time in here. There's someone waiting for you.
Well, why didn't you say that before? You found someone who can help us?
Come along. We're going back to the tavern.
Why, that sign in front of the tavern is new. It wasn't there before.
Well, people have been working. Right this way, ladies. Through the swinging door.
And the door. It isn't rusty anymore. Someone's oiled the hinges. The place is crowded.
Joe! Oh, Joe!
Welcome back, old-timer. Glad to see you. Did you bring her?
Janet, he can talk. We found someone who can talk.
Well, things are looking up. Or are they? At least there seems to be one other living soul in Mirado. But why did Joe ask that question, did you bring her? Which one of the ladies does he mean? It doesn't sound as though he's going to help them get away. Marion and Janet may be in yet deeper trouble. And the mystery of this ghost town is far from solved. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. At the stroke of noon, the little town of Mirado seemed to burst into life. The streets are crowded now as people come out of their houses and go about what looks like normal everyday business. And there are workmen in the fields. But something is wrong. If you or I should try to speak to these people, would they answer? Our 2 frightened travelers had no one to turn to except the old-timer. But at last they have heard the sound of another human voice. A man named Joe.
I asked you, old-timer. Did you bring her?
I certainly did. She's right here.
Marion, which one of us is he talking about? Mr. Joe? Is that your name?
Did you explain to her that there is a great deal to be done?
I tried.
He didn't explain anything, Mr. Joe. You tell us.
Oh, no use talking to him at this stage. He can't hear you.
But he answered you. Why can't he talk to me?
Not 1 o'clock yet. You're still in the other world.
I'll make him talk. Your name is Joe. You run this tavern, and we need help.
Old-timer, did you show her the kitchen?
Marion, it's you he's talking about.
We've got plenty of complaints today about the food. Look at all the customers.
Yeah, looks like a full house.
Did you show her where everything is?
Tried to, but so far, She doesn't seem to quite understand.
Oh, she will. You tell her we'll take real good care of her. Nobody ever any more popular around this town than the cook. What'd you say her name is?
Miss Jeffries.
You stop talking about me like that and talk to me. You hear?
Like I told you, Miss Jeffries, he cannot hear you.
He's got to hear me. Now, please, Mr. Joe. You look like a sensible man. You can tell us what this is all about, please.
Well, George, got to be going. Trouble in the kitchen.
See here.
He can't see you either, Miss Jeffries. Not yet.
You tell that new cook she's very welcome.
You're going to like working for Joe. He's a fine gentleman.
Stop it! I can't stand anymore. Janet, that sad-faced woman in the corner. Let's ask her.
No use. I already tried. Just like the rest.
That's Miss Crawford, widow lady. You'll find her a very good friend when you get to know her.
I want to know her right now, right this minute.
You must be patient, dear lady. Not now. We're on our way to the schoolhouse. We're here, everybody. Get ready.
Oh, Janet. What a darling one-room schoolhouse.
No one-room schoolhouse was ever darling.
These children are charming.
What do you think of them, Miss Marston?
Well, they all look like normal, healthy children to me. Only I know they're not. Oh, I don't know from minute to minute what to believe anymore.
You'd better believe, Miss Marston. The children are doing this specially for you.
They look as though they're singing.
They are. And very nicely, too.
Well, then why can't I hear them? Why?
In time. You'll hear them when you are their teacher.
But I'm not going to be their teacher.
Miss Marston, our teacher is old, as you can see. All the children have learned songs and games.
I didn't think anyone still used those little bells. What are they going to do now?
I think it's time for arithmetic.
Oh, what a bright-looking little girl. The one going up to the blackboard.
There. You see? 7 times 9...
7 times 9 does not equal 56.
That's just what I mean, Miss Marston.
But that teacher is nodding her head. This is outrageous.
It's just as I told you. We need someone like you around here.
Why, I'm going up to that blackboard and put her straight.
Oh, no, Miss Marston. You can't do that yet.
But I'm going to.
Don't do it, Miss Marston.
Children, this number on the blackboard is wrong. Here's the way it goes. Oh, dear, this chalk, the chalk won't write on the blackboard.
Don't worry, Miss Marston.
Here, young lady, you take the chalk and I'll show you the right answer.
They've gone back to that game.
Here, now I want to show you something.
It's no use, Miss Marston. None of them can see you.
Well, then why did you bring me here?
So you'd know what to do later on.
You keep saying that.
We've been looking for someone like you for a long time, Miss Marston. And you've come to us at last. You will be their teacher.
You must be joking. Everything is a ghastly, hideous joke.
That will be enough, children. It's time for us all to go.
Marion, I have a feeling that the stage is being set for some tremendous catastrophe.
The hour is approaching, and I must get to my station.
Old-timer, please don't leave us. George, you're our only hope.
It's 1 o'clock. Hurry, run to the town hall.
Marion, listen.
I heard the clock strike 1.
But the people, they're all talking now. All of them.
And they can see us. Look, they're beckoning to us. Let's catch up.
It's Dusty.
Storm. The beginning of a terrible storm. Look over there.
I told you.
What did you tell me?
This morning when I saw those buffalo and the Indians. The town hall. Hurry.
Boy, this sure is a stinking piece of road.
Come on. It's my favorite stretch of highway.
Glad it's not my Pete.
Well, if you had the right car, you could do 200 miles an hour along here.
Yeah, well, watch it, bud. A cop's supposed to set an example.
Bet I can do 150. Shall we try?
No, thanks. You never make it in this thing. And we're supposed to be saving gas, remember?
This road's only fun when you drive as fast as you can. Especially on a day like today.
You know, Sweeney, sometimes I just feel sorry for the poor slobs we haul in for speeding on stretches like this.
Yeah, right along here's the best place to get them.
You actually come out here on purpose just to give them speeding tickets?
Sometimes. When I have nothing better to do.
Hey, slow down, will you?
Why?
There's something up there on the road.
Heat haze.
No. Come on now, Sweeney. Slow down, will you?
Hey, I think you're right.
It's a stalled car, that's for sure.
Yeah, rotten place to run out of gas.
California plates. Nobody in it.
Maybe they're sleeping.
Well, we'll soon find out.
This is supposed to be your day off. But I'm still on duty, so here goes.
No, I'm coming too.
Man, feel that heat.
Nobody in the car, Sweeney.
Oh, they'd be crazy if they were.
I got the license number.
If it's unlocked, there should be a registration.
Find anything?
Yep. Belongs to a Mr. George Jeffries, Vallejo Street, San Francisco.
You want me to get that down?
Okay. But where's Mr. Jeffries?
Wait a minute. Ladies' gloves in here. And a scarf.
Guess he wasn't traveling alone.
It looks like women's luggage on the back seat, too.
Say, you don't suppose it was some dame who got stuck way out here all by herself, do you?
No, it's my hunch that there were at least 2 people in this car. But whoever they are, they took the ignition key.
Air conditioning. But that wouldn't work if the motor conked out.
Yeah. Well, which way do you think they'd go?
Wouldn't be stupid enough to walk on such a hot day. We got a ride.
But we didn't pass anybody coming this way. They must have gone straight ahead.
Yeah. Could have been some time ago.
But what do you think? Should we push the car off the road?
Car's in plain sight. No traffic. And Midway's only about 10 miles. We'll find them there.
Maybe I should stay here.
Oh, you're off.
Well, I mean, just in case, you know.
I'm sorry we don't have the patrol car. We did, I checked with headquarters. I'll make my report, and if there's any trouble, you can come back with me. We'll bring the tow truck.
Okay. I got it all down. Sedan, color blue.
Yeah. Come on. Get in, and let's go.
There's something in this book I want to check.
What are you carrying that thing around with you for? What a rookie.
Well, I haven't worked this territory as long as you have. Maybe they'll assign me to a car out here.
Oh, just ask me anything.
I just want to make sure that there isn't some other town or farm or someplace where those people could have gone.
Oh, nothing but desert for miles in every direction.
Well, let's just see. There's Baker, Razor. Hey, Sweeney, listen to this, will you?
Listen to what?
Ever hear of a town called Mirado?
It's not around here.
Well, it's a ghost town, or at least it was. Old trading post.
Maybe 100 years ago.
No, longer than that.
Well, then who cares about it today?
I do.
You know, you're really something.
Well, just a minute. Can I read it to you?
Read it. Since I got nothing better to do, go on, read it.
It says here that in August of 1846, a band of bloodthirsty Indians swooped into the little town of Mirado and killed all but one of its inhabitants.
All but one?
The lone survivor was a baby boy who was found asleep in a crib in a barn. There is a legend that once a year, the residents of Mirado come back to haunt the place. What do you think of that?
I think it's poppycock, made up for the tourist trade.
Hey, Look over there, that great big spiral of smoke.
Oh, Johnson, you're a fool. That's a dust storm, and it's coming our way.
Come on, step on it.
If anyone else drove as fast as I'm about to, even you would arrest him for speeding.
Some people believe in predestination, and almost everyone at some time in life comes across a ghost. Our traveling ladies may have met with an unfortunate accident, or perhaps they really were sojourners in time who found a better, or at least a different place to fit into the scheme of things. The ghosts of times past are all around us, and legends persist. The present is made up of the past, and a clock of one century tells time in another. I'll be back shortly. Be grateful for the energy crisis this summer. It may keep you from driving along a deserted highway. Check your automobile and drive with care. There could be a ghost town waiting for you. Our cast included Celeste Holm, Francis Sternhagen, Nat Polan, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I have a close friend who says he has nothing against ghosts as long as they mind their own business. The question then arises, what is their business? No one has ever really supplied a satisfactory answer to this, but almost all spiritualists and believers in the spirit world agree that most of the earthbound spirits have some sort of feeling of unfinished business, or a wrong to be righted, a case to be pled. Now we go back to the year 1800 to tell a tale of today that's supposed to be true. Our mystery drama, The Ghost in the Well, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Tony Roberts and Patricia Elliott. The description of the artist as an individual with more than usual sensitivity has been drawn for us often. It should therefore come as no shock for a painter to realize that his artistic vision has penetrated into a world only dimly perceived by the rest of us. Nevertheless, when this happened to painter James Taxon, it was to prove a serious obstacle to what promised to be a flourishing career.
I can't believe it, Jim. I just can't believe what I'm seeing.
Come off it, Lee. It's no big deal.
No big deal.
Here I am representing one of New York City's most talented and promising young artists, and I find 5, not 1, but 5 canvases, all of some frail, loony-looking dame wearing a dress which looks like she's been attending some masquerade party, and all done in a diaphanous...
No, it's translucent, I think.
Oh, what's the difference? Why? That's what I'm asking you, Jim. Why?
When we started our association, Lee, you agreed you wouldn't try to influence my work. I'd paint what I see and...
Well, that agreement still holds, but it doesn't mean I have to keep my mouth shut when I think you're going off the rails.
Oh, you're overreacting.
And you're obsessed. What's so important about this woman? So all-consuming that in the past 3 months, you've done nothing but paint the same picture over and over again.
I want to get it right. The quality, the feeling, what I see. I'm just repeating myself.
Not only in words, but in your work. When are you going to go back to being the painter I know you are?
When I get this portrait right. I hated to admit it, but Lee was right. I'd allowed myself to become, I suppose there's no other word, obsessed with this portrait. I'd better explain how it happened. Like so many other young artists, I live and work in a part of New York called Soho. Well, one night I couldn't sleep. I was sitting at one of the windows of my loft overlooking a small 3-story building when I had what only can be described as a vision. A figure of a young woman, dressed in 19th century clothes, seemed to rise from out of the ground in the air. Up and up until her eyes were level with mine. She gazed at me, imploringly. I felt compelled to paint her, to capture that look. For the next few months, I worked furiously, always on the same painting, and always I failed to capture that look in the eyes that had burned itself into my brain.
Why do you frown so? The gentlemen I knew were always laughing.
Because I can't get your eyes right.
That's because you don't know anything about me. You don't listen. I'm a very fascinating person.
Yes, I suppose you must be. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so interested in doing your portrait.
I was murdered, you know.
Don't try to... Murdered?
Thrown down a well by a villain named Levi Weeks more than 100 years ago.
That's it, Jim. What you need is a breath of fresh air. You're working too hard. You're hearing voices.
Of course you hear me. I'm Juliana Sands. And if you look closely, you'll see my eyes are really hazel, not green the way you're trying to make them.
That does it.
Come back. Please, come back.
I had to get out and walk, to think out what was happening to me. Either I was over the edge and hearing voices, or this vision I'd seen outside my window was really a ghost, a spirit, or whatever. She'd given me a name, Juliana Sands. I headed for the library, and a researcher I knew there gave her the name, and she told me to come back in an hour. I did, and got a real shock. I apologize. I am not crazy. I'm not hearing voices. Well, aren't you going to say anything? Won't you accept my apology? Aren't you even curious about how I found out? Look, you, Juliana Sands, I'm talking to you. Now, you answer me. I know all about Juliana. You fell into a well in December of 1799. You weren't murdered.
You believe those lies they told in court. You're just like all men, ready to believe the worst.
You're a strange ghost.
I am not a ghost. I am a lingerer.
You're argumentative. I'll say that for you.
I've been wronged, and no one will listen.
Well, what's the difference between a lingerer and a ghost?
Ghosts are namby-pamby. Lingerers choose to stay on.
Oh, you choose to stay?
I just told you, silly.
Why?
To clear my name. You said you found out all about me, but you really don't know anything.
Well, it's a matter of court record. Your boyfriend was Levi Weeks. He was accused of pushing you into the well. He was tried
and acquitted.
Because the stupid judge believed the lies that were told about me.
Yeah, he had a pair of pretty good lawyers.
Oh, Mr. Alexander Hamilton and Mr. Aaron Burr.
The only time in history they were known to be on the same side.
You did take the trouble to look me up.
Yes, I did.
And you find me fascinating. Most men do.
You're also conceited. I looked you up because I wanted to find out if I was losing my mind, not because I find you fascinating.
Then why are you painting me?
Because I'm a painter.
Also a fibber. You know, you're entranced with the idea that you're actually talking to an alluring woman who lived a century ago.
What do you want of me, Juliana?
There. You see? You've used my name. And it's just delightful to be asked what I want of someone. Usually I ask gentlemen what they want of me. Although, of course, I know perfectly well.
I get the feeling you were a terrible flirt.
Flirt, perhaps. But I'm afraid you'll turn out to be just like all the other men, all the men I knew who thought the worst of me. And, Jim, I hope to get better treatment from you.
What difference does it make to you now?
I want you to paint me for the world to see me as I really was and am. A woman slandered and wronged. I want my name cleared.
Cleared of what? From what I've been able to find out, you fell into a well.
I was murdered. Cruelly and foully.
Well, now the judge found...
Levi Weeks? Come here this instant.
Oh, no, Juliana, not again.
I said come here.
Oh, what are you going to do? Are you going to bring someone else in on this? It's you I'm interested in.
You're going to hear the truth. Right from the lips of this murderer.
You have no right to name me murderer. The court...
You know very well what happened in the court, Levi. I insist that this gentleman hear it. I insist. Do you understand?
I will clear the courtroom if we have any more disturbances. Pray continue, Colonel Burr.
Thank you, Your Honor. As my learned colleague, General Hamilton, has already pointed out, the state is building its case against the accused on the question of motive. We will deal with that cloudy issue presently, but at the moment I should like to continue with my examination of the accused. Now, Levi Weeks, remember you're under oath. When did you last see Juliana Sands?
On December 22nd.
Afternoon or evening?
The evening. I worked during the day.
Exactly. And I'd like to point out to the members of the jury that your employer testified as to your character.
If the prosecutor doesn't object, I must, Colonel Burr. You will kindly confine yourself to questions.
Yes, Your Honor. How did you spend the evening of the 22nd, Mr. Weeks?
I called for Juliana at her residence on Greenwich Street about 7 o'clock, and we proceeded to the Francis Tavern.
As was customary, was it not, Mr. Weeks?
We ate there quite frequently, yes.
And drank also, Mr. Weeks?
We had wine, yes.
Only wine? Or did not Mistress Sands have something stronger?
I must say, Colonel, I fail to follow the reason for this line of questioning.
Well, Your Honor, the doctors have been unable to ascertain exactly the cause of death. Part of our defense will be that the lady in question was in the habit of imbibing freely of spirits, and it could well be that in a state of drunkenness she fell into the well and was drowned. And now, Mr. Weeks, after you wined and dined, how did you spend the remainder of the evening?
Well, you know we were, after a fashion, betrothed.
Would you kindly clarify that for the jury? How does one become betrothed after a fashion?
We had an understanding.
Had you spoken to the lady's father?
Well, there was some talk about it.
I see. And now, sir, after having heard the testimony of several young men in this courtroom that they had also escorted Mistress Sands at various times and to various places, I put it to you, did you know about her dalliance with these other men?
Not all of them.
And you made no objection?
We had words once or twice.
Words? Quarrels? Or violent altercations?
Just lost words.
Exactly. And now, Mr. Weeks, I ask you, if you had known about all these other men in the life of Miss Juliana Sands, would you have made violent objections?
I am not a violent man.
I think it most fitting for the jury and the judge to know exactly how you felt about your betrothed's amorous behavior with other men.
Well, I knew that Juliana was headstrong and she was flirtatious, liked a good time, liked parties and dancing. But your question is difficult for me.
Well, let me then put it another way, Mr. Weeks. The prosecution contends that you killed Juliana Sands in a fit of jealousy. Yet your sworn testimony indicates you were not of a jealous disposition. You knew of some of her liaison with other men, yet you only had words. And even if you knew of the others, you would hardly have taken the violent course of homicide. Is that not a just statement of your feelings?
I didn't kill her, if that's what you mean.
That is exactly what I mean. And although we cannot say for certain that she was murdered at all, we can say with a great deal of assurance that Juliana Sands was a loose, wanton woman who might very well have jeopardized her life.
You have no right to make such foul accusations about my daughter. Every word you've uttered is a lie. And I, who knew and loved my Juliana since she was a little girl, will see to it that these jurymen are not deceived by your abominations.
An impossible scene? A wild creation in imagination of some fiction writer? Not at all. In the spring of the year 1800, in New York City, a man named Levi Weeks was tried for the murder of a young woman named Juliana Sands, and his defense attorneys were Aaron Burr and Alexander Hamilton. And the testimony went very much as you heard it. We'll continue with Act 2 shortly. Courtroom drama is always composed of the stuff of life. But when you find yourself a spectator at a trial that took place in 1800, and you're there by courtesy of the ghost of the alleged victim, that drama takes on overtones of spiritualism and undertones of science fiction and the time machine. That's precisely the situation in which our talented painter James Taxon finds himself.
I attributed my comparative calm to the fact that I had been reassured I wasn't losing my mind. My library researcher friend had dug further and come up with more information on the trial of Levi Weeks. There was absolutely no doubt that such a trial with such characters had actually taken place. I didn't think I was hallucinating. Now the question remained how best to rid myself of my obsession with the portrait of Juliana Sands. I decided that getting the whole story might be the answer. Therefore, I looked hard at my last unfinished canvas. Nothing happened. I closed my eyes.
You look silly with your eyes closed.
Oh, I'm glad you're back. I want to talk to you.
Naturally. I've always been very popular with members of the opposite sex.
I want to know more about what happened at the trial.
Just a lot more nastiness.
Well, those are words, and I want the truth.
And that's what you shall have, but we need Levi for that.
Oh, no, Juliana, not again.
No, Levi, you know very well that we haven't come anywhere near telling the whole story.
Must we?
I insist. And you may as well begin by saying that you were too much a gentleman or too frightened to tell the court. After we supped that night at France's Tavern, what did we do?
You always could shock me, Juliana.
I fail to see what's shocking about the idea of a betrothed couple anticipating their wedding night.
The sins that you do by two and two, you must pay for one by one.
Do you hear that, Levi?
I was just quoting from a great English poet named Rudyard Kipling.
Levi, you might tell the gentleman how an ordinary carpenter came to be represented by two such distinguished attorneys as Mr. Alexander Hamilton and Mr. Aaron Burr.
Purely a matter of politics.
Does that explanation satisfy you, sir?
No way. I'd like it a little more in detail.
Well, I first met Colonel Burr when I did some carpentry work for him. The colonel was much interested in the details, and we fell to talking.
At which Levi is very good.
I cannot tell this gentleman what he wants to know if you're going to interrupt continually.
Do forgive me, Levi.
I've always been interested in politics, and you may not be aware of it, but Colonel Burr was consumed by the ambition to be president. When I'd stop for lunch, the colonel would sit with me, and we'd talk. Colonel was much impressed because I spent 3 or 4 evenings a week at the Tammany Society, which did me the honor to elect me leader. We were also in touch with other like-minded clubs throughout the state. And so a relationship developed.
Relationship, indeed. You promised that conniving little colonel to deliver the Tammany Society votes, which would enable him to gain control of the New York state legislature.
Women don't understand politics.
Well, neither do I. What did gaining control of the state legislature accomplish for Aaron Burr?
The legislature named the presidential electors to the Electoral College, and New York was a pivotal state. I believe that has since been changed.
Oh, yes, it has. And now you're explaining how it happened that Aaron Burr was willing to undertake your defense, but what about Alexander Hamilton?
Have you never heard, sir, that politics makes strange bedfellows?
Right, now, wait a minute. Now, I know a little about American history, and Hamilton was a Federalist, while Burr was a Jeffersonian Democrat, so...
Politics also make hypocrites. Tell him, Levi.
Oh, please shut up, Juliana. Although it was quite true that there was antagonism between Colonel Burr and General Hamilton, nevertheless, they both found it politic to present the outward appearance of friendliness. And this was just such an opportunity.
Yes, but I don't understand why your case presented such a great opportunity.
Because of me, sir. Because of my beauty. And because of the loathsome, lewd curiosity of men who delighted in hearing my name bandied about in the court. The judge permitted the wildest and most lascivious speculations about my private life. I assure you, it was a sensation.
Oh, as usual, Juliana exaggerates. She took courtroom rhetoric for statements of fact when it was only designed to prove
To prove me a woman of low character and loose morals. And as for more courtroom rhetoric, why don't we go back and let this artist hear for himself what your fine Colonel Burr had to say.
Gentlemen of the jury, we come to the character of this woman. I remind you once again of the evening of the 3rd of December when she and her intended, Levi Weeks, were at the Tammany Society Ball. You have the sworn testimony that she entertained not 1, not 2, but 3 young men on the upper floors of the Society's building. And all this, mind you, while her fiancé, this hard-working young man, was downstairs searching everywhere for the lady who had plighted her troth to him.
Levi, you heard those disgusting insinuations he made to the jury. How I raged when I heard those words.
And how bored I get when I hear you bring them up year after year, century after century. Will it never end?
Only when I'm satisfied that my name has been cleared. You knew I was upstairs. You knew exactly where I was and with whom and what I was doing.
Colonel Burr never said...
Colonel Burr never said the truth. I thought it would be a lark to go upstairs and peep into the gaming rooms where you gentlemen spend so much of your time.
I told you that this was explained to both Colonel Burr and General Hamilton, and they both felt it would injure my defense.
By branding me harlot, or worse.
Juliana, you were dead.
And the dead can be slandered. But not with impunity. Oh, you found that out, didn't you, Levi?
Oh, hold on, you two, hold on. Now, Juliana...
Yes, Jim?
You told me you wanted me to paint you as you really are. And if you and Levi just continue to squabble, I'm beginning to see you as a shrew. You promised me the truth.
And I'm trying to get it for you. But this wretched excuse for a man persists in hiding the truth from you, and even after all these years deludes himself.
About what? Name one thing that has been said here that is not true.
Oh, do you recall these words?
Levi,
The prosecution contends that you killed Juliana Sands in a fit of jealousy. Yet your sworn testimony indicates that you are not of a jealous disposition. You knew of some of her liaison with other men, yet you only had words. Is that not a just statement of your feelings?
But remember my answer to Colonel Burr. I didn't say I wasn't jealous. I said I didn't kill you.
You left the impression that you were a gentle man, when really, Jim, the reverse is true. And I will prove it. Do you remember the night of the Federalist Ball?
Who was that young popinjay you were dancing with?
His name is William Gates.
Oh. Any relation to the general?
His nephew.
How did you meet him? Were you properly introduced?
Of course. He saw me standing at the punch table, introduced himself in a most genteel fashion, and asked me to dance.
And it never entered your head to refuse?
Why should I? With you off talking politics with some of your playfellows.
You know I don't like you dancing with other men.
Oh? Does that include Colonel Burr?
Well, of course not. The colonel is different.
Pray, tell me how.
Well, he's older. He knows me, and he... Well, you know what I mean.
Of course, dear heart. If you feel it's to your advantage for me to dance with a man when it's permissible. But if I should find it entertaining to dance with someone, it is forbidden.
I tell you flatly, I don't want you dancing with other men.
And I tell you that until I am your wife, I shall dance with whom I please, unless you're at my side.
You'll do nothing of the kind. You'll behave like a proper lady, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life.
Well, Levi, aren't you going to tell this delightful young artist the rest of the story? Or have you forgotten what happened later?
I lost my temper again.
It was more than that.
Well, I had warned you not to dance with anyone else, and when I saw you on the floor with that insufferable gait...
You rushed out, snatched me from his arms, and would have struck him and challenged him to a duel if you hadn't been forcibly restrained.
While you're at it, don't neglect to tell him that you enjoyed every minute of it.
Oh, it was exciting and romantic.
There, you see, sir, you hear?
Well, I hear everything except the one thing I want to hear, and that is, did you kill her or didn't you?
He did.
I did not.
Oh, come on now. What difference does it make at this time? How can it matter to either of you?
Levi, I think I've made a mistake.
Not for the first time, Juliana.
Oh, but he seemed so sensitive. And he was trying to paint the real me. I could feel it. Oh, I'm sorry, Jim. I thought I'd finally found someone who understood.
Well, I've been trying, but you're not only unsubstantial, you've got a wildly mercurial personality.
Thank you. I shall always remember that. If you decide to continue with my portrait, I do hope you get my eyes right.
You're leaving?
I'm afraid so.
Yeah, and what about your crusade to clear your name? Have the world see you as you really are. Or were.
It will have to wait. But I have plenty of time.
Yes, but what about me? I mean, I must finish your portrait.
That will pass when we're no longer in contact.
Oh, no, don't go.
You'd better talk into that talk thing.
Just hold on until I answer this call.
I hate waiting.
Oh, it won't take a minute. Hello.
Jim, this is Lee. Remember me?
Yes, Lee. Look, I'm busy right now. Can I call you back?
No way. I've been trying to reach you for days. Where have you been?
Well, I've been right here. I've been working.
You took the phone off the hook, didn't you?
Lee, I'm sorry, but I really can't talk to you now.
Either talk to me or talk to a doctor.
What? You haven't.
I haven't, but Janice has. Remember Janice?
Oh, yes, of course. I remember Janice.
Janice? Should I be jealous?
Hey, quiet, will you?
What? Is there someone there with you?
No one. But what has Janice done?
She's spoken to her brother, the one who's a big-shot psychiatrist, and...
Oh, she had no right to do that.
She loves you, Jim. She's worried, and I agree she's got a right to be worried.
Goodbye. I told you I dislike waiting.
Hold on a second, Lee. Please be patient. Just a minute. You owe me a favor.
I owe you nothing. But I'll stay for a little.
Oh, thanks. Thank you. Look, Lee, what's gotten into you and Janice?
I ask what's gotten into you. You shut yourself up. You turn off the phone. You hung up on doing the portrait of some strange dame, which isn't your style at all, and Janice and I are worried. We think you need help.
I really refuse to wait and listen to any more of this silly talk.
Please, it's my agent and best friend. Look, he's worried about me.
As am I.
I'm sorry, Lee. I just thought I heard someone at the door.
Oh, it's obvious, Jim. There's somebody there with you. Do you want to tell me who it is, or did Janice and her brother and I come up there?
No. Look, just give me... How long, Juliana? For the truth, how long?
The trial lasted a week.
Lee, excuse me, please.
How fast can you work?
When I know the truth, I'll have you on canvas in a day.
Tell him the day after tomorrow.
Hello, Jim.
Hello, Lee. Just leave me alone till the day after tomorrow, and you and Janice and the whole world can come and see me then.
The whole world. At last, the whole world will see Juliana as she truly is.
Perhaps our charming ghost is putting too much trust in a painting. After all, a painting, no matter how great a work of art, can present many faces to different people. But more importantly, can Jim Taxon find out where the truth lies in this tangled skein that hasn't been unraveled in more than a century? We'll be back with Act 3 shortly. I think I can qualify as somewhat of an authority on ghosts and ghost lore, and I've never heard of a ghost being reported in a spanking new high-rise office building or a condominium. No, the habitat of ghosts is almost always in the ancient relics or ruins that have stood for centuries. Today, in New York City's Soho district, there is an ancient well with a history, and, some say, with a ghost, which brings us to the horns of the dilemma on which Jim Taxon is impaled.
I'd made a commitment, and I intended to keep it. I dismissed the notion that there was anything wrong with my mind because I had accepted the fact that somehow I'd made contact with a ghost, a specter, or whatever you care to call it, of a woman who'd died in 1799. I realized, however, that painting her had become almost an obsession with me, and I was forced to face the possibility that she might be playing some devilish game that was robbing me of my creativity as an artist. I determined to find this out, so I picked up my brushes and turned to the latest canvas I'd started.
Oh, you poor dear mortal. You mustn't let me frighten you. All I want is to make myself whole.
Yes, that's what you've been telling me, but there seems to be some questions about your truthfulness. You must admit that at times you're mischievous.
I am what I am. But I'm also a woman wronged. And today, I promise you the absolute proof.
Does that mean another argument between you and Levi?
We will need Levi. But there'll be no argument about this. Will there, Levi? Levi?
I'm here, Juliana.
I want you to tell this gentleman quite calmly and without any evasion that you were the father of my unborn child.
I will tell him the facts. If it is true that you were pregnant at the time of your death, it's probable that
You're still trying to wriggle out of accepting responsibility. Tell him you fathered my child.
All right, cool it now, Juliana. All I'm getting is more complications and further arguments.
You have every right to be annoyed. But it would be taken care of if this colonial clod would admit that he not only murdered me, but also my child when he threw me down that well.
It's indescribably frightening to witness an argument between apparitions. But that's exactly what Juliana's accusation touched off. The only way I could bring some semblance of order out of this eerie chaos was to threaten to leave. Neither of them seemed to want that.
I bring this matter of the child up now because it was a most important point at the trial. The prosecution claimed I was pregnant, which immediately labeled me wanton.
But I don't understand. If you were pregnant with Levi's child and you were going to be married...
Why can't you understand? You're sensitive enough to have made contact. But you cannot see how scandalous it was to be in my situation without being a respectable wife. I was an outcast. That was the main reason that my reputation had to be blackened still further.
No, you've lost me again.
The prosecution said that Levi had killed me because he had discovered he wasn't the father of my child and he didn't want to marry me.
That certainly was not true. I desperately wanted to marry you.
You did. But you killed me for quite another reason. But the defense attorneys easily persuaded Levi to allow them to make me out to be a wanted.
Did I ever actually deny the possibility I was the father?
Not you, Levi. You played the noble, put-upon gentleman.
Were you the father? I'm pretty sure I was.
Pretty sure?
He was.
Well, now, Juliana, what about that all-day excursion you took to Harlem with General Gates' nephew?
Most of it was spent in the coach with 4 other people present.
All right, now, let's stop it right here. No more arguments between you two. I must hear about the night of the murder.
There was no murder.
I want to know what happened that night.
Tell him, Levi. Tell him about your first lie, your sworn testimony in the courtroom.
Oh, you've told me so much and argued so much. I don't remember what he said.
He said the last time he saw me was December 22nd. Isn't that what you told the court, Levi?
Yes.
And that was a lie, wasn't it?
Yes.
You really saw me Christmas Eve, didn't you?
I did.
And that was the night you killed me, wasn't it?
I did not kill you.
Oh, well, why don't you stop the accusations and the denials, get to what happened, and let me decide?
Levi's already admitted that he lied about the last time he saw me.
What happened that night?
Oh, it was a beautiful night. Clear, with just a sliver of a moon, and all the stars winking like candles on a Christmas tree. We strolled along Green Street, holding hands. Remember, Levi?
Not likely I'll be allowed to forget, Juliana.
We were on our way to my house, and I said, Levi, we must set a date for our wedding.
You never cease to amaze me, my love. Your father won't even permit us to announce our engagement, and here you are talking about setting a date for our marriage.
You would not like your child to be born without a name, would you, Levi?
What are you saying?
I'm with child, Levi.
Are you sure?
Certain.
Oh, it's another one of your jests. A poor one, I must say.
I mean it. It's true.
But how can it? We haven't...
I am 2 months pregnant, dear heart.
2 months?
Yes. But what does that matter? What matters is that tomorrow, on Christmas Day, when you join us for our celebration, you tell my father that there will be no more shilly-shallying, that we love each other deeply, and we wish to be married as soon as possible.
You think he won't question this sudden, unseemly haste?
We are young and ardent. We've waited long enough. There's no more to be said.
Well, your father may have something to add.
I do believe you're afraid of him, Levi.
Nonsense.
Come, let's continue on our way. Ah, it's a lovely night, but I begin to feel a chill when we're not moving.
2 months. Were you not on that outing with young Gates about 2 months ago?
I thought we already had our quarrel about that.
Well, I think this news you've given me makes a difference.
I've always been honest with you, Levi, as with everyone.
Have you?
When have I not?
I cannot tell. And that's what eats at me.
You're thinking about my Harlem excursion with that silly young Gates, aren't you?
Yes.
And I used to be so proud of your jealousy.
Proud?
Well, perhaps not proud, but secretly I enjoyed it. It tickled my fancy that I should get you so annoyed and angry over trifles. I was wrong.
Yes.
And so were you, to take my little flirtation seriously.
And now you tell me you're with child.
Levi, just suppose, I mean, you see this well?
Yes.
Just suppose it were a wishing well. Do you know what I would wish?
What?
That you knew me well enough to know that I truly love only you. You have no cause for jealousy. That would be my wish.
That I would wish that you were more like the other ladies in deportment.
You wouldn't love me if I were all languishment and easy to tears. Levi, only you alone can be the father of the child I carry. But did you hear me?
I heard you. I wish I could believe you.
All right. You wish to believe the worst? Then you may as well hear it. You want to believe it, so I'll tell you what you want to hear. Not the truth, but what you're determined to have for heaven only knows what reason.
Oh, Juliana, stop.
Oh, no, it's too late, Levi. Yes, we did. We went to Harlem, the Gates boy and I. We walked along the riverbank away from the other people and found...
Oh, you victim.
Levi, you're hurting me. Let go of me.
You to play with me? I'll scrap you till you beg for mercy.
Oh, Levi, the well. It's pressing against my back.
Don't know what's true or false when you...
Levi, careful, I'm falling.
Juliana, I didn't mean for you to fall.
Well, Mr. Portrait Painter, now you know the truth you've been seeking. Tell me, is he not a murderer?
I don't know.
Not know? How can you not know?
You see, Juliana, it's all for naught. He's heard everything, and he's...
No, not everything. He hasn't heard the verdict, nor what my father said in the court. He must hear that.
Oh, it's useless. It's a waste of time.
And what else do we have but time, Levi Weeks? What else?
Gentlemen of the jury, you have reached the verdict of not guilty. A verdict in which I heartily concur. The jury is dismissed with the thanks of the court, and the defendant, Levi Weeks, is freed.
Now you will hear me, and I shall not remain silent. The defendant may go free, but you, Alexander Hamilton, and you, Aaron Burr, will be forever accursed for besmirching the name of my lovely daughter, for destroying the name and character of a sinless young woman. You are damned. I call upon the higher court, the just God in heaven, to see that you are punished for this affront to all virtue.
Remove this man from the court. Take him, I say.
And you, a judge who judges not, you, sir, will also feel the weight of my curse, now and forever.
And now, Painter, you have the truth. All of it. How will you paint me?
Truly, as I saw you and see you clearly, a lovely, laughing, hazel-eyed girl with glints of mischief dancing in them.
And it will be seen by the world?
Yes, I hope so. I think it will, because I feel it will be the best work I've ever done.
Bravo. At last the world will see me as a woman wronged, not as I was portrayed in the court. I will be free.
And I, Juliana? Will I be left to bear the guilt? Unjustly also, as you know, Painter. I never meant to harm her.
I don't know, Levi. I'm an artist. I don't stand in judgment.
But tell me, tell us, what do you truly think is right?
The same as before, Levi. The sins that you do 2 by 2, you pay for 1 by 1.
Most people today don't believe in the power of curses. But let's look at what we know. We know there was such a trial. We also know there was such a curse pronounced. We also know that Aaron Burr killed Alexander Hamilton in a duel on the heights of Weehawken, New Jersey. We know, too, that Burr was later accused of treason and forced to flee the country. I'll be back shortly to tell you what happened to the judge. We come to the judge who presided over the trial of Levi Weeks, accused of the murder of Juliana Sands. The trial took place in 1800. 29 years later, on a December evening, in 1829, the judge walked out of his hotel on Lower Broadway and was never seen again. Something to think about until we meet again. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Patricia Elliott, Court Benson, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
In Japan in connection with a campaign by leftists against the new Tokyo International Airport. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS radio network. Police say about 10 radicals used steel pipes to smash the glass doorway of a hotel owned by Japan Airlines near the new airport and then threw firebombs into the lobby. The fire was put out and no one was hurt. Just a day earlier, the government said the $2.6 billion airport will not open on schedule because of about $500,000 damage done by radicals to the control tower. The airport is about 40 miles east of Tokyo. It's long been a subject of controversy in Japan because of large amounts of land taken from farmers to build the facility. There is also some opposition because of environmental concerns. President Carter has wound up a busy day in Venezuela, the first stop on his four-nation tour. Mr. Carter was hosted at a dinner Tuesday evening by Venezuelan President Carlos Andrés Pérez, who has developed a personal friendship with the American chief executive. Earlier, the two had private talks. In Caracas, National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski briefed reporters on one item that was discussed.
The two presidents, first of all, did talk about Panama, and the President of the United States, President Carter, assured President Perez of his determination to make every effort to obtain ratification, and he shared with him the feeling that Perez expressed regarding the central importance of these treaties for our relationship with this part of the world and more generally with the developing world.
The two presidents also discussed human rights and oil prices. Venezuela is the leading foreign oil supplier to the United States in the Western Hemisphere. Before moving on to Brazil on Wednesday, President Carter will make a speech to the Venezuelan Congress. Many Americans believe the winter of 1978 was a bad one. Just wait until 1981, according to Joseph Gudovich, a science writer and student of long-range weather forecasting. He says we're in for a deep freeze in 81. In fact, says Gudovich, we're in for a generally chilly year.
We'll have summerless summers like we had in 1861, and blizzards such as we had in 1888. And what I'm saying is that all previous records for weather extremes and extremes of cold, prolonged cold, will have been broken.
Gudovich says throughout the 1980s, the winters will be bad ones, things like 20-foot snowdrifts and weeks of constant sub-zero weather. A new poll shows 62% of the people surveyed disapprove of the way President Carter is doing his job, while only 36% expressed approval. The survey by ABC News and the Lewis Harris Organization represents a dramatic shift over the past year in the way people feel about how Mr. Carter is doing his job. According to a similar poll in March of last year, Mr. Carter enjoyed a 67% to 21% approval rating. The American dollar continues to slide on the foreign exchange market in Japan. In Wednesday morning's trading, the dollar hit another record low, falling to 222.50 yen before recovering slightly. Some dealers said the Bank of Japan bought a small amount of dollars, but others said they detected no government intervention. A federal judge in Houston has sentenced 3 former policemen to 1 year in prison. They were convicted of violating the civil rights of a Mexican-American man who was beaten and drowned while in their custody. The government had contended the man was thrown into the water by one of the policemen.
Mexican-American groups were unhappy with the sentences, saying the former law enforcement officers got off too lightly. This is Doug Poling, CBS News.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. From ancient days to the present, mankind has believed in ghosts. Some claim to have seen them, heard them, and even touched them. There never was any question about the terror of such an experience, real or imaginary. Even today, we read in our newspapers about apparitions and spirit messages which have no reasonable explanation. It was such an experience at a lonely inn in Maine that terrified a man of exact science named Professor George Weymouth. Our mystery drama, The Five Ghostly Indians, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Robert Dryden and Court Benson. As we approach our country's bicentennial, we think proudly of 1776 and our independence. But what about the first people to live in America, the Indians? Long before we became independent, we had taken away their independence. Someone wrote, "The Pilgrim Fathers landed on the shores of America and fell upon their knees. Then they fell upon the Aborigines." An Englishman exploring the coast of Maine in the year 1605 captured and killed 5 Indians, and the bad relationship began. His name was George Weymouth, and this is the story of what happened to his present-day namesake.
Look at this. An Indian arrowhead.
Hello there!
What?
Oh, hello. Heard you'd arrived at White Pines. My name's Pingree. Colonel Caleb Pingree.
How do you do, Colonel? George Weymouth.
And you don't mind me butting in this way? If you do, say so, and I'll finish my walk up the beach.
Oh, certainly not. I was just about to walk back to the inn. It's growing dark, and I'm chilled.
Yes.
Ah, that's a cold-looking ocean.
Forbidding. Well, come along. We'll have a cup of tea in front of the fire in the lodge.
That sounds inviting. Oh, look here. Just before you hailed me, look what I found.
What's this? An Indian arrowhead among the rocks? Well, that's unusual.
There's a design on it. Here, let me rub off more of the moss. It's heavily encrusted. Must have been here for hundreds of years.
Good. Drums.
I beg your pardon?
Drums. Indian drums. Hear them?
Drums? What are you talking about? I don't hear anything. Here. Any idea what this design means, Colonel?
Well, they're gone. They're gone.
What?
You didn't hear the Indian drums?
No.
When you rubbed the arrowhead, I distinctly heard drums. When you handed it to me, the drums stopped.
Yes, well, let's not worry about them. Take a look at that design, Colonel.
A diamond figure enclosing another diamond figure. Oh, this is very unusual. It means medicine man.
Why unusual?
Because a tribe's medicine man hardly ever went into battle. He was called a shaman and had great authority because of his special guardian functions. That's why he became known to us as a medicine man. Well, you've made a remarkable discovery. Here you are.
It's quite beautiful, isn't it?
Good heavens.
Well, what is it?
What? The drums. And look! Look out there, about 100 yards offshore. See it?
See what? I see whitecaps as far as I can see, nothing more. And drums? You're hearing things, Colonel.
Look there! Follow where I'm pointing. See that inverted funnel of water? It's like a shroud. Don't you see it?
I really don't.
May I have the arrowhead?
Yes, of course.
Well, the drums have stopped, and that funnel of water is gone.
You're a romantic, Colonel.
Yes. Do you know what I'd do with that arrowhead if I were you? I'd throw it in the ocean.
I certainly won't do that. You said it was unusual. My young daughter will treasure it as a wonderful souvenir. You're not pulling my leg, are you, Colonel?
I assure you I'm not. What did you say your name was? Weymouth?
Yes. George Weymouth. I'm an assistant professor of zoology.
Weymouth? Yes, that could explain it.
Explain what?
Do you know anything about the history of your surname?
No, not too much. There have been Weymouths here since the Revolutionary War. General Tad Weymouth.
The name goes further back than that, Professor. I think I'd better tell you about it.
Now, just put that nonsense out of your mind, Boggs.
What nonsense? I saw them, and I heard the drums.
Yeah.
I'll mention it to Colonel Pingree. Maybe he can explain it.
You're two of a kind, you and that old daydreamer. Don't know how you stand listening to his same old stories over and over again. You'd think he had the second sight.
Well, some folks do, Mag.
Uh-huh. Well, then ask him when he comes in from his walk where the Faradays are. Should have been here by now. After 6.
Well, got lost, most likely. It's easy to make the wrong turn off at Bath and end up at Boothbay Harbor.
Well, I gave her very careful instructions. Seemed a nice young woman. They're staying a week.
Well, we can use the money.
Summer wasn't so bad, Boggs. And after they leave, there'll be just us and the cats.
Yeah. I'll miss Colonel Pingree.
Don't see why. With that second sight the two of you got, you can keep tabs on each other all winter. Drums.
I tell you, Mag, as sure as I'm standing here, I heard them. And I saw what I saw.
5 Indian braves dancing round a boiling pot and dipping their arrows into it.
Yeah, that's what I saw. On that side road, coming back to Phippsburg from Popham Beach. The drums were rolling, and there they were, right in the middle of the road, heads down and dancing in a circle.
Lucky you didn't run them over. Well, I'd best be getting to the kitchen. The colonel and that professor ought to be back soon from the beach. Maybe you'd better build up the fire and offer them some tea when they come in.
What's that professor's name? Weymouth?
Why?
Weymouth. Seems to me...
Oh, Boggs, now what?
Never mind. I'll speak to the colonel.
Well, you keep your ears open for the telephone. If the Faradays did get lost, they'll be calling in. It's almost dark now. Then it's hard to find the place.
Oh, it feels good in here, Colonel.
Well, the fog feels better.
I won't change my shoes. My sneakers got wet.
Or shall I order hot tea?
Yes, thank you. I'd like a cup, good and hot.
Right. Evening, Boggs.
Evening, Colonel.
That's a grand fire.
Yeah. Mag thought you might like a cup of hot tea.
Your good wife is absolutely right. 2 cups. Professor Weymouth would like some, too.
Sure thing.
Sit down. I'd like to ask you a question, Boggs.
Sure. I got one for you, too.
Oh? Well, let me have yours first.
You know the side road from Popham Beach back to Phippsburg, about 4 miles away?
Yes.
Well, I told Mag about what I saw, but there's no talking to her. She just laughs at me and declares I might be a little loose in the top story.
Well, I know that your good wife feels the same way about me.
Oh, She means no offense, Colonel.
No, of course not, of course not. I understand that.
Well, after I picked up the lobsters and the clams in Popham Beach, I drove the old truck back toward Phippsburg.
Mm-hmm.
Now, about a mile from where I turned off to the White Pines, I heard drums, Indian drums. And I saw, clear as I'm seeing you, 5 Indians dancing round a boiling pot and dipping their arrows into the stuff, whatever it was.
You see.
Well, what do you make of that?
Well, I heard Indian drums, too, Boggs.
I knew I was right. Where'd you hear him, Colonel?
On the beach, about half an hour ago. But I saw something else. About 100 yards offshore, I saw an inverted water spout. Looked like a limp sheet held up by 2 fingers. A headless ghost.
What'd it do?
Well, when Weymouth handed me the arrowhead, the drums stopped, and the dancing ghost vanished.
Arrowhead?
Weymouth found an arrowhead among the rocks down by the beach.
An arrowhead amongst the rocks? Well, it must have been there for centuries.
More than 3. I'd say it dates from around 1605.
Now, how the deuce do you know that?
Weymouth. You're from an old Downeaster family. Does the name mean anything to you?
Yeah, but just barely.
Well, I've been thinking about it ever since Weymouth picked up that arrowhead. It had belonged to a medicine man because it had a design on it, a figure of a diamond within a diamond, probably from the Etchemin tribe. Back in 1605, an Englishman named George Weymouth explored the coast of Maine. For no reason I've ever been able to learn, he brutally murdered 5 Indians. The chief of the tribe attacked Weymouth's sloop, killed several of his soldiers, and then they were overwhelmed.
Yep, it comes back to me now.
Yeah.
The English killed the medicine man, wrapped him in a sheet, and dropped him into the ocean. And now he's returned.
He's returned, and he's called up those 5 murdered Indians to witness his revenge.
You told Professor Weymouth about the curse?
I intend to. But he's a professor of zoology, a man of science. He'd laugh at me. How long is he staying with you?
Till the end of the week. 2 more days. I'll have to tell him to leave tonight.
Let me handle him. If he'll give me the medicine man's arrowhead, he won't be threatened, and neither will White Pines.
Evening, Colonel. Where's the... Oh, there he is. Here comes the professor. Evening, Professor. Hot tea.
Just what I need, Miss Boggs. I got chilled down there at the beach. Evening, Miss Boggs.
Evening. Thanks for the talk, Colonel.
Oh, you two been yarning about those Indian drums and them 5 dancing Indian braves.
Oh, they're real enough, Meg.
Now, don't tell me, Colonel, that you still think you heard drums and saw an apparition offshore?
Your name is Weymouth. Over 300 years ago, your ancestor, George Weymouth, cruelly murdered 5 Indian braves and killed the medicine man of their tribe and buried him at sea. When you picked up that arrowhead, you triggered the guardian spirits of those Indians, and they have been awakened.
Indeed. To what purpose?
Revenge, Professor Weymouth.
I don't believe it, Colonel. With all due respect to folklore.
I didn't expect you to believe it.
If Colonel Pingree and the innkeeper Boggs swear that they heard those celestial Indian drums and saw those apparitions, why should we disbelieve them? They are otherwise normal men. Psychic phenomena is not nonsense, despite the disbelief of Professor Weymouth, whose name links him with a brutal crime committed over 300 years ago. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. It might be that some Downeasters have retained imaginations more lively than our own because our 23rd state, Maine, has a rugged climate and its people never forget it. In the sparsely settled wilderness, it would be easier to see ghosts of Indians from long ago in the forests, in front of a blazing hearth. Professor Weymouth might scoff at folklore, and so does Mag, the innkeeper's wife, but not Boggs, the innkeeper. He and Colonel Pingree know what they heard and saw.
Boggs, what was that talk about an arrowhead?
Weymouth found it. That's when the trouble began.
Oh, Indian drums, dancing Indians, a ghost on the water. Oh, you and the Colonel, you're some pair. 7 o'clock, still no Faradays?
Lost, probably.
Well, you'd think they'd telephone. Well, I'll serve the Colonel and Professor Weymouth and put the other steamers and lobsters in the icebox.
I think I'll go outside, look around a little.
Now, you be very careful. Don't want some Indian to scalp you. Couldn't run White Pines alone.
Now, one of these days, Mag, you'll believe. I'll be back half an hour or so.
Keep an eye out for the Faradays.
Yep. We can eat any time Mag is ready to serve, Boggs.
Coming right up, Colonel.
Good. Oh, you look concerned, my friend.
Nope. Just annoyed. Young couple named Faraday was supposed to arrive at 6. I haven't heard a word from him.
Well, it's easy enough to get lost on these back roads.
I'm going out to look around. We just got that one light out front, and they could drive right by. Had any luck, Colonel?
I'm still not convinced, Boggs. The arrowhead is mine. I'm reluctant to give it up.
It means trouble, Professor.
So you say. But I'm a man of science. Folklore is charming, but I don't believe in it. We know that myths were created to explain certain practices and beliefs. But when reason is applied, they disintegrate. As much as I'd like to believe your story about the Indian drums and the apparition on the sea, I can't.
Well, then, Professor, I'll have to...
No, Boggs, not so fast. Take your stroll and leave this to me.
But I
don't know, please.
And I'll say good night to both of you.
Night. Oh, I offended him. I'm sorry.
No, don't worry about it, Weymouth. Hopefully you'll be away from here without incident in a few days.
Hopefully? I can understand a simple innkeeper being superstitious, but I can't understand it about you, Colonel. An educated man, well-spoken.
Well, all I wish you'd accept is that Boggs and I are certain that the arrowhead is dangerous to you. It's in your own interest to send it to York to be placed with the other Indian relics.
Well, perhaps. Come up to my room and we'll take a look at it.
Agreed. You're making a wise decision, Weymouth.
Maybe we'd better turn around, Ben.
I'm sure I took the right road out of Bath. We drove through Winnegans and Arrowsick.
We should have telephoned from Arrowsick to tell them we'd be late.
Well, let's keep going. According to the map, Phippsburg ought to be, only a few miles from here.
You'd never know it. It's like being in a wilderness. I haven't seen a sign for miles. And it's pitch black.
Scared?
Well, it is kind of spooky.
Well, there's nothing here to harm you. Let's drive on. If we get to Phippsburg, we'll telephone White Pines. Maybe they'll hold dinner for us.
It's after 7, Ben.
We ought to be there by 7:30.
Unless we're on the way to Booth Bay Harbor.
I have the arrowhead in my bureau drawer. I'll regret giving it up, Colonel.
Well, you'll regret it more if you keep it.
Ah, here it is. Deadly looking, isn't it? But quite beautiful.
Well, good heavens. What's that? A regular gale. And the sky is clear and the water calm.
And there's fog all over the windows.
Put down that accursed arrowhead and stand back, Weymouth.
Look out! Look out!
It smashed out one of the windows. Weymouth, come here. Look, racing toward the beach.
I can't believe it.
Did you see it?
Yes. A white sheet flying over the ground.
And twirling as it goes. Now it's at the shore.
It's going out to sea. Pingree, what is it? Did you see it? Did you see it, Colonel? Hey, the window's broken. What happened? Did it try to get in? Weymouth had the arrowhead in his hand when a tremendous gale arose. Then fog covered the window.
I saw the fog.
Yes.
When I yelled, look out. But it wasn't fog. It was that medicine man who'd come out of the sea.
Well, that's what I saw from the shore late this afternoon, Boggs.
What about you, Professor Weymouth?
I saw it, too.
You believe now?
I don't know what to believe. But you saw it with your own eyes, Weymouth. You saw the apparition, the ghost of that Indian medicine man who was killed and buried at sea hundreds of years ago.
Now you're going to give the arrowhead to the colonel?
I admit what I saw, but I still can't believe it. My training and my mind refuse to accept the idea of an avenging ghost. What I saw might have been an illusion.
That busted window ain't no illusion, Professor.
Well, that might be explained in some way other than the fantastic notion that a ghost, which is weightless, could have broken that window.
Now, what's all the excitement about? Box. The window.
The ghost of the Indian medicine man paid Professor Weymouth a visit.
What? Now, that's just crazy. You mean something that weighs less than a sheet of cheesecloth broke that window?
Ask him.
Professor?
I don't honestly know, Mrs. Boggs.
No, you were honest enough and you admitted seeing it, Weymouth.
That's true. I did see something like a shroud, a winding sheet, trying to break through the window. A great wind preceded its appearance. Then the wind died down, and the thing, twirling like a top, flew back to the beach and out to sea.
And you saw it?
It may have been an illusion, but yes, I did see something. I'll pay for the window, of course, and I think I'll check out tomorrow, if you don't mind.
Professor, you mean you're scared?
Say I'm prudent.
It was that ancestor of yours, George Weymouth. He was cruel to those Indians, and they want to avenge themselves against the person who bears that name.
I'll give you the arrowhead in the morning, Colonel, and head back home.
About 10 more minutes, Fran.
I'm glad we telephoned. She was so nice, Mrs. Boggs. She'll have the steamers ready and then the lobster.
Perfect. I could eat for hours.
Ben, slow down. Ben, stop.
What is it? You sound terrified.
Look up their head. You see them?
Huh?
Don't you see them?
Who's them?
You mean you don't see them?
I don't even know what you're talking about, Fran.
The Indians.
What?
Indians. 5 of them. They're dancing around a big pot. And listen, drums. Indian drums.
Hey, come on, you're pulling my leg. Indians dancing around a pot. I don't see a thing as far as the headlights carry. You all right, Fran?
Of course I'm all right. You mean you really can't see them? They're dipping their arrows into the pot as they dance around it.
Toledo, you must have flipped. I assure you, honey, there's nothing in the road. Nothing.
There is. I tell you, I see them.
Hunger can make a person see things sometimes.
I'm hungry, but I'm not starving to death. Darn it, Ben, I see them. Are you telling me I've come off the spool?
Well, what do you want me to do? Shoo them away?
I don't know what we should do.
Well, I do. You close your eyes. I'm driving on. Indians or no Indians, I want to get to White Pines.
Faraday's ought to be along any minute.
Yep.
Now what's fretting you?
Weymouth won't listen to reason. I'm glad he's leaving in the morning. If he wasn't, I'd tell him to get.
Just because he won't do what you and the colonel want him to?
There's a curse on the man. An old Indian curse. What if that thing had gotten into the room and killed him? We'd never have another guest here, summer or fall.
Oh, now get that sour expression off your face. It's almost 7:30. You stay here at the desk and wait for the Faradays. And be pleasant. I'm about ready to serve them steamers. Oh, that's them, Boggs.
Evening.
Hello there, Mr. Boggs.
Yep. Glad you made it. Evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Have trouble with the road?
Well, no, the directions were fine. We just weren't sure we were on the right one. But it worked out. What a fine inn you have here, Mr. Boggs.
Oh, it's lovely. Look at that lodge room, Ben, with logs blazing away in the fireplace.
Fran, why don't we go in and have a drink in front of the fire? I can bring in our bags later.
Never mind the bags. I'll fetch him. If you'll give me your keys, I'll park your car off the road. My wife will get you a drink, and you can have dinner any time. Steamers and lobster. Hope you like 'em.
Perfect.
Nothing better. All over your scare, darling?
Oh, Ben.
Something go wrong on the way down?
It's too silly to mention, Mr. Boggs.
Oh. Well, I'm not a pride man myself.
My wife saw 5 Indians dancing around a pot and dipping arrows into it. Hunger pains, I told her.
Did you know?
Silly, wasn't it?
Depends. You'd better sign the register, and I'll have her come out and fix you some drinks.
We'd better go down to dinner, Weymouth.
Right. It's after 7:30.
Still got your appetite?
Oh, yes. I'm recovered now.
Quite an experience for you to tell about back home.
A phenomenon. I can't quite yet encompass what happened.
Well, accept it. Give me the arrowhead and tell your story on a wintry night to that little girl of yours. Of course, it's not a story, not fiction, because it really happened.
It was strange. I know what I heard and saw, but there must be a rational explanation for what happened.
Including the breaking of the window?
Even including that. It must have been some freak kind of pressure. I have nothing to fear from mere ectoplasm.
Well, maybe you don't have anything more to fear, but don't count on it.
Professor Weymouth, even as you and I, is a rational man. He accepts only what he can touch or see. His mind rejects the possibility of ghosts. But is there anyone who doesn't know of a haunted house? Haunted by what? A specter? Yes, indeed, Professor Weymouth. For all your education, you cannot prove they don't exist. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The White Pines Inn is located a few miles from Phippsburg on the rocky coast of Maine. The coast is beautiful, but forbidding, as the British found out during the Revolutionary War when 6,000 men of Maine fought them determinedly. Maine remembers those days of hardship and remembers her even earlier history. The first settlement in 1620 on the Saco River, the Abnaki and Etchemin Indians of the Algonquian family. And who is to say that the spirits of those dead do not still inhabit those huge forests of white pine, fir, spruce, and birch?
Excellent dinner, Mag. Excellent.
Oh, thank you, Colonel.
Oh, very good. Best steamers and lobster I ever had.
Sure.
Not to forget the Indian puddings.
Well, that's real enough. Nothing ghostly about that, Professor Weymouth. You want coffee here or in the lodge room?
Let's have it in front of the fireplace, Mag, if you please.
And introduce yourselves to that nice young couple they're finishing up. Name's Faraday.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Faradays seem as content as we are. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Ben Faraday. This is my wife, Fran.
How do you do? I'm George Weymouth, and this is Colonel Caleb Pingree.
Oh, pleased to meet you, sir.
Yeah.
Colonel, will you join us?
Well, thank you. I'm glad you arrived. Boggs and his wife had begun to worry about you. You lose your way?
Well, we thought we had, but we were on the right road all along. And then the sun dropped out of sight, and it was so dark, I just crept along. Oh, We had an unexpected adventure.
Ben, they wouldn't be interested.
Well, certainly we would, Mrs. Faraday. Up here, anything unusual is welcome. It gives us something to talk about. Just seeing new faces is a treat. Especially yours, Mrs. Faraday.
Why, thank you.
Where are you from, by the way?
Lewiston. You?
Brunswick. I teach zoology. The colonel here just enjoys life. I suspect he's got a chest of old gold in his attic. And he's a mine of folklore about the Indians who used to inhabit these forests. Well, that's not quite true about the chest of gold. But Indian legends are my hobby. And we've just experienced another one.
What?
Well, it's true enough. Even Professor Weymouth has to admit what he saw.
You saw something, Professor?
I think so.
When?
Late this afternoon. Well, why are you looking so startled? Mrs. Faraday?
Excuse me.
You, experienced an Indian legend?
4 cups, cream, sugar. I'll leave the pot.
No, thank you, Mag.
Are you all right, young lady? Look kind of peaked. Oh, Indian legend. So that's it, Colonel. Got another listener to those Indian legends of yours.
No, my dear Meg, I've said nothing.
Don't let the Colonel pull your leg, Mr. Faraday. He and my husband, Boggs, sees things where they ain't. If they ought to give me the creeps, listen to the two of them. Say what they want to. There's no such thing as ghosts.
What about the broken window, Meg?
Well, that's just a freak swirl of wind.
And the twirling shroud that scudded out to sea.
Well, I didn't see it. Now, I'll thank you not to go scaring these young folks.
You are not going to believe this, Mrs. Boggs. Go on, friend, tell them.
Well, not far from here, when I thought we were lost, Ben stopped the car. And the headlights cut a tunnel of light far down the road. And then I saw them.
People see things when they're hungry, huh?
Maybe I was imagining things, but I'd swear I really saw them. 5 Indians dancing around a pot or cauldron and dipping their arrows into it.
You have no doubt about what you saw, Mrs. Faraday?
I saw them as plain as I see you.
Well, Professor, I was inclined to disbelieve you and Boggs, Colonel, but this story of Mrs. Faraday's cannot be discounted. You saw the Indians. Did you hear drums?
Yes, distinctly.
What's this all about?
Revenge, Mr. Faraday.
What? Revenge for what?
You'd better tell them, Pingree. You'll excuse me. I need some fresh air. I'll see you later, Colonel.
He looks terribly worried, Ben.
Yeah. Because he's the intended victim of an Indian's revenge.
Bob, come in here with me. I was going to turn down the Professor Weymouth's bed when... Well, look.
The pillar's been wrung in half. Chairs overturned. It's that thing from the ocean. I know you don't believe in such things, Mag.
Well, I don't want to. But this is... Either the professor went crazy or... Well, how do you account for all this damage? First to the window. Now the room wrecked. And the pillar twisted in two.
Like wringing a person's neck until he was dead. The Indian medicine man. Somehow he got back in here and thought he had Weymouth by the neck when what he had was the pillar. A powerful wrench. The pillar's twisted in half, feathers all over. I'm telling him to leave White Pines tonight.
You think we better call the police in Phippsburg?
Oh, they don't believe in apparitions any more than you do, Mag.
Well, I'm not so sure now that I don't. Because I've never seen anything like this.
Where is the professor?
When the colonel began to tell the Faradays the story, the professor went out for some fresh air.
And I'll find him and tell him to pack up and leave.
Oh, Mr. Boggs.
Like to have a word with you, Professor.
Enjoy your stroll, Weymouth? I just stood outside and breathed deeply and looked at the sky.
Mag went upstairs to turn down your bed. The room was a shambles. Chairs overturned, the bed all rumpled, and a pillow wrung in half.
What? I haven't been near the room since dinner time.
The ghost of that Indian medicine man's been there. If you'd been stretched out on that bed, you'd be dead. That pillow was twisted in two. Feathers all over the place.
Good Lord.
I'm sorry to have to say this, Professor, but I want you to pack and leave. Tonight.
I don't blame you. I'll pay for all the damage. I'm deeply sorry.
Bring me the arrowhead, Weymouth. That's the source of your trouble. Until you've disposed of the medicine man's arrowhead, you won't have peace, and you may, in fact, die. Have your doubts about specters, but give me that fatal arrowhead.
I'm convinced, Colonel. I'll be right back.
And even Mag's convinced now, Colonel.
I'd imagine so.
The professor's a doomed man.
Not if he gets rid of the arrowhead.
Think the Faradays have gotten scared off?
No. They went to bed about a half an hour ago. Mrs. Faraday has the sight, Boggs, like you and me. When I told her what happened, she believed me. Even her husband began to be convinced. Oh, they'll stay. But you're quite right in telling Weymouth to leave.
Tonight.
Fran, stop fussing and come to bed.
I'm not fussing. I'm just thinking about what the colonel told us about George Weymouth and how he murdered those 5 Indians way back in 1600-something.
Yeah, but it's just crazy to think that some old medicine man is out to murder the professor. He didn't kill those Indians. Why is he to blame?
Just because he has the same name, that's all.
You believe that?
Yes, Ben. Oh, my goodness.
What is it?
Look out there. On the water, see it?
Yeah. Something's rising from the water offshore.
It's a water spout. No, it's not. It's upside down. It looks like a sheet, and it's turning round and round.
And it's floating this way, towards shore. What is it?
It's that thing the colonel told us he saw. The ghost of the medicine man who was buried at sea. It's coming towards the end. Ben, I'm afraid.
I'll get Bob.
No, don't leave me, Ben. Look, it's on the shore, and it's coming up the hill. And listen to the wind.
It's coming toward us.
No, it's heading for the rooms to our right. That's where Professor Weymouth is staying. It's after him, Ben.
It broke the window. The whole place is shaking. Come on, friend. Let's get out of here.
Help me! Help me!
The thing's got it, Ben.
Colonel, Mr. Boggs.
Open the door, Boggs. We have only seconds.
Don't go in there, Ben.
I have to.
Help me, someone! Good Lord, it's at his throat. Help me, Boggs. Faraday.
It's like canvas.
Come on! Pull it away from his throat. I picked up the arrowhead to bring it down. Yes, it's dragging me toward the window.
It's twisting round his throat. Hold him round the middle of here. He'll be dragged through the window.
Mag, find that arrowhead and throw it out the window.
Hold the arrow.
Throw it out the window.
Throw it, Mag.
He's fainted.
Here's some water.
Notice the wind's died down.
And the thing that had him by the throat, it's in a heap on the floor.
Canvas, look. When I touched it just now, it crumpled in my hand. It's like dust.
Oh, my throat. Oh, thank you.
Heard you. You had a close call, Weymouth. You're lucky to be alive.
Thank God all of you were close by, or it would have killed me. I'm very grateful.
Can you tell us what happened?
I can. I was looking out the window when I saw the apparition come out of the sea and drift this way. Then a great wind came up, and the thing kind of embraced the house. It was when the window broke that the professor began to cry out.
It floated in like a small upside-down cyclone. I tried to stay out of its way, but it began to wrap itself around me. It was horrible. What in heaven's name was it? What could it be?
You know, Amos. It was the ghost of the Indian medicine man come back to avenge the murder of those 5 Indian braves. It was your forebear who killed them, and the spirit of the medicine man has never forgotten. When you picked up that arrowhead, you aroused his spirit. Only by giving up that arrowhead could you break the fatal connection.
Well, where's the arrowhead now?
I threw it out the window, Professor. And something else. When it hit the rocks below, there was a burst of flame. And then nothing.
I believe it. I believe all of it, Colonel.
The 5 ghostly Indians. They did exist. Lucky for you, Weymouth, that you've lived to tell the story.
The dread of the supernatural goes back to earliest man. As he roamed the earth, he was encompassed by many terrors. There was the terrible dark, with its countless dangers. Legends about second sight are endless. To this day, the avenging specter of the Indian medicine man lives as fact in the mind of Professor Weymouth. I'll be back shortly. The fascination of terror is as ancient as the human race. It is stronger than our intellect, stronger even than our fears. It goes to the core of our very being. The brutal, unnecessary killing of 5 Indians in 1605 by George Weymouth laid a curse on those who bore his surname. Perhaps there is a kind of real justice after all. Crimes of long ago, unavenged, can be avenged. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Court Benson, Guy Sorrell, Ann Petoniak, Suzanne Grossman, and Jay Gregory. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. E.G. Marshall. The optimist proclaims that we live in the best of all possible worlds, and the pessimist fears that it's true. However, whether the world is good or bad, or even indifferent, at least there is unanimous agreement that this is the only world we have. Or is that agreement unanimous? Mystery drama, The White Ghost, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Ralph Bell and Ann Williams. a gentleman named John Haywood, who back in the Elizabethan era said, "You can't have your cake and eat it." Well, he may have been a fine poet, a perceptive observer of human comedy, but he blew this one. Because the fact is, you can have your cake and eat it. You can have it both ways. You can even have it always. You can have whatever you want and whenever you want it. That is, provided you know how to go about it. A gentleman who obviously knows how to go about it is Mr. Donald Taylor.
How lovely it is, Donald.
Yes. That is beautiful music, Phyllis, darling.
Not just the music, but everything.
Everything?
Oh, yes, everything. Does a woman have the right to be as happy as I am?
Well, darling, that sounds like a question that might be properly posed on some soap opera program.
And I feel guilty.
Oh, why?
There's so many people I know who are miserable.
Well, darling, that's not your fault.
I can't believe I'm so lucky.
You're not lucky. You work very hard.
I do? At what?
At being you. At being the most wonderful wife a man could ever dare to hope for. Oh, excuse me, dearest. Hello.
Darling.
Yes.
Oh, you're not alone.
No.
Have you told her yet?
No, Congressman.
But you promised. You promised you'd work it out.
Yes, well, of course.
With her.
Certainly.
When?
Well, you know what it says in the Bible, Congressman. To all things, there's a season.
Don, I must see you.
Uh-huh. Congressman, can't it wait?
Donald, if I don't see you tonight, I'll kill myself.
Well, that is a rather extreme position.
I mean it, Donald. I'll kill myself. And before I do, I'll send a letter to all the newspapers telling them about us.
Oh, I see.
You'd better get over here.
Well, Congressman, I think this does call for a meeting. I'll be there within the hour.
Is something wrong, dear?
Oh, it's just that if you elect a fool, you can expect him to behave according to form. It's a little political problem which requires my presence.
Oh, shall you be out late?
Yes, I'm afraid so. It'll be a long, boring evening, but the proposed legislation is of the utmost importance.
I'm so proud of you, Donald, darling.
My dear, I shall return just as soon as I possibly can.
Oh, I've stopped telling my friends about you.
Oh, have you?
They simply cannot believe that anyone could be so kind, so considerate, so gentle. Donald! Oh, Donald! Donald! Why did you strike me?
Don't you ever do that again. Don't you ever call my home again. Don't you ever threaten. And don't you ever forget it.
Donald! What's come over you?
You'll kill yourself and write a letter to the newspaper. Which paper would print it? Which paper is anxious to invite a libel suit?
I wouldn't write a letter to any paper. I just said that because I'm so frightened and miserable.
Trudy, we've come to the end.
The end? Of what?
The end of the affair.
Affair?
Every affair has a beginning, and whatever begins eventually ends. It's the law of nature.
But I love you. And you love me.
Oh, do I?
Well, you said so. Donald, you said you were unhappy, desperately unhappy at home. You said you wanted to leave her and marry me. Were you lying to me?
Yes.
Donald.
I paid generously for the privilege of telling you a lie. And you have quite a bit to show for it. The apartment, clothes, jewelry.
Why do you think I agreed to the apartment? Why do you think I agreed to everything? I believed you, Donald.
Oh, now sit down, Trudy. I know you come from a small town, a very small town, but surely no one is that naive.
I believed you.
Now, look, I want to do something for you. I have a friend. He's quite wealthy.
What? What are you saying, Tom?
Well, wouldn't you like to make another connection? What? A gentleman who would certainly take the very best care of you.
Don't you dare talk to me like that. I'm not that kind of a girl.
Oh, my dear, you are. You are now. And you should be grateful to me for seeing to it that you will be highly successful.
I was a good girl. I guess nobody ever talks like that anymore. Oh, go ahead, laugh at me.
Trudy, Jim Pendleton is absolutely wild over you. He saw us that night at the party.
Small town girls like me. We come to the big city. We think we're going to become somebody.
You know, he said to me the next day, Don, who's that absolutely smashing girl you were with?
This is what we become.
Everything always works out for the best, Trudy. Now, look, why don't we have a drink,
I never thought it would ever, that it could ever happen to me.
Jim Pendleton's really a very lucky devil.
He is?
When I think of you and Jim, I know I'm going to be jealous.
Well, would Jim object to sharing me with you, Donald?
Jim is quite busy. He does go out of town a great deal at that. And, I guess what he doesn't know. You know, you're really a wonderful girl, Trudy.
Am I?
Oh, yes. Of course, you are understandably upset. When I walked in here, I must admit that I was, too, but you're basically a level-headed girl, you know. That's why I was attracted to you in the first place. Good girl. You're behaving admirably. Now, come here. Sit down. I've got a gift for you.
Have you?
I thought it'd be a kind of a going-away gift, but, looks like you're not really going away
That's
yet.
a coincidence. I have a gift for you, too.
Oh, really? Well, that's wonderful. Where is it?
I've been keeping it in this drawer.
Oh, yes? What is it?
It's an ounce of lead.
Trudy. Trudy, you're crazy.
Yes. I believe you. That should prove I was crazy.
Trudy, put down that revolver.
A gift from me to you.
Now, you can't get away with
I
this.
don't want to get away with anything, Donald. After I kill you, I'll turn the gun on myself.
Now, Trudy, listen to me.
There's nothing you can tell me, Donald. Not anymore.
Now, Trudy.
I don't care anymore. Goodbye, Donald.
I can't be found here dead in your apartment.
I'll write a note. I'll explain it. Goodbye, Donald. It doesn't fire. Why doesn't it fire?
All right, give me that gun.
Let go of me.
You fool, quit pulling that trigger. What? There might be a live round. Let go of the gun now.
Why doesn't it fire?
Let go. Let
go.
Trudy. Oh, no. No.
Good morning, darling. A delightful breakfast. English muffins and Mendelssohn. Pour you some coffee.
Thank you, Phyllis dear.
What time did you get home last night?
Oh, very late.
How'd the meeting go?
The meeting? Oh, well, problems.
Have any trouble with the congressman?
Yes. Is there anything new in the paper?
Yes. There's been a murder.
Unfortunately, that happens too often.
We've become such a violent society.
Who was murdered?
Oh, her name was Gertrude Nelson. Well, you should know who she is.
Should I?
At first, the name didn't mean anything to me either. Then, as I read on, it said she worked at the Cloverdale Country Club.
Well, that's our club.
Yes. And it's Trudy.
Trudy?
Yes, Trudy. The stunning blonde-haired girl who was cashier in the coffee shop.
Oh, Trudy.
Someone broke into her apartment and shot her.
Broke in?
Yes. Oh, there were signs of a struggle, as if she'd put up a fight. And a rear window was broken. Her empty purse was on the floor. Evidently, some money and jewels were taken.
Do the police have any leads?
The paper doesn't say.
Oh, poor girl. She was sweet.
The one that did this thing. Does he realize he snuffed out a beautiful young life? Or his murder becomes so ordinary, so commonplace?
Oh, now, darling, it doesn't do to let your thoughts dwell on morbid matters. Besides, there's nothing anyone can do for her now. I'm sorry you're so upset.
Oh, she was a poor girl trying to make something of herself. The world is so unfair.
My darling, you have to accept the world for what it is.
Oh, yes, I suppose so.
Well, I must get to the office.
But you haven't had breakfast.
There's no time, dear. I'll see you this evening.
Is something wrong?
Oh, what could be wrong?
I don't know. It's just you seem so abrupt and so preoccupied. As if something's troubling you.
Oh, dearest. I look at you, and I don't have a worry in the world. Miss Powers, I have to concentrate on this report. I don't want to take any calls for the next half hour. Oh, didn't I just tell her? Oh, damn, it's a private line. Hello. Hello.
Donald.
Who?
Donald, darling. It's me.
What is this?
Me. Trudy.
You're dead.
I want you to know I'm very happy.
Who is this?
You would be happy here with me.
Now, listen.
With me. With me, Donald.
Now, look here.
We would be so happy together here, Donald.
It's a joke. It's a practical joke. But who knew about Trudy and me? I was careful. No one knew about us. If anyone knew, they'd tell the police. Wouldn't they? Well, the police haven't called on me. They would if they knew. So if it isn't a joke, but... Oh, no, it can't be. It can't be. The other thing either. It can't be Trudy.
It can. It can't. It is. It isn't. Life is filled with questions. True or false. Multiple choice. We're always being confronted and tested. Particularly if we're involved with murder. But on this show, in addition to questions, you also get answers. A few will be delivered when I return with Act 2. Murder will out. Who says so? Well, in a variety of statements, scores of poets and sages assure us that murder cannot be kept secret or hidden. Is that really true? How many murders remain unsolved? How many killers evade the law? Unfortunately, quite a few. Donald Taylor is doing a bit of soul searching. He didn't exactly kill Trudy. It was self-defense. They struggled for the gun. She actually killed herself. But can he afford to have even that much known? Of course not.
Dear Phyllis, this letter will serve to introduce Karen Hagstrom. You know how you complain it's so difficult to find an adequate maid? Well, Karen worked for Bert's mother. A lovely woman, perhaps a bit superstitious, but we all can't be perfect. From here, it's on to Singapore and India. See you in 6 months. Love, Lolly Smith. Well, Karen?
Yeah, ma'am?
I do need a maid. And if Mrs. Smith is so taken with you, I'm sure you must be wonderful.
I hope you will be pleased with me, Mrs. Taylor.
As you can see, I can't get around much.
Oh, I will take good care of you, Mrs. Taylor.
It's difficult to work for me. I have to be wheeled about constantly. I shouldn't say this, I suppose, but I do have difficulty in keeping servants.
Oh, you look like a lovely lady.
Lovely lady. I'm an old lady.
Oh, no. Oh, it's so sunny. Let me wheel you to the terrace, and I will brush your hair.
Oh, you seem to be a very nice person, Karen.
Thank you.
And Mrs. Smith is an excellent judge of character. And if you can start immediately...
Darling, you look magnificent.
I have a new maid.
Well, I hope you can keep this one.
Oh, yes, she's a perfect gem. Lolly Smith recommended her. She's worked for Bert's mother. She's so kind, so gentle.
No. Excuse me, dear. Hello. Hello.
Donald, darling.
Who?
It's so wonderful here where I am. You'd love it.
Who was that, darling?
It's the wrong number.
You seem so upset.
Well, actually, it wasn't a wrong number. It's an obscene call.
Oh, it's a dreadful world, Donald. Sometimes I don't feel so badly being out of...
Mrs. Taylor?
Yes, Karen. Oh, Karen, this is Mr. Taylor.
Oh, pleased to know you, sir.
How do you do?
Will you want to wear the red sweater tomorrow? I'll wash it out.
Oh, don't bother. Mrs. Prentice does the laundry.
Oh, no. I'll do it myself. Ring when you want me to put you to bed.
Well, I will, Karen. Thank you.
Well, she seems capable enough.
You know, as she stood here near the table in the candlelight, she seemed to remind me of someone.
Oh, yes? Who?
Oh, for just a moment. It was just the way the light reflected on her face. Oh, she reminded me of that poor girl.
Which poor girl?
The one who was murdered. Trudy.
Well, how can you say that? Well, this one is at least 10, perhaps 15 years older. Now, darling, for almost a month, ever since that poor girl was murdered, you keep bringing up her name.
I can't help it.
Well, why? You hardly knew her. I mean, it's a tragic thing.
Oh, but she was so beautiful. Do you know what I said to myself the first time I saw her at the club? For no reason at all. I said, if our little Madeline had lived, she might have looked like that.
Oh. I'm sorry.
It wasn't your fault.
Phyllis.
Don't say anything, darling. You don't have to.
Well, I think of the child dead and you in the wheelchair all these years.
We must accept fate and make the best of our lives. Oh, we have, haven't we, darling? You've been the most wonderful husband. Oh, let one of the servants answer, dear.
Oh, it's ringing on the private wire.
Donald, darling.
Mm-hmm.
Was it the same?
Yes.
But, darling, who would know your private number?
Let's put it from our minds.
It upsets me.
Darling, you can't afford that.
I know. Perhaps I'd better get to my room.
Oh,
no, not again.
Hello.
Donald?
Oh. Hello, Jim.
Don, about that order we placed with you, you know, I've been thinking about it, and you could do a lot better. Just mull it over and get to me in the morning, huh? Regards to, Phyllis.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, just between us, pal. What a shame about that Trudy. She sure was something, huh? You know, you're lucky nobody knew about you and her. That is, nobody except me. But I'm your pal. I'll keep my mouth shut.
I know you will, Jim.
Oh, and about the price. Now, I am positive you can do a little better if you really put your mind to it, huh? Night, pal.
Good night.
What was that all about, dear?
It was the obscene phone call.
Don, what are you saying? Wasn't that Jim Pendleton?
Yes, dear.
Donald, these past few days you've been so preoccupied.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll have to look through some papers. Perhaps your maid had better help you to bed, hmm?
Oh, yeah, Mrs. Taylor. She was a witch.
Oh, now, Karen, surely you don't believe... You can't believe in witches.
Then why did the milk turn sour? Why did the horses take sick and die? Why did the barn burn down? Answer that, Mrs. Taylor.
Natural causes.
So, and the witch is part of nature, too. A witch is a living thing.
Oh, this is so comfortable, Karen.
I shall be back after midnight to help you turn around and fix the bed.
But, Karen, dear, you won't get very much rest.
Oh, I am not here to rest, Mrs. Taylor. I'm here to work. Mrs. Taylor?
Yes, Karen.
It's 2:00 in the morning. I came to see if you are awake.
Oh, I am. Would you open the window, please? It's stuffy in here.
Oh, yeah, Mrs. Taylor.
What is it, Karen?
Oh, the spooker.
Karen?
It's a ghost. A white ghost. Look, it's coming here. No! Oh, I am so sorry. I bothered everyone.
Now, Karen, you know there's no such thing as a ghost.
Where was this ghost, Karen?
She came from the woods near the greenhouse and on the lawn.
She?
Oh, yeah, she. The white ghost. Oh, she's always a woman. And this woman, she had long blonde hair. She's always a girl who's been murdered. And she comes back.
Now, that's nonsense.
Oh, no. But it is true. She always comes back to the house of the people who have loved her to let them know she still loves them.
But we don't know any girl who has been murdered.
Yes, we do.
But she was a stranger.
I loved her.
Now, look, it's time we all got to bed. Good night, Karen. I'll see to Mrs. Taylor.
Yeah, good night.
Poor girl. She made it seem so real. Could it be true?
Could what be true?
She's convinced she actually saw a white ghost.
Darling, you do need your rest. Try to sleep. Jim, it's Don.
Oh, Don, hey, do you know what time it is?
It's exactly 2:45.
Yeah, well, that's A.M., buddy, A.M.
I have to see you.
Yeah, sure. I mean, first thing in the morning.
It's morning now.
Look, it'll take at least an hour for me to get to your place or for you to get to mine.
It's only a half hour if we meet halfway.
Well, you sure you want to?
Well, you want that price reduction, don't you?
You're the doctor.
All right, take the shore road and pull over near the interstate sign near exit 4. Let's meet in exactly 30 minutes.
Don?
Hello, Jim.
Hey, what's all this about?
Let's start at the beginning, Jimmy. For a long time, you've been trying to buy my company, haven't you?
Don, it is 3:20
It would solve a lot of your raw material headaches, wouldn't it?
Don, what are you driving at?
But as chairman of the board, I've blocked the sale, right?
Don, what?
So how do you get me out, huh? By making me look bad. Forcing me to resign.
Forcing you to...
Or else putting me in the middle of a scandal.
Scandal?
Or even try to drive me out of my mind.
I don't know what you're... I don't know what you're talking...
You don't know what I'm talking about, huh? Well, you're the only one who knows about Trudy and me. You could tell the police about our relationship, huh?
You are crazy.
Am I? You're applying the pressure on all three fronts, aren't you?
Don, I am not going to do any such thing.
It was you who hired an actress to pose on the phone as Trudy. And tonight you even had her get into some flimsy thing and float across my lawn as the ghost of Trudy. Now, Jim, you and I know there are no ghosts. That dead girls cannot speak on the phone.
Look, I've heard just about enough.
Oh, yes? Well, that's all there is. And so now...
Don, what are you doing with that? What are you doing with that?
What do people usually do with a gun? Kill, huh?
No, Donald, we're friends.
Yes, we were. Until you saw a way to get ahead of me.
Donald, please don't kill me.
Well, Jim, I have no choice. You could always go to the police, and then the story gets out, and I'm through.
Don, I swear to you, I'll never...
I'm sorry, Jim, I'm sorry. You shouldn't have hired some girl.
I didn't. I swear to you, Jim, I never...
I said I was sorry.
But you just can't kill another human being.
Oh, yes, you can, Jim. You can even get used to it. Once you've been in on it.
No! Don, please, I didn't do anything. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Good morning, Phyllis darling.
Morning, dear. I don't have any music playing this morning because I'm afraid it wouldn't be appropriate. I have very bad news for you. Jim Pendleton's been murdered.
What?
I heard it on the radio.
Jim? Now, wait a minute. You can't mean Jim Pendleton.
Poor Don. He was such a good friend.
How? Where?
Last night, on the shore highway. Someone shot him. Oh, these killings, the senseless violence. Oh, Donald, it's dreadful.
Oh, we played golf the other day.
Fortunately, he wasn't married, and so there's no family that would be deprived.
Jim Pendleton? Why, he was one of the nicest human beings. Hello.
Hello, Donald. Darling, I'm so lonesome without you. Please, come to me.
No.
Donald, darling, what is it? What is it?
What is it indeed? Or more properly, who is it? Trudy, we know, is dead. And if Jim isn't paying someone to impersonate her on the phone or to behave as her shade, then with what are we dealing here? For this kind of answer, you have to be here for the third act, which I shall bring in just a few moments. Grown men, intelligent men, do not believe in ghosts, especially in broad daylight, when all's well with the world. Yet there comes a time at night when no one is too sure, especially if it's a trying time, a time filled with fears and guilt. Then the veneer of a few thousand years of civilization is stripped away. Then we are all back there, in the caves, shuddering at shadows.
Yeah, Mrs. Taylor, the place is haunted.
Haunted?
Yeah, from the old country. The old people say the white ghost is the unmarried young girl that dies.
Oh, come, Carrie.
Yeah, and she dies for love.
Well, the only young girl we knew who died recently was poor Trudy Nelson. And she didn't die for love. She was murdered.
This is her ghost, and she did die for love.
Karen, could you bring in some fresh coffee, please?
Yeah.
I'll have some too, Karen.
No, not until dinner. That's what your doctor said.
Phyllis, darling, how can you listen to all that nonsense?
Well, it isn't nonsense if she believes it.
Well, don't you find it upsetting?
Why should I? I think it's rather charming. Besides, she's such a wonderful maid. Well, how could I do without her? So gentle, so understanding. How can I ever thank Lolly Smith for recommending her?
Hello?
Donald.
Oh, no.
Donald, come with me. Come with me.
Now, listen.
Why do you avoid me? I come to the house to see you, and you avoid me.
No.
Donald?
It's all right, dear.
Those obscene phone calls? You should report it to the police, now shouldn't you?
There's nothing anyone can do.
Oh, Don, you're not well.
I wish this maid of yours wasn't so superstitious. It's kind of getting to me.
What is?
Oh, this ghost she sees.
You know, that girl has been on our minds ever since... Why? I wonder why.
Mr. Taylor, someone to see you.
Oh, yes? Who is it, Karen?
Well, he said he was a policeman.
Police?
Yeah.
Why would...
Well, it probably has to do with Jim Pendleton's death.
But why would the police come here?
Well, why? Because we were close friends. That's why. That was a stupid question. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I understand. Where is the police officer, Karen?
I put him in the library.
Thank you, Karen.
You were Mr. Pendleton's best friend, Mr. Taylor?
No. We were friends.
Mm-hmm. Did he have any enemies you knew of?
Well, what do you mean by enemies?
Well, people who felt he injured them. People who may have hated him enough to kill him.
Well, the truth is, Lieutenant, I didn't really know him very well. We belonged to the same club. We played golf together.
Mm-hmm.
My company sold raw materials to his company.
I see.
But although we were cordial, spent some time together, it was... well, now that I think of it, it was all on the surface. So, you see, I couldn't tell you very much.
Well, you both belong to the Cloverdale Country Club?
Yes, that's right.
And you knew a Miss Trudy Nelson?
Well, yes, she was the cashier in the coffee shop.
Yes, she was murdered a month ago.
I know that.
Both Miss Nelson and Mr. Pendleton were killed by bullets fired from the same gun.
Oh? Well, how is that possible?
It's a fact. What it means, or how it fits in, we don't know yet. How well did you know Trudy Nelson, Mr. Taylor?
How well?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was aware of her as the cashier at our club. She was extremely attractive. Well, that's about all.
Did you ever see Miss Nelson away from the club?
Meaning what?
I think the question is clear.
Well, so is my answer, no.
Now, Miss Nelson has a sister. She came in recently from the Midwest. She said that Trudy used to call her on the phone every week and chat about the people she met here. And she mentioned you.
Me?
Yes. The sister said that Trudy had told her that you and she were having an affair.
Now, that's a lie.
She really had no evidence to support it, so we weren't going to embarrass you. I just thought I'd let you know what her sister said.
Where is her sister?
Oh, probably gone back home. She looked like a big farm girl. Well, if you should think of anything that might be helpful to us, please get in touch with me.
Yes, I certainly will. Hello.
Darling, you're in danger. The police, they know something.
What could the police know?
The gun. Why did you use the same gun? Oh, poor Donald, you were not made to kill. You were made to love. Come with me. Join me. Join me.
Hello. Oh, I'm going mad. I've got to stop this. I can't let myself go. I can't.
Karen? Yeah, what is it, Mrs. Taylor?
Do you hear something?
No, Mrs. Taylor.
What time is it?
It's 4:00 in the morning.
I was asleep and I heard the telephone ring.
Yeah?
In Mr. Taylor's room. I couldn't go back to sleep, and then I heard footsteps.
Oh, where?
Outside.
Oh, it might have been your husband walking.
No. The steps were too light. It was a woman's walk.
Are you sure?
I saw her.
You saw her?
It was the ghost. The white ghost.
But how could you see her?
Well, if I lean all the way over, I can look out the window.
Oh.
And there she was. By the greenhouse.
I thought I heard voices in here. Phyllis, what are you doing up?
Oh, yes, I heard the phone ring in your bedroom. Who could have been calling so late?
Well, it was nothing, dear. It's nothing at all.
But, Donald...
I'm sorry it woke you.
Well, I'm glad it woke me, because I saw her.
You saw who?
Trudy.
Trudy?
The ghost of Trudy, the white ghost. The white ghost with the golden hair.
That's impossible.
The same ghost Karen saw out there. Oh, Don, tell her we understand.
But Phyllis,
Darling, I'd go out there if I could. You must do this for me.
Well, why? Why?
Because I feel that if one of us told her we understand, she'd be able to rest. Finally.
Phyllis, do you realize what you...
Do it for me, Donald, for me.
But it's madness.
It's real. Donald, darling, it's real. I saw her. I saw the white ghost with my own eyes.
Well, I can't...
Are you afraid? Why? I mean, what's to fear? She was a fine young girl. How could she harm you?
But, Phyllis,
Karen. Yeah, Ma'am? Karen, will you go outside with Mr. Taylor and help him find the white ghost?
Please,
I
couldn't.
Karen. Besides, look, there's nothing to fear. She was such a lovely girl.
I will go.
Karen, you've been around the other side of the greenhouse?
Yeah, Mr. Taylor.
Did you see anything?
I don't know, Mr. Taylor. Oh, what do you have there?
It's a gun.
A gun?
Well, what you saw, what my wife saw, was most likely a prowler.
Oh, a gun is of no use against a ghost.
Well, where is your ghost, Karen?
I don't know. Ghosts do not come and go when we ask them to. They do as they like. Oh, I had better go back inside to the missus. Good night, Mr. Taylor.
Good night. The thing to do is not to lose my head. Whatever is happening can be explained. Can be explained rationally. Explained somehow. What? What's that? Oh, no, it's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. There's nothing out there. And everything's all right.
Donald.
Who are you?
Trudy. You're Trudy.
Oh, no.
Donald, come with me. Escape with me.
Escape?
The police officer, he suspects. Why else would he ask about you and me?
Oh, I'm dreaming this.
No, you must come with me.
Where?
It's a lovely place. We'll be so happy.
I can't leave my wife.
She hasn't been your wife in 20 years. You've been pretending for 20 years. Come with me. Live with me. You know how wonderful it is with me, don't you?
Yes.
You want to come with me. That's why you brought the gun, isn't it?
Trudy, I didn't mean to kill you. It's just that sometimes I do things I can't control.
I know.
I didn't mean to kill you. I didn't mean to...
But you didn't kill me. People who love each other never die. You and I, we will live forever. Now, look in my eyes and raise the gun slowly to your head. Don't look at the gun. Just look into my eyes. You won't feel anything. Just look into my eyes. Look, and...
Yes. Oh, yes, thank you, Lolly. Well, you knew how sensitive Donald was, how things disturbed him. I suppose he just... Well, Jim Pendleton, Don adored him, had been murdered. Oh, and I wanted to thank you so much for Karen. Although I couldn't keep her, she was so unnerved by Don's death. Said it was the white ghost that did it. She left. She was such a wonderful maid. Well, you know, Karen Hagstrom, who worked for Bert's mother. What? You don't know Karen Hagstrom? But, Molly, you gave me a letter of recommendation. You didn't. I simply can't believe it. You never heard of the woman in your life?
So, there you are. How do you want it? We are dealing with Trudy's ghost. Or Jim Pendleton did hire someone to pretend, and maybe no one told her to quit, so she just kept pretending. The police lieutenant said Trudy had a sister. Was that Karen Hagstrom? Well, that's what a properly told ghost story is supposed to do. Raise more questions than it answers. I may have more in just a few moments. Who says there's no such thing as a perfect crime? If you analyze our story, you'll see we have no fewer than 3, which shows how prodigal we can be. The death of Trudy Nelson? The case is closed. The murder of Jim Pendleton? The case is closed. And how did Donald Taylor die? Was it suicide? Who knows? That case is closed. But we have plenty of open cases for you right here 7 times each week. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Ann Williams, Joan Shea, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to our world of mystery and the macabre. Sit back and lend us your fears. Have you ever seen a ghost? It is an experience of such horror as to turn your blood to ice. Oh, I know, there are those who scoff, but they have never met a ghost. Our mystery drama, The Ghost Driver, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Augusta Dabney and Mason Adams. Do ghosts exist? Mel Stout doesn't think so, but his wife Liz feels differently. If it had been up to Liz, they'd never have bought Gormley Lodge on top of Manitou Mountain in Colorado. Why? Because according to local legend, the former owners, the Putnams, had been sent crashing to their death by a ghost driver who came at them head on. Now in the living room of the lodge.
Liz, I've had it up to here with that brother of yours.
now,
I mean, he promised to help finish painting this living room before the Duncans arrived tonight, and where is he?
Mel,
I'll tell you where he is. He is out on the slopes skiing, enjoying himself as usual.
Well, do you just be reasonable. Now, if we didn't have Rory, where would we get a ski instructor, I'd like to know? We certainly can't afford to hire one, any more than we could afford to have this place painted.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that I've got so darn much on my mind. Liz, I just hope that I haven't made the mistake of my life and yours.
We'll make a go of the lodge. We're off to a pretty good start. The Duncans arrive tonight, and they're booked for a full week. And the Todds and the Morgans arrive next week.
Yeah, and after that?
Well, darling, our newspaper ads ought to get us more customers. Just ask yourself, darling, what would you rather be doing now? Painting the living room of your own ski lodge with paying guests arriving tonight? Or slaving away at your old accounting job in Aspen?
Well, at least that brought a check in every week.
Oh, Mel, you've wanted to be your own boss for years. And so we bought this old mansion on top of Manitou Mountain to start our own ski lodge. The old Gormley Mansion. And we're going to keep at it until we make a success of it.
Liz, you're marvelous.
Oh, there's somebody at the front door. I'll get it. Oh, Mrs. Gormley.
Come to pay you a visit, Miss Stout. My first formal visit.
Well, that's very good of you, Mrs. Gormley. Well, won't you come in?
All right, Jason, you heard the lady. Wheel me in.
Yes, Mother.
You know my son, Jason? You've met?
Yes, briefly. Mel, the Gormleys have come to pay a visit.
Nice to see you, Mrs. Gormley. Jason, hope you don't mind if I finish this painting.
Oh, go right ahead. I'd give you a hand, old as I am, but my arthritis keeps me in this wheelchair. Jason, why don't you...
No, thanks. I couldn't think of asking a fine arts painter to
Fine art. You hear that, Jason? Mr. Stout complimented you. Called the mountain scenes you paint fine art.
Well, they are. Why, I saw some of them in the ski shop in town. They're very good. Do you sell many?
A few.
Oh, just enough to cover the cost of the paint and canvas. Oh, yes, and a quart of whiskey now and then.
Mother, please.
Well, now, if they don't hear it from me, Jason, they'll hear it from others.
A drink now and then.
Now and then. Tell the Stouts how you play Russian roulette with that old revolver of your father's when you're drunk.
Stop it, Mother, stop it.
Perhaps you'd like some coffee, Mrs. Gormley, or tea. It won't take a minute.
No, thank you. We won't be here that long. Now, I've come to do for you what I did for the Putnams. Them that bought my house out from under me 3 years ago.
Out from under you? Mrs. Gormley, are you saying that we have done that? Forced you out of your house?
Well, haven't you? Oh, it's not your fault. Jason's father left us destitute. Left me destitute, I should say. With a son too lazy to support his old mother. So I had to sell this beautiful place.
Mother, the Stouts aren't interested in all this past history.
Well, they'd better be. If they value their lives.
Value our lives?
Well, Mr. Halliday didn't tell you, of course.
Tell us what?
About how the Putnams met their death.
Why, yes. The real estate man told us about the accident.
That was no accident. No more than my husband's death was an accident.
He died in the same way? His car crashed off the bridge into the gorge?
Right. 800 feet down into the gorge. To the rocks 800 feet below. But no accident. Suicide.
The Putnams didn't commit suicide.
Not them. My husband, Jason Sr., raving drunk and suicidal, but theirs was no accident either, the Putnams. He drove them off that bridge.
Who?
My husband.
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Gormley. If your husband was dead...
Hi, I'm back.
Oh, sure. Naturally, Rory. Now, the painting job is nearly done.
Oh, now, don't get uptight, Mel. I just didn't remember it till I was out on the slopes. Hi, Mrs. Gormley. Jason. Paying a little social call?
It's anything but social.
Mrs. Gormley, are you saying that your husband, even though he was dead, somehow killed the Putnams?
Liz, come on now.
All right, I'll tell you. After my husband's death, when I realized I'd been left penniless, that I'd have to sell this place, I fell into a state of depression. When the Putnams bought Gormley Lodge, Well, they were going to use it as a winter home, not turn it into a ski resort like you. When they bought it, and I had to move into the little guest house, I was so sad I thought I'd die. For days and days I sat and wept, and one night, my husband come to me.
Your husband? You dreamed?
It was no dream. Oh, it was my husband. His ghost.
Oh, for the love.
Rory.
He stood at the foot of my bed, and he begged my forgiveness for leaving me a pauper and breaking my heart. And he said, Jessica, I promise you'll live in Gormley House again. And then he vanished. The very next night, the Putnams crashed through the bridge over Gormley Gorge.
Well, accidents do happen.
It was no accident. No, the real estate man didn't tell you the whole story. Mrs. Putnam lived long enough to tell just what had happened. You can ask the sheriff. The Putnams didn't go off the bridge by accident. They were driven off it. Forced to swerve off it by an oncoming car. A car driven by a skeleton.
Good heavens.
That's what I wanted to tell you. And now you know. Good day.
Well, what kind of a put-on is this? She's trying to scare us out of here.
I'm trying to save your lives.
You're trying to get back into this house. That's what you're doing. Just the way you moved back after the Putnams got killed and lived here a full 3 years until now.
Rory, have some respect.
Respect? No way. She may be old, but she's as shrewd as they come. She frightens you off, then moves back in again and stays until some other sucker comes along.
I warn you.
Just let us know when your husband's ghost shows up again.
It did.
What?
Last night.
Oh, man, this is the neatest ripoff.
Shut up, Rory, will you? Your husband's ghost? Last night?
Yes. And he used the same words. Jessica, I promise you'll live in Gormley Lodge again. Oh, I beg you, listen to me. The Putnams wouldn't and went to their death.
Oh, Mrs. Gormley, you're really out of sight.
You so smart. You're so sure of yourself. You think he isn't watching and listening, my husband? Do you think he doesn't know how you insulted me? Do you think he'll not repay you? Oh, yes. If people are to die this time, too, you will be the first. Now, be warned. Jason, wheel me back. Be warned.
Rory, you shouldn't have talked to Mrs. Gormley like that.
You didn't spring for that crazy story, did you?
I don't know. I wonder.
What, Liz?
Mel, call the sheriff. Find out if Mrs. Gormley's telling the truth.
Oh, come on, Liz. I look like a fool. Anyhow, I've got to finish this paint job. What? Liz, you're not...
I must find out.
Suit yourself. You always do.
Sheriff Harper speaking.
Oh, Sheriff, this is Elizabeth Stout calling. We're the new owners of Gormley House.
Oh, yes. What can I do for you, Mrs. Stout?
Well, we just had a visit from Mrs. Gormley.
Oh?
What do you mean, oh?
Oh, nothing, Mrs. Stout, only she can be a little hard to take, getting on in years.
Yes, well, what I wanted to ask you, of course you remember the accident to the Putnams 3 years ago, crashing off the bridge over Gormley Gorge.
Yes, I remember.
Well, according to Mrs. Gormley, Mrs. Putnam lived long enough to tell you what had caused the accident. Is that so?
Yes, it is.
And what did she tell you?
Well, now, Mrs. Stout, she was near death. Maybe out of her head with pain and shock.
What did she tell you, Sheriff? Did she tell you that they had been forced to swerve off the bridge because of another car that came straight at them? A car with a skeleton driving it?
Well, as I said, she was out of her head.
Did she?
Yes, that's the story she told me.
Thank you. Goodbye.
So?
Mrs. Gormley told the truth.
The Putnam woman was dying. Anybody in that condition is liable to say anything.
I suppose.
Now, look, just get off it, Liz. We put our life savings, every cent we've got in this place, and I'm not leaving, ghost or no ghost.
Well, speaking of leaving, I'd better get on down into Manitou and pick up the Duncans at the airport.
Well, it's a bit early, isn't it? Or have you got some cute chick in town that you'd like to spend an hour or so with?
Mel, you put me away.
Don't give me any ideas, Rory.
This is some road, Rory. You drive it often? In the dark, I mean?
A few times, Mr. Duncan.
Well, it's frightfully steep and curvy.
Now, don't push the panic button, Mrs. Duncan. I'll get you to the top of Manitou Mountain safe enough. You'll be enjoying a hot toddy in front of the fireplace at Gormley Lodge before you know it.
Maybe you better slow down a little.
Oh, it's okay. That was just a patch of loose shale. You much of a skier, Mr. Duncan?
Oh, I do okay. My wife will need some lessons, though. I take it Gormley Lodge has a pro.
Oh, the best.
Me? Well, fine. Say, this road is steep and curvy. Must be pretty spectacular. Views, I mean, in the daytime.
It's spectacular enough right now, what I can see in the headlights.
We've got some views, all right. Here's one. It's real cool. From the bridge over Gormley Gorge.
Steep?
800 feet straight down. It's too bad there isn't a moon tonight. I'd stop on the bridge and let you have a look.
What's that sound?
We're crossing the bridge now. A wooden bridge over Gormley Gorge. About 500 feet across. Hey!
What's the lights of a car coming fast? That damn fool is coming straight at us.
Get over!
It's a skeleton!
A skeleton driving that car! Hey! We're going off the bridge!
Have you ever seen a ghost? I asked you. Well, if you haven't seen one before, you've seen one now. I don't know about you, but I'd like to take a break to, well, steady my nerves. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. If you have the nerve to return, that is. Terror, unless you have experienced it, is only a word. I could employ all the art at my command, my voice, the words I choose, to convey to you the full impact of terror. Yet, I know I should fail, even as Michael Duncan fails now in telling his story to Sheriff Harper on the bridge over Gormley Gorge the next morning.
Terror? You say you experienced terror?
What would you experience, Sheriff? Delight?
Mr. Duncan, I'm only trying to get at what happened here last night.
Excuse me, Sheriff.
Yes, Mr. Stout, what is it?
Will it be much longer before they get the bodies up?
Hard to say. Why?
I'd like to get back to the lodge. My wife is alone, and you can imagine her condition after hearing of her brother's death. Say nothing of how it happened.
Sure, you go ahead. I'll let you know when you're needed to identify the bodies. I'm sorry about your brother-in-law, Mr. Stout, and the publicity.
Publicity?
And this is the second time the ghost driver has struck.
Ghost driver?
And the news has got out. I hear they're sending reporters over from Aspen.
That's great. That's just what I need. That'll end my ski resort business for good. Not that it ever got started.
Wait a few minutes and I'll ride back up with you. Nothing I can do either till they recover Jill's body.
Oh, yes, there is, Mr. Duncan. You can give me a full account.
Now, look, Sheriff, I've told you all I know. We were driving across this bridge when we saw this other car coming straight at us. Stout's brother-in-law was driving. He swerved to avoid the oncoming car and went through the guardrail. In the split second between swerving and going through the rail, I leapt clear and saved myself. I wish I could say the same for that boy and Jill, my wife.
About the skeleton at the wheel of the other car.
Why do you keep harping on that?
Because it's something to harp on. If you saw a skeleton driving that car...
I didn't.
You said...
I know what I said, but I've got to be wrong. I couldn't have seen what I thought I did.
Why not?
Because I don't believe in skeletons driving cars. I don't believe in ghosts.
Now, take it easy, Mr. Duncan. All I'm after is a complete report. The fact.
All you're after is the publicity you're going to get out of this. Put you on the map, won't it, Sheriff? Why, you might even get a job in one of the big Colorado ski resorts like Aspen or Vail.
That'll be enough, Mr. Duncan. You can go. I'll phone the lodge when I need you.
Mrs. Gormley.
Well, invite me in, Miss Stout.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, I'm surprised to see that you're not in a wheelchair.
Oh, it depends on how bad my arthritis kicks up. Sometimes I can walk with a cane, like now.
I see.
Is your husband home?
No, he's down at the bridge with Mr. Duncan.
Oh, the feller whose wife got killed, huh?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry about that. Sorry about your brother, too. Even though he asked for it.
Mrs. Gormley,
Your
I
brother's
just can't talk
dead
about it.
because he wouldn't listen. He wouldn't heed my warning. Now you listen, child. You heed my warning. Make your husband listen and take warning, too. You leave this place. Leave it today.
Don't think I wouldn't. We wouldn't if we could. We can't. All our savings are tied up at Gormley Lodge.
Listen to me, listen. Now, my dead husband came to me again last night. And he promised me again I'd return to this house.
You love this old house, don't you?
Well, it was my life. You're a woman. You understand how that is.
Yes.
I came here a bride 40 years ago. Jason, Senior, that is. He was just starting his career as a painter. Jason, my son, was born here. There was another child, a little girl. She died here. No, this house isn't made of wood and stone.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, I think they've come back. Yes. My husband and Mr. Duncan are back.
I'll go then.
Oh, well, Mrs. Gormley, I'm going to put some coffee on. You stay. Have a cup.
No. I can't bear to go on looking at people who I know are going to die.
What's this? Die? Who's going to die now?
You are, Mr. Stout. You and your wife. If you don't heed my warning and leave as soon as possible.
Now, what's all this, Stout? Who is this woman?
Jessica Gormley used to own this place.
Oh, the woman you told me about. The one who claims her husband's ghost visits her.
I don't just claim it. It's true. Who are you?
My name's Michael Duncan.
Oh, yes. The one whose wife went to her death in the gorge last night. Well, you take my advice, too. You leave here. Leave as fast as you can.
How about a drink, Stout?
Oh, so you two won't listen. The ghost driver killed your wife last night, and yet you won't listen. Well, let me warn you once and for all.
What was that?
A shot. It was a gunshot.
Jason! Oh, it's happened. He's killed himself. Oh.
She's fallen. Liz, help her up and keep her here. Duncan, you come with me.
Yeah, Mr. Stout. What do you want?
Ah, you're okay, Jason.
We heard a gunshot.
What of it?
Well, we've heard of you and your little games like Russian roulette, and we thought that
I'd shot myself? No such luck. Come in if you want to.
Oh, the gunshot we heard.
I fired it. Deliberately.
You fired that shot deliberately?
You ask a lot of questions for someone I haven't even met.
This Mike Duncan, he and his wife are to be my first guests. It was his wife who got killed last night.
Oh. I'm sorry. How did you escape?
Flung myself from the car just before it went through the guardrail.
Well, you'd better keep an eye out for the old man's ghost. He'll be after you.
Mr. Gormley, I don't believe in ghosts. Now, why did you fire that revolver?
What business is it? All right. I'll tell you. You'll think it's nutty.
I'm sure.
I've been playing Russian roulette with this gun for years. Ever since my father died. And I always win. Or lose, depending on how you look at it.
And how do you look at it, Jason?
I give it to you straight, Mr. Stout. I want to lose. For years now.
I picked up the gun like this. Oh, no, not every day. Maybe once a week. Once every other week. Whenever the mood comes on me. And I put it to my temple. Like this.
Wait a minute.
Don't worry. Gun's empty. I haven't put in a fresh bullet yet. You see, the reason I deliberately fired that bullet I had in this gun was to find out if the thing was a dud. It wasn't.
Too bad.
May I shake your hand, Mr. Duncan? You're the first man I've ever met who says what he thinks.
You want to kill yourself? Go ahead.
I like you. You do speak your mind. And now, gentlemen, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get back to this painting of mine. By the way, what do you think of it?
Pretty lurid, isn't it?
That's just the right word for it, Mr. Stout. See? There's the car swerving and crashing through the bridge. The oncoming ghost car with the skeleton at the wheel. All in flaming color. I knock out one an hour. I slap a frame on it and I sell it in Manitou for $20. So excuse me, will you? Business is going to pick up, thanks to last night. And I want to be ready to supply the demand.
It's been a rough 24 hours, Miss Stout. It's a nice chair. Just right for sitting in front of a fire. Cost you plenty, I'll bet.
Yes, plenty. But that isn't what I'm thinking about.
You're thinking about your brother and my wife lying in their coffins at the undertakers in Manitou.
Yes, and also that even a small village like Manitou has an undertaker.
Birth, death, taxes. The only sureties in life, Mrs. Stout.
Liz.
Mike. I like your husband.
Me too.
He told me about everything. About what getting this ski resort means to you. Your life savings invested, all that.
All down the drain, I'm afraid.
The publicity?
What else? Every reservation's canceled. Well, all except one. But that'll come in, too.
It has, Liz.
Yes?
There it is. Please cancel my reservation for next week, Frank Norton. Has a family of 4. Telegram phoned in from Aspen. Anybody got a sponge?
A sponge?
So I can throw it in. I'm through, Mike.
You always give up this easy?
What do you mean, easy?
Just that. Do you always fade when the going gets tough? Well, this is the time to start fighting. Does it make good sense to let all this go down the drain because somebody's playing a trick on you? A murderous trick?
Do you think it's a trick?
What else could it be? A skeleton driving a ghost car? What else but a trick? Well, what else?
You were in that car last night. You saw, and it was a skeleton behind the wheel of the oncoming car. You told the sheriff that. You can still say that
it was a trick, yes.
What kind of trick? Damn it, Mike, you admit you saw a skeleton driving a car, but you can still call it a trick? See, I see you don't answer.
Look, Mel, I'm a practical man, a businessman. You think being a businessman is simple? Oh, no. I've had troubles that would make yours look like nothing. Today you won't find anybody more successful than me. But I've been bankrupt twice. Yes, and paid off every cent. How? Well, not by running away, the way you want to, but by standing up and fighting. And that's what you've got to do right now.
How? You tell me how, and I'll do it.
Look, we'll do it together. I've got a stake in this, too, you know. My wife is dead. Murdered, yes, murdered. Not by a ghost, but by a trick. And if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to find out who played that trick and make him pay.
And you don't think it's a ghost?
Do you? Answer me. Do you believe in ghosts? Did you believe before you came here and ran into this mess you're in?
Well, no, I didn't.
Then why start believing now? Ha! Ghosts, my foot. Mel, this is a trick. Somebody wants to stop you from turning Gormley Lodge into a ski resort. And if you ask me, it's the Gormleys. One or the other or both is behind all this. Or that sheriff down in Manitou.
The sheriff? Oh, Mike, you don't really think that the
I don't know what to think, Liz. All I know is that somebody's behind this, and those are the 3 likeliest suspects. Now, look, I'm no Sherlock Holmes, but I've got a brain. And I've got guts. Well, my wife is dead. My Jill. Well, I'm just going to find out who killed her, that's all.
Tough as they are.
You like a drink, Mike?
No, thanks. I'll be okay. Especially when I nail that murderer.
What have you got in mind?
Well, it'll be dark in about an hour. We take the car, Mel. You and me. We take the car, and we drive up and down that road. All night, if necessary. To meet up with this so-called ghost driver. And when and if we meet up with him...
Yes? If and when you meet up with him, what?
We don't turn aside. We don't swerve out of his path and off the bridge. We drive straight at him and keep driving at him. If he's a ghost in a ghost car, we'll drive through him.
And if he isn't?
If he isn't? Well, if he isn't, it'll be one hell of a crash.
You out there listening, what would you do? If you were Mel Stout, would you accept Mike Duncan's challenge? If you were Liz Stout, would you let your husband accept it? It can mean his death, you know. What exactly would you do? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Two men are now driving the twisting, precipitous mountain road that leads to Gormley Lodge. One, Mike Duncan, believes that the ghost driver they hope to meet is nothing but a trick. Mel Stout, his life savings, every penny at stake, has had no choice but to go along.
Mike, I'm bushed. Let's make this the last trip.
We're going to drive up and down this road till dawn. Yes, and night after night if we have to. Until we meet up with our so-called ghost driver.
This is the 6th time we've been up and down this mountain road.
Okay. Pull over. I'll drive. Get out your side. I'll slip behind the wheel.
Yeah. Hey, there's a car coming up behind us. Red light flash. That must be the sheriff. That's the sheriff, all right.
Mr. Stout. Oh, and you, Mr. Duncan.
What are you doing here, Sheriff?
Well, that's what I want to ask you. I got a report from Mountain View House across the valley there that they were seeing headlights going up and down this road. Guess I don't have to tell you, everybody around here's on edge after what happened last night. Now, what are you up to?
We're not up to anything, Sheriff. We're driving this road in hopes of meeting up with whoever or whatever killed my wife and Mr. Stout's brother-in-law.
Get yourselves killed in the bargain? Oh, no. You drive on up to Gormley Lodge, and when you get there, stay there.
You make that sound like an order, Sheriff.
That's what it is, Mr. Stout.
Well, I guess we better do like he says, Mike.
I don't think so.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't. This is a public road. We've got a right to be on it. Unless we're doing something that breaks the law, and we're not.
You're a kind of troublemaker, Mr. Duncan, aren't you?
Sheriff, I never go looking for trouble, but I know how to handle it when it comes my way. Now, either you arrest us for breaking some law or other, in which case you'd better be prepared to back it up, or I'll sue the town of Manitou and you for false arrest, or get off our backs.
I'm not on your backs. I'm trying to save your lives. Take my advice.
Advice, huh? I thought it was an order.
All right, wise guy. Have it your way. Go ahead and get killed and be damned to you.
Let's go, Mel.
You can sure sound tough, Mike.
Well, no small-town sheriff pushes me around.
Well, he's only trying to do his job.
Maybe. And maybe not.
What do you mean?
I don't know. But that's what we're going to find out. Tonight, tomorrow night, or whenever. Now, there's the bridge ahead.
Yeah, maybe you better slow down.
No. If it's a ghost, we'll go through it. If it isn't...
Mike, headlights coming toward us.
Now, look, don't lose your nerve.
Coming closer. We're going to crash if you don't... Mike! Driving that car, it's roaring!
Your brother-in-law, my God!
Mel. Mike, I can't believe it.
Can't believe it myself, Liz. Not only what we saw, but getting out of it with our lives.
The fates were with us, Mel. I lost my nerve. I have to admit that. I just couldn't keep driving straight at that awful thing coming toward us. I couldn't help myself. I swerved at the last second.
Well, thank God we hit that stanchion instead of going off the bridge.
Rory driving the other car. It's impossible. Rory's dead. We're burying him tomorrow.
Rory's dead, that's for sure. But it was Rory driving that car, that's for sure, too.
Then ghosts do exist? Mel?
Yes, hon?
After the funeral tomorrow, let's get out of here. Let's go away from this place as fast as we can.
And go where?
Back to Aspen, of course.
Liz, we're broke. We haven't enough dough left for a motel room. Where would we stay? How would we live?
Mel, I didn't know things were that bad for you.
Putting this place back in shape cost me just about every penny I had.
Well, look, would a loan help?
You'd be willing to...
Well, sure. I like you two, and, well, the way things turned out, we've gotten to know each other real fast. Practically friends. So, well, if you can use a loan...
That's generous of you, Mike.
It is generous of you, Mike, and I appreciate it, but... No, thanks.
What'll you do?
Do what you said I ought to do. Fight this thing.
Liz, Mike, if you ever come east, be sure to look me up.
We will, Mike.
Yes, of course.
You won't change your mind about the loan?
Can't. Would only be putting off what's bound to happen. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless I can find the answer to what goes on here. There's something bothering me, something I feel that I saw somewhere but didn't pay much attention to at the time.
Well, what about it, this something?
It's just something that's bothering me is all. Something that just could give me the answer to all of this.
Well, good luck. You deserve it. Oh, there's the taxi that's going to take me to the airport. Goodbye, Liz.
Goodbye, Mike.
Bye-bye, Mike,
Bye.
and thanks. Well, we'd better get on back, Liz. Liz, you coming?
Yes. Mel, you better know it now. No matter what you intend to do, I won't be staying. Mel, we've got to face the facts. Buying this place was a big mistake. I admit it now. But there's no sense in crying over spilt milk. What's done is done. So, darling, let's just turn our backs on it, walk away from it, and start again.
Start what again? The treadmill of office work? The dreary day-to-day monotony of auditing accounts, toting up figures? I can't bear to go back to that kind of life. I have got to make a go of this. I don't have any other choice.
But is it worth your life? Ghost or no ghost, Mel, it's killed 4 people. It would have been 6 if you and Mike Duncan hadn't been lucky enough to hit that stanchion. And it will be 6 if you insist on driving that road again tonight.
6? How do you make it 6?
You don't think I'm going to let you do it alone, do you?
But at the funeral, you said that you weren't even going to stay.
Because I hoped that would change your mind. But it hasn't. So you see, I have no choice either.
It's just like last night with Mike. From the top of the mountain down to Manitou, then back up again and again, and no sign of him.
But he did show, finally.
And Mike lost his nerve, swerved aside at the last second. Let's hope I don't lose mine.
Will it matter?
What do you mean?
Well, if you lose your nerve, we'll go off the bridge. If you don't, and the ghost car isn't a ghost car, we'll be killed in the crash.
If there is a crash, but there won't be.
You seem awfully sure of that.
I am. Remember at the cemetery I told Mike there was something I had seen but hadn't paid any attention to?
Yes.
And that if I could only remember what it was, I'd have the answer to all of this?
Yes.
Well, it's come to me. Driving up and down the mountain tonight, it suddenly came to me. See, it wasn't something I'd seen. It was something I'd heard and paid no attention to. Something I knew but didn't realize what it meant. And if I'm right, Liz, if I'm right...
What is it? What did you remember?
We're on the bridge now. Let me concentrate on driving.
Mel? Mel! Mel, there it is, a ghost car. It's coming straight for us.
Yes.
And behind the wheel, driving it, it's Rory! Oh, my God, it's Rory!
Oh, we buried Rory.
But then it's his ghost, Mel.
Get your hands off the wheel.
Mel,
Don't try to turn the wheel.
We're going to crash. Mel! Mel! Mel? What? What?
This time he swerved and he went off the bridge, just as I knew he would.
How? How did you know?
Later, Liz. Right now, we better get up to the lodge and phone the sheriff.
Oh, come in, Mrs. Gormley. Mel? Mrs. Gormley's here. Please, won't you sit down?
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Mrs. Gormley. I'm sorry about last night.
I'm not.
Mrs. Gormley, Jason was your son.
Oh, he was the torment of my life. Every day I lived. Of course, I'm sorry he's dead, but... I can only be glad it's over for me.
Did you know that your son was the ghost driver?
I suspected, but I was never sure. You see, it was Jason who wanted to go on living here in this house far more than I did. Well, you can understand. He was born here. He grew up here. Started his painting career here in a fine, big studio upstairs.
Tragic. Just tragic.
Even more tragic if it hadn't been for you. How did you come to know? What made you realize that my son was the ghost driver?
A gunshot.
A gunshot?
The shot he fired to see whether the bullet he used for playing Russian roulette was live or not.
Well, I don't follow you.
You see, something kept bugging me, Mrs. Gormley, but I couldn't nail it down because I kept thinking it was something that I'd seen. But then suddenly I realized it wasn't something I'd seen, but something I'd heard. That gunshot.
I still don't...
It got me to thinking about Jason playing Russian roulette, playing with life and death. And that got me to thinking a step further. Sure, Russian roulette. Only a fool or a would-be suicide would play it. But the fact remains that the odds are in his favor. Every time Jason spun the barrel of that gun and pulled the trigger, the chances were 5 to 1 against firing the bullet.
Oh, but what was the connection between that and the ghost driver?
Driving a car straight at another car is just another form of Russian roulette.
Ah, yes, I see. Well, Sheriff Harper came to see me, and he said Jason was wearing a mask. A papier-mâché mask of your brother's face.
Yes, and it wasn't a very good likeness of my brother. But it didn't have to be. It looked enough like him to fool you when you saw it under those awful conditions. The night and the headlights and the car coming straight at you. Fear did the rest.
There must be another mask, the skeleton face.
Oh, there is. We searched the studio and we found it, Sheriff Harper and me. Yeah, well, it's all over. Jason's at peace at last. God knows I soon shall be. Well, good day. It's funny, though.
What, Mrs. Gormley?
Well, we've searched and we've searched, but we couldn't find a mask of my husband's face.
What made you think there was one?
Well, you see, when I heard about the masks, I thought it must have been Jason who came and stood at the foot of my bed. Not my husband's ghost. But if it wasn't Jason, who was it? What was it?
An interesting question. What was it indeed? Makes you wonder. Does the spirit live on? Are there such things as ghosts? Think about it. I'll be back shortly. I I think you'll be glad to know that Mel and Liz made a go of Gormley Lodge and are today the owners of a successful ski resort. Old Mrs. Gormley passed on a few years ago. When the guest cottage was renovated, a really thorough search was made for that mask of Jason Sr.'s face, but no sign of it was ever found. Curious. Very. Our cast included Augusta Dabney, Mason Adams, Mary Jane Higby, Norman Rose, Nick Pryor, and Leon Janney. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Have you ever sublet your house or your apartment? More specifically, I should say, your home. If you have, I hope it's been a pleasant and satisfactory experience. Because you know as well as I do, all the horror tales you hear of people who are not so lucky, of damage, breakage, vandalism, and non-payment, or what is even worse, and to use the word advisedly, unspeakable, which is what happened to David and Jane Francis. But that, of course, is the burden of our tale. Our mystery drama, The Church of Hell, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Roberta Maxwell and Paul Hecht. The children grow up, college is paid for, they're about their own lives, and a whole new vista opens out. You travel, you shuck off responsibility. But habit is hard to shake, and your freedom has limits on it. For example, to afford that European jaunt, you rent your house. And after the excitement and devil-may-care of the holiday, some doubts may swirl in. Doubts that in this case are much more Jane Frances's than her husband's, David. Doubts that normally would be minor, but not in this case. Jane and David Francis were not so lucky with their country house tenant. Not that they knew that as they were returning to their little apartment in New York.
Home, sweet home.
Part way.
What does that mean?
Our pied à terre, New York. Not home.
Not home.
Like I said, part way. Not for real.
In the country?
What else? Your house, the house that David built.
Yeah, but that's rented.
I know. It paid for our trip to Spain.
And wasn't it worth it?
I hope so. Just the same, I wonder how everything goes up in the country.
Well, that figures. You want to call now before we have drinks.
Don't you think we should?
Well, suppose something is wrong, a pipe's burst or something. Why spoil tonight? I mean, couldn't we just let all the problems wait for tomorrow?
Why should there be any problem? Let me just make a call so it's off my mind.
What's your poison, martini or Manhattan?
I'm still Andalusian-oriented. Don't we have a nice sherry?
Your wish is my command.
Hello, Francis residence.
Who is this?
May I ask who's calling?
Yes, this is Mrs. Francis.
What is it?
Oh, forgive me, Mrs. Francis. This is Detective Lieutenant Harris Price.
Detective? David, you'd better get on the bedroom phone. What is it, Lieutenant? Robbery? A fire?
no, it's a little more complicated. Mrs. Joanna Adams was renting your house.
That's right. David, are you on?
Yes, Jane.
My husband is on now, Lieutenant. Go ahead.
We've been trying to reach you for a couple of days.
We were in Europe. We just got back. What happened?
Well, nothing really for you to be too alarmed about. Your neighbors had been calling us because there was some trouble about a cat.
Oh, Tommy. Oh, nothing's happened to Tommy. Oh, please. He's all right.
Well, the cat is all right now. He was a raging tiger when we let him out, but he was just hungry. Pretty near starved.
Poor baby.
Well, had he been fed? Has Mrs. Adams skipped or something? Or something is more like it. I'm afraid I have to tell you that she's dead.
Dead?
How? We don't know that for sure till after the autopsy.
Well, did someone break in, or...?
Well, there's no evidence of that. It could have been a heart attack, perhaps. After all, she wasn't young. But,
But what, Lieutenant?
I don't think that's something we can discuss on the phone. Would you have any plans to come up here?
Of course. We have to get Tommy.
Yes, we better drive straight up tonight.
Well, fine. I'll be waiting for you. And don't worry about Tommy. Ever since I fed him, we're buddies.
Thank you, Lieutenant. See you as soon as we can. What do you suppose happened to Mrs. Adams?
Well, search me. Heart attack, I guess, like the lieutenant said.
He sort of hedged. Why didn't the lieutenant say it right out if that's all it was?
Well, what am I, honey, a mind reader? Well, let's get on up to the country and find out. Well, here we are. Home sweet home.
With more than one light burning in the window.
Yeah, at least our detective friend is still here.
Everything looks pretty good. The leaves would be great.
Yeah, glad I painted the front last summer. Holding up pretty good.
I see she kept mulching the vegetable garden with the clean garbage.
Yeah, she was such a sturdy old lady. Hard to think of her gone.
Oh, that must be the lieutenant. And Tommy!
Yeah.
Oh, some welcome
Hey, a
home.
smart cat. Hey, he's glad to see you.
Well, obviously, you're Mr. and Mrs. Francis.
Ah, you're Lieutenant Price.
That's right. Well, that cat sure is glad to see you, ma'am.
Yes, he's not usually so demonstrative. Something must have scared him.
Well, you go without food and water long enough. It's enough to scare anyone.
How long?
Well, about 3 days, we figure. Your fellow there was howling up a storm. Shall we go inside?
Yeah, I'll get the bags later.
Is Mrs. Adams still here?
Oh, no, ma'am. She's been taken to the hospital. Hope you'll find everything in order. The boys tried to get everything back in place and clean after they dusted for prints.
In order? Why? I mean, had she changed things around or something?
Well, it wasn't that, Mrs. Francis. Well, this room looked like a cyclone had hit it. Books dumped all over the floor, chair turned over, and drapes and curtains all ripped down.
Is this where she died?
No, we found her in the upstairs bedroom.
You said it was a heart attack.
Well, no evidence of anything else so far.
Yes, but if this room was turned topsy-turvy, you're not suggesting she did it.
I don't think she'd have had the strength to do some of the things.
So then someone broke in?
Could be.
You said there was no evidence of that.
Oh, there wasn't. Well, I should say there isn't. Not that we've turned up so far. The windows were all shut, doors closed and locked. If anyone got in, he'd have had to have had a key.
We didn't leave any extra keys.
Well, Mrs. Adams had a set of keys in her handbag. Unless, of course, she had some made.
Well, why would she do that? Her husband's dead, and we understood she was all alone, no relatives.
Still, there must have been someone else here. Someone in the house. You've no idea who it might have been.
Not the slightest. Well, you don't mean someone might have killed her?
Well, as far as we know now, not in the strict sense of the word.
What does that mean?
Well, I'm not trying to be mysterious, Mrs. Francis. I'm really as much in the dark as you and your husband are. Except that I saw the old lady. I saw her face. And while I'm quite ready to accept the medical examiner's provisional diagnosis that she died of a heart attack, what I want to know is who or what caused it. Because I hate to tell you this, but in my opinion, that little old lady was literally frightened to death.
Jane?
Yes, David?
For heaven's sake, what are you doing? And can't you just dump the dinner dishes in the dishwasher?
I did.
Well, then what are you stacking them away for? Can't that wait for tomorrow? I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm knocked out.
I'm not doing the dishes.
Well, why are you messing about in the kitchen cabinet?
I'm, checking up on things.
Our first night home from Europe. Can't it wait?
I have a funny feeling it can't. All sorts of things are not, they're just not right, David.
Oh, come on, Jane.
Now, remember what the lieutenant said.
I think he's been reading the wrong kind of mystery stories.
I wouldn't sell Lieutenant Price short. Come here.
What?
The dishes.
Yeah?
The everyday dishes.
Yeah, the blue stuff?
It isn't the same.
Well, what do you mean it isn't the same?
Just what I said. Every bit of it has been replaced. Same pattern, but it's all new.
That's crazy. How do you know?
Well, look. The vegetable dish was cracked.
Yeah?
3 cups had chips. You know, you glued the meat platter back together yourself the night after the Betts party.
Well, so okay. A couple of pieces are replaced.
No, it just isn't a couple. It's a whole new set. Why?
Well, you tell me.
Because all or most of the other must have gotten broken. How?
Well, things do break.
A whole service for 8.
Well, I don't know.
Look at the cabinets.
Mm-hmm. Well, they look pretty good. Someone's been polishing them. Hey, they're all scarred.
And burned.
I thought she didn't smoke.
Those aren't cigarette burns. There's something else.
What?
I don't know. Like something hot. Red hot, just brushed by. The curtains and the drapes in the living room are sort of singed. And you want to know something else? Every mirror in this house has been replaced, except the one in the study.
And that's cracked.
More than that. Something so hot was against it that it melted the mercury backing. It's all sort of fuzz, like it had been in a fire.
Darling, what are you trying to suggest?
I don't quite know. Look, come here. Let me show you something else.
Yeah. Oh, where?
In my spice closet.
Uh-huh.
Look at these.
Those are not your regular spice jars, are they?
No, thanks. I never saw jars like these, or what they have in them.
Hey, it looks like some kind of bugs.
It is. They're beetles. And they're alive. This looks like a lizard skin, and I hate to think what these two could be.
We'd better call the lieutenant.
I don't think this is up his alley. Anyway, we all deserve some sleep first. I'm just about gone. I can't take any more tonight.
Are you going to be able to sleep all right?
Once I get to sleep tonight, it would take all hell breaking loose to wake me up again.
I'm with you. What is it? It sounds like what you said.
What?
All hell breaking loose. It's some gale out of nowhere. Get the window closed. There. I'd better see what's going on downstairs.
No, David, no.
No what?
I don't want you going downstairs. Please, darling, it's not worth the risk.
What risk? It's just some crazy kind of storm.
With no rain, no thunder or lightning.
With all that wind, what else could it be?
I'm scared to think. Something terrible is loose in this house. Something incomprehensible beyond our imagination. The same thing that frightened poor old Mrs. Adam to death. Please, darling. Oh, just hold me close. And don't question whatever it is that's happening. For heaven's touch us. Whatever it is that's invaded our house means us no harm. But maybe if we just shut our eyes and ears, please, God, it will go away.
Not the most pleasant of homecomings, nor the easiest of circumstances for landlords to find themselves in. Unfortunate enough to find that the lease has been broken by an untimely death, but how much more so to find that apparently an unwanted tenant has taken possession. A tenant that may be difficult, if not impossible, to evict. I shall return shortly with Act 2. thank heaven for mornings. To wake up, no matter how sleepless or dream-ridden the night. To watch the sun rise again. Life renew itself. To know that this new day, whatever else it offers, is a promise. A promise that there is hope always for better things. Not that either David or Jane Francis are that bright and bushy-tailed. It is only that in the bright light of day, their explanations of the night before sound as fanciful and overdramatic as they are afraid they will seem to Lieutenant Price.
David?
Yeah,
You awake?
I'm awake.
Was there really a storm last night? Or was that something I dreamed?
Well, there wasn't a storm as far as I can see. There was no rain or wind damage outside.
Then it wasn't a dream. Some terrible thing was raging in this house last night.
I don't know how terrible it was, but somebody really messed up the study, and good again. I'd sure like to get my hands on him.
Somebody broke in?
No, I don't think anyone broke in. I mean, I think somebody has a key. Now, don't worry. I called Lieutenant Price while I was downstairs. Just waiting for him to call back.
You think something else is in this house?
I think somebody could be hiding out. Some crazy guy.
And you went downstairs all alone with no protection.
I picked up the shotgun from the study. And Jane, we are staying locked in this bedroom until the police arrive.
I don't think ordinary locks are going to help us against whatever's loose in this house, David.
What are you trying to say?
You know, I don't think this is a real person. I think it's something from the other side of the grave.
You mean a ghost? I mean, that's ridiculous. What would any self-respecting ghost have against it? The voice of reason. That'll be the lieutenant.
Whatever you do, get the police here fast. Oh, and ask him about Mrs. Adam, what the autopsy showed.
All right, will do. Just take it easy, Jane. Hello. Yes, Lieutenant. Yeah, just what I reported. Same kind of mess as before. No, we didn't hear a thing until it all started. First thing was the wind. I said the wind. Well, it was blowing up a storm here, enough to rattle every window in the house. Now, don't worry. We have ourselves locked in the bedroom, and we'll stay there until you get here. Oh, by the way, did you get any results from the autopsy on Mrs. Adam? Yeah? Yeah. The inside of her mouth and her throat. What could have caused that? I see. But that wasn't the cause of death, huh? Uh-huh. Yeah, don't worry. We'll be waiting. Well, the police are on their way.
What was all that about Mrs. Adam and her mouth and her throat?
She apparently suffered some first-degree burns there, also on her hands and on one side of her face.
From what?
They don't know. Backfire from the gas stove, maybe? Maybe she used too much fluid on the charcoal boiler. I don't know. Something flared up and singed her, but good.
Enough to kill her?
Oh, no. The medical examiner's first diagnosis was right there. She died of congestive heart failure.
But what caused it?
Well, that's something we don't know.
Maybe it's something we don't ever want to know.
Well, the boys and I have been over the house with a fine-tooth comb, Mr. and Mrs. Francis. And I can promise you that no forcible entry has been made into this house.
Well, that's crazy. I mean, look at the shambles this place is. Someone had to get in.
Doors and windows wouldn't keep it out.
Someone else has a key. That's what it is.
But why would someone want to vandalize our house?
Well, not because of us, because of Mrs. Adam.
Well, what do you know about this Mrs. Adam?
Not much. The agency brought her over, but...
She had very good references. I mean, a couple of banks, a minister from some church, a letter from another sublet she had in New York.
Mm-hmm. None from any place she'd worked?
Oh, I don't think this woman had ever worked. I mean...
what Jane means is that she was loaded. Her jewelry was worth a fortune.
And her clothes were very fashionable.
Hey, maybe that's what someone was after. Her jewels.
No, I doubt it. According to the insurance policy we found, none of it seems to be missing. What does seem to be missing with the lady is her background.
What do you mean?
Well, although the accounts are very substantial, the banks have only carried them for a little over a year. Before that, she seems to have come from Germany.
Well, that would be right. She had an accent.
But very cultivated.
Would you say that she was, very religious?
Well, I don't know. It's not the sort of thing you ask someone who's going to rent.
I noticed there were a lot of books in the bedroom she was using on religious things. Quite a few on theosophy, I remember. Oh, that's right. The letter from the minister. That's what he said he was.
Was his name Theodore Saxman?
The minister? Yes, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Theodore Saxman was German-born, and he was connected with the Theosophist movement, but no longer.
You mean he's not a minister?
Well, he got kicked out of the church.
Why?
We don't know that yet. The church doesn't want to talk about it, and we can't seem to find the ex-Reverend Saxman. But he'll be found. If the police don't turn him up, the insurance company will.
Why the insurance company?
Because he's named as benefactor in all her insurance. Something like $1.5 million in all. He was also named as sole heir in her will.
Well, if there's that much money floating around, I don't think anyone will have to look for him. He'll turn up to collect.
Unless her family want to fight the will.
Well, apparently she has no family. And her husband died about 5 years ago.
Well, then Saxman will turn up.
Well, I'm not so sure.
Why?
Policeman's hunch. I got a funny feeling he may be the ex-reverend in more ways than one. But if anyone has a key to this house, he's the logical one. I've got a lot of questions I'd like to ask him about the night Mrs. Adam died.
You mean you think he might have murdered her?
But she died of natural causes.
Congestive heart failure is a result, Mrs. Francis. A lot of things can cause it. I'd like to know what frightened that poor woman before she died.
You think it might have been something supernatural, too?
No, I didn't say that. I'm going to have a man on this house around the clock covering the front door. Do you and your husband plan to stay here?
For a few days till all this is settled, we hope.
Now, why do you ask?
Well, I'm just a cop, Mr. Francis. But I'm smart enough to know there's a lot I don't know. Not that I buy, something outside of natural things. Still, well, for example, do these tools belong to you?
No, I never saw the box before. You, Jane?
No. What's in it?
I'll see for yourself.
Well, a bunch of knives. What is it, a butcher's kit?
I don't know.
What's that funny-looking one with the little curved point?
Now, look careful, Mrs. Francis. They're all razor sharp.
But what are they?
That's what I want to ask a friend of mine, Dr. Henry Warden. He lives just a couple of blocks from here. Say, would you mind if he came here and had a look at these and this room?
No, I suppose not, but...
Well, what kind of a doctor is he?
You see, I had a strange case involving a medium here a couple of years ago, and I met this guy then. Yeah, he's a real brain, I tell you. Even if he's... Yeah, well, you'll see for yourselves. He's what you call a doctor of parapsychology.
What's that?
It means someone who's an expert on ghosts.
Well, I have examined the library of the deceased. Small, but quite a comprehensive compendium of reference on the mystical arts. Mr. Francis?
I would know, Dr. Wharton. It's not exactly my field.
Of course not. No, to be sure. Not everyone's cup of tea, of course. Still, ceremonial magic, the Book of the Dead, the Kabbalah, Cagliostro, fascinating reading for the inquiring mind.
Why would anyone be interested in books like that? What would Mrs. Adam want with them? Was it something to do with her religion?
In a sense, perhaps. In a sense.
Why did you want to look at the books first?
I had my reasons, Mr. Francis. It is surprising what knowledge of a person you can glean from his reading habits. And how books are treated can be a gold mine of information. May I see the room now where the psychic disturbances took place?
Of course. This way.
We don't know they were psychic disturbances, do they? I mean, it looks like pretty ordinary vandalism to me, but you can see for yourself.
Ah, yes. Quite typical. Mindless destruction, it might seem. Drapes torn and... Let me see. Yes, singed a little. Books destroyed, ripped, but rather carefully selected books. the Bible, the Book of Common Prayer, and teleportation. Classic.
Teleportation?
Oh, yes, Mr. Francis. The desk, for example. That is oak, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Enormously heavy. Normally, it would take 2 strong men at least to move it.
Well, it could have been dragged or pushed.
Hardly. The rug has not been disturbed. It was lifted.
Then there was more than one person?
I doubt it.
Well, he would have had to have had superhuman strength.
Or abilities. Have you ever had a fire in the house? I mean, has the house ever been on fire?
No. Why?
The floor. You notice how the varnish is cracked and mottled?
There are the same marks on the rug. I thought it was from dirty footsteps.
That isn't dirt. They are scorched, Mrs. Francis. When you first came in the room, this strange particular odor must have been more evident, wasn't it?
There was a sort of burning smell.
Not quite like a scorched smell. More like ozone or sulfur, maybe.
Or brimstone, perhaps. There were some tools the lieutenant mentioned.
Oh, yes. They are right here.
Yes. A remarkable collection. Quite magnificent in its way.
Collection of what, Dr. Wharton?
The instruments required for the ceremonies of black magic.
Black magic?
Yes. Quite obviously, your Mrs. Johanna Adam was a practitioner of that dread and ancient art.
What?
If you don't believe me, help me pull aside the rug, and I think you will have incontrovertible proof.
Dear me, as Dr. Wharton might say, this is enough to start the goosebumps rising and the hackles on the neck. What evil, ancient, unspeakable discovery awaits poor innocent David and Jane Francis as the rug is thrown back beneath their eyes? What secret obscenity does it conceal? I shall return shortly with Act 3. Three people stand looking down at what the rolled-back rug has revealed. What they are looking at is a strange and cabalistic circle burned into the floor. Placed on it at 90-degree intervals are crude sketches of a skull, a goat's horns, a bat, and a black cat. Inside the circle, intertwining with each other, are 4 smaller circles enclosed in a triangle. Tacked to the floor, on the inside of the large circle, are strips of cloth or some animal hide. And everywhere within the circle, painted in black and blood red, symbols, strange gibberish words, and long, complex alien names.
Look at my floor. It's ruined.
What the devil is it?
I wouldn't invoke his name too carelessly, Mr. Francis. That is the Goetic circle of black evocation.
Goetic?
It means pertaining to witchcraft.
So that's what Mrs. Adam was. A witch.
Not quite, Mrs. Francis, or at the very most, a very amateurish one, who conjured up, or at least saw conjured up, more than she bargained for.
Well, what does all that circle thing mean?
In the Middle Ages, that material all around the inside of the large circle would have been the skin of the victim, fastened to the ground by 4 nails from the coffin of an executed criminal.
Oh, how disgusting.
Don't be too alarmed. I think you will find that this is only a simulation. As with the crude representations of what ought to be the skull of a patricide.
Patricide?
Someone who killed his father. The other 3 are the horns of a goat, a male bat drowned in blood, and a black cat who has been fed on human flesh.
Are you serious, Dr. Wharton?
About what I am reporting, absolutely. About whether I personally subscribe to this profane anti-religion, no. Most emphatically, no.
Then you believe, as I do, that it's all nonsense.
No, I'm afraid I don't.
You believe that there has been black magic practiced here, And that some kind of evil spirit has been set loose in this house?
Let me put it this way. I know that anyone involved in the hidden church of hell knows there has. Let me show you something. I found these sheets in the back of a volume entitled Science and Physical Phenomena and Apparitions. They were written by Mrs. Adam, apparently. The handwriting can be checked. And they are a sort of confession and last testament.
So may we read them?
How's your knowledge of German, medieval Latin, and the litany of the grimoire?
Oh, well, I don't speak German or Latin.
What's the grimoire?
The Grand Grimoire is the last word on profane worship. The encyclopedia of black magic. The definitive handbook of sorcery.
Okay, so we can't read the mumbo-jumbo Mrs. Adam left, but would you read it to us?
Well, I won't read it. I'll tell you what it contains with one stipulation.
What's that?
Lieutenant Price must be present and hear it at the same time.
You mean you're telling me that Mrs. Adams confesses in that transcript to murdering her husband?
In Stuttgart, February 14th, 1975.
Did she stand trial?
No. The medical certificate was issued as death due to natural causes.
Well, what did she kill him for?
She wanted to give a large amount to the religious group, a church, if you will, that she intended to join. He didn't believe in it. She felt she had divine grace to do as she wished.
How awful. Did the church get the money?
Not yet. Nor would it ever have. She changed her allegiance along the way. You see, she hadn't counted on her conscience. And at least for her, her husband refused to rest easy in the grave.
He haunted her.
Exactly. So successfully and persistently that he drove her to flee to this country, hoping to find freedom from his curse. And here she met a man named Theodore Saxman.
The ex-reverend. The boy we've been looking for. Does she give any clue where we might find him?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Well, then I want it right now. I want to haul that joker in.
Oh, I very much doubt that you can, Lieutenant, now.
What are you getting at, Dr. Warden?
I don't think you're going to find Theodore Saxman in this world.
Well, I sure don't expect to find him in the next one.
I wouldn't be too sure of that.
What?
Let me explain, please. You see, I'm in a rather, shall we say, delicate position. We are dealing with two worlds, one of which all of us accept, the other which I'm afraid only I do.
Doctor, you've got something up your sleeve. What is it?
Whatever it is, I assure you it is in your best interests, Mr. Francis.
It is?
I would assume you wish to go on living in this house of yours, that you'd like to be rid of this poltergeist that is invading it.
No, just hold on. What's a poltergeist?
Forgive me. A moment of levity. A poltergeist is a noisy and usually destructive ghost. I'm afraid what we have here is a much more malevolent one.
You mean it's the spirit of the excommunicated priest, whatever his name is?
I'm not sure that is the term of choice of his sect. Certainly, however, unfrocked and cast out of the church.
What is it that you want us to do, Dr. Warden?
Let me sum all this up first. A haunted and tortured Mrs. Adam fled to this country only to find out she could not leave the ghost of her husband behind her. In desperation, she returned to the church she had known, confiding in Theodore Saxman. He saw almost instant riches on the one hand, and a sponsor to give him the opportunity to continue his experiments in black magic. They could not be conducted in a New York apartment. They needed seclusion and secrecy. This house was perfect for their plans.
For what plans?
Saxman's assurance to Mrs. Adam that he could conjure up the soul of her husband and persuade it under threat of being dragged to the deepest pit in hell to leave her alone.
You're trying to say that's what happened right here in our study.
I'm not trying to say. I'm saying it happened according to Mrs. Adams' last testament. Only something went very much astray.
Well, what?
She was not certain. she surmised, as I do, that he stepped out of the protection of his inner circle, and that the soul he was trying to threaten, Mr. Adam, was released by the damned in exchange for the Reverend Saxman.
Released? Oh, where did he go?
Back to the peace of the grave, I should say.
So you're trying to tell us that this Saxman, even though he is dead, is still raging around looking for...
Well, what is he looking for, Dr. Horton?
At the moment, he is the most condemned of the condemned. A creature neither of hell nor heaven. An outcast spirit, doomed to wander eternity with neither hope of salvation or damnation, unless...
Unless what?
Unless he can find a human body to die in. He tried to invade Mrs. Adams, but he frightened her to death before he had the chance to possess her. It is you, or perhaps even more your husband, that are in danger now.
Oh, no.
You actually believe all this junk, Dr. Wharton?
What I believe is beside the point. What people who have invested this house passionately and totally believed has poisoned it. I think those beliefs must be exorcised before either of you will be safe again.
What did you have in mind, Dr. Wharton?
For the four of us, tonight, to occupy this magic circle. And after I have instructed all of you to raise this fiend from the darkness and consign him to eternal fires. I command and abjure thee, Theodore Saxman, to quit thine abode, wherever it may be, swearing that I will give thee 1/4 of an hour alone. And if thou dost not come straightway hither and communicate with me in an audible and intelligible voice, dispatch me, Emperor Lucifer, or his messenger Astaroth, in a human form, without either noise or evil smell, failing which I shall smite thee all and thy whole race with the terrible blasting rod into the depths of the bottomless pit.
I'm scared, David.
It's crazy, but so am I.
Anyone as crazy as me. If my boys outside knew what I was doing...
Silence. Don't move. Stay in your circles.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. I should never have allowed this.
I've warned you. If you leave the circle, you're risking your life. I adjure thee, O spirit, come hither and speak to me, else I will compel thee by the power of living God and by the Holy Spirit.
What is it?
Obey promptly or be eternally tormented by the power of the potent words in the grand clavicle of Solomon. Unless you hearken unto me. One chance you have to redeem thyself. Abjure thy false master Lucifer and surrender thyself to the mercy of the true divine spirit. I am bound. to pass through the grave that is the gateway to heaven. Hold fast. Everyone, hold fast.
I can't let him escape.
Let me go, Doctor. For God's sake, stay in the circle.
It's going to the door. John, Bill, he's trying to escape.
Don't let him get away.
Mr. and Mrs. Francis all right?
They're too shaken, of course.
Who isn't?
How is he?
He's dead. Officer Dunn's bullet took him right in the heart.
Just as well.
I suppose this is Theodore Saxman.
I think you'll find out it is.
How am I going to explain this at headquarters?
Is there any need? The real explanation is right to hand. The man was armed with a knife. He attacked a police officer.
And I'm convinced he was responsible for the old woman's death.
So am I. But I doubt you'd ever be able to prove it.
Dr. Warden, in the name of God, what really happened in there tonight?
Whatever did, I think it was in the name of God. And I think it is best forgotten.
Well, there it is. Which do you want to believe? That there was some hallucinatory drug in the heavy incense burning in that study? That Theodore Saxman did return to steal the jewels and lost his head and attacked the policeman? After all, he did have a key. Or, well, perhaps we'd better forget the other. If we find ourselves believing in goetic incantations, exorcism, the clavicles of the Grand Grimoire, and the power of black magic,